A modest, ivy-clad, three-story cottage stood on the outskirts of Ottery's St. Catchpole, its chimney lazily puffing smoke into the summer sky. Inside, 11-year-old Kyle Chopper stood frozen by the window, clutching a piece of parchment like it was the most sacred treasure on earth. The creamy envelope had been opened and reopened so many times it was beginning to fray at the corners. But Kyle's eyes were still glued to the words that changed everything. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Chopper, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of required books and equipment is enclosed. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Kyle had read it 100 times, maybe more, and still his heart raced every time his eyes skimmed those lines. He had waited for this moment for 11 long years, ever since he woke up in this new world, in a new body, in a place unmistakably magical. He had known, deep down, what this place was, not just because of the way his parents whispered about ministry paperwork or wand regulations, but because of the neighbors. Just a few hills away lived the Lovegoods, the eccentric family whose patriarch edited the Quibbler, always spouting wild claims about conspiracies at Hogwarts. Then there were the Weasleys, whose crooked, top-heavy house was impossible to miss, and whose army of red-haired children only confirmed what Kyle already suspected. Yes, this world was that world. And Kyle? Kyle was now part of it. His father, Chris Chopper, worked at the Ministry of Magic as Deputy Director of the Beast Division under the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. A respected magizoologist and former apprentice of Newt Scamander himself, Chris had spent his life advocating for the protection of magical creatures. Their home might have been modest, but Kyle knew his father's name carried quiet respect among those who mattered. His mother, Diana, was more of a mystery. She worked in the Department of Mysteries, which practically guaranteed that Kyle knew nothing about her actual job. Every time he tried to ask, she gave him the kind of look that said, "You don't want to know." It was strangely effective. Still, compared to the grand lineages like the Dumbledores or the Blacks, the Choppers were nobodies. No famous bloodlines. No inherited vaults at Gringotts. But Kyle didn't care. He had magic. He had Hogwarts. And, thankfully, he wasn't Squib. He discovered his magical talent early, when he accidentally made all the doors in the house slam shut at once during a tantrum. He was 3. Chris had laughed for a week. Even so, Kyle hadn't expected the owl to arrive mid-breakfast, rapping on the window like an impatient guest. The moment he saw the seal, Hogwarts crest etched in wax, he dropped his spoon and nearly screamed. Since then, he had slept with the letter beside his pillow like it was a lifeline. "Honey, you've been staring at that letter for 3 days now," came Chris's familiar, half-exasperated voice from the hallway. "You didn't know it's real, right?" Kyle snapped out of his trance. His father leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a bemused smile tugging at his lips. "Don't forget, we're meeting the Weasleys today. Diagon Alley waits for no one." "I'm coming," Kyle shouted back, carefully folding the letter and tucking it into the inner pocket of his robe. Before leaving, he turned to a carved wooden stake near the window and tapped it gently. "Groot, I'm heading out." A tiny bowtruckle peeked out, its leafy ears twitching, and gave a reluctant wave. Kyle grinned. Groot was one of 2 magical creatures living with the Choppers. The other was Tom, a grumpy old Kneasel who hated Floo powder and visitors alike. Chris didn't believe in keeping magical creatures unless they chose to stay, and both Groot and Tom had refused to leave, no matter how often Chris gently suggested it. Despite his job, Chris didn't run a magical zoo. He, like Newt, believed that magical creatures belonged in the wild, not behind glass or under charms. Kyle remembered meeting Newt Scamander several times, and every encounter had felt like stepping into a fairy tale. Creatures flocked to him. Kyle once saw a dirical, a notoriously shy bird, throw itself into Newt's arms like a kitten. There had also been a fire crab, a wounded unicorn, and even a salamander that refused to leave his coat pocket. Unfortunately, Newt's magnetic bond with magical beasts made him a walking natural disaster. Ministries across Europe had quietly blacklisted him, not because he was dangerous, but because the creatures that followed him often were. Kyle had once joked to himself that Voldemort might not have been necessary if the Ministry just let Newt go on a world tour. Downstairs, Kyle found his mother waiting by the door. Diana looked effortlessly elegant, dressed in deep black robes trimmed with silver runes. Her long, glossy hair was swept back, her pale blue eyes warm and focused entirely on him. Kyle smiled. His mother had always been a graceful figure, all calm strength and quiet wisdom. His father, on the other hand, was, well, handsome in a disheveled kind of way. Together, they made quite the pair. With those genes, Kyle turned out rather well himself. Not that he cared much about appearances. "Sorry I'm late," he mumbled, grabbing his satchel. "If you'd put that letter down earlier, maybe you wouldn't be," Chris teased, winking. "Hogwarts isn't going anywhere." Kyle offered him a polite smile. He didn't get the joke, but he appreciated the effort. Diana stepped forward, taking her son's hand. "Let's go. The Weasleys are already waiting." With a pop, she disapparated, taking Kyle with her in a blink of magic and wind. Chris adjusted his coat, gave Groot a nod, and followed with a second pop, leaving behind a quiet home and the fluttering curtains of summer window, still glowing with the golden light of a dream fulfilled. Nestled quietly between a bookshop and a record store that no one ever really noticed, the Leaky Cauldron stood as it had for centuries, a crooked little pub that marked the boundary between the mundane and the magical. Established in the early 1500s, it had long served as a favorite haunt of witches and wizards, and more importantly, the gateway to the hidden heart of the wizarding world, Diagon Alley. As Diana stepped through the door with Kyle close behind, the atmosphere inside shifted like a sudden drop in barometric pressure. The once bustling pub fell unnaturally silent. Glasses were lowered mid-clink. Conversations halted mid-sentence. It was the kind of eerie pause one might expect during the final moments before a massive magical mishap, or the night before OWLS. Kyle glanced around. No one moved. That is, until Chris entered. The tension deflated slightly, though the room still buzzed with quiet murmurs and side eyes. Even in the wizarding world, where surprises were common, some people knew when to keep their heads down and their mouths shut. The only one who didn't seem affected was Tom, the ever-cheerful barkeep. He shuffled forward, drying a mug with a rag that might have been clean a few decades ago. "Diana, haven't seen you in ages. Fancy a fire whiskey? On the house. Maybe next time, Tom." Diana smiled politely, gesturing toward the group entering behind them. "We're just passing through. Kyle's getting his school supplies." "All right. Cutting it close, aren't you?" Tom chuckled, eyeing Kyle. "Blimey, he's 11 already? Merlin's beard, time flies." Kyle nodded awkwardly, still clutching the inside of his robe where the acceptance letter rested. He stepped to the side as Tom made room, only to freeze as the older man suddenly leaned down with a pointed glare. "And Kyle," Tom said in a tone laced with mock severity, "if you mess with that rubbish bin again, I'll send a letter to McGonagall herself. You know how many first years end up lost because they can't find the damn gateway." Kyle gave a sheepish smile. "Promise I won't." It had been him. Last summer, he'd shifted the trash bin next to the enchanted brick wall just for fun. A bit of harmless chaos. Any respectable transmigrator would have done the same, right? It was practically a genre tradition. Diana raised a brow, suspicious but silent. The Weasleys were arriving, and she let the matter go, for now. "Kyle, dear," Molly Weasley's voice rang out as she enveloped him in a warm, suffocating hug. "Look how tall you've gotten." Diana and Molly drifted aside, chatting in that rapid-fire cadence only best friends understood. Chris, meanwhile, clasped hands with Arthur, and the two fathers quickly slipped into a conversation about recent events at the Ministry. Kyle, momentarily free of parental oversight, found himself flanked on both sides by a pair of grinning redheads. "Well, well, well," said Fred. "Look who made it to Hogwarts," George added, looping an arm around Kyle's shoulders. Hogwarts is full of surprises, Fred said with mock solemnity. Dangerous ones, George warned with a wink. Kyle rolled his eyes but kept walking. Hi, Percy. Ron. Ginny. Long time no see. They replied in near-perfect unison. Of the Weasley siblings, only 5 were present. Bill was off cataloging curses in Egypt, and Charlie had disappeared on another dragon-related escapade. But even without them, the group was a chaotic force of nature. They made their way toward the back courtyard, where a brick wall waited to reveal the entrance to Diagon Alley. Arthur, experienced and precise, tapped a specific brick with his wand. The wall groaned, then shimmered, folding itself away to reveal the cobbled, chaotic street beyond. Behind the group, Fred and George exchanged a silent look. Kyle hadn't reacted to their teasing. That wouldn't do. Time for a little experiment. From their robes, they pulled out a pinch of silvery powder. Their latest invention, grease bomb. A tiny sprinkle in someone's hair, and bam, instant disaster. It left you looking like you hadn't touched shampoo in a decade. The twins were still fine-tuning it. Side effects included unwanted shine, scalp tingling, and possibly premature baldness. Fred raised his hand, ready to dust Kyle's hair when Hagrid, Chris's voice rang out, sharp and suddenly alert. The twins froze. There was an immediate shift in the air again. Even Fred and George, pranksters extraordinaire, knew that tone. They'd heard it before, usually when Chris was dealing with something highly illegal, highly explosive, or highly Hagrid. Standing awkwardly near the apothecary was the towering figure of Rubius Hagrid, half-giant, gamekeeper, and perennial headache of the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. I'm just air-buying berry seeds, Hagrid stammered. His voice, usually booming, dropped a few decibels. For a cake. Harry's birthday's coming up. Figured I'd make something special. Chris's eyes flicked down to the small paper parcel in Hagrid's hand. Berry seeds. From the apothecary. For a cake. Right. You do realize the Hogwarts kitchen could bake 10 cakes on short notice, yes? Why the need for imported seeds? The tension climbed again. To bystanders, Chris might have looked like an overly suspicious official harassing a kind old giant. But to those who knew, to Kyle, the Weasleys, even the twins, this was just routine. Because if there was one person in the entire wizarding world capable of turning a peaceful summer into a full-blown magical catastrophe, it was Rubius Hagrid. Chris had dealt with the aftermath of Hagrid's experiments more times than he could count. Crossbreeds, illegal acquisitions, endangered species gone missing. Hagrid's heart was big, but his logic was non-existent. Only a month ago, Chris had filed a Level 3 magical incident report on a creature Hagrid claimed was completely harmless, a Crupperin spore hybrid. The thing had 2 tails and 3 heads. It had tried to eat a bench, and that was just last month. To Chris, these so-called accidents weren't accidents at all. They were heresies, tampering with magical genetics, cross-breeding creatures. It was reckless, dangerous, and in his opinion, borderline criminal. He'd spent years lobbying for reform, only to be ignored by the Ministry, especially under Fudge. I swear on Dumbledore's name, Hagrid said earnestly, that's all I came for. Chris's expression softened. Dumbledore's name meant something. If Hagrid was invoking it, it wasn't a lie. Not this time. After a few curt instructions, Chris let him go. Hagrid turned and lumbered away, visibly relieved. But Kyle, watching the retreating figure, wasn't convinced. Not this time, he muttered. But what about next time? His mind wandered. In the movies, Hagrid had once bought a 3-headed dog off a stranger in a pub. Probably here. Maybe the Hog's Head. Either way, it wasn't some isolated accident. The wizarding underworld knew who Hagrid was and what he wanted. The leaky cauldron might look respectable, but it was also one of the best places to smuggle in rare magical beasts. No IDs, no questions, just a rune key and a lot of secrecy. Hagrid's reputation as a lover of magical creatures made him the perfect customer. Simple-minded my foot, Kyle mused. Hagrid's a one-man black market. He grinned to himself. No, he wasn't about to rat the guy out. Honestly, if given the chance, He wouldn't mind owning a
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After careful consideration, Kyle decided it was best to play a trick on the twins and keep the news about the three-headed dog to himself. Who said he didn't have a fondness for magical creatures? Sure, he wasn't Newt Scamander and didn't have that unique touch, but creatures like the three-headed dog were rare, even in Greece. If he missed this opportunity, it would be hard to see one again. All things considered, it was better to have some fun with Fred and George. But to ease his conscience, Kyle slipped out of the twins' hold as quickly as possible and gave Chris an apologetic look. Chris, understandably, was baffled. One of the twins had the same confused expression. They had been just about to carry out their plan, sprinkling some confetti-like powder over Kyle's head for a little mischief, but Kyle ducked and ran at the last second. Unfortunately for the twins, they had already thrown the confetti. It could have happened a second earlier or later, but of course, it landed at the worst possible moment. The twins stood there, dumbfounded, watching the confetti make a perfect arc through the air only to fall on the other twin's head. SHH. Suddenly, both Fred and George were furiously scratching their heads like agitated baboons. Their already messy hair became even wilder, a true bird's nest of confetti and chaos. Honestly, even the sorting hat looked more dignified at this point. "Oh, Fred, George, what are you up to now?" Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out, clearly embarrassed as more people began to stare at the scene. Her cheeks flushed, and she marched over to the twins, grabbing each of them by the ear and dragging them away, her face red with both anger and humiliation. At least in the alley, away from the main street of Diagon Alley, fewer people could see them. On the main road, it had been mortifying her sons imitating baboons in front of everyone. "By Merlin's beard," she muttered under her breath. "If this keeps up, the Weasley family's reputation will be ruined." Ruined. Her actions were swift, and the twins, though grinning at first, were soon breathing heavily, their earlier bravado crushed. Kyle swore he saw tears welling up in their eyes, and if that was true, he could only marvel at how alike they were. Even their tears appeared in the same spots. On the other side, as Mrs. Weasley escorted the twins away, Mr. Weasley looked visibly relieved. He hid his embarrassment with great difficulty, urging the rest of the group to move ahead and start their shopping without waiting for the twins. At the back of the group, Kyle had positioned himself beside Ron, struggling to suppress his laughter. However, the moment he looked up and caught his mother's gaze, his whole body tensed. He forced a grin, an awkward and polite smile plastered on his face. Diana had an uncanny sixth sense. Nothing ever escaped her notice. Since childhood, Kyle had learned that he could hardly ever get away with anything. His only saving grace with his transmigration secret was that she hadn't given birth to him for 5 or 6 months after he arrived in this world. If not for that, he was convinced his secret would have been discovered long ago. Really? Kyle scratched his head, thinking to himself. With a mother like this, there's no such thing as privacy. Diana, sensing his guilt, didn't say a word but gave him a warning look before turning her attention elsewhere. It wasn't all that serious. Mrs. Weasley was just overly worried. Fred and George's antics were notorious at Hogwarts, and word of their exploits had spread through the wizarding world, even reaching Diana's ears. She had heard stories of exploding toilet seats, sneaking a sack over Mrs. Norris during a nighttime stroll, and throwing rotten eggs under Slytherin freshmen seats, accusing them of having accidents in class. Compared to all that, imitating baboons in the street seemed minor. People who witnessed the scene would probably just laugh it off. There was no real threat to the Weasley family's reputation unless you asked a certain pureblood with long blonde hair, but he wouldn't be named here. Mrs. Weasley's strong reaction came from her not yet being accustomed to the twins' troublemaking. After all, Bill, Charlie, and even Percy had been outstanding students, and in her mind, she still saw Fred and George through that lens. She couldn't quite reconcile their behavior with the image of her older children. Granted, Bill and Charlie hadn't been entirely well behaved at home or in their early school days, but no one could deny that they were top students at Hogwarts. For Mrs. Weasley, it was as if she couldn't let go of the expectation that Fred and George would follow in their older brother's footsteps. To put it in perspective, imagine the prim and proper Percy suddenly imitating a baboon in the street. That would give anyone pause. But this phase wouldn't last forever. Give it a year or two, and after more news about the twins' escapades from Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley would grow accustomed to their ways. And, in time, she'd learn to handle their antics with far more composure. Not long after the little episode with the twins, the group split up. Since Ron and Ginny were not yet old enough to attend Hogwarts, the Weasleys only needed to buy schoolbooks for Fred, George, and Percy. However, as a new student, Kyle had a long list of supplies to get, with the most important item being his wand. Kyle didn't need directions. He knew Diagon Alley like the back of his hand. Before long, he reached his destination, the small, slightly run-down shop. Ollivander's Wand Shop, expertly crafted wands since 382 BC. Kyle stood in the doorway, a bit speechless, as he always was when he visited the place. The shop looked so neglected, with thick layers of dust on the windows. You could practically scrape the grime off and mold it into a sculpture right outside the door. Did wizards have a preference for old, worn-out things? Gringotts and the Flying Broomstick shop both look clean and well-maintained, Kyle thought. But this place. Then again, Ollivander's was the most renowned wand shop in the wizarding world, and maybe that was part of the charm exclusivity wrapped in mystery and age. Perhaps looking ancient is just part of the magic of being an elite shop, he mused. But Gringotts, also an exclusive business, didn't look like it was falling apart. He had wondered about this for a long time, even asking Chris and Mr. Weasley in the past, but neither had given him a clear answer. Standing there now, Kyle could only shrug, deciding to chalk it up to the eccentricity of a master craftsman. After all, Ollivander's reputation was unparalleled, and it was important to maintain good relations. Asking why his shop was so run down might offend the legendary wand maker. That was a conversation best left untouched. However, Kyle did consider a different option. Since Ron would be starting school next year, he could discuss it with Fred and George and see if they'd be willing to poke around for an answer. Don't say I'm cheating my friends, Kyle thought, smirking to himself. I'm cheating Ron Weasley. What does that have to do with his beloved family and friends? It's only Fred and George's younger brother Ronald Weasley asking. In any case, Kyle still had a wand to buy, so he carefully pushed open the door and stepped inside. Diana and Chris hadn't followed him in. They probably assumed the process of choosing a wand would take a while. After hearing that Kyle needed to visit Ollivander's first, they had decided to head to Gringotts instead. The inside of the shop, while still old and cluttered, was much cleaner than the exterior. Shelves stacked high with narrow, dusty boxes lined the walls, and though the items appeared haphazardly arranged, there was a certain order to the chaos. With a soft chime from the door, an elderly man's graying head popped up behind the counter. "Good afternoon, my boy," said Ollivander, his sharp eyes glinting with curiosity as he examined Kyle. Then, as if struck by an odd thought, he asked, "Are you here alone?" "Yes," Kyle replied, feeling puzzled. "Is there a problem?" Ollivander shook his head. "No, of course not." But as he spoke, Kyle caught a fleeting look of disappointment in his eyes. Strange. Why would a shopkeeper be disappointed to have a customer? Maybe it's just my imagination, Kyle thought, shaking his head to clear the feeling. "All right then, young wizard," Ollivander continued, stepping out from behind the counter. "May I ask your name?" "Kyle Chopper," Kyle answered promptly. "Chopper," Ollivander repeated, his brow furrowing slightly. "And Mr. Chris is?" "My father," Kyle clarified. "Ah, of course," Ollivander muttered, glancing briefly toward the door before quickly turning back. "The name Chopper isn't one I often hear in the British wizarding world, you see." Now it was obvious Ollivander was disappointed. Kyle couldn't deny it. The old wandmaker's face practically screamed it when he learned Chris was his father. Not only that, but Ollivander had started muttering something about willow wood or hornbeam wood under his breath, though Kyle couldn't quite make it out. Still, Kyle was more interested in getting his wand than worrying about why Ollivander seemed so bothered. After all, he was here for business. "Mr. Ollivander, I'm right-handed," Kyle said, extending his arm straight out to make the measuring process easier. He knew the drill. Measurements were taken, then came the long process of testing wands, which could take quite a while. With so many wands in the shop, it was unlikely Ollivander would find the perfect match in one go. The usual method involved trying wands one by one. Kyle braced himself for what he expected to be a lengthy search. But Ollivander's next words took him by surprise. "Oh, my boy, if it's you, there's no need for that." Before Kyle could even react, Ollivander bypassed the usual measuring entirely. He walked straight to the counter, pulled out a wand box from the most prominent spot, opened it, and placed it in front of Kyle with swift precision, as though he had known all along which wand would suit him. "Well, what are you waiting for? Try it," Ollivander urged when Kyle hesitated. "Huh? Oh, right," Kyle replied, snapping out of his confusion. He picked up the wand from the box. It was a simple wand, gray-black in color, with a smooth surface free of any elaborate decorations or engravings. Aside from the standard handle, there were no frills, just an ordinary, unassuming wand. But the moment Kyle held it, before he had even attempted to cast a spell, a bright white light shot out from the wand's tip, flooding the entire shop with light. The previously dim and dusty room felt instantly transformed, as if a skylight had been opened, bathing the shop in warmth and brightness. "Good, excellent," Ollivander exclaimed, clearly thrilled. Without waiting for Kyle to ask, he continued speaking to himself. 13.5 inches, cedar wood, phoenix feather core. "I must say, this is a rather magical combination." "A magical match?" Kyle echoed, a little confused. "Yes, magical," Ollivander said with a patient smile, looking directly at Kyle. "A cedar wand usually chooses a wizard with great wisdom and keen insight. These wizards are calm by nature, and every choice they make is carefully considered. As my father used to say, you can never fool a wizard who carries a cedar wand." "I wholeheartedly agree with that," he went on, explaining. "Cedar wand owners tend to favor the stability and loyalty of unicorn tail hair cores. Phoenix tail feathers, by contrast, are known for their fiery and independent nature, sometimes too aggressive. In fact, I've crafted and sold 36 cedar wands in total. Of those, 30 contained unicorn tail hair, and 5 had dragon heartstrings. The last one," Ollivander paused, smiling broadly as he pointed at Kyle, "is the one you're holding now." Kyle, still puzzled, asked, "But sir, didn't you say those materials don't typically go well together? Then why did you make it?" "Not make it because the materials don't usually pair well," Oh, no, 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 that would be quite wrong, Ollivander chuckled, shaking his head. You see, the wand chooses the wizard, my boy. From the moment they are created, each wand knows exactly who its wizard will be. It's not that the materials don't work together, rather, they only find harmony in the hands of their destined owner. He gestured to the stacks of dusty wand boxes behind him. Those wands over there, still waiting for their owners. They're not here because they're bad wands, but because their time hasn't come. Their wizards are simply waiting for their letters from Hogwarts. Ollivander paused for a moment, then continued with a gleam in his eye. And you see, even the most seemingly opposite wands and cores can work perfectly together in the hands of the right wizard. That's the beauty of wand lore. Take the wand you're holding now. Your father, Chris, tried it. Your mother, Diana, tried it. But it wasn't a perfect match for either of them. They were close, but not quite right. And so, after I learned of your birth, I've been waiting for this day. It's truly perfect, isn't it? Kyle nodded slowly, still absorbing the moment. The feeling of control and connection with the wand in his hand was powerful, almost addictive. He couldn't imagine parting with it now. Though the process had been different than expected, the result was better than he could have hoped for. Kyle was very satisfied with his new wand. Well then, my boy, 7 galleons, Ollivander said, smiling even more brightly now. Okay, Kyle replied, pulling out the 7 gold galleons he had prepared in advance and placing them on the counter. The price for a first-year student's wand was always 7 galleons, a reasonable deal for such a crucial item. This discount only applied to young wizards enrolling at Hogwarts for the first time. After Kyle paid, Ollivander bowed slightly in gratitude. He watched Kyle leave the shop before turning his attention to the next young wizard who had just stepped inside, accompanied by an adult. Oh, we meet again, Mr. Thomas. 11 inches, hawthorn wood, it seems you've got the cedarwood wand, Chris remarked the moment they met up outside Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. He immediately recognized the wand Kyle was holding. It was a rather unusual match, and Chris had always been impressed by it. In fact, it was this very type of wand that had led him to first meet Diana. Now, unexpectedly, it was in Kyle's hands. Chris looked at Kyle with a hint of emotion, but his expression soon shifted as if a thought had just struck him. He patted Kyle's shoulder heavily and said, My dear, I regret to inform you that with this wand, you're probably not going to end up in Gryffindor. Not in Gryffindor. Kyle's mouth twitched slightly. He already had an idea of what his father meant. Ollivander had mentioned that cedar wands chose wizards with sharp insight and a natural calmness. Gryffindor, on the other hand, well, calmness wasn't exactly their defining trait. Kyle hadn't even started school yet, and he was already being rejected by a house. It was kind of disheartening news. What are you two laughing about? Diana asked curiously as she walked over, her arms full of supplies. She had gone to buy Kyle a cauldron and had also stopped by the stationery shop to pick up some quills and parchment, so she hadn't heard the conversation. Nothing much, just that Dad said I won't get into Gryffindor if I carry this wand, Kyle explained, holding up his new wand for Diana to see. Diana, recognizing the cedar wand as well, laughed along with Chris. I'm sorry, dear, but I think your father might be right. Neither Chris nor Diana seemed to care much which Hogwarts house Kyle would be sorted into. To them, as long as it was Hogwarts, the house didn't really matter. Kyle felt the same way. Like choosing a wand, getting fitted for school robes was a time-consuming task. Mrs. Malkin, a true professional, took her time measuring Kyle, but even so, it took over 20 minutes just to get the basic measurements. Since Kyle was a bit taller than most boys his age, the shop didn't have his size in stock, meaning the robes would need to be custom-made. That would take around 2 hours. Kyle thought it over and decided it would be more convenient to leave his home address and have the robes delivered by owl. It was already 5 p.m., and 2 hours later it would be 7 o'clock p.m. too late to wait around. Express delivery seemed like the best option. Their next stop was Flourish and Blott's, the bookstore. This time, the shopping was much quicker. It took Kyle less than 5 minutes to gather all his required textbooks for the upcoming school year. In addition to the standard set, he also picked up 2 extra books for leisure reading. The first was Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Revised Edition, by Newt Scamander. Although his family already owned 19 copies of the book, Kyle couldn't resist supporting Newt by buying the latest version. The new edition had 30 extra pages and introduced 7 new magical creatures. It was a great deal and a worthy addition to his collection. The second book was something Kyle stumbled upon by accident. While heading to the checkout, he kicked a dusty book out of a corner. Ordinary Spells and Solutions. As the title suggested, it contained an assortment of common spells like the Lighting Charm, the Levitation Charm, and the Scouring Charm. What made the book appealing was its thoroughness. There were a ton of spells packed into it. It was like the spell version of Fantastic Beasts, and at just 1 galleon, it was a bargain. Kyle flipped through it briefly before deciding to buy it. It might not be all that useful in the long run, but it seemed like good entertainment for when he had time to kill. In truth, there were many more books Kyle wanted to read, books on charms, potions, transfiguration, and more. The list could probably fill an entire parchment. However, he refrained from purchasing them for a simple reason: he would soon be at Hogwarts, home to one of the oldest and largest libraries in the wizarding world. Why spend money on books when you could borrow them from the school's vast collection? Unless it was a textbook required for class or a book he was particularly fond of, Kyle didn't see the need to buy them. After all, galleons didn't grow on trees, and he wasn't about to spend frivolously when better resources were available at school. After leaving Flourish and Blots, Kyle had nearly finished shopping for the school year. In fact, he had already bought everything he needed. The only thing left on the typical Hogwarts list was a pet, but Kyle didn't need one. Chris had rescued many injured owls over the years, so the Chopper family had earned a strong reputation in the owl community. As a result, Kyle had more than enough owl assistance at his disposal. Whenever he stood by the window with a letter or package, a whole flock of owls, many from Hogwarts, would eagerly compete to deliver it for him. All he had to do was offer a few snacks as a reward. It was incredibly convenient and, more importantly, saved him the trouble of buying a pet. Another galleon saved, Kyle thought with satisfaction. Kyle had originally planned to use the money he'd saved to buy a broomstick. He didn't need one of the newest models, something simple like the Nimbus 1500 or a Clean Sweep 7 would do just fine. These older brooms were cost-effective, and while they didn't have the shine of newer models, their performance wasn't all that different. Plus, the price was less than a third of the latest brooms. Take, for example, the Nimbus 1500, which had been all the rage 2 years ago. Back then, it had sold for 300 galleons, but now, it was available for just 80 galleons, practically a steal. Kyle had been saving his pocket money for years, and he was almost ready to afford it. The Clean Sweep 7, another model he had his eye on, was a bit more expensive at around 100 galleons, but it was still within reach with a little help from Chris. Excited about the prospect, Kyle had brought up the idea of buying a broomstick. However, Diana shot the suggestion down in an instant. Her reasoning was simple: Hogwarts rules strictly prohibited first-year students from bringing their own broomsticks. Buying one now would be pointless, and there was already a broom at home he could use during the holidays. Chris, trying to remain neutral, could only give Kyle a helpless shrug, signaling that he had no choice but to side with Diana on this one. Still, wanting to lift Kyle's spirits, Chris made sure to take him to the window of the flying broomstick shop, letting him admire the brooms on display for a few moments before they headed toward the leaky cauldron. The Weasleys, who had accompanied them earlier, had already left while Kyle was getting his robes fitted. Mrs. Weasley needed to return home to prepare a large dinner, a task that took considerable time given the size of the Weasley family. Cooking for 6 children was no small task, even with the aid of magic, and it would take her more than an hour to get everything ready. Kyle regretted 2 things that day. First, he hadn't been able to buy the flying broomstick he had wanted so badly. And second, he had missed out on the chance to see the twins embarrass themselves again, a sight he had been looking forward to almost as much as the broom. The days leading up to the start of the school year were busy and exciting for Kyle. He spent every waking moment in his room, experimenting with a variety of charms and spells. Although he came from a magical family, his opportunities to practice magic before now had been limited. For starters, neither Chris nor Diana treated their wands like ordinary tools. They considered them almost like an extension of themselves. Their wands were precious, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they viewed them as their second lives. As a result, Kyle was only allowed to hold their wands twice a year, on Christmas and his birthday. Kyle understood the significance of these moments. He made sure to keep things simple, using basic spells like the wand lighting charm or the unlocking charm, both of which had minimal risks even if they failed. But there was another challenge: wand compatibility. Even though Kyle was their son, both of his parents' wands showed no affinity for him. The rejection was clear. Diana's wand, in particular, felt completely inert in Kyle's hands, no different than holding a regular stick. No matter how many times he recited the incantations, the wand refused to respond. Due to these limitations, Kyle had spent most of his pre-Hogwarts years focusing on non-magical subjects like Quidditch, herbology, and magical creatures. He had very little actual practice with spells. But now, at 11 years old, with his very own wand in hand, he could finally cut loose and explore his magical potential. Chris didn't mind this at all. In fact, he enjoyed it, often offering Kyle enthusiastic advice and relishing his brief moments of playing the teacher. As a result, Kyle's room became a small haven of flickering light as he practiced spell after spell. At first, things went smoothly. Kyle was practicing basic charms that didn't cause much trouble for anyone else. But as he mastered more and more advanced spells, complications inevitably arose. One afternoon, as Chris sat at the dining table enjoying a cup of black tea, the teacup across from him suddenly lifted off the table and began to float slowly upstairs. Chris, unfazed, tapped his wand and gently guided the cup back down to the table. "Kyle," he called out, "you must always know exactly where you want the object to go when using Oxio. And I suggest starting with a quill or parchment, at least they won't break." "Okay, Dad." Kyle's voice echoed from upstairs, though Chris wasn't entirely convinced he was listening. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. In fact, Chris had used more mending charms in the last few days than he had in the past 10 years. He had even been forced to apply anti-summoning charms to every fragile object in the house. Just as Chris was lost in thought, a loaf of bread whizzed past his head and smashed into the ceiling with a loud crunch. To be fair, Kyle was improving. The bread had flown much faster this time. With a sigh, Chris waved his wand to send the loaf back to the kitchen, all while silently praising Diana's foresight. She had confiscated Kyle's cauldron on the very first day. If not for her quick thinking, Chris shuddered to imagine what state the house might have been in by now. After all, 11-year-old wizards, especially new ones, were notorious for causing a bit of chaos. The Weasleys next door had proven that much, and their own family was no exception. But fortunately, those chaotic days were almost over. Hogwarts was starting tomorrow, and that thought filled Chris with relief. Finally, a break. With a contented sigh, Chris lifted his cup of black tea and took a long, satisfying sip. As evening approached, time passed quickly. Diana hadn't returned home yet due to a task she had to finish, so Chris, who was utterly useless in the kitchen, eagerly accepted Mrs. Weasley's invitation to bring Kyle over for dinner at the Burrow, which was just a short walk away. He brought along some ingredients, but his gesture wasn't met with the warmest reception. Mrs. Weasley, unsurprisingly, was not pleased. She scolded Chris for bringing food when he was supposed to be a guest, telling him it was a sign of distrust in their friendship. Chris didn't argue, though. He simply tossed the ingredients into the kitchen with a laugh and allowed her to vent, knowing this routine all too well. Meanwhile, Kyle had naturally blended in with the Weasley children. This was nothing new for him. Whenever Diana was off on an errand and couldn't make it back, he and Chris often had dinner with the Weasleys. This familiar scene played out every time, making it a regular part of their lives. Not far from the house, Kyle and the Weasley kids were cleaning up the gnomes from the garden. The term cleaning was used loosely. They were really just playing a game. The rules were simple. One person grabbed a gnome by the legs and flung it into the air, while the other used a wooden bat to hit it like a hacky sack. Whoever sent the gnome the farthest won the game and earned the grand prize, a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Initially, Chris didn't approve of the game. He thought tossing the gnomes out of the garden should be enough, without the added element of batting practice. But his perspective shifted when, one day, he discovered that the gnomes had dug up the scurvy grass he'd been carefully cultivating for a year. After that, he stopped objecting. In fact, he even gifted Kyle a top-quality bat for Christmas, signed by the batsman of the Wimburn Wasps. It was well-crafted, perfectly balanced, and ideal for smacking gnomes. Since then, Kyle had won 5 consecutive gnome batting championships. Today was no exception. "It's not fair," Ron complained, glancing at Kyle's signed bat and then at the stick he'd picked up from the ground. "The equipment gap is too big." "It's not that big," Kyle said, smiling. "Equipment is secondary. What's important is having the belief in your heart that you can win. I don't win because my bat is better, I win because I want it more than you do." Kyle tossed Ron a bright red Bertie Bott's bean. "By the way, Ron, before you start grumbling about equipment, you might want to focus on beating Ginny first. Her stick is way smaller than yours, and she's still ahead of you." There were 5 players in today's game, and Ron had landed in last place, even several meters behind his younger sister, Ginny. Kyle's words made Ron's face flush with embarrassment. Losing to Ginny wasn't exactly something he could brag about, but his attention was quickly drawn to the bean Kyle had tossed him. It was bright red and looked tempting. He cautiously popped it into his mouth, hoping for a decent flavor. As soon as the taste hit, Ron's face lit up. It was raspberry. He chewed happily, savoring the sweet flavor. Somehow, Kyle always managed to pick out the best Bertie Bott's beans. Ron couldn't help feeling envious. He had never figured out how Kyle did it. Every time Ron picked a bean, it was something awful like liver or spinach. Once, he even had the misfortune of eating one that tasted like dragon dung. The mix of fishy, rotten berry with fermented undertones had been enough to make him gag. The mere thought of it made his stomach churn all over. Kyle, Ron, and the rest of the Weasley children had spent the evening throwing gnomes in the yard, but now it was time for dinner. After playing for a while, Mrs. Weasley's familiar voice called out from the Burrow, announcing that the meal was ready. The group, already hungry, quickly abandoned their game and made their way back to the house. As they walked, Kyle casually handed out the remaining Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the prize box he had won earlier. He gave Ron one and popped one into his own mouth, leaving the rest for Ginny. The young girl, wary of the dreaded dragon dung flavor, hurried over to Kyle, hoping he'd help her avoid any unpleasant surprises. Kyle understood her request, but he resolutely refused, saying, "Young people need to try new things, Ginny. After all, the whole point of Bertie Bott's beans is the surprise. If there were no risks, they'd just be called sugar beans." Ginny pouted, but Kyle stood his ground. He wasn't being lazy, he was just encouraging her sense of adventure. After all, the tagline was "Every bite is a new adventure." A few minutes later, the group started toward the house, Kyle leading the way with Ron close behind. But before they got far, Fred and George came barreling forward, shoving Ron to the side as they hurried past. Ron stumbled, nearly falling into a nearby gnome hole, and shot the twins an angry look. His face turned red with frustration, clearly ready to lash out at them if they didn't apologize. Unfortunately for Ron, Fred and George didn't even notice. Their attention was completely focused on Kyle. They'd been scheming ever since their mishap in Diagon Alley, which they considered one of the most embarrassing moments of their lives. The twins had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to get back at Kyle, and now that they were back at the Burrow, that chance had arrived. Ron fumed silently behind them, but he knew from experience that confronting his older brothers would only lead to a tussle he couldn't win. Fred and George had bullied him plenty of times before, and things usually worked themselves out after a few days and a shared snack. For now, however, Ron had no choice but to accept that they were too focused on Kyle to care about his grievances. As everyone made their way to the dining area, Mrs. Weasley set up a cozy table outside in the yard to accommodate the larger group. Once Kyle sat down in his usual spot, Fred and George quickly flanked him, sitting on either side with suspicious grins. Kyle raised an eyebrow, immediately sensing that something was up. He muttered to himself, a little surprised. He had never seen the twins sit apart like this. Their sudden positioning was far too deliberate. This doesn't bode well, Kyle thought. Their intentions were clear enough, but without knowing what they had planned, Kyle decided to act normal and helped Mrs. Weasley finish setting the table. As he arranged the last dish, his nose was met with the mouth-watering aroma of hearty home-cooked food, fluffy, crispy buns, soft roasted potatoes, fragrant roast chicken, golden fried chicken nuggets, and tender veal steaks. It was a feast fit for a family, as always at the Weasleys' table. Once the food was served and everyone had taken their seats, dinner officially began. Kyle remained cautious throughout, keenly aware that the twins were likely planning some kind of mischief. He carefully examined every bite, not wanting to accidentally eat something strange. He'd rather not suffer any public embarrassment, especially with Fred and George sitting so close, clearly plotting something. Though the food was delicious, Kyle couldn't help but wonder about Hogwarts meals. He wasn't expecting Chinese food, but maybe he could hope for some good French cuisine or at the very least, a decent pasta or pizza. For now, though, he kept his focus on his plate, determined not to fall into whatever trap Fred and George had prepared. With Kyle on high alert, the twins' plan seemed to stall. Throughout dinner, Fred and George behaved as usual, cracking jokes and making everyone laugh without showing any signs of mischief. Kyle's suspicion began to wane as the meal progressed. However, just as the table reached its liveliest point, Fred struck. After telling a particularly funny joke about a Slytherin student with greasy hair, he turned to George and said, "Hey, George, Kyle's going to Hogwarts tomorrow. Should we give him some advice? You know, for his own safety. After all, it can be pretty dangerous." George, who had been struggling to swallow a large bite of steak, caught on immediately. He pretended to consider the suggestion for a moment before responding, I don't think it's necessary, Fred. We should trust Kyle, he's very capable. It's only an adult troll after all. He'll definitely be able to take it down and pass the house sorting without any problems." Fred nodded solemnly. "You're right, George. And Mr. Kyle Chopper, with his pride, surely wouldn't want to rely on us for help. He doesn't even call us seniors." Their plan was simple, scare Kyle with exaggerated stories about Hogwarts house sorting, making him lose sleep the night before his big day. Fred, grinning with satisfaction, was certain this would be the perfect revenge for what had happened in Diagon Alley. As if on cue, the adults joined in, their eyes gleaming with mischief. The topic of the new students' house sorting, or more specifically, terrifying new students before they entered Hogwarts, had always been a popular pastime among older wizards. It was now Kyle's turn to be the victim of their well-practiced prank. "My dear, don't believe them," Mrs. Weasley said, scolding the twins with a tone that was only half serious. She turned to Kyle, smiling reassuringly. "It's really not that scary, just a little test involving some ghosts. There's no real danger at all." "Molly, how can you lie to the boy?" Mr. Weasley chimed in, faking outrage as he shot a mock glare at his wife. "Kyle's a smart lad. We should be honest with him. I'm sure he could handle taming a hippogriff by himself." "A hippogriff? I thought it was a dragon," Chris said, pretending to be confused before turning to Kyle with absolute certainty. "Son, trust your father. It's definitely a dragon. And I bet this year it'll be a Hungarian horntail." The chaotic back and forth continued, with each adult throwing in their own ridiculous version of what Kyle might face at Hogwarts. Fred and George sat back, pleased that their prank was gaining momentum, sure that Kyle would fall for it. But Kyle, already onto them, played his part perfectly. He nodded along seriously to each ridiculous claim, responding with phrases like, "Oh, I see, yes, I can, and I trust you, Dad," all while keeping a straight face. Mrs. Weasley looked relieved. Mr. Weasley appeared more determined than ever. And Chris, though still uncertain, seemed to take some comfort in Kyle's unwavering agreement. The truth was, Kyle knew what this was, a ritual of sorts, a kind of playful hazing. The wizarding world had limited sources of entertainment, Quidditch, some minor festivities, and, of course, fooling young witches and wizards. It was tradition, and Kyle had no reason to spoil their fun. He played along with enthusiasm, finding it amusing rather than nerve-wracking. After all, he thought, it's just a show. Let them have their fun. As laughter and banter filled the table, no one seemed to notice two small, helpless figures trembling in the far corner, two garden gnomes who had wandered too close to the festivities, caught in the crossfire of the night's light-hearted pranks. Kyle may not have been fooled by the adults' usual tall tales, but they had definitely done the trick for Ron and Ginny. Ron, in particular, had been listening intently, eager to gather some inside knowledge for when he started Hogwarts the following year. But as the conversation progressed, his face turned a sickly shade of pale. Trolls, ghosts, and hippogriffs were extreme, sure, but Ron figured he could manage to escape if things got really bad. The Hogwarts professors wouldn't let students face anything truly deadly, right? But a dragon? That was another matter entirely. Dragons were classified as XXXXX level magical creatures, dangerous even to fully trained adult wizards. For an 11-year-old, facing a dragon sounded like certain death. By the time the professors had cast their protection spells, Ron feared he'd already be a pile of ash from a single sneeze of dragon fire. Is this seriously what school is like? Ron thought, his heart sinking. He felt an overwhelming urge to run away from home and never look back. Hogwarts sounded less like a place of learning and more like a death trap. Ginny wasn't faring much better. Her usually vibrant red hair seemed to have lost its shine, and her face was pale as she stared down at her plate, visibly shaken. Kyle, noticing her distress, leaned over with concern. "What's wrong, Ginny?" he asked softly. "Why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell?" Ginny shook her head quickly, not wanting to admit her fear in front of her brothers. "No, I'm fine," she said, forcing a smile. "I'm just full." Given that she was only 9 and had already eaten half a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, it wasn't entirely a lie her appetite wasn't large to begin with. The sudden talk about dragons and sorting, however, had sapped the rest of her hunger. "I see, that's a shame," Kyle replied, accepting her explanation without much thought. He calmly reached over and took the grilled fish from Ginny's plate, placing it onto his own. Grilled fish was one of Mrs. Weasley's specialties, and it was best eaten fresh. He'd been craving it for a while, so he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Ginny didn't stop him, though she watched with a sad expression as Kyle devoured the fish she had been saving. The thought of having to face a dragon in 2 years had killed any remaining desire for food. In the end, she simply turned her head away, hoping to forget about it. Fred and George, seated next to her, sighed dramatically in unison. They had also been eyeing the grilled fish, but Kyle had beaten them to it. Undeterred, the twins shifted their focus to Ron. Unfortunately for them, Ron's plate had already been picked clean. His fish was long gone, the bones gnawed so thoroughly that even a flobberworm would have trouble finding anything left to slide across. Seeing their chance for mischief, Fred leaned in with a grin. "What's wrong, Ron? Scared of the dragon?" he teased, patting Ron on the shoulder in a rare display of brotherly concern. "Don't worry, the dragon's only there for 1 year. By the time you get to Hogwarts, they'll probably replace it with another creature." "Yeah," George chimed in with perfect timing. "I think it'll be spiders next year. I saw some in the Forbidden Forest about the size of gnomes. Maybe Hagrid's getting them ready for the sorting ceremony." At the mention of spiders, Ron's face went from pale to ghostly white. His eyes widened in sheer terror. "No," he screamed, throwing his cutlery down and bolting from the table, sprinting back toward the burrow without a second thought. Fred and George burst out laughing, watching with wicked delight as Ron dashed away in pure panic. They'd succeeded in scaring him senseless, and the way he had reacted was everything they had hoped for. But despite their victory, the twins didn't entirely escape consequences for their mischief. As they laughed, Mrs. Weasley's sharp voice rang out from across the table. "George, why were you in the Forbidden Forest?" Mrs. Weasley's sharp question cut through the twins' laughter like a blade. She fixed them with a stern gaze, her keen eyes narrowing. "I don't recall Hogwarts allowing first years into the Forbidden Forest." Fred and George froze in their tracks, realizing they'd said too much. "Mum, I can explain," Fred started, but it was too late. The twins attempted to make a break for it, but having only just begun their second year, they were no match for Mrs. Weasley. She quickly caught them, and what followed was the familiar scene of motherly scolding and the twins' attempts at half-hearted apologies. Though Kyle had witnessed this ritual countless times over the years, it never ceased to entertain him. He watched with interest, and his appetite even improved as he enjoyed the show. Kyle didn't doubt that the twins had ventured into the Forbidden Forest. They were known for their reckless behavior. However, he was pretty sure the part about the spiders was just a ploy to scare Ron. Though it's ironic, Kyle thought, that they accidentally stumbled onto the truth. The acromantulas in the forest were far from harmless, and if Fred and George had really encountered one, they'd likely have set up a permanent residence there by now. Kyle recalled that the acromantula colony was deep within the forest. Fred and George, adventurous as they were, wouldn't have ventured that far in. They might have been troublemakers, but they weren't suicidal. They didn't have Harry Potter's luck or his knack for getting into life-threatening situations. After another 20 minutes or so, dinner began to wind down. Despite a few interruptions, the evening had been lively and enjoyable for everyone. Kyle, especially, had a great time. Once dinner ended, Percy went upstairs to review his homework, ever the diligent student. Meanwhile, Ron, carrying a small bundle in a bid to run away from home, was caught and was now taking the twins' place, being chased around the yard by a determined Mrs. Weasley. As this chaotic scene played out, Mr. Weasley and Chris continued their conversation in a quieter corner of the burrow. "Chris, what you did earlier was a bit much," Mr. Weasley said, shaking his head with a smile. "It's just the sorting, after all no one actually faces a dragon." "Kyle's clever, I'm sure he realized we were pulling his leg." "No, Arthur, you've got it wrong," Chris replied, shaking his head. "The plan was never going to work. You see, Kyle has spent at least 2 months every year with Newt Scamander since he was 3. Do you really think he's afraid of trolls or hippogriffs?" Mr. Weasley blinked, momentarily thrown off by the information. "Oh, I suppose that makes sense. But wait, are you saying Kyle can, well, communicate with magical creatures? Like you?" Chris nodded with a small smile. "Exactly. So, it's impossible for him to be afraid of a hippogriff. He's used to dealing with creatures far more dangerous than that. Honestly, the only thing that might give him pause is a full-grown dragon." Mr. Weasley glanced at Chris, a hint of envy creeping into his expression. "That's an incredible ability. If only I could communicate with Muggle objects the way you do with magical creatures." "Wait, what?" Chris was caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation. He stifled a laugh, realizing where Arthur's thoughts had wandered. It's not as impressive as it sounds, Arthur. My ability is limited to magical creatures, mice, toads, owls, that sort of thing. Regular animals don't respond. You can only figure out what they're thinking through experience. Chris's point was clear. Even if Mr. Weasley magically changed his surname to Chopper, he wouldn't suddenly be able to have meaningful conversations with everyday objects like toasters or cars. In the wizarding world, September 1st is a very important day, especially for witches and wizards over the age of 11 who have not yet graduated. On this day, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry begins its school year. Young witches and wizards who have just turned 11 eagerly await this day, counting down with anticipation, hoping it will come quickly. However, for those aged 12 to 17, it's not necessarily a day of excitement. The start of the school year marks the end of a carefree summer holiday, bringing with it the realization that all the work they had blissfully forgotten about is now waiting for them. And that, of course, is not good news. This feeling was especially true for Kyle and the Weasley twins. In the front yard of the Burrow, Kyle, standing in front, looked excited, while Fred and George, who were behind him, seemed nervous, whispering to each other occasionally as if they were first years heading to Hogwarts for the very first time. Yes, Kyle was here too. Chris had planned to disapparate with him directly to King's Cross, but just before they could leave, Mrs. Weasley had appeared at the door. She seemed to know exactly what Chris had in mind and, without missing a beat, told him that there were too many muggles at King's Cross for it to be safe to disapparate. She insisted that Kyle should travel with them instead. Chris, seeing Mrs. Weasley's determined expression, swallowed his objections and simply nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Kyle rubbed his forehead in mild frustration. He wanted to point out to Mrs. Weasley that, in the eyes of muggles, seeing 9 people pile out of a ford would be far more conspicuous than 2 people suddenly appearing out of thin air. After all, they weren't in India, and the ford wasn't some sacred vehicle with a diamond-shaped logo allowing infinite passengers. But, at 11 years old, his opinion didn't carry much weight, so he stayed quiet. Just then, Mrs. Weasley approached Kyle and asked kindly, "Dear, have you packed everything?" "Of course," Kyle replied, giving a light kick to the large suitcase at his feet. "I checked it 3 times before we left. Everything's in there." "That's good," Mrs. Weasley said with a smile and a nod. While they were talking, Mr. Weasley arrived, pulling up in an old, vintage car. It was their mode of transport for the day, a Ford that had passed through at least 9 different owners and been bought from who knows where. Yet Mr. Weasley adored it and treated it with great care. "What are we waiting for? Get in the car," Mr. Weasley said, ushering Chris to get in first. At that point, Kyle realized it was too late to object, so with a resigned sigh, he climbed into the car, followed by the rest of the Weasley family. The inside of the car had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, so despite squeezing in 9 people and a hefty amount of luggage, it didn't feel cramped at all. Mr. Weasley, a skilled driver, kept the ride smooth, with no noticeable bumps, sudden braking, or awkward starts, certainly better than a ride on the night bus. They arrived at King's Cross Station at around 10 o'clock, right on schedule. Thankfully, Kyle's earlier fears didn't come true. In fact, the people around them paid no attention to the old, rickety Ford. The group made their way seamlessly to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Once they reached this spot, they no longer had to worry about being noticed by muggles. A nearby muggle-repelling charm ensured that ordinary people would instinctively avoid the area. Even in rare instances when something unusual did catch a muggle's eye, members of the Ministry of Magic stationed nearby would handle it swiftly. It was a very secure process. Under Mrs. Weasley's guidance, the group lined up and, one by one, passed through the seemingly solid barrier, emerging on the other side at platform 9 3/4. The platform was bustling with life, much busier than the area outside. Next to it stood a dark red steam train, proudly displaying a sign that read, "Hogwarts Express." "Looks like I'm not late after all," came a gentle voice from behind Kyle. Hearing the familiar tone, Kyle spun around quickly and saw Diana smiling warmly at him. "Mom," Kyle exclaimed in surprise. "You had an errand to run earlier." "It's already taken care of," Diana replied, kneeling down to straighten his clothes. "Today is your first day at school. I wouldn't miss such an important day for anything." "That's great," Kyle beamed. It would have been a real shame if only Chris had been there to see him off to Hogwarts. Diana spent a few more minutes chatting with Kyle, making sure he was ready. She didn't let him board the train until it was almost time for it to depart. Just before he left, she said, "I'm sure Chris has given you the full Hogwarts lecture, so I won't repeat it." Diana's deep blue eyes locked onto Kyle's, and her tone became serious. "Dear, your father and I graduated a long time ago, and we don't want to relive our school days by hearing from your professors, especially Dumbledore. So, please, no letters from Hogwarts, okay?" "Don't worry, Mom," Kyle grinned. "I'll follow the rules. There's no reason for them to send any letters to the family." "Of course, dear," Diana replied, kissing Kyle lightly on the cheek and watching him step onto the train. "And don't forget to let us know which house you're sorted into." "I won't," Kyle nodded before boarding the train. A few minutes later, the train slowly began to pull away from the platform. Only then did Diana finally turn her gaze away. Not far behind her, Chris had just finished talking to a middle-aged man and walked over to her. "Mr. Diggory showing off his son again?" Diana asked with a laugh. It was clear that the person Chris had been speaking with was someone she knew well. Amos Diggory, like Chris, worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. He also had a son attending Hogwarts, though his son was a year older than Kyle and in the same year as the Weasley twins. However, unlike the mischievous twins, Cedric Diggory was outstanding in every way, much like Percy Weasley had been in his early years at Hogwarts. Amos, being a bit of a braggart, took every opportunity to boast about his son's accomplishments. If he'd only done it once or twice, people would praise him in return, but since he went on and on about it, it had become tiresome. Eventually, Amos earned a reputation as one of the more unpopular people in the ministry, especially among parents whose children had more average achievements at Hogwarts. Many avoided him whenever possible. If they happened to cross paths, they would quickly look away and try to avoid conversation, speaking only if absolutely necessary. When avoidance was impossible, like when trapped together in an elevator or if they worked in the same department as Chris, they would exchange a few polite words before quickly finding an excuse to leave, never giving Amos a chance to turn the topic towards Cedric. This time, Chris hadn't been able to dodge him. Cedric is very talented, Chris admitted with a weary smile. But never mind that. Is your task really complete? Though Chris wasn't privy to the details of Diana's work in the Department of Mysteries, he knew that missions originating from there usually took at least a month to finish. It was hard to believe it had been wrapped up in just 2 days. Of course not, Diana said, narrowing her eyes playfully. But my colleagues are quite laid back. They won't make a fuss about me taking a little time off. Kyle boarded the train, only to find that most of the first few carriages were already full. He couldn't help it, he had boarded late, and it was hard to find an empty seat by this time. With a sigh, he used the floating charm to lift his luggage and made his way toward the back of the train, hoping for better luck. Eventually, he found a relatively spacious compartment near the end. Inside, there was only one other boy, about his age. Although the boy wasn't quite as handsome as Kyle, he was certainly better looking than the Weasley twins. Knock, knock. Kyle rapped lightly on the door and asked politely, "Hello, may I sit here? All the other seats are taken." "Of course, go ahead and sit down," the boy replied quickly. "Thanks." After entering the compartment, Kyle placed his luggage on the shelf, then turned to introduce himself, extending his hand. "Hello, I'm Kyle Chopper, a new student this year." The boy seemed distracted and didn't respond right away. When he finally snapped out of his thoughts, he reached out to shake Kyle's hand. "Oh, sorry, Cedric Diggory, second year at Hogwarts." "Cedric?" Kyle was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected to meet such a well-known figure as soon as he boarded the train. Cedric Diggory, the future Triwizard champion and one of Hogwarts' brightest students. No wonder he looked so handsome. Kyle recalled that their families both lived near the village of St. Catchpole, but for various reasons, the two had never crossed paths. Not even once. Kyle had tried to meet him a few times in the past, but the Diggory family had always kept their doors closed. Eventually, Kyle had given up. How strange that their first meeting would happen on the Hogwarts Express. However, it was clear that Cedric had something on his mind, so Kyle didn't push the conversation any further. After their brief exchange, Kyle pulled out the standard book of spells, grade 1 that he'd bought from Flourish and Blots, and began reading. Cedric, meanwhile, continued staring off into space. Outside the train window, a light drizzle began to fall without warning. It was typical of the weather here, rain that came suddenly and without notice. Kyle glanced at the rain but quickly returned to his book, unfazed. He was used to it, and in fact, he rather enjoyed reading in this kind of weather. Under Kyle's influence, Cedric seemed to snap out of his daze and pulled out a book of his own. Kyle glanced at the title, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. It was common for Hogwarts students to preview their defense against the dark arts lessons on the train, especially since no one ever knew how long the professor for that subject would stick around. Better to be prepared in case the teacher quit halfway through the term. For a while, the only sound in the compartment was the soft rustling of parchment pages turning, a peaceful contrast to the noise and bustle outside in the corridor. But the quiet didn't last long. Cedric had barely turned 2 pages when the compartment door slid open again. "Finally, I've found you, Kyle. We saved you a seat, but you stood us up and made us wait like idiots. I think you owe us an apology." Fred and George Weasley stood leaning against the doorframe, interrogating Kyle one after the other. They both looked rather annoyed, as if Kyle had committed some great offense. "I can apologize," Kyle said, calmly closing his book, "but only if you swear on your dung bombs that what you just said is true." Fred's expression instantly shifted from anger to confusion. "Well, can I swear on the headmaster's name?" George was equally perplexed. "Or Professor McGonagall's name, maybe." "No." Kyle shook his head firmly. "It has to be on your dung bombs." "Oh, George, I think Kyle was riding the Hogwarts Express for the first time and didn't know his way around. That's why he couldn't find us," Fred said, his tone mockingly sympathetic. "Yes, Fred, we can't blame him for that. We should have been more aware of what was happening outside," George replied with exaggerated seriousness. The twins exchanged a quick glance, silently agreeing to drop their previous accusations, and squeezed into the compartment as if nothing had happened. As they settled in, their eyes inevitably landed on Cedric. Fred flashed a mischievous grin and said, "Well, look who it is, though I can't seem to remember why." George raised an eyebrow, catching on. "Oh, of course. It's our dear Cedric Diggory, the shining beacon of Hufflepuff, the brightest light of Hogwarts." As soon as the words left their mouths, Cedric's face flushed a deep red. The embarrassing titles made him want to disappear into the floor. But, unfortunately, he couldn't deny them. After all, the nicknames Good Boy and Light of Hogwarts had been circulating all summer thanks to his father's endless bragging and had become notorious within the Ministry of Magic, spreading even to families like the Weasleys. During the holiday, nearly half of Cedric's letters had been signed off with Light of Hogwarts, sent as teasing notes by friends and colleagues alike. The other half came from classmates from Muggle families who were blissfully unaware of the nickname. He had chosen this corner compartment in the hopes of hiding from the ridicule, but fate had other plans and he had been discovered by the worst people possible. Please, just leave me alone, Cedric pleaded, folding his hands as if in prayer. I'll even lend you my homework. As he spoke, he placed a neat stack of parchment on the table. The twins were tempted to keep teasing him, but Cedric's offer was too good to pass up. This was, after all, the top student's homework, something they couldn't ignore. George straightened up, adopting a more serious tone as he quickly scooped up the parchment. Cedric, what are you talking about? We were just kidding. We'd never laugh at you. Fred nodded in agreement. Exactly. Don't worry, we wouldn't dream of making fun of you over something like this. With that, Fred and George left the compartment, beaming as if they'd just struck gold. Once they were gone, Cedric let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Kyle with a sheepish expression. I'm sorry, I should be the one apologizing, Kyle interrupted. They came to see me. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have been discovered. Cedric shook his head with a rueful smile. It would have happened sooner or later. Though he could hide on the train for a while, he knew there was no avoiding it once they reached Hogwarts. Eventually, he'd have to face the teasing head-on. But, in a strange way, the Weasley twins' sudden appearance had given Cedric an idea for how to handle the situation. Homework. As the top student in his year, Cedric's summer homework was highly coveted, as the twins' reaction had just proven. If he offered his homework to his classmates, it might be enough to keep both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor quiet. If he could manage to keep those two houses in check, he'd have solved 80% of the problem. As for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Cedric reasoned that their more reserved nature meant they were unlikely to get involved in this kind of teasing, at least, not most of them. Even if a few decided to join in, it wouldn't be too difficult to handle. If his own house didn't stir up trouble, and if he could keep Gryffindor's notorious pranksters at bay, the whole issue would likely blow over in a few days. 3 days, tops, Cedric thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With that plan in mind, he suddenly didn't feel quite so bad. Once Cedric's worries were behind him, his mood lightened considerably. He put down his book and, with a newfound cheerfulness, struck up a conversation with Kyle. Hey, can I call you Kyle? Of course, Kyle nodded. Actually, my father works in the department for the control and management of magical creatures, just like your father. They're colleagues. Your father? Cedric's eyes widened in surprise. He hesitated for a moment before asking, is it Mr. Chris Chopper? Yes, that's him, Kyle confirmed. Cedric's face lit up with realization. Your last name is Chopper, and you know the Weasley twins. Oh, I should have figured it out, we're neighbors. With this revelation, the two boys quickly grew comfortable with one another, their conversation flowing naturally, as if they were old friends catching up after a long time apart even though they had only just met. After a moment, Cedric's curiosity seemed to get the better of him. By the way, Kyle, he began, his voice tinged with excitement as something came to mind. I remember trying to visit you once, but you weren't home. My father mentioned that you'd been studying under Mr. Scamander since you were young, and that you were going to do great things in the future. Is that true? Did you really learn from Mr. Scamander? Cedric's curiosity was palpable. After all, this was Scamander. There were many well-known figures in the wizarding world, but most of them were famous only within their own country's textbook authors, Order of Merlin recipients, and the like. These figures might be recognized at Hogwarts, but go to a place like Ilvermorny or Castle Broxo, and few would know their names. Only a select few wizards were truly famous across the entire magical world, with their portraits printed on chocolate frog cards while they were still alive. Scamander was one of those rare individuals. It was Cedric's first time hearing about someone being so close to such a legendary figure, and his curiosity was understandable. On the other side, Kyle was staring at Cedric in disbelief. He had also tried visiting me, and I wasn't home? The coincidence was almost too much to believe. And Mr. Diggory, wasn't he in the same department as Chris? How had he come up with such a wild story? Where did he hear that Kyle had been with Newt Scamander all this time? Rubbing his head, Kyle thought for a moment before explaining. Well, it's true that I have a bright future ahead, he said with a grin, but as for Newt Scamander, my father was actually his student. I've only been to his place a few times to hang out. Kyle's thoughts drifted to Newt. Unlike Dumbledore, Newt had a serious case of social anxiety. In his younger years, it hadn't been as bad. Though he was reserved and preferred solitude, he still managed to make a few friends, help defeat Grindelwald, and take on a couple of students to share his knowledge of magical creatures. But ever since Grindelwald's imprisonment in the high-security Tower of Nurmengard, Newt had withdrawn from public life. He devoted himself entirely to his magical creatures, and over the past 30 years, he had hardly spoken to strangers. His social anxiety only deepened as time passed. Kyle couldn't imagine Newt becoming a teacher, much less lecturing young wizards every day and grading their homework like a professor at Hogwarts. That just wasn't him. Newt was well aware that his personality wasn't suited for teaching. In his mind, a proper teacher needed to be someone like Dumbledore. Chris, Kyle's father, had been Newt's last formal student, and although many had tried to follow in Chris's footsteps over the years, some even asking Dumbledore to intervene as a mediator, Newt refused every request. He was convinced that teaching would only do the students a disservice, and despite others' willingness to overlook his quirks, he couldn't get over the hurdle of his own self-doubt. Kyle's visits to Newt's home had started by chance. Both Chris and Diana were incredibly busy at the time and needed someone to watch over their young son. It was around then that Newt's wife, Tina, learned about their predicament and offered to take care of Kyle. Tina had been eager to help out, and perhaps also, in a way, to find something to occupy herself. Living with Newt, who preferred the company of magical creatures to people, could be quite isolating. If she hadn't found some way to engage herself, she might have gone stir-crazy long ago. Kyle had just turned 6 at the time, a notoriously energetic age in Tina's experience. She had hoped Kyle might even help draw Newt out of his shell a bit, much like their grandson had when he was that age, talking non-stop and driving Newt slightly mad with questions. Kyle didn't disappoint. While he wasn't a troublemaker, he was incredibly curious, especially when surrounded by so many fascinating magical creatures. He couldn't help but ask endless questions, which, to Tina's surprise, Newt patiently answered. Even though Newt rarely initiated conversations, whenever Kyle asked something about magical creatures, he would respond earnestly. Before long, Newt was talking more than usual, though only because Kyle's questions gave him something meaningful to focus on. This arrangement satisfied everyone. Newt got to share his knowledge, Tina found purpose in managing the household, and Kyle had an extraordinary education in magical creatures. And even after Chris and Diana's work schedules became less hectic, Kyle continued to visit the Scamanders every year, if only for a short time. Of course, Kyle had no intention of sharing any of the real details with Cedric. After all, Newt Scamander's reputation as a reclusive master of magical creatures was far more impressive than the truth of him being a socially awkward older man. It was better to leave that image intact. So, after offering a brief explanation, Kyle decided to steer the conversation away from any further discussion that might expose the reality of his visits to Newt's home. By the way, Cedric, Kyle said, changing the subject smoothly, what do you think of the Hogwarts professors? Are they easygoing? You know, this is my first time going to school, so I don't know much. What if I accidentally make one angry? Could I get expelled? Cedric, completely unaware of Kyle's earlier deflections, smiled reassuringly. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The professors are generally quite nice, well, most of them, he added with a slight grin. Even the strictest ones won't expel you unless you do something that really breaks the school rules. Cedric's expression grew more serious as he mentioned breaking rules, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say more but wasn't sure how to put it into words. Sensing what was on Cedric's mind, Kyle quickly waved his hand to dismiss any concerns. Don't worry, I'm not a Weasley, I'm not going to break any rules. Cedric let out a sigh of relief, looking slightly embarrassed. Sorry, that wasn't what I meant. It's okay, I get it, Kyle reassured him. The topic of Hogwarts piqued Cedric's interest, and he began sharing more about the school and its professors. He explained that the defense against the dark arts professor seemed to change every year, so no one took that class too seriously in terms of long-term expectations. Then there was the Transfiguration professor, who had a reputation for being strict but fair and who, apparently, had an obsession with turning into a cat, which amused the students endlessly. But the most notorious of all was the Potions professor, who had a habit of deducting points from students for the most trivial of reasons, including not washing their hair properly. Kyle listened attentively, but most of what Cedric told him was information he had already picked up from other sources. Nothing Cedric said was particularly new, though hearing it from a current student made it feel more real. Still, Kyle felt relieved that Hogwarts, while daunting, seemed manageable. The way Cedric described the professors painted a picture of a school that, despite its challenges, was welcoming enough unless you happened to cross paths with a certain potions master, of course. For Kyle, who was used to traveling by airplane or high-speed trains, the journey on the Hogwarts Express, a vintage steam train, was turning into quite the ordeal. At first, the excitement of riding the legendary train and the aura of Hogwarts helped keep his spirits high, but after a few hours, the novelty wore off, and the train's limitations became glaringly obvious. It was slow, really slow. Kyle figured the train could barely reach 80 kilometers per hour, which didn't even compare to modern cars. The ride wasn't smooth either. After a while, Kyle felt nauseous, as if his breakfast might make a return appearance. Reading to pass the time became impossible. Thankfully, Cedric's presence made the trip more bearable. Cedric was chatty, and once the conversation about professors had wrapped up, Kyle asked him about other aspects of Hogwarts. Cedric eagerly answered every question, even volunteering to share funny stories and pointing out some quirky portraits Kyle would encounter at school. A lot of what Cedric shared was new to Kyle, and his curiosity was piqued. In return for Cedric's company, Kyle offered to pay for snacks for the rest of the trip: biscuits, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, the works. Cedric happily accepted, and they enjoyed the food together. However, one topic made Kyle silently shake his head in disbelief. Cedric, like many other wizards, couldn't resist teasing about how students were sorted into houses. You've got to catch a golden snitch in the Great Hall within 10 minutes to get sorted, Cedric said with a straight face. Kyle pulled the corners of his mouth into a polite smile and decided not to respond. At least Quidditch is more believable than dragons, he thought. Cedric's mischievous sense of humor was on full display. By the way, Kyle, have you thought about which house you'd like to be in? Cedric asked, popping a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. I hope you will get into Hufflepuff, but a clever wizard like you might be more suited for Ravenclaw. Before Cedric could finish his sentence, his face contorted in disgust. Oh no, ox liver, he muttered, barely managing to swallow the offending bean. Kyle chuckled, taking a flavored bean for himself. I've thought about it, but I don't have a strong preference for any particular house, he said casually. And I'm not great at finding balls, so I'm not sure I could catch the golden snitch in 10 minutes. I'd just be happy if any house would take me. Black pepper steak, Kyle thought after chewing the bean. Not bad. Don't worry, Cedric laughed. You'll manage just fine. It's really not that hard. Just as they were chatting, the compartment door slid open. Both Kyle and Cedric turned their heads, expecting to see Fred or George, but instead, it was another Weasley Percy. Percy stepped into the compartment, his usual air of seriousness about him. Kyle, Fred told me you were here. Ah, you must be Cedric Diggory. I'm Percy Weasley, nice to meet you. Cedric, slightly puzzled by Percy's formal introduction on the Hogwarts Express of all places, nodded politely. Yes, it's nice to meet you too, Percy Weasley, he replied, though he clearly felt like they were at some kind of official event rather than on a school train. Kyle had to suppress a laugh at the awkwardness of the situation. He waited for Percy and Cedric to finish their polite small talk before asking, Percy, what can I do for you? Although Kyle knew all the Weasley children fairly well, he and Percy didn't interact as much. But Percy wouldn't seek him out for no reason. I'm sorry to bother you, but I do have something on my mind, Percy began, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a scruffy, old rat. Scabbers hasn't been himself lately, so I wanted to ask if you still have some of that rat tonic you gave him before. I'd like to buy some, if possible. Rat tonic. Kyle looked at the mangy rat in Percy's hand, missing a front paw, and smiled, narrowing his eyes. Of course I have it. Just a moment. Kyle rummaged through his suitcase and pulled out a small bottle filled with red liquid. He handed it over to Percy. You know the drill, 3 drops once a week. This should last a while. Thank you, Percy said, accepting the bottle eagerly. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled out 3 silver sickles from his pocket, his face turning red as he offered them to Kyle. I know this might not be enough, but it's all I have right now. I'll pay you back the rest as soon as possible. Kyle waved off the concern, taking just 1 sickle and pushing the others back toward Percy. 1 is more than enough. It's just rat tonic, nothing special. How could it be so expensive? Percy looked down at the single sickle in his hand, his face flushing even more as he alternated between gratitude and embarrassment. After a long pause, he sighed softly. Thank you, Kyle. It's just a normal transaction, Kyle replied casually. No, I understand, Percy said with a bitter smile. If it were just an ordinary rat tonic, it wouldn't have kept Scabbers alive for 11 years. This must be something special from Mr. Scamander. Only someone as skilled as him could keep a common field rat alive for this long. If this tonic were on the market, it'd probably sell for at least 10 galleons. Kyle inwardly grimaced. He really wanted to tell Percy that Scabbers' longevity had nothing to do with the rat tonic, and that the concoction wasn't worth anywhere near 10 galleons. In fact, it wasn't even made by Newt Scamander, it was his own creation, and a relatively simple one at that. But revealing too much could raise unwanted questions, especially about Scabbers' true identity as Peter Pettigrew. Kyle had no desire to attract attention from Dumbledore or anyone else just yet. Still, he hadn't been entirely idle when it came to Percy's pet. Aside from providing the tonic, Kyle had once warned Percy that rats exposed to too much magical energy would eventually be rejected by their own kind. Percy, initially skeptical, had believed the advice once Kyle attributed it to Scamander, and had since adopted it as gospel. Percy clearly cared deeply for Scabbers. He'd even built a special little den for the rat in his room and avoided handling him too often. Unless he had no choice, like today, Scabbers was usually allowed to roam freely. Noticing Kyle's silence, Percy decided not to linger. Anyway, thank you, Kyle. If you ever have any academic questions, feel free to ask me, and after graduation, I'll repay you with more supplies. With that, Percy hurried out of the compartment, leaving Kyle and Cedric sitting in awkward silence. Eventually, Cedric broke the ice. So, can you still get rat tonic from Mr. Scamander? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Kyle shrugged, not making a big deal of it. I make it myself. Not just rat tonic, either, pretty much all types of pet tonics. It's not hard, just a bit of a hassle, so most people don't bother learning how. Wait, you can also brew others' pet tonics. Cedric's eyes lit up at Kyle's revelation. Then could I leave my owl's tonic to you in the future? Of course, Kyle replied, glancing at the greywood owl perched on the shelf. But owls need more complex tonics than rats. I'd have to charge 9 sickles. And don't say it's too expensive, that's the market price. My recipe comes straight from Newt, and the tonic is much better than what you'd find in Diagon Alley. It's definitely worth it. Cedric nodded thoughtfully. It was true that in Diagon Alley, even the cheapest owl tonic cost around 9 sickles, with higher quality ones reaching a galleon. If Kyle's tonic was really based on a recipe from Scamander, it was certainly a fair price. But still, can't you make it a bit cheaper? Cedric asked, a little sheepishly. We're friends, right? There's got to be a discount. Truth be told, Cedric really wanted to buy several bottles right away, but as a second-year student with limited pocket money, he was strapped for cash. While Hogwarts covered room and board, the cost of school supplies like quills, ink, and parchment added up. Throw in personal expenses, and there wasn't much left by the end of each term. Sure, he could scrimp and save, but no one wanted to be known as the cheapskate. Facing Cedric's hopeful gaze, Kyle rubbed his chin, pretending to think. Well, you're right. We're friends, so I can't exactly charge you the full market price. Cedric's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Right. Tell you what, Kyle paused dramatically, holding up one finger. You only have to pay this much. 1 sickle. Cedric asked, eyes wide with hope. Kyle shook his head. No, 1 galleon. Cedric's smile froze, and his tone became incredulous. 1 galleon? Is that supposed to be a discount? Yep, a 20% discount, Kyle said, completely serious. Think about it, apart from those rich Slytherin kids, who else at Hogwarts is willing to pay galleons for owl tonic? My market's small, Cedric. Now that I've got a loyal customer, I'm sure to rake in some real profit. Cedric stared at Kyle, dumbfounded. His eye twitched as he tried to process the sheer audacity of the situation. How could Kyle be so shameless? And say it so boldly, with justification? Did he even have a moral compass as a wizard? Cedric was trembling with frustration. He took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Kyle, you'll end up in Azkaban someday. I hope so, Kyle replied, completely unfazed, raising an eyebrow. So, do you still want the owl tonic? Yes, Cedric muttered, nearly choking on the word. Just as he was about to pull out the money, the carriage door slid open once more. A small figure entered the compartment, nervously, a very pretty young girl with brown hair tied into 2 pigtails. Her round face still had a touch of baby fat, and she looked like a fellow first-year student. Kyle and Cedric exchanged glances. Is she here to see you? Cedric's expression seemed to ask. I don't know her? Kyle's look answered back. Without saying a word, they somehow managed to communicate perfectly, as their thoughts mirrored one another. After catching on to Cedric's teasing look, Kyle turned his attention back to the girl and asked doubtfully, did she get on the wrong train? The girl seemed nervous, visibly shrinking back at the question. For a moment, it looked like she was about to run off, but she held her ground, shaking her head. No, I didn't get on the wrong train. I was looking for you? For me. Kyle was even more confused now. He was sure he had never met the girl before. Ignoring Cedric's growing amusement, Kyle asked, what do you need me for? He took a closer look at her, still trying to figure out if there was any chance he knew her. She didn't resemble anyone from his family, especially not Chris, so he quickly ruled out any wild ideas like suddenly discovering he had a younger sister he didn't know about. The girl's voice was soft and hesitant. I overheard your conversation in the hallway just now. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly continued. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It was an accident. The red-haired senior forgot to close the door. Kyle waved it off. It's fine. Go on. The Hogwarts Express wasn't exactly known for its soundproofing. Even if the door had been closed, you could still hear the noise from the corridor, and they hadn't been particularly quiet when Percy had shown up. It wasn't surprising at all that someone might overhear them. The girl sighed in relief, then reached into her pocket and pulled out a large, grey rat. Kyle blinked, feeling a sudden sense of déjà vu. Didn't I just see this happen? It was exactly how Percy had pulled out Scabbers a few minutes ago. The same movement, and even the same species of rat. Is this déjà vu, or am I stuck in a loop? He wondered, his thoughts spinning as he instinctively inspected the rat to make sure it wasn't another animagus. Thankfully, it had all its paws and seemed like a regular rat, so he relaxed. Kyle mentally shook himself. Not every rat is an illegal animagus like Peter Pettigrew, he reminded himself. There's only one lunatic like him. After calming down, Kyle had a pretty good idea of why the girl had come. He tentatively asked, so, you're looking to buy some rat tonic from me? The girl's face lit up with hope as she nodded. Her large, watery eyes looked at Kyle expectantly. I've tried all kinds of remedies from Diagon Alley, but none of them seem to work. Of course, I can help with that, Kyle said, flashing a friendly smile now that he realized she was a potential customer. Just give me a second. He turned to rummage through his bag for the tonic. By the way, I'm Kyle Chopper, first year. You can call me Kyle. K. Kunna, the girl stammered softly, her round face flushing slightly. Kunna Prince. In the wizarding world, mice are the cheapest of the designated pets at Hogwarts, so they naturally attract a wide range of young witches and wizards. However, most people opted for more charming varieties, like hamsters with their soft, beautiful fur and friendly temperaments, or black mice, known for their longer lifespan, and the white mice, which gave off a clean, pristine look. But Kyle had never encountered anyone like this girl before, someone who favored a plain, common field mouse. What made it more puzzling was that she didn't appear to be short of money. After spending 11 years in the magical world, Kyle had learned to pick up on subtle details. The girl's clothes, while not flashy, were made from exceptionally fine fabrics, with intricate workmanship. The subtle but recognizable pattern on her cuff marked them as being from an extraordinary wizard wear shop, where even the simplest items started at 20 galleons. It was far more expensive than Madame Malkin's, where most students shopped for their robes. Clearly, this girl had no need for a cheap pet, yet here she was, devoted to her little field mouse. No wonder she's come to find me, Kyle thought, amused by the contrast. The rat tonics from Diagon Alley were little more than glorified sugar water, essentially wizarding energy drinks for pets. They might give a small boost, but they weren't reliable for treating any real health problems. Considering her likely wealth, Kyle could only conclude that she had a genuine affection for her pet mouse. Her taste in pets is a bit unusual, he mused, though he kept his expression neutral. After all, Kyle had seen much stranger things. The wizarding world was home to wizards who loved creatures far more terrifying than mice. For instance, some wizards favored enormous eight-eyed spiders, acromantulas that could grow to a horrifying size. Kyle had seen one of those creatures in Newt's trunk once, and it had nearly traumatized him. The thing was a walking nightmare, and it took Kyle a year to get over the shock enough to venture back into Newt's magical menagerie. In comparison, it seemed perfectly reasonable for a young witch to be fond of a simple field mouse. As eccentric as her choice was, it paled next to the scarier creatures some wizards adored. Kyle quickly retrieved a thumb-sized bottle from his suitcase and handed it over. This one's on the house. If it works, come back for more, but I'll have to charge you then. It might be a bit pricey, one sickle, but trust me, it's worth it. Thank you. Kanna took the bottle, but instead of leaving, she lingered, staring at the bottle in her hand and then back at Kyle, her face full of conflict. Kyle raised an eyebrow, thinking she might be dissatisfied with the amount. What's the matter? Do you think it's not enough? He asked, explaining. I'm not being stingy, it's just that we need to test it first. You only need 2 or 3 drops at a time, so this small bottle should last you about a month. No, that's not it, Kanna quickly replied, shaking her head. She hesitated for a moment, then, under Kyle and Cedric's curious gazes, whispered, it's just, I wanted the red kind. The red kind. Kyle repeated, puzzled. At that moment, Cedric, who had been silently observing, realized what Kanna meant. The rat tonic in her hand was a cloudy orange-yellow, a little like mashed orange pudding, while the one Kyle had given Percy earlier had been a clear, brilliant red. It was the same tonic, but the difference in appearance was obvious. Anyone could tell that the red one looked far superior. Cedric's expression shifted as he glanced at Kyle, his suspicions confirmed. Typical Kyle, he thought, cutting corners like that. He'll definitely end up in Azkaban one day. Meanwhile, Kanna seemed to come to a decision. She nervously reached into her small handbag and pulled out an ornate pouch. With a soft clink, a pile of gold galleons tumbled onto the table, 33 in total, along with a few sickles. Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief. He barely had 10 galleons to last him the entire term, and this girl casually dumped out 3 times that amount? His stomach churned with envy, though he tried to suppress it. After all, Cedric wasn't the type to obsess over money. But Kanna's next move made it impossible for him to stay calm. Is that all I have? Kanna murmured, looking disappointed as she bit her lip. It's okay, I can always get more from Gringotts. As long as it helps keep Pocky alive a little longer, no amount of galleons is too much. No amount of galleons is too much. Cedric's jaw nearly dropped. Hearing such words from a first-year student felt surreal. Was this normal for someone from Slytherin? He was genuinely stunned by how casually she mentioned such a massive sum. On the other hand, Kyle had no time to think about Cedric's reaction. His head was spinning as he looked at Kanna, who clearly believed in his supposed miracle tonic. The real problem lay in her misunderstanding. Everyone knows rat tonic is supposed to be orange-yellow, he thought in frustration. The bottle he had given Percy was different for a reason. It had been spiked with something special. A regular mouse would have probably keeled over if it drank from that bottle. But how could he explain that to Kanna without revealing the truth? She seemed to have taken Percy's words to heart, convinced that Kyle had some magical life-extending potion for rats. Kyle was stuck. Unless he came clean about everything, there was no way he could explain why he didn't have the red tonic she was after. Well, Kanna, here's the thing, Kyle began, thinking quickly. That special rat tonic, the red one, is actually too strong to be given directly. You need to strengthen the rat's constitution with regular tonic first before moving on to something like that. Procrastinate, just procrastinate, Kyle thought. It was the only strategy he could think of for now. If he outright said he didn't have the red tonic or couldn't make it, there was a risk that Kanna might go looking for Newt Scamander herself. And with Newt being difficult to track down, but Dumbledore conveniently stationed at Hogwarts, things could spiral out of control. Everyone in the wizarding world knew how close Dumbledore and Newt were. Given that Kanna was wearing high-end wizarding robes from Gladrag's Wizardwear, there was no doubt she wasn't Muggle-born. If she went to Dumbledore with her request, she'd probably be able to meet Newt. That would open a can of worms Kyle wasn't prepared to deal with. I really should have closed the door when Percy came, Kyle sighed inwardly. Luckily, this wasn't an unsolvable problem. Kyle just needed to stall for time until the next Hogwarts holiday, when he could head to Dorset and visit Newt. He recalled that Newt had once brewed a tonic for murtlaps, magical creatures quite similar to field mice. Many of the mice sold in wizarding pet stores even carried traces of murtlap blood, much like how cats and neasels shared a similar lineage. With a bit of dilution, the tonic could likely extend the lifespan of an ordinary mouse by a few years, enough to satisfy Kanna. I'll make sure to feed Pocky the tonic on time, Kanna replied, her expression full of trust and determination. Kyle smiled reassuringly, trying to ease any lingering doubts. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He reached into his bag and handed her a chocolate frog. Here, have some chocolate, it'll make you feel better. Kanna glanced at the chocolate frog, then quickly looked away, her hands clutching the hem of her robe nervously. She looked like a child receiving a gift at a holiday, clearly tempted but too shy to accept it. It's okay, take it, Kyle encouraged her with a laugh. Consider it a little gift for meeting you. I hope we end up as classmates. Thank you, Kanna whispered, blushing as she took the chocolate frog, though instead of eating it, she carefully tucked it away. Kanna soon left, and Kyle, ever principled, didn't touch the pile of galleons on the table. Instead, he used a simple floating charm to return the money to Kanna's pocket as she walked away. Even though she seemed wealthy, Kyle had no intention of cheating an 11-year-old out of her money. It was a matter of principle. Well, at least wait until I get back from Dorset, he thought with a hint of humor. Cedric, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, turned to Kyle with a look of mild disbelief. Well, since I'm kind of your first customer, can I try the tonic? What are you talking about? You're my friend, my brother, not a customer, Kyle responded seriously, waving off the suggestion with dramatic flair. Cedric nodded, catching on quickly. So the trial tonic. No, that's only for customers, Kyle cut in, smirking. Cedric stared at him, his eye twitching. Really? This was the first time he'd seen someone treat acquaintances so differently while sounding completely justified. Kyle has no shame, does he? Cedric thought, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Deciding to change the subject, Cedric brought up Hogwarts again, and soon enough, their conversation veered toward Quidditch. It was inevitable both of them were passionate about it. But that's where the disagreement began. Kyle was a proud fan of the Wimburn Wasps, while Cedric staunchly supported the Chudley Cannons. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The air between them grew tense, as they locked eyes, sparks of rivalry flying between them. Once a dispute over Quidditch teams started, neither side could afford to back down. They stared each other down for a good 10 minutes, the temperature in the compartment seeming to drop with the tension. Their standoff was abruptly interrupted by a sudden jolt, followed by an announcement. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train, and it will be delivered to the school for you. Kyle and Cedric broke eye contact at the same time, and without a word, began changing into their Hogwarts robes. Kyle glanced out the window. The sky had grown dark, and the cold he'd felt earlier now made sense. Thankfully, the rain had stopped. The train slowed down and came to a halt. After a 10-hour journey, they had finally arrived. Kyle checked his robe and wand one last time before joining the crowd as they exited the train onto a small, dark platform. The platform was run down, overgrown with weeds. The sign was so faded that the words Hogsmeade Station were barely legible. Mud squelched beneath Kyle's feet as soon as he stepped off the train. Scour Jiffy, Kyle muttered, cleaning his shoes with a wave of his wand as he moved to a relatively dry spot. Who would believe this run-down platform belongs to a 1,000-year-old prestigious school? He thought with a smirk. If it weren't for Hogwarts' reputation and Dumbledore's name, no one would be impressed by this place. In the crowd, Kyle noticed Kanna. The little girl stood shivering, her face pale and eyes wide with fear at the chaotic scene around her. As if sensing his gaze, Kanna turned and spotted Kyle. Her expression shifted to one of relief, and she stumbled toward him. Kyle reached out just in time to catch her before she fell. Without a word, he took out his wand again and waved it over her robes. Scour Jiffy, Kyle muttered as he cleaned the mud off Kanna's robes. She had been so panicked when running toward him that she hadn't noticed the puddles. Once he finished, he gave her a reassuring smile and gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry. It's safe here. Someone will come to pick us up soon. Kanna nodded softly, still looking down, her nerves clearly not settled yet. Just then, an oil lamp appeared above their heads, casting a dim but warm glow. First-year students? First-year students, come over here, a booming voice called out. It was Hagrid, towering over the small crowd of first-year wizards. His wild hair and large, unkempt beard gave him a rather intimidating appearance, causing a few of the younger wizards to start crying at the sight of him. Kyle noticed Kanna wasn't crying, but she was clutching his arm with surprising strength, so much so that it hurt. He winced but refrained from pulling away, not wanting to upset her further. Kyle grimaced through the discomfort, thinking, how is she so strong? She's only 11? Hagrid waved to the group, introducing himself. My name's Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys at Hogwarts. First years, follow me. Watch your step, I'll be talking ya to Hogwarts by boat. Leading the way, Kyle gently guided Kanna through the crowd of nervous students, following the light that Hagrid carried. Slowly, the group of first years stumbled along the narrow, steep path for about 20 minutes. When they finally reached a bend in the path, Hagrid stopped, grinning widely as he turned to the group. All right, ya lot, we're almost there. Get ready, ya about to see Hogwarts for the first time. It's the best view in the whole wizarding world. As they rounded the final bend, gasps of awe echoed through the group. Kanna, standing beside Kyle, stared ahead with wide eyes, her voice barely a whisper. It's so beautiful. Before them lay the famous Black Lake, with the towering silhouette of Hogwarts Castle perched high on a hill on the opposite shore. The castle's many spires glowed softly under the light of the full moon, giving it the illusion of being suspended among the clouds. The windows sparkled like stars, casting a warm, inviting glow across the dark water. It was breathtaking, like something out of a dream. Even Kyle was transfixed. For a brief moment, he wondered if the dilapidated state of Hogsmeade Station was intentional, designed to make the sight of Hogwarts all the more striking. Come on, new students, time to board the boats, Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats docked along the lake's shore. Remember, no more than 4 to a boat. Kyle and Kunna quickly climbed into the nearest boat, joined by 2 other first-year students they didn't know, a boy and a girl, both of whom were buzzing with excitement. The 2 kept chattering away about how they couldn't wait to write home about the experience. Is everyone on board? Hagrid called, seated in a boat of his own, checking to make sure all the students were accounted for. All right, off we go. With a gentle push, the boats glided smoothly across the lake, the water rippling in their wake. They floated past low cliffs, through ivy-draped rocks, and eventually into a dark tunnel carved beneath the castle itself. Kyle had always been curious about how the boats transporting first-year students across the Black Lake actually worked. He had assumed it was magic, but now he wasn't so sure. Despite observing the boats closely for a long time, he hadn't detected any obvious magical traces. What puzzled him even more was Hagrid's boat. Despite the half-giant's massive size, his boat floated just as effortlessly as the ones carrying 4 much lighter first years. That was clearly abnormal. Maybe there's more advanced or concealed magic at play, Kyle thought, or perhaps these boats are alchemical objects. But deep down, he was beginning to suspect that something might be supporting the boats from beneath the surface of the lake. Could it be that giant squid? Kyle wondered, leaning over the side of the boat to peer into the water. Unfortunately, the visibility was too poor in the dark, moonlit lake to see anything below the surface. All he could make out was his own reflection. Soon, the boat exited the tunnel and docked at what appeared to be an underground pier. One by one, the students disembarked and followed Hagrid up a cobblestone path. They eventually arrived at a flat, damp meadow beneath the looming silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. From there, they made their way up a flight of stone steps to a massive oak door. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Hagrid said, before pounding on the door with his huge fist. The door creaked open to reveal a tall, stern-looking witch in a green robe, her black hair pulled back in a tight bun. Professor McGonagall had an air about her that immediately commanded respect, much like a strict homeroom teacher suddenly appearing in the back of the classroom. The chatter among the first-year students fell into an instant hush. Even Hagrid straightened up a bit as he spoke. "The first-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here," she replied curtly, glancing over the group of new students before leading them into the castle. As they stepped inside, the warmth of the torches lining the stone walls enveloped them, melting away the cold they'd felt outside. The flickering light cast long shadows, adding to the castle's sense of grandeur. To their right, Kyle could hear the low hum of voices coming from behind a closed door, clearly the sound of the older students waiting in the Great Hall. However, Professor McGonagall didn't lead them into the Great Hall just yet. Instead, she guided the group into an empty chamber at the other end of the hall. "First, welcome to Hogwarts," she began, her voice precise and commanding. As the first-year students gazed around in awe, Professor McGonagall delivered her well-practiced speech. "The feast will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first determine which house you will join. House divisions are an important ritual, as your house will serve as your family here at Hogwarts for the duration of your stay." Even though Kyle already knew everything she was about to say, he listened attentively. After all, he was standing in the front row, right under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye. Daydreaming now could mean trouble later, and Kyle had no intention of making his Hogwarts experience difficult. Plus, this was a famous moment in wizarding life, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and Kyle didn't want to miss a single detail. Professor McGonagall moved on to explain the House Cup and then introduced the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Or, as Kyle humorously thought of them, the brave, the hardy, the brainy, and the purebloods. Around him, the other first-year students listened eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Some even sneaked glances toward the direction of the Great Hall, clearly itching to rush inside and experience the sorting for themselves. It was obvious that this was the moment they had all been waiting for, the one that would define their next 7 years at Hogwarts. In a few minutes, the ceremony will begin in front of the entire school. "I suggest you tidy yourselves up while you wait so that you look presentable," Professor McGonagall advised, giving the group of first years a final glance. "Please be quiet while you wait." The moment Professor McGonagall left the room, however, it was as though her words had flipped a switch. The silence was quickly replaced by a buzz of chatter as the students huddled together, all eager to speculate on what the sorting ceremony would involve. "How are we going to be sorted? Do we get to choose our own house?" a young witch asked nervously, voicing the question on everyone's mind. "I bet it's some kind of test," a muggle-born girl chimed in confidently. "I almost got into a middle school when I received my Hogwarts letter, but I decided to come here instead. I mean, Professor McGonagall convinced my mum that Hogwarts was better." She was clearly trying to impress, but her story didn't have the intended effect. Most of the students were too focused on the impending sorting ceremony to care about her mention of middle school, which left a few of them puzzled. "I think the heads of the houses choose us," said another student with conviction. "At Ilvermorny, they use statues to pick students. My father is friends with someone in the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic, and he told me all about it." This bragger dad's story was much more convincing, and he immediately attracted a crowd of followers and basked in their attention. He continued to brag about his father as if he were the Minister of Magic himself. Kyle, standing off to the side, suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. He turned to find Kanna looking up at him, her face filled with worry. Kyle, is it really the headmaster who chooses? Kanna asked anxiously, her voice trembling. What if no house wants me? Will I be expelled? Kyle smiled, trying to reassure her. Don't worry, there's no way that'll happen. Think about it, Hogwarts and Ilvermorny are completely different schools. They wouldn't use the same sorting method. That'd be way too boring. Kanna exhaled a sigh of relief, but she still looked a little unsure. So, do you know how we're sorted? Kyle hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and whispered with a mischievous glint in his eyes, well, the professor hits each student with an Avada Kedavra. The ones who survive get to enroll. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Kanna's eyes widened in horror, but before she could react, a ghost drifted through the room, floating eerily past them. Kyle, acting as if everything was perfectly normal, waved casually. Hello there, senior. We're about to be sorted. Wish us luck. The ghost, though clearly baffled by Kyle's greeting, gave a nod before continuing to glide away. Seeing the ghost respond so casually, the light drained from Kanna's eyes, and she stood frozen, looking utterly defeated. A few minutes later, more and more ghosts began to appear in the small room, each one with a different shape and size, some tall, others short, some thin, and others rather rotund. The sight of so many ghosts took the new students by surprise. At first, many of the young witches and wizards were frightened, but they soon realized that the ghosts were quite friendly, greeting everyone with cheerful enthusiasm. One ghost, eager to ease the students' nervousness, decided to put on a little show, performing a ghostly talent, removing his head and holding it above his body as it dangled in the air. Cool. Someone whispered, watching the ghost's head bob up and down. Thank you, the ghost replied, clearly in the mood for more. But I can do something even cooler. With a grin, the ghost tossed his head high into the air. What followed was an impressive acrobatic display, a front somersault followed by a triple NA half aerial spin. The ghost's body reached up just in time to catch his head smoothly, re-attaching it without a hitch. The performance was flawless. The crowd, including Kyle, erupted into applause. It was truly impressive after all, a talent like that wasn't something you saw every day. Thank you, the ghost beamed as he took a bow, circling the group of students with pride. Oh, and did I mention? It was with this very routine that I joined the Headless Hunt. Not to brag or anything, of course, just letting you know you've got good taste. His smug air only made the students laugh harder, and soon the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Everyone urged him to perform more tricks, which he happily obliged, though none quite as difficult as his first routine. Even so, the continuous tricks had the first years laughing and cheering. Humph, came a sneering voice from the side. What's so impressive about that? The group turned to see another ghost, this one wearing a distinctive wrinkled collar. I'm sorry, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the headless ghost quickly responded. I was just trying to entertain the children. You'd better be, nearly headless Nick said coldly. The headless ghost, unfazed, added, of course, I sincerely hope that you'll finally join the Headless Hunt this year. Nick gave him a blank look before turning and walking through a nearby wall without another word. The interruption left an awkward silence hanging in the air, and the headless ghost shrugged, looking around at the students. Well, it's time for the sorting ceremony, anyway. Get ready, kids, and I'll see you later. With that, the headless ghost drifted through the wall, heading for the Great Hall. Though the crowd felt a slight pang of disappointment at the abrupt end of the performance, their excitement for the sorting ceremony kept the mood high. Most of the students were buzzing with anticipation, eagerly whispering to each other about what was to come. Except for Kanna. Unlike the others, she hadn't paid attention to the ghost show at all. Instead, she had retreated into a corner, her face pale and her posture tense. She radiated an air of quiet despair, though, unfortunately, no one seemed to notice. Moments later, Professor McGonagall returned, her expression stern. I was only gone for a moment, and you've already made such a mess, she scolded, her voice cool but firm. Your laughter could be heard all the way in the Great Hall. Was something really that funny, or do you think the house system is a joke? Though her voice wasn't loud, the effect was immediate. The room fell silent, and every head bowed as the students tried to avoid her sharp gaze. After a tense minute, Professor McGonagall continued, the house system is a very serious matter. I expect you to treat it with the respect it deserves. Now, form a single file and follow me. In less than a minute, the students scrambled to form a neat line, quiet as mice. They were ready to follow Professor McGonagall, the laughter from earlier now a distant memory. Kanna also shuffled forward like a zombie, her pale face and stiff movements making her look more like one of the ghosts than a first-year student. They walked out of the room, passed through the foyer, and through another pair of double doors, finally entering the luxurious auditorium. Compared to the hall, the auditorium was even more magnificent. It was so vast that it was almost overwhelming. Even with 4 long tables filled with students, the space didn't feel crowded at all. The tables were adorned with golden plates and goblets, and thousands of floating candles illuminated the room. Above them, the velvety black ceiling was dotted with stars and drifting clouds, mesmerizing everyone who looked up. Someone whispered to their companion, "It's like magic in here. It looks just like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Kyle glanced in the direction of the voice but quickly lost interest when he saw it was a boy speaking. A shame. If he had started at Hogwarts a year later, he could have been friends with Hermione. The group moved to the front of the auditorium and came to a stop. Higher up was the teacher's bench. In the middle sat Dumbledore, dressed in a purple robe, his silver-white hair and beard neatly groomed. He wore his signature half-moon glasses and gazed warmly at each new student. Seated next to him were the four heads of house. Slytherin's head, Severus Snape, with his greasy, slick hair. Ravenclaw's head, Phileas Flitwick, who was notably short. Hufflepuff's seemingly kind head, Pomona Sprout, and the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, whose seat was temporarily empty since she was overseeing the house sorting. In total, there were nearly 20 professors present for the opening banquet, but Kyle recognized fewer than 10 of them, either from guesswork or intuition. He had no recollection of the others, but that was understandable. Hogwarts was so large, and if only a handful of professors were memorable, it wouldn't have been enough. Moreover, half of the ones he did recognize were already quite old, making that number even smaller. Kyle turned his attention away. Just then, Professor McGonagall placed a small square stool in front of the new students and set a patched, brown wizard's hat on it. Well, brown was an approximation. The hat was so filthy that a small cloud of dust puffed up when McGonagall lightly placed it down. In the candlelight, the hat gleamed with a worn, dull shine. It was impossible to tell its original color under such conditions. Kyle was sure that if this hat wasn't the sorting hat and somehow ended up in his house, either he or Chris would meet their end. Or maybe Diana would kill them both. The entire auditorium fell silent. The older students from the other grades eagerly watched, waiting for the show to begin, while the new students nervously eyed the dirty, tattered hat as if a troll might leap out of it at any moment. Then, without warning, the hat began to wriggle. Its tip swayed side to side, while the brim undulated up and down, as if it were attempting to dance. But the more Kyle observed, the more he felt that something was off. How to describe it? Whoever had designed this sequence of movements clearly had no idea what they were doing. It reminded him of a flounder, a particularly unattractive one at that, flailing around awkwardly. And unlike the more graceful, fluid movements he'd expect, this one was stiff, clumsy, and lacking any sense of finesse. It was also considerably uglier. The sorting hat, apparently aware that dancing wasn't its strong suit, soon stopped its movements. Instead, it split open a mouth-like gap and began to hum softly before launching into its song. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see, so try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true, and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap. When the song ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the auditorium. It was clear that the students in the wizarding world were quite polite when it came to tradition. The sorting hat bowed deeply toward each of the 4 tables, then remained still, no longer moving. Although the sorting hat's song was a bit difficult to understand, the new students gradually figured out that the sorting simply involved wearing the hat. This realization brought a sense of relief to many. Compared to the wild rumors they'd heard, just wearing a hat seemed easy enough. Sure, the hat was dirty, old, and not particularly appealing, but it would only be for a brief moment. They wouldn't have to wear it for long. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a parchment in her hand. When I call your name, you will put on the hat, sit on the stool, and wait to be sorted. She glanced at the parchment. Thomas Albright, a blond boy with his head held high, strode confidently over to the stool, placed the hat on his head, and, after a few moments, the sorting hat announced, Ravenclaw. The boy looked pleased as he removed the sorting hat. Despite being sorted into Ravenclaw, he couldn't resist walking over to the Gryffindor table, where the applause was the loudest at that moment. Marietta Edgecombe, a little girl, bounded up excitedly, grabbed the sorting hat, and placed it on her head. Ravenclaw, the hat declared. Oh, that's great. The first new student being sorted into Gryffindor had already thrilled the Gryffindors, and the young eagles were ecstatic, cheering so loudly it seemed like the ceiling might lift off. Katie Bell. This time, a nervous young girl rushed up, hurriedly jamming the sorting hat onto her head. In her fluster, she pushed it down too hard, causing her head to poke out of the hat, with only her neck exposed. Ha ha ha. The entire hall erupted in laughter. Professor McGonagall sighed and quickly stepped forward to adjust the hat for her. Thanks, Professor McGonagall, I thought I was going to suffocate, Katie said with relief. The sorting hat gave a nod to Professor McGonagall. Without a doubt, Gryffindor. A deafening cheer burst from the Gryffindor table at the far left of the hall. Fred and George Weasley stood on their stools, whistling in excitement. It was clear they had taken an instant liking to Katie Bell. She rushed down the stairs, her face flushed with embarrassment. The sorting continued, but Professor McGonagall decided it was best to oversee it more closely, just in case there was another mishap. Instead of stepping aside as she had earlier, she stood behind the stool, holding the sorting hat in one hand and the parchment in the other. Cho Chang. An Asian girl calmly walked up to the stool and sat down. Professor McGonagall carefully placed the sorting hat on her head. Ravenclaw. Oh. For the third time, the sorting hat called out the name of Ravenclaw, sending the young students of that house into a frenzy. Some stood on their stools, kicking their feet in excitement, while others grabbed flowers from the table decorations and tossed them into the air. Their usual reserved demeanor vanished as they erupted into wild cheers. 3. We've already got 3 new students, and the sorting's just begun. Ravenclaw's going to rise this year. The professors on stage didn't intervene at first, simply watching the excitement with smiles on their faces. However, when the students began tossing plates in their enthusiasm, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her expression stern. The effect was immediate. The young eagles, who had been full of wild energy moments ago, instantly quieted down, as though they'd been doused with cold water. Their transformation from jubilant eagles to meek quails was almost comical as they sat back down at their table, behaving once again. Seeing the effect of her presence, Professor McGonagall's expression softened, and she returned to the parchment in her hand. Omitive roll. After a brief pause, the sorting hat announced, Slytherin. The new students were slowly being sorted, and the crowd of first years was thinning out. Kyle stood among them, waiting patiently for his name to be called. But for some reason, he felt an irritating itch between his shoulder blades, as if someone were poking him. Instinctively, he turned his head and found Kunna glaring at him, her face flushed with anger. This wasn't the usual shy look she wore this time, her fury was unmistakable. Her usually timid demeanor had transformed into something far more intense, her teeth grinding together as if she might pounce on him at any moment. Ahem. Lovely weather, isn't it? Kyle muttered, clearing his throat as though he hadn't seen her, trying to act nonchalant. He turned back around and casually edged forward, hoping to put some distance between them. But his attempt to escape was futile. There was only so much space in the room, and the crowd had thinned out too much for him to hide. No matter where he moved, Kunna's eyes followed him, her gaze making him feel like a rat trapped on a hot tin roof. Just as the tension became unbearable, a voice rang out. Kyle Chopper. For the first time in his life, Kyle found Professor McGonagall's voice to be the most beautiful sound in the world, like music from heaven, offering him salvation from his predicament. To be honest, if there were ever another election for headmaster, he would vote for Professor McGonagall without hesitation. Kyle didn't waste a second. With 3 quick strides, he was up on the stage, escaping the tension he'd felt under Kunna's watchful glare. Once on the stage, he let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. He turned to Professor McGonagall and said sincerely, "Thank you, Professor." His sudden show of politeness seemed to catch her off guard. It took her a moment to react, but then she gave a small shake of her head, saying, "It's my duty." Still, her stern expression softened noticeably. Before placing the sorting hat on Kyle's head, she even took the extra step of brushing off some of the dust from the hat. Such a polite child, she thought. I hope he can be sorted into Gryffindor. Gryffindor was in desperate need of more model students like him. Last year, she had secretly wished to bring Cedric Diggory into her house, but both Professor Sprout and Dumbledore had objected. This year, she was hopeful again. As she placed the sorting hat on Kyle's head, McGonagall looked at him intently, silently hoping the sorting hat would finally make the right call. Strange, very strange, a soft voice whispered in Kyle's ear as soon as the hat was on. You sincerely thanked her? That's unusual. Are you really one of those good kids? Of course I am. Kyle responded seriously. You can ask around. The Weasley family and even Mr. Scamander have said I'm the most polite and well-behaved child they've ever met. So please, don't slander me. Otherwise, I'll complain about you, even if you are just a hat. The sorting hat fell into a rare silence. Its brim wobbled back and forth, as if unsure how to respond or perhaps struggling with a decision. After a long pause, the hat finally spoke again. Your shamelessness reminds me of the old days, 1,000 years ago, back when I was just an ordinary hat on Godric's head. Well then, how about Gryffindor? I feel like that's where you should be. But no, it's not quite right for you. I think Kyle began, but the sorting hat cut him off. Let me think, the hat interrupted, mulling over its options. Maybe Slytherin would be better. You could achieve great things there, no question about it. That. Hold on, the sorting hat interrupted him again. No, Slytherin doesn't feel quite right either. Besides, if I send you there, Snape will probably pour some strange potion on me later. Let me think. Dumbledore's put me in a difficult spot this time. If only Azkaban or Nurmengard were part of Hogwarts. The sorting hat sounded like it was joking, but Kyle couldn't find it funny at all. What's going on? He hadn't done anything that bad at most, he just scared Kunna a little earlier. Could that really get him sent to Nurmengard? How was that fair? Plenty of wizards did far worse things, and they weren't being shipped off to wizarding prisons. Kyle realized he needed to do something, fast. If the sorting hat actually shouted out Nurmengard, it'd be a disaster. Azkaban was at least under ministry control, and you couldn't just be sent there on a whim. But Nurmengard, that was different. Dumbledore had connections, and if anyone could pull some strings, it was him. Deep down, Kyle suspected the Sorting Hat's remarks were simply a jab at him for his earlier comment about filing a complaint. But still, what if? What if the Hat, with its 1,000 years of history and independent consciousness, decided to make things interesting and call out something ridiculous, just for a laugh? Who knew what went on in that ancient mind? That, Kyle began, putting on his most harmless smile. That was a fantastic song you sang earlier. Especially the first few lines, concise lyrics, light tone. Way better than the cliches from the Weird Sisters. The Sorting Hat immediately perked up. You think so too? I've been saying that for ages. It took me a whole year to come up with it. But Dumbledore never appreciated it. He even tried to get me to sing the school song. That old bee. Oh. Kyle didn't feel comfortable bad-mouthing the headmaster, even if he wasn't around to hear it. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he decided to steer the conversation in a safer direction. By the way, that song of yours, there's something about it that sounds familiar. Is it, perhaps, in the rap style? Rap style. The Sorting Hat sounded curious. What does that mean? You don't know? You've invented it yourself. Impressive. Kyle exclaimed, feigning shock. Rap is a style of Muggle music that's very popular. Muggle music? The Sorting Hat seemed even more intrigued. Yes, I think it would suit you perfectly. If you want, I could get you something related to it for Christmas, Kyle offered sincerely. Okay, wait, no. The Sorting Hat caught itself. We've got to focus. It's already been a while, and you must be hungry. Let's not keep dinner waiting. Clearing its imaginary throat, the Hat resumed. Now, where were we? Kyle grinned and reminded it. You said I was polite and well-behaved, but that neither Gryffindor, Slytherin, nor Ravenclaw felt quite right. Huh? Did I mention Ravenclaw? The Hat murmured, sounding momentarily confused. Oh, right. You're absolutely correct. In that case, the decision is obvious. Hufflepuff. The moment the Sorting Hat announced Kyle's house, the hall erupted into applause. Even the teachers at the staff table joined in. The sorting, which had taken a record-breaking 20 minutes, easily the longest in Hogwarts history, was finally over. And not a moment too soon, as everyone was starving by now. Normally, the feast would have already started by this time. The Hufflepuff table was especially lively. Cedric Diggory, grinning broadly, rushed over to give Kyle an enthusiastic hug. Great, Kyle? I knew you'd end up in Hufflepuff. Kyle laughed. The Sorting Hat got great tastes. Huh. Cedric looked momentarily puzzled, unsure of what Kyle meant. But Kyle just smiled and didn't elaborate. At that moment, several older students approached to shake Kyle's hand. Judging by the badges on their robes, they were Hufflepuff prefects. It was a tradition to welcome new students, while also helping prefects get to know the incoming first years. Kyle greeted them warmly and then took the empty seat next to Cedric. The prefect, who had been sitting there, graciously offered up his spot after realizing Kyle and Cedric were already acquainted. Once seated, Kyle joined the rest of the hall in looking back at the Sorting Hat. But deep down, his decision had already been made. He had always wanted to be in Hufflepuff. After all, Newt Scamander had been a Hufflepuff, and so had his father, Chris. As someone who loved magical creatures, Hufflepuff was the natural choice. Plus, Kyle wasn't interested in dwelling on dark wizards or Voldemort right now. He wanted to fully embrace the joy and magic of Hogwarts life, and there was no better place for that than Hufflepuff, with its enthusiastic and loyal community. Besides, the Hufflepuff dormitory was conveniently located right next to the kitchen, an undeniable bonus. After taking his seat at the Hufflepuff table, Kyle felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Before the sorting ceremony, he'd been anxious, uncertain about where he might end up. But now, with everything settled and him officially a part of Hogwarts, a true sense of belonging took hold. It was a wonderful feeling. Kyle rested his chin in his left hand, leaning his arm casually on the table as he watched the rest of the sorting ceremony unfold. The anticipation for dinner was growing, but he felt at ease, leisurely enjoying the moment. Because his sorting had taken so long, many students around the auditorium were curiously glancing in his direction. Several witches, noticing Kyle sitting and chatting with Cedric, exchanged frustrated looks with their classmates. Why did all the good-looking ones go to Hufflepuff? They seemed to think, grinding their teeth in envy. Meanwhile, over at the Gryffindor table, Fred and George Weasley were similarly upset. Why did Kyle go to Hufflepuff? Fred groaned, pounding his thigh in frustration. Now we can't use the welcome ceremony we prepared. Shut up, Fred. I need a moment to process this, George muttered, scratching his head. Honestly, even if Kyle had gone to Slytherin, I could have handled it. But Hufflepuff? How's that even possible? Yeah, Fred agreed. Kyle? Loyal? Kind? The sorting hat must have gone senile. Before they could continue lamenting, a newly sorted Gryffindor sat down in the empty seat next to them. The next moment, a loud yelp pierced the hall. Ow! Everyone's heads turned as the new Gryffindor student leapt into the air, clutching his bottom and looking like a startled Wiggentrae Bowtruckle. He bolted from his seat, running around in circles, wailing in pain. It was only then that the hall realized what had happened. A small, round object about the size of a Quidditch snitch was attached to the back of the student, biting down on his bottom with a set of sharp teeth. Wait, that ball looks kind of familiar, Fred mumbled as the scene unfolded. He glanced at George, a sudden realization dawning on him. George, didn't you put the biting ball away? George, wide-eyed, replied, No, I thought you did. The twins exchanged a horrified look before both turned to the seat where the student had been sitting. Sure enough, it was empty. Oh, damn it, Fred muttered, scratching his head in distress. That was our entire savings. The biting ball was a new prank item Fred and George had purchased from the Zonko's joke shop at a steep price. It could disguise itself as a cushion, lying in wait for an unsuspecting victim to sit on it. The problem? It cost them 3 galleons, a hefty sum for the mischievous pair. But they had been determined to make Kyle's sorting memorable. They had pooled all their savings to buy the biting ball, preparing an unforgettable surprise for their younger brother. During the sorting ceremony, they'd stealthily set it up on an empty seat nearby, confident Kyle would be sorted into Gryffindor. Once he was, they'd lead him to sit on the disguised cushion, delivering the perfect prank. Everything had been set up flawlessly. Even if Kyle were sorted into another house, they could simply retrieve the cushion afterward without much fuss. But fate had other plans. Kyle had been sorted into Hufflepuff, the last house they ever expected. The shock of it had left Fred and George too stunned to retrieve the cushion in time. And now, instead of pranking Kyle, they watched helplessly as the biting ball caused chaos in the hall, gnawing at the rear of an innocent Gryffindor first year. Fred, do you think we can get the biting ball back? George asked, his eyes fixed on the back of the unfortunate new student. He felt a pang of regret. 3 galleons that could have bought an entire box of dung bombs. How could he not feel sad? Fred glanced over at Professor McGonagall, who was already heading toward the new student, and sighed. I don't think we can get it back. The two brothers sighed in unison, their hopes deflated. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall reached the new Gryffindor, casually removed the biting ball from his robe, and checked him over. Fortunately, the young wizard was unharmed, and his robes weren't damaged either. It was a standard harmless prank, after all. Recognizing the familiar tricks and the tools used in this sort of mischief, McGonagall didn't need to guess who the culprits were. She shot a piercing glare straight at Fred and George. However, since the sorting ceremony wasn't yet over, she said nothing more than 20 points deducted from Gryffindor, before turning around and heading back to the stage. The new student, still shaken, was escorted back to the table by Percy. After checking his robes 3 more times to ensure he was truly safe, he cautiously sat back down. Across the hall, Kyle, seeing the miserable expressions on Fred and George's faces, couldn't resist a smirk. He extended a middle finger in their direction, his amusement plain. Kyle knew without a doubt that the biting ball had been meant for him. The twins had been planning to prank him for ages, and now their mischief had backfired, caught by Professor McGonagall. Poetic justice, he thought smugly. No, George, Kyle's too arrogant, Fred muttered, his face flushing red with anger. While many at Hogwarts wouldn't understand Kyle's rude gesture, Fred knew all too well what it meant. After all, every time Kyle had gotten the upper hand on them, this had been his signature insult. Don't worry, Fred. As long as Kyle's at Hogwarts, we still have a chance, George said, equally furious. His ears had turned red with frustration. But there was nothing they could do at the moment. Professor McGonagall's warning glare was enough to make them hold off on any retaliation for now. They could only respond by flipping Kyle off from across the room, a small act of defiance. For the moment, they suppressed their desire for revenge and tried to avoid looking at Kyle's smug face. Kyle didn't care about their gestures. To him, it was just the final, pitiful resistance of 2 sore losers. He didn't take it seriously. He knew Fred and George wouldn't let this go easily. Even now, they were probably plotting how to get back at him. But so what? In their 11-year war of pranks, Kyle had almost always come out on top. The only times he'd lost were back when he was younger, and Charlie Weasley, with his seniority and size, had tipped the balance in the twins' favor. But now Charlie was occupied with his graduation exams and Quidditch, leaving Fred and George without their strongest ally. Without him, they had no real backup. What are they going to do? Ask Ron for help? Kyle thought with a chuckle. If that was the case, defeating them would be even easier. With his near-flawless record against the twins, Kyle was unafraid of whatever they might come up with next. After the unexpected chaos caused by the biting ball, the sorting hat quickly returned to its efficient pace, sorting the remaining students as soon as it touched their hair. With this newfound speed, they were soon down to the last 2 new students. Prince. The familiar name caught Kyle and Cedric's attention at once. Both of them looked over at the girl from the train. That's the girl we saw earlier, right? Cedric asked curiously. Where do you think she'll end up, Slytherin? Probably, Kyle replied, scratching his back out of habit. Judging by her fancy clothes, she's likely a pureblood. Slytherin makes the most sense. But then, Kyle suddenly froze. Something seemed off. Just after Professor McGonagall called Kunna's name, he noticed that Snape, who had been sitting with a bored, disinterested expression throughout the ceremony, had leaned forward, focusing on the sorting hat with unusual intensity. Wait, do they know each other? Kyle thought, a chill running down his spine. It wasn't completely impossible. Despite Snape's reclusive tendencies and his general avoidance of social gatherings, he was still a well-known figure in the wizarding world, especially as a potions master and one of Hogwarts' heads of house. He was bound to have connections, and it wouldn't be shocking if Kunna's family was among them. A sinking feeling took hold of Kyle. Could this be bad for me? If Snape really had ties to Kunna's family, and he found out that Kyle had tricked her on the train, things could get messy. Knowing Snape's personality, Kyle feared he might be in for some unpleasant protagonist treatment far sooner than he'd like. It can't be that coincidental, Kyle thought nervously, feeling the back of his neck prickle. He had just been gloating about the Weasley twins getting what they deserved, and now it seemed like retribution was already headed his way. As he anxiously watched the platform, Kyle noticed something strange. When it came time for Kanna's sorting, the usually fast sorting hat seemed to slow down, as if it had returned to its earlier indecision. The entire hall waited, and waited. A minute passed before the sorting hat finally called out, "Hufflepuff." Huh? A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table, and the prefects jumped up to welcome Kanna. Kyle, however, was left staring in confusion as she passed by him, question marks practically floating above his head. What just happened? Purebloods rarely ended up in Hufflepuff, and while it wasn't completely unheard of, after all, Newt Scamander was a famous Hufflepuff, it was still uncommon. Purebloods were typically sorted into Slytherin, and Kyle had assumed Kanna would follow that path. Could it have been because of me? Kyle dismissed the thought quickly. The sorting hat didn't play games. It had the responsibility of determining a student's best path, one that would influence their future. No matter how young or naive Kanna might be, the hat wouldn't let her personal whims affect its judgment. Otherwise, her family wouldn't take it lightly. Kyle recalled something his father, Chris, had once told him. When Sirius Black was sorted into Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, the Black Matron had thrown a fit at Hogwarts. If it weren't for Dumbledore stepping in, the sorting hat might have been destroyed by fiend fire. The incident had caused quite a stir, and for a time, there were serious discussions within the Ministry of Magic about replacing the sorting hat with a different method for sorting students. The idea had even garnered a surprising level of support. Many pure-blood families, especially the most traditionalist ones, didn't want their children sorted anywhere but Slytherin. For them, having a Gryffindor or any other house member in the family was a mark of disgrace. Of course, the proposal never went through. Dumbledore, who had been far less lenient back then, had firmly opposed it, and pure-blood families were too intimidated to challenge his authority. The matter had been dropped, but since that time, no member of the pure-blood families involved had been sorted anywhere but Slytherin. Kyle couldn't resist a glance toward the teacher's table to gauge Snape's reaction. If Snape had a connection to Kanna's family, it would be easy to tell by his response to her sorting. Well, Kyle was wrong. Snape's face was as dark as a storm cloud, and he looked as if he might start dripping with rage at any moment. He was deep in conversation with Dumbledore, occasionally glancing over at the Hufflepuff table, where Kanna had just taken her seat. Kyle quickly lowered his head, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Could the sorting hat really be that bold? His heart pounded a little faster. Meanwhile, the final new student had been sorted and took their place at the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore stood up, smiling warmly at the students, and spread his arms wide. Welcome, welcome to another new year at Hogwarts. There's nothing more delightful than seeing you all here once again. What are you waiting for? Eat. At once, the empty tables before them filled with steaming dishes. Mountains of beef, roast chicken, pork chops, sausages, and steaks appeared, along with boiled potatoes, pea shoots, and French fries for those who preferred something lighter. The smell of the feast filled the air, making everyone's appetite grow. Kyle shook his head, trying to push all the Snape-Kanna worries out of his mind. Forget it, he thought. What's done is done, what's the use of overthinking it? Whatever came next, he wouldn't be the first to suffer. The sorting hat was the one who made the final call, after all. And if Snape really wanted to make his life difficult, it wouldn't last forever. Once Harry Potter enrolls next year, Snape won't care about me anymore, Kyle reassured himself. He pushed the thoughts aside and focused on the meal, reaching for a fried chicken leg and biting into it. The skin was perfectly crispy, the meat tender and juicy, filling his mouth with a burst of flavor. The baked potatoes were equally delicious, simple but perfectly cooked. He liked that there wasn't too much seasoning, allowing the natural flavor of the potatoes to shine. For an extra kick, he added some black pepper and ketchup from the side and found the combination surprisingly good. He reached for another potato, ready to enjoy it in peace. But just as Kyle cut into the potato, Cedric leaned over, lowering his voice. Have you noticed that she keeps staring at you? Staring at me? Who? Kyle asked, not looking up as he reached for the black pepper. Kanna Prince, the girl from the train, Cedric said, raising an eyebrow and pointing mockingly across the table. Look, she's doing it again. Kyle glanced up, following Cedric's finger, and was surprised to find Kanna sitting diagonally across from him on his left, focused on cutting into a steak. However, every time she made a slice, her eyes flicked up to meet his, as if her plate held not a steak, but Kyle himself. The sight made Kyle grit his teeth in discomfort. Wait a minute, Cedric said, his voice tinged with curiosity. Her eyes don't look too friendly. She wasn't like this on the train, right? He thought for a moment before adding, I remember all the new students were together before the division. Did something happen between you two? Yeah, it's weird, Kyle agreed with a shrug, giving a quick summary of the incident. By the end, Cedric was speechless, a stunned expression on his face. An Avada Kedavra to sort us into houses? Seriously, who would even think of that? Did she actually believe it? Cedric asked cautiously. Kyle sighed bitterly. What do you think? If she didn't, do you think she'd be staring at me like that? Huh. Someone bold enough to make up such a story, and someone bold enough to believe it. Cedric couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. He blinked in disbelief, looking back and forth between Kanna and Kyle before giving a thumbs up. Wow, Kyle. You two are perfect for each other. Kyle's patience wore thin. I'm only 11, okay? You want me thrown into Azkaban or something, he retorted. And by the way, don't say things like that again. If Professor Snape hears you, you're done for. Wait, she knows Snape? Cedric asked, eyebrows raised. Kyle nodded. I'm not sure, but it seems like she does. Cedric's expression shifted instantly. He stared at Kyle with a newfound look of disdain. That's just low. How could you pull such a nasty prank on a first year? If I were the prefect, I'd dock your points for sure. Kyle gaped at him, utterly stunned. He had switched sides the moment he heard Cunna and Snape might be connected, and the speed of his change in attitude was astonishing. Was this really the Cedric he knew? But Cedric stayed stone-faced under Kyle's gaze, even scooting slightly away from him, as if he didn't want to be associated with whatever trouble Kyle had stirred up. Kyle could only respond with a silent middle finger, frustrated. Wrong friend, he thought. When did Cedric get so shameless? But the tense atmosphere made it impossible to focus on the food. Kyle eventually set his knife and fork down, his attention fully on Cunna. The little witch didn't avoid his stare. They locked eyes, neither one willing to back down. Her round face puffed up, but it was unclear whether it was from the steak she was chewing or from the anger boiling beneath her calm exterior. They sat there, silent and unmoving, as if the school banquet had become their personal battlefield, each refusing to lose the unspoken challenge of who would look away first. At first, both were resolute, determined to keep up this silent duel indefinitely. But Cunna had clearly overestimated her stamina. It wasn't long before her confidence began to falter. Her gaze shifted ever so slightly, and a pink blush spread across her once pale face. As seconds ticked by, her eyes darted nervously, her breath quickened, and her entire face turned crimson. In the end, she couldn't hold out any longer. With a swift motion, she dropped her head, her nose nearly touching the steak on her plate, as though she wished she could disappear into it. All that was visible were her two bright red ears. Cunna's personality hadn't changed at all. She was still just as shy and socially anxious as before. Her intense expression earlier had only been a result of the anger and embarrassment she felt after realizing she'd been tricked. It was similar to how a normally quiet and calm girl might curse at the keyboard after being cheated in her favorite game. Same principle. Kyle had been avoiding her, which only made things worse. She had bottled up her frustration with nowhere to release it, allowing the tension to simmer until now. Once her anger began to fade, she quickly reverted back to her usual self, the shy, socially awkward little witch she'd always been. Kyle's eye contact had inadvertently provided her an outlet, though not a very effective one. After all, locking eyes with someone is a form of communication, even if it's a silent, indirect way of venting. What surprised Kyle, though, was how fast her anger dissipated. Within just a few minutes, she was back to her old self. Her personality was just that mild. Kyle thought about it. Ginny Weasley was already considered pretty easygoing compared to the people he knew, but even when she was angry, she'd at least confront him and argue for a good half hour. Cunna, on the other hand, was far too meek. Her kind nature, while admirable, wasn't necessarily a good thing in the wizarding world. At Hogwarts, it wasn't such a big deal. Hufflepuff was known for its honesty and friendliness. No one in their house would exploit someone for being too nice. But once they graduated, Cunna's soft nature could become a liability. Out in the real world, especially among darker forces, such traits could be dangerous. Kyle couldn't help but think about the grim realities beyond Hogwarts. Grogan Stump, a famous minister of magic, once said that Hogwarts was a fairy tale, but outside its walls was an abyss where people waited to devour you. For dark wizards on the edge of ruin, a shy, introverted witch from a pure-blood family was like a walking golden carrot. They would swarm like hyenas, eager to strip her to the bone. Kyle wasn't exaggerating. There were precedents, particularly during the chaotic period after Voldemort's defeat. With the Dark Lord gone, his followers the Death Eaters lost their protection and were hunted by the Ministry's Aurors. In their desperation, they went into hiding, leaving a vacuum that predatory wizards quickly filled. These opportunists targeted the pure-blood families in disarray, robbing them or using the Cruciatus curse to extract secrets. For them, any pure-blood wizard traveling alone was easy prey. They didn't care how prestigious or powerful a family was, nor did they worry about future reprisals. As long as there was profit to be made, and as long as the family wasn't protected by someone like Dumbledore or Voldemort, they would pounce, tearing chunks out of whatever remained. Many pure-blood wizards fell during that time, leading to the decline and eventual disappearance of several families. This dark period only ended when most of the Death Eaters were captured, and the Ministry's focus shifted toward dismantling these predators. But the threat was always there, lurking, waiting for another moment of weakness. Kyle glanced at Cunna, who was now pretending not to see him. After a moment's pause, he reached for the black pepper, sprinkled it over the diced potatoes on his plate, and took a bite. Forget it, he thought. It's only the first year. There's still a long way to go before graduation. No point worrying about things like that now. Better to just eat and fill up. Half an hour later, the banquet was winding down, and the main dishes had been replaced with an array of tempting desserts. Kyle, after surveying the options, picked a serving of maple pudding. Bill and Charlie had raved about this particular dessert, insisting that nowhere else could replicate its authentic taste quite like Hogwarts. Kyle took a bite and immediately understood the hype. The sweetness was perfectly balanced, the fragrance rich and inviting, and there was just the right hint of acidity to round it all out. It was the ideal way to finish off the meal. As the last bites were savored and the remaining desserts cleared away, the long tables returned to their spotless state. The great hall grew quiet as Dumbledore stood up, signaling that it was time for his traditional speech. Now, he began, his voice commanding immediate attention. I trust you are all sufficiently full, but before you go to your dormitories, I have a few words to say. The hall was silent, every student now focused on the headmaster. First-year students, please note that the forest area on the school grounds is off-limits to all students, Dumbledore said, his tone serious. And, he paused briefly before continuing, Professor McGonagall has asked me to remind you that the use of magic in the corridors or any public area will not be tolerated and will be severely punished. As soon as he finished, nearly half the room instinctively turned to look at Fred and George Weasley, the infamous Gryffindor twins. Far from looking abashed, the twins stood up and began bowing theatrically to their peers, their grins wide as though Dumbledore had just honored them. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, looked as though she was barely holding back her fury. Her lips were pursed so tightly they had nearly disappeared. Kyle had little doubt the twins would be in for some serious detention, and it certainly wouldn't be a short stint. Dumbledore remained unfazed by the twins' antics and smoothly continued, the Quidditch tryouts will be held during the second week of the term. Any second-year students or above who are interested in playing for their house team should contact Madam Hooch. As expected, Kyle thought. He had already known that first-year students wouldn't be allowed to try out for the Quidditch teams, so he wasn't surprised by Dumbledore's words. The restriction wasn't entirely rigid, though after all, exceptions could be made for extraordinary talent, like what would happen with Harry Potter a year later. The rule was primarily there to level the playing field for Muggle-born students, who had never been exposed to Quidditch before attending Hogwarts. After a year, they'd be more familiar with the wizarding world, and it would be a fairer time for team selection. Kyle, however, wasn't planning to wait a whole year. He was determined to speak to Professor Sprout in a few days and see if she might allow him to join the tryouts with the second years. The thought of not being able to fly for an entire year felt like torture. Quiet, please. Dumbledore's voice rose slightly to regain control over the excited murmurings about Quidditch that had erupted among the students. Finally, I am pleased to introduce you to our new Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Dumbledore gestured to the staff table with a welcoming smile, directing attention to the figure seated there. Professor Oren, say hello to everyone, Dumbledore announced warmly. The man seated next to Snape, a rather plain-looking, middle-aged wizard, stood up with a polite smile and waved to the students. The response was underwhelming. Aside from the first-year students who clapped a bit more enthusiastically, the rest of the hall only offered scattered, half-hearted applause. For the older students, the excitement of a new defense against the dark arts professor had long worn off. He's just another professor, Kyle thought to himself. He'll be gone by next year like all the others. No need to get too excited, just clap for Dumbledore's sake. Professor Oren didn't seem bothered by the lackluster reception, as if he had expected it. After giving his brief greeting, he sat back down. However, as he shifted his chair, it slid a little too far. His elbow accidentally jabbed into Snape's lower back. SSSHH. Snape hissed, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly to stifle a cry of pain. Oren immediately turned to him, concern evident in his voice. I'm sorry, Severus. Are you all right? Do you need to see Madame Pomfrey? I don't believe we're on a first-name basis, Professor Oren, Snape responded icily, clearly irritated. And no, I don't need the hospital wing for a mere bump. Save your energy. Snape moved his chair further away, his expression revealing his disgust, as if Oren were an unpleasant sight, like a flobberworm drained of its slime and rendered useless. Professor Oren looked a bit embarrassed and opened his mouth as though to say something more, but Dumbledore had already moved on, discussing the rules about Hogsmeade Village. Soon, he transitioned to leading the students in the school song. A long golden ribbon floated above the hall, and soon the students began singing, each to their own melody. The hall filled with a chaotic mix of different tunes, transforming the school song into a medley of competing sounds. The most popular tunes included Do the Hippogriff and Symphony of Fate, which many of the young wizards favored. Kyle, however, opted to sing it to the tune of The Wide and Broad Aisle. But no one was enjoying it more than Fred and George Weasley. Arm in arm, they belted out the song to the tune of Flight of the Bumblebee while dancing energetically, creating a joyful scene that soon caught the attention of other Gryffindors. Before long, many students joined in, turning what was supposed to be a solemn school song into a spontaneous, lively dance party. Even Dumbledore, standing on the stage, couldn't resist moving to the beat for a moment, a smile lighting up his face. When the song finally ended, the entire hall burst into applause, with the loudest cheers going to Fred and George. Dumbledore, still adjusting his crooked wizard's hat, chuckled and said, "That was beautiful. That's what school songs are for." Now, he continued, it's time for bed. Everyone, back to your dormitories. The banquet came to an end, and students began rushing toward the doors of the Great Hall. The prefects quickly sprang into action, trying to round up the first-year students. First-year students, over here, one called out. Don't push, let the first years through. Freshmen, hurry up, we need to get moving. Is everyone here? Remember to follow me closely and don't fall behind. Hufflepuff's common room was nestled deep within the underground passages of Hogwarts Castle. The entrance, cleverly hidden in a pile of large barrels located in the kitchen corridor's right-hand corner, was both inconspicuous and charming in its simplicity. Gaining entry was straightforward. Students had to follow the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff's name, tapping the bottom of the second barrel in the second row. The lid would then rotate, revealing a passageway leading into the cozy common room. Unlike the other houses, which relied on frequently changing passwords or riddles, Hufflepuff had the most practical system. Their fixed entrance sequence meant once you learned it, you were set for all 7 years. No need to worry about keeping up with new passwords every week, which was certainly a relief for many students. Remember, it's Helga Hufflepuff. The order must be exact. Hufflepuff's prefect, Harris, reminded the cluster of nervous first years, slowing down the demonstration to ensure they memorized it correctly. A small boy in the crowd raised his hand, his voice quivering with anxiety. What if I get it wrong? I'm not good at remembering things. Will I be stuck outside the dormitory? Harris smiled reassuringly but walked over to the barrel, ready to make a point. It's worse than that? He tapped the barrel twice, deliberately wrong, and quickly stepped back. In an instant, a torrent of sour-smelling vinegar sprayed from the neighboring barrel, drenching the space where he had stood just moments before. As you can see, Harris said, waving his wand to clean up the mess, if you get the sequence wrong, the other lid bursts open, and you'll be covered in vinegar. If you don't want to smell like a vinegar bottle for the rest of the day, I suggest you practice. It's not that hard once you get the hang of it. The group chuckled nervously, but the message was clear. Harris ran through the correct sequence a couple more times, ensuring everyone understood before leading them through the now open passage into the common room. At the end of the tunnel, the new students were greeted by a large, circular room that exuded warmth and simplicity. This was the Hufflepuff common room. The low ceiling, only about 3 meters high, made the space feel intimate, while the cozy black and yellow armchairs scattered around the room invited relaxation. The walls were alive with a variety of fascinating plants, adding a touch of nature to the underground setting. Kyle's eyes scanned the room with interest. Beyond the usual decorative plants, he spotted several rare species that he knew were valuable. He recognized a rue plant, Dittany, and even the prized hydrangea. His gaze then fell on the most striking plant of all, a wind chime sunflower placed right in the center of the lounge. If I'm not mistaken, Kyle thought, that wind chime sunflower alone is worth about 300 galleons. Beside it stood the golden hydrangea, slightly less expensive but still a luxurious 279 galleons at Diagon Alley. It was clear to Kyle that Professor Sprout, renowned in the wizarding world for her expertise in herbology, had handpicked these plants for the common room. The subtle display of rare and valuable plants, arranged with casual elegance, reflected a certain low-key luxury. Kyle suppressed the temptation to snatch one of the prized plants, turning away with effort. His attention shifted to a large honey-colored wooden mantelpiece, carved intricately with badgers, the Hufflepuff house emblem. On it sat several jars, which, according to head boy Harris, were filled with various snacks, sweets and treats that the students could enjoy at their leisure. Above the fireplace hung a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff herself. She was depicted as a kind-faced witch, holding a golden cup and smiling warmly down at the students. The cheerful expression of their house founder added to the comforting and welcoming atmosphere of the common room, making it feel like a true home for Hufflepuff students. At that moment, more Hufflepuff students began entering the common room one by one. They greeted the new students warmly and offered them small snacks as gifts. Kyle received quite a bit, and his robe pockets were soon stuffed with colorful candies and preserves enough to last him more than a month. What do you think? Pretty cozy, isn't it? Cedric approached Kyle, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. No other house has such a comfortable environment. Oh, it's you, Mr. Diggory, Kyle replied, clearly unimpressed, as he brushed Cedric's hand off his shoulder. What, not worried about being misunderstood by Professor Snape at a time like this? Come on, Kyle, that's just for show, Cedric responded with a smirk. Our friendship is unbreakable, I swear. Kyle found Cedric's explanation even more irritating and quickly stepped away from him, though he knew Cedric was only teasing. He wasn't truly angry, just annoyed by the remark. Besides, Cedric had said it was all for appearances. Did he really think he was Harry Potter, constantly catching Snape's attention? What was going on in his head? Kyle shrugged it off. He couldn't shake the feeling that Cedric's behavior seemed oddly familiar, particularly the way he deflected blame so smoothly. He had definitely seen that style before. But who was it? Kyle racked his brain, but couldn't pinpoint the person. Finally, he gave up, figuring it was probably maybe the Weasley brothers. As the common room filled with more people, Harris, one of the prefects, gestured for the newcomers to sit on the sofas. He explained that the professors had asked him to inform the first years about Hogwarts rules and help everyone get to know each other. He and the other female prefect soon returned from the nearby kitchen, carrying biscuits and large glasses of fresh juice. This was one of the perks of Hufflepuff being so close to the kitchen, something the other houses didn't enjoy. Soon, the tables in the common room were piled high with all kinds of snacks. Welcome to Hufflepuff, Harris said cheerfully. There aren't too many rules at Hogwarts, but make sure to remember the following. While Harris spoke, Kyle scanned the room and spotted Kanna sitting on the outer edge of the crowd. Without drawing attention, he moved over to her. I was out of line earlier, Kyle whispered. I'm sorry. Kanna looked startled. When she realized it was Kyle, she whispered back, no, it's okay. It was partly my fault too. I'm so dumb, I should have guessed you were joking. There's no way Hogwarts uses spells like that to sort students. Kyle shook his head, his expression serious. It's not the same. A joke is only funny if both people find it funny. I was definitely wrong for scaring you like that, so I needed to apologize. Seeing how earnest Kyle was, Kanna bit her lip, then looked up and said sincerely, "All right, I accept your apology." After saying that, she gave him a light slap on the arm. "Now we're even." As for the force of that slap, it was barely enough to knock off any dust. Not quite, just a second. Kyle smiled and took out a handful of the prettiest brown-wrapped candies from his pocket. Handing them to her, he said, "This is your compensation. We're only even if you accept them." "Well, okay." Kanna accepted the candies, popped one in her mouth in front of Kyle, and then extended her hand with the remaining ones toward him, smiling. "Here, I'll buy you a candy." No, Kyle quickly shook his head, mumbling, "Who in their right mind eats licorice snap? Not even a Krupp would eat this stuff." Crunch. In short, these are the main things you need to keep in mind. As long as you pay attention to them in your daily life, you won't lose house points. But even if you do lose points once in a while due to negligence, it's no big deal. Here in Hufflepuff, we don't worry too much about that. The most important thing is that everyone enjoys their time at Hogwarts. Head boy Harris was speaking confidently to the group, while Kyle sat at the very edge, silent with his head down. "Kyle, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you everywhere." Cedric approached and casually handed Kyle a glass of juice. Fresh orange juice, definitely a good choice before bed. Kyle didn't take it, nor did he lift his head. He just waved Cedric off to show he didn't want it. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Cedric asked, his voice tinged with concern. "No, I'm just feeling a little sleepy," Kyle responded hastily, still avoiding eye contact. "I don't like drinking anything before bed. You can offer it to someone else." This odd behavior only heightened Cedric's curiosity. He took a step to the left, trying to get a better look at Kyle's face. But Kyle turned away at the same time, dodging him. Something was definitely off. "All right, I'll ask some of the other first years then," Cedric said, pretending to walk away. But instead, he moved lightly, circling around and then quickly dropping to the ground near Kyle. Kyle, lost in his thoughts about when he could return to the dormitory, suddenly found himself face to face with a furry head appearing right in front of him. Their eyes met. "Kyle, what happened to your eye? Why do you have such a huge black eye?" "Nothing." Kyle immediately raised his hand to cover his left eye and answered seriously, "I just accidentally hit the table. It's perfectly normal to have bruises from something like that." "How do you end up with a bruise that round?" Cedric sat down, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "It looks more like you got punched." "No way, you're imagining things." Kyle shot back. "Even if you don't believe me, surely you believe in Hufflepuff. This is the warmest house at Hogwarts. How could there be anyone violent here?" "You're right, could it really just be a bruise?" Cedric nodded, partially convinced. He didn't think anyone from Hufflepuff would punch a first year on their first day of school either. That was more of a Slytherin thing. But still, it puzzled him. If Kyle had simply fallen, how could his black eye be so perfectly round? Was he exceptionally clumsy? As Cedric pondered this mystery, Harris finished his speech. "From today onwards, we're all classmates. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Hufflepuff is one big, warm family, and every upperclassman, myself included, will support you. Now, you all must be tired, so I'll take you to your dormitories. Patty, you'll handle the girls." Kyle sprang to his feet as if he'd been released from a burden and followed the rest of the group without so much as a goodbye to Cedric. Under Harris's guidance, Kyle soon arrived at his dormitory. Like the common room, the dormitory was dominated by warm yellow and black tones. Copper lamps cast a cozy glow over the room's four-poster beds, while brass bed warmers hung on the walls, ensuring each bed remained at the perfect temperature. There were two other boys in his dormitory. One, Mikkel Derrick, was a small, dark-haired boy. The other, Ryan Baggins, was stockier with blonde hair. Neither of them were particularly remarkable, just two fellow students. The last bed in the room was empty, likely because there weren't enough new students. Kyle tilted his head, gave the boys a brief greeting, then climbed into bed without further conversation. "Hey, this is amazing, isn't it? I'm a wizard," Mikkel exclaimed, sitting on the edge of his bed, beaming with excitement. "No one in my family can do magic. My dad sells drilling rigs, and my mum works in a bank, so when I first got the letter, I thought it was a joke. Haha, Hogwarts. I still can't believe it. I'm half and half, what wizards call half-blood," Ryan chimed in, running a hand through his blonde hair. "My dad's a wizard, but my mum's a muggle." She was completely shocked when she found out. Of course she was. Anyone who hasn't had contact with magic would be, Mikkel agreed. "You wouldn't believe it, when the professor came to our house, my parents almost called the police. He just appeared in front of us and started talking about some kind of displacement. Locomotor. Apparition," Kyle corrected quietly from his bed. "Yeah, that's it, apparition," Mikkel said, looking over at Kyle with sudden recognition. "Hey, I remember you. You're Kyle Chopper, the one whose sorting took 20 minutes, right?" "That's right," Kyle nodded. "Nice to meet you both. So, what happened?" Mikkel asked curiously, leaning in. "Why did your sorting take so long, longer than all the other first years combined?" "It's nothing," Kyle said after a brief pause. "The sorting hat just couldn't decide where to send me, that's all. It was torn." I see, Mikkel said with awe. For the hat to take that long, you must be really talented. Kyle smiled but didn't respond. He was talented, sure, but that had little to do with the sorting hat's dilemma. If Mikkel knew the real reason for its hesitation, he probably wouldn't have been so impressed. For the next several minutes, Mikkel kept up a stream of enthusiastic chatter. He jumped from talking about his first visit to Diagon Alley to Gringotts, and then from Gringotts to choosing a wand, barely pausing for breath in between. It was clear that becoming a wizard had made him incredibly happy. At first, Kyle and Ryan managed to join in here and there, but eventually, the only voice in the dormitory was Mikkel's. The other two just couldn't keep up. After a long day of travel and excitement, exhaustion had finally caught up with them. Kyle wanted to keep talking with his new roommates and get to know them better, but the bed was so comfortable that he fell asleep without even realizing it. Next to him, Ryan had drifted off even faster and hadn't stirred for the past 5 minutes. Early the next morning, Kyle was forced out of bed by the bright sunlight streaming through the dormitory's round window. Since he hadn't drawn the curtains the previous night, the sunbeams hit him squarely in the face like a spotlight. How was anyone supposed to sleep like that? Grudgingly, Kyle got dressed and stretched, then walked over to the window. Although Hogwarts Castle is partly underground, the dormitory was situated in a sunny part of the structure. From the circular window, he could see the grass and dandelions swaying outside in the morning breeze. Kyle glanced at his two roommates, who were still fast asleep, and without a second thought, opened the window as wide as it would go. There were only 5 years until the Owl's exam. How could they still be sleeping at a time like this? Besides, it was already 7:30, which might as well have been 8:50 in his mind, with only a few minutes left before classes began at 9 o'clock. Since this was their very first day of lessons at Hogwarts, they couldn't afford to make a bad impression on the professors by being late. And what better way to wake up than with the fresh morning air, with its hint of moisture? I'm really considerate, Kyle nodded to himself in satisfaction. He was genuinely thinking of his roommates. It wasn't that he wanted them to get up early with him after all, a Hufflepuff like him would never do something like that. After a quick wash, Kyle left the dormitory and made his way through the passage toward the common room. As everyone knows, the stairs at Hogwarts have a mind of their own. They seem to move at the most inconvenient times, often leaving students stranded or extending to unexpected floors, all while silently enjoying the wizard's despair. Kyle was ready to make several trips around the castle, anticipating that the stairs might cause trouble. But, much to his surprise, the stairs stayed in place the entire time. He walked from the common room to the Great Hall without a single shift or jolt. The entire journey was eerily quiet. To be honest, Kyle was a little disappointed. He had kind of been looking forward to experiencing the infamous moving stairs for himself. Even though it wasn't yet 8 o'clock, the Great Hall already had quite a few students seated for breakfast. The Ravenclaw table, in particular, was nearly full, while a few older students from other houses were scattered around. Only the Hufflepuff table remained mostly empty except for Kyle. As soon as he sat down, a steaming breakfast appeared on the plate in front of him, a glass of milk, 2 sausages, and a piece of bread. It wasn't much, but it was just right, and he could always have more if he wanted. Kyle ate his breakfast slowly, savoring the quiet. Before long, 2 familiar figures appeared in the doorway of the Great Hall, walking in one after the other. Hey, Kyle, what are you doing up so early? Mikkel and Ryan hurried over to join him. I didn't want to get up early either, Kyle said calmly, cutting into his sausage. But the window in our dorm room was open, and the wind was blowing in, so it got too cold to sleep. Without missing a beat, he asked, what about you two? Why are you up so early? We're in the same boat, Mikkel said with a bitter expression. I was wondering if you were the one who opened the window. The window was open when I left, Kyle emphasized the words when I left. Oh, I see. Then it must have been the wind, Mikkel said, taking a large bite of bread. But I guess it was a good thing in the end. I didn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. If the window hadn't been open, I definitely wouldn't have woken up before 9. Imagine being late for the first class. I shudder to think what would have happened. I probably would have been expelled right on the spot. Ryan, who was eating beside him, nodded in agreement. He usually got up around 8 at home, but only because his mother dragged him out of bed. If he'd slept in until he naturally woke up, he likely wouldn't have made it to their first class either. Kyle smiled slyly and said, then you two should really thank the kind person who helped open the window. Yes, definitely, Mikkel said, nodding sleepily as he chewed on his breakfast, not noticing anything unusual in Kyle's comment. It really helped a lot. Kyle took his final sip of milk, then stood up. Well, you two enjoy your breakfast. I'm going to go explore the area a bit. Okay, they both replied in unison, still groggy. After bidding farewell to his roommates, who were still focused on their breakfast, Kyle made his way straight to the castle gates. It was just past 8 o'clock, so he had plenty of time before class started. While he still had some time, he decided to deal with his pet problem first. There was already a cat and a toad in the dormitory, and he couldn't afford to be the only one without a companion. Stepping out through the castle gates, Kyle raised his arm skillfully. In an instant, 7 or 8 owls swooped in from all directions, landing neatly on the stone steps in front of him. This time, it's not about sending a letter, Kyle said, addressing the group of owls. I'm going to be at Hogwarts for quite some time, and I'd like to hire one of you as my personal messenger during my stay. In return, well, meals will be included at least 1 package of owl nuts per day, 3 packages of murtlap dried rat meat per week, and 1 bottle of owl tonic per month, for now. If you need anything else, just ask. Oh, and this arrangement will continue even after I graduate, until the day you can no longer lift your wings. Kyle paused, letting his offer sink in. So, how about it? If any of you are interested, just fly up onto my shoulder. Owls in the wizarding world had a natural affinity for magic, especially those trained to be special messengers. With a bit of body language and Kyle's clear instructions, the owls were able to understand about 70 to 80% of what he said. Almost immediately, chaos broke out. The owls scrambled to reach Kyle's shoulder, with some of the slower ones even attacking the others in their haste. Feathers flew everywhere as the owls fought for position, and Kyle found himself scratching his head, trying to calm the frenzy. But it was too late. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Thankfully, the chaos didn't last long. A large brown fishing owl, towering over the others with its imposing size, easily overpowered the competition. It stood proudly on Kyle's shoulder, victorious. Kyle recognized the owl immediately. About 3 years ago, Chris had found this owl near death, battered and covered in wounds, clutching an undelivered letter in its claws at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic's mail collection counter. Chris had acted quickly, taking the owl home and nursing it back to health over the course of more than half a month. Despite his best efforts, however, the owl was left with a long, narrow scar across its face, a permanent reminder of the dark magic that had injured it. Neither Chris nor Newt had been able to remove or conceal the scar, which made the owl look somewhat ugly compared to its peers. But Kyle didn't care about appearances. He reached out and scratched the brown fishing owl's neck feathers, grinning. "Hello, Rattan." The owl tilted its head, gently rubbing Kyle's finger with its beak. Rattan was the nickname Kyle had given him early on, back when he didn't know the owl's real name. It had stuck, and Rattan had even come to recognize it. Kyle remembered when Hagrid came to fetch him one time and had spent over half an hour calling Sabin, Sabin in the nearby woods without getting a response. But the moment Kyle quietly whispered Rattan, the owl had flown out leisurely, much to Hagrid's shock. Hagrid had been so stunned that he stood there, speechless, unable to recover for a long time. It was as if Kyle had stolen the owl that Hagrid had worked so hard to care for, leaving the gentle giant looking thoroughly devastated. Although Kyle never had to worry about delivering letters personally, having his own owl at Hogwarts was still a good idea. In the wizarding world, owls served a similar function to phone numbers. In the Muggle world, they often represented the identity of their owner, and that was still quite important. Take, for instance, Kyle's mother, Diana, who worked in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. This department had very strict security protocols, and letters sent there were meticulously screened. The ministry would check everything from the identity and status of the owl, to the sender's details, and even the letter itself, ensuring there were no hidden jinxes or magical substances. Only after everything was confirmed would the letter be delivered to the Department of Mysteries, often in the form of a paper airplane. Even Kyle's letters weren't exempt from this process, though they were expedited due to his connection. With the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic, this entire screening process could take at least a day. But with Rattan, things were different. Diana could apply to have him registered as a special owl. This status would grant priority processing, and the screening could be simplified. Instead of the full inspection, they would only need to verify the owl's status, the sender's identity, and perform a basic check for jinxes, all of which could be done on the spot. Diana had reminded Kyle of this when they were at platform 934, telling him to use the same owl consistently for his letters, or else he'd need to buy one from Diagon Alley. Naturally, Kyle had no intention of buying an owl when he already had Rattan. Problem solved. Kyle took some owl nuts from his mokeskin pouch, along with a few bags of murtlap dried rat jerky, and offered them to the group of owls. He also grabbed some water, added 2 bottles of owl tonic, stirred it well, and poured the mixture into a stone trough nearby. This was their payment for the trouble. They couldn't be expected to lose their feathers for nothing. While the owls feasted, Kyle took Rattan back to the castle and headed straight for the Hufflepuff common room. Passing the barrels in the kitchen corridor, he returned to the dormitory, but Mikkel and Ryan were already gone, likely off to class. Not giving it much thought, Kyle placed Rattan on the shelf beside his bed, grabbed his textbooks, and left. In the common room, he ran into Cedric, who was also getting ready to head out. "Kyle, I was just about to look for you," Cedric said, approaching quickly. "What's your first class?" "Charms," Kyle replied, shaking the standard book of spells, beginner's level in his hand. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, right. Here," Cedric said, handing Kyle a piece of parchment. "This is a map of Hogwarts that the class rep gave me when I first enrolled. It marks the classrooms and some of the stairway changes. I don't need it anymore, so I figured you could use it." Hogwarts was impressive in many ways, but it was undeniably huge and confusing. The interior was like a maze, and it wasn't uncommon for first years to get lost. Being late to class, as a result, was a common issue. Fortunately, most professors were understanding of this, and aside from one strict dean, they tended to either turn a blind eye, give a light verbal warning, or deduct a point or two, without taking it too seriously. Kyle unfolded the parchment and examined it closely. Though it was just an ordinary map, it was incredibly detailed. It clearly marked all the routes from the Hufflepuff common room to each classroom and even indicated where to wait for the stairs to shift before continuing. It was like a simplified version of a live map, but good enough for Kyle's needs. Thanks, I really needed this, Kyle said as he tucked the map away. By the way, what class do you have first? I have potions. Wait, potions. Cedric's eyes widened in sudden realization, and before Kyle could say anything more, Cedric took off running. I'll go ahead, Kyle. Just remember never be late for potions class. That's the most important thing at Hogwarts. Cedric's voice faded as he disappeared down the corridor, his panic clear from his hurried departure. Kyle couldn't help but think Snape must have left a deep psychological scar on Cedric or perhaps on many young wizards. He suspected he might not be able to escape Snape's wrath either. Too bad Harry Potter didn't enroll a year earlier. That would have been great, Kyle muttered to himself, shaking his head. With that, he left the common room, heading to his first class. Charm's classroom was on the 3rd floor, and it was easy for Kyle to find, thanks to the map Cedric had given him. As he entered the classroom, the first thing he noticed was a stack of books arranged in the shape of a staircase, with 4 portraits of wizards hanging on the wall. Though they were likely famous figures, Kyle didn't recognize any of them. On either side of the room, the emblems of the 4 Hogwarts houses were displayed, while further inside were long tables for the students. When Kyle arrived, there were still 5 minutes before class began. He wasn't early, but surprisingly, there weren't many students in the room yet, and even Professor Flitwick was nowhere to be seen. Kyle found a seat, noting that the room was divided between Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, with the latter sitting opposite him. As 9 o'clock approached, more students rushed in, panting from their sprint to class. Kyle spotted Kunna among them, but unfortunately, she stormed past him without a word. At exactly 8:59, Mikkel and Ryan stumbled in, just barely on time. Thank goodness, we're not late, Mikkel panted as he collapsed into his seat next to Kyle. He was out of breath, but that didn't stop him from launching into a complaint. We got lost. My goodness, Hogwarts is a real maze, he continued, shaking his head. We were supposed to head to the 3rd floor, but the stairs shifted when we were on the 2nd floor, and somehow, we ended up on the 5th floor. Ryan nodded in agreement, chiming in, then we started walking back down, but it took us forever to realize we were still stuck on the 5th floor. Mikkel threw his hands up in frustration. We finally made it down, but we ended up back on the 2nd floor? Kyle, we climbed those stairs for 30 whole minutes, my legs are about to give out. As Mikkel became more and more agitated, he was practically on the verge of tears. Wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Give me a second, Kyle said, rubbing his forehead, trying to make sense of their story. Even if someone was lost, it should still be easy to tell whether they were going up or down. What they were describing seemed more like some bizarre metaphysical phenomenon than magic. And there hadn't been anything about this in the map Cedric gave him. Forget it, never mind, Kyle eventually said, giving up on figuring out the mystery. So how did you guys end up here? We were brought here, Mikkel admitted, his face turning red as he pointed across the room. We bumped into a first-year Ravenclaw on the 5th floor. She helped us down the revolving staircase and asked if we were headed to the charms class. She said we could follow her. Kyle glanced in the direction Mikkel was pointing and saw the student sitting with her classmates and realized Mikkel was referring to Ravenclaw's Cho Chang. Kyle didn't know much about Cho Chang, Cedric's future girlfriend and Harry Potter's unattainable crush, besides the fact that she was in Ravenclaw. But now, there was something new he could add to that. She was helpful. After all, not every Ravenclaw would go out of their way to help others. Many preferred to immerse themselves in their own thoughts, often revolving around schoolwork or intellectual pursuits. That didn't mean they were indifferent, they just tended to be more reserved. If someone asked them for help, they would usually oblige, but they rarely took the initiative. Cho Chang was chatting with her friends nearby, so Kyle simply glanced at her and then looked away. It's only the first class, and we barely made it, Mikkel groaned, clutching his hair in frustration. What are we going to do for the rest of the year? We can't leave an hour early for every lesson? If this keeps up, I'm bound to be late one day. Don't worry, the professors at Hogwarts won't expel you for being late, Kyle reassured him, giving him a comforting pat on the shoulder. At most, they'll just deduct some house points. Speaking of which, I've got something that might help you out. Something good. Mikkel and Ryan leaned in with curious expressions. Kyle pulled out the map Cedric had given him and spread it across the table. You can thank Cedric for this. Without it, you'd have been lost for much longer. Mikkel was still trying to figure out what it was, but Ryan, whose father was a wizard, immediately recognized it. A map of Hogwarts, he gasped. Where did you get this? Can I make a copy? I swear I'll return it after class. Of course, we're roommates. Kyle grinned, then turned to Mikkel. What about you? Want to copy it too? Mikkel was tempted, but after some thought, he shook his head. This was his first time in the magical world, and he didn't want to miss any opportunity to learn, especially during an important class like charms. Can I wait until after class to copy it? Mikkel asked. Sure, Kyle nodded, tapping his wand lightly on the map. Geminio. In an instant, a perfect duplicate of the map appeared beside the original. Kyle picked up the copy, gave it a quick once-over, and then handed it to Mikkel. Here you go. The magic on this should last about a week, so you can copy it whenever you're ready. Mikkel took the map with a puzzled look, then glanced over at Ryan, who appeared equally confused. Ryan shifted awkwardly, glancing between Kyle and the duplicated parchment, his face growing warm. He was about to say something when a voice interrupted them from the front of the room. Nice doubling charm, Hufflepuff. 5 points. Kyle jumped in surprise and looked up, his eyes locking on Cho Chang across the table. She was smiling slightly, but it wasn't her who had spoken. Upon closer inspection, Kyle realized there was someone standing right in front of him. The person was so short that they had been completely hidden behind the table. Thank you for your praise, Professor Flitwick, Kyle replied with a polite nod. Flitwick smiled warmly. I'm just being honest. Mr. Chopper, is that your name? Kyle nodded again. Yes, Professor. Well, it seems my memory hasn't failed me yet, Flitwick chuckled, then turned his attention to Mikkel. May I take a look at that map? Mikkel, initially unsure of who the small wizard was, quickly realized after hearing Kyle's address. He handed over the map with both hands, stammering slightly. Yes, Professor. Thank you. Flitwick took the map and examined it carefully, sensing the magic within. After a moment, he handed it back to Mikkel with a satisfied nod. Ah, the magic is stable. If nothing unusual happens, this copy should last until noon in about 8 days. He winked at Kyle before adding with a slightly regretful tone, if the end-of-term exam was on the doubling charm, I would have given you an outstanding. But for now, I can only award Hufflepuff 3 more points. Professor. A young Ravenclaw witch raised her hand, looking curious. Can't objects created with the doubling charm exist permanently? No, Miss Mittal, Flitwick replied. If that were possible, we wouldn't need so much parchment in Muggle stores. Copies made with the doubling charm eventually fade. And Dumbledore can't make permanent copies either, another witch asked. Flitwick shook his head. Not even the headmaster can make them last forever. Even if the copies could last 100 years, they would still eventually disappear. Now, that's enough about the doubling charm, he said, clapping his hands to refocus the class. It's a bit advanced for you at this stage. Let's begin today's lesson. Turning to the class, Flitwick addressed the room. Today, we'll be learning one of the most basic and essential charms, the lighting charm. The incantation is Lumos. Everyone, pay close attention. Kyle wasn't surprised that their first lesson in charms involved the lighting charm. It was considered one of the simplest and most fundamental spells in the wizarding world. There were no complex hand movements involved, just a wand, the correct incantation, and focus. Historically, the lighting charm was even used to differentiate wizards from squibs due to its simplicity and near-perfect success rate. If a person couldn't perform this charm, they likely weren't a wizard at all. After demonstrating the casting process, Professor Flitwick encouraged the young wizards to try it for themselves. The room soon flickered with lights of various brightness as students attempted the spell. Kyle wasn't the first to succeed, but when his wand lit up, the glow was steady and consistent. The light resembled a soft, steady electric bulb, shining with a calm, white glow. Unfortunately, there were no extra points for this, as Kyle wasn't alone in mastering the charm. 7 Ravenclaw students across the room had also managed to produce stable lights with their wands. Hufflepuff wasn't far behind, though. They had 6 successful wizards, making the competition between the two houses fairly close. Don't forget what I said earlier, stay calm, Flitwick reminded the class in his high-pitched voice. You must remain steady, just like when holding something fragile. And remember, pronunciation is crucial. Don't mispronounce the incantation. With the professor's encouragement, more students began producing steady, glowing lights with their wands. Kyle glanced over at his 2 roommates. Mikkel and Ryan were still struggling to get their wands to light up properly. Ryan was making some progress. He had switched from the weak, intermittent flickers to a steady flashlight mode, and the frequency of fluctuations was steadily decreasing. It seemed like he was close to achieving success. Mikkel, however, was struggling. The light on his wand was wildly unstable. At its brightest, it was blinding like a searchlight, but at its weakest, it barely glowed like a firefly and looked as if it might go out at any second. The more erratic the light became, the more anxious Mikkel grew, and the more anxious he became, the less control he had over the spell. It had turned into a vicious cycle. Hey, Kyle tried to offer some help, but before he could say anything, he noticed Mikkel suddenly take a deep breath and sharply raise his wand. For reasons Kyle couldn't explain, a sense of foreboding rose in his chest, as if something terrible was about to unfold. The feeling hit him so suddenly that he didn't even have time to process it. Almost instinctively, he turned away, bowing his head and squeezing his eyes shut. At that exact moment, a blinding flash of light filled the charms classroom, as if a flashbang had just gone off. The burst of light was intense but brief, disappearing after a second, though its effects were catastrophic. The unexpected brilliance caught most of the young wizards off guard, blinding them. Cries of pain and panic quickly filled the room as students clutched at their eyes, stumbling, pushing, and trying to escape the classroom in disarray. Even Professor Flitwick wasn't spared, though his years of experience kept him calmer than the frantic students. Fighting off the discomfort, he called out in his high-pitched voice, "It's okay, everyone, don't panic. Stay calm, you'll be able to see in a moment." Despite his reassurances, his words did little to quell the pandemonium. The classroom remained in chaos, filled with the sounds of panicked students. If anyone had walked in just then, they might have thought Voldemort himself had stormed the school. To make matters worse, Flitwick had been turned in the wrong direction the entire time, his back facing the students as he yelled his comforting words at the wall. The 4 wizards in the painting behind him were thoroughly unimpressed. Although they had been startled by the sudden flash, as portraits, they weren't affected by the aftermath. To them, Flitwick's current behavior seemed as ridiculous as a Tebow warthog with a lump on its head. At that moment, in the charm classroom, the only ones who managed to stay unaffected were Kyle, who had instinctively dodged the risk, and a few other fortunate students. Despite their own good fortune, there wasn't much they could do to fix the situation. Instead, they focused on comforting their fellow students and helping those who had fallen in the chaos, trying to prevent a stampede from happening. After several tense minutes, the blinding aftereffects of the light finally began to wear off, and the students' vision slowly returned. "Oh, Merlin's beard, what a disaster," muttered Professor Flitwick as he rubbed his eyes, shakily climbing down from behind his desk. In his attempt to reassure the young wizards, he had inadvertently gone the wrong way, tripped, and taken a tumble. Now, Professor Flitwick was furious. In his decades of teaching, he'd witnessed countless magical mishaps, students getting hit by a misfired Oxio, cows summoned with the levitation charm, locks exploding under a faulty unlocking charm. None of these things fazed him because they were expected in a classroom filled with students still learning magic. But never, in all his years, had he imagined that a simple lighting charm could cause such chaos. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Professor Flitwick led the now somewhat recovered students toward the culprit, both angry and curious to confront them. Mikkel, however, was lying motionless on a desk. Professor Flitwick called his name several times, but there was no response. Mikkel remained still, looking oddly peaceful. Sensing that something wasn't right, the professor hurried over to check on him. After a quick examination, he delivered his verdict: "He's fine, but he's in a coma due to magical exhaustion." Hearing this, Kyle let out a sigh of relief. By magical exhaustion, the professor didn't mean that Mikkel had drained his magical reserves entirely, but that he had overextended himself like an ordinary person who hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. Professor Flitwick's gaze became distant, unfocused. Magical exhaustion? From a lighting charm? This was the second time in a matter of minutes that he found himself questioning everything he knew. Could he really have been at Hogwarts for so long that he was out of touch? In all his knowledge of wizarding history, spanning thousands of years, he had never heard of anyone collapsing from casting a lighting charm. Sensing the professor's confusion, Kyle hesitated for a moment before offering, "Professor, should I take him to Madame Pomfrey? It's probably not a good idea to just leave him lying here like this. She should check him out." Yes, you're right," Flitwick said, snapping out of his daze. "Take him quickly. Madame Pomfrey will know what to do." After receiving Professor Flitwick's permission, Kyle quickly cast a floating charm on Mikkel and guided him out of the classroom. Normally, Professor Flitwick would have awarded extra credit for such quick thinking, but given the current situation, Kyle was lucky not to have points deducted. A reward was out of the question. After all, who needed extra credit at a time like this? Not long after leaving the classroom, Kyle spotted a cat sitting at the corner, not a cat girl, but an actual cat, with 2 amber eyes staring at him intently. "Mrs. Norris? That's great," Kyle exclaimed, recognizing Filch's infamous companion. "A student's hurt. I need to get to Madame Pomfrey, but I don't know the way. Could you help me?" Although Cedric had given him a map of Hogwarts that marked the hospital wing, Kyle had never actually been there and wasn't familiar with the exact route. But Mrs. Norris was different. She had roamed Hogwarts alongside Filch for years and knew the castle better than most. Surely, she'd know the quickest way to the hospital. The cat tilted her head slightly, taking a glance at Kyle and the levitating Mikkel behind him. Without a word, she stood up and began walking toward the stairs on the right. Was that a yes? Kyle wasted no time in following her. The 3 of them, Kyle, Mikkel, and Mrs. Norris, made their way through the school, zigzagging between staircases, and at one point even cutting through a hidden passage behind a statue. Within a few minutes, they arrived at a courtyard outside the Great Hall. In the center stood a massive clock, which gave the courtyard its name, Pendulum Clock Courtyard. When they arrived, Mrs. Norris crouched near the base of the clock, her tail pointing toward a staircase behind her as if instructing Kyle to head up. "Thank you. I'll bring you some dried fish," Kyle said gratefully, extending his hand to pat the cat's head. But Mrs. Norris skillfully avoided his touch, her ears flattening back like tiny airplane wings as she gave Kyle a warning look. With a flick of her tail, she darted away and disappeared, as if she'd cast her own vanishing charm. "Huh, arrogant," Kyle muttered, withdrawing his hand in frustration. He had no choice but to shrug it off and continue up the stairs with Mikkel in tow. The staircase was a fixed one, so there was no risk of it shifting unexpectedly. All he had to do now was follow it straight to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, a tall witch renowned for her expertise in healing, potions, and medicinal herbs, was a figure of both respect and mystery at Hogwarts. Rumor had it that St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries had extended an invitation to her 3 times, offering her the role of vice president if she accepted. However, she had always refused, insisting on staying at Hogwarts. Though the rumor was widespread, neither she nor St. Mungo's had ever confirmed or denied it, leaving it as one of Hogwarts' minor unsolved mysteries. As Kyle entered the hospital wing, he saw Madame Pomfrey bustling around, tending to her patients. She handed a green potion to a young wizard in one of the beds. "This is the last bottle of scabies medicine. Apply it regularly, and stop drinking any more potions," she instructed sternly before turning to another bed. Muttering under her breath, she complained, "Why are so many young wizards getting sent here this time of year? What are those professors doing? So irresponsible." It was clear she was in a foul mood, and Kyle hesitated, unsure how to approach her with Michelle's condition. But Madame Pomfrey caught sight of them before he could decide what to say. "By Merlin's beard? What happened to this child?" she gasped, rushing over to gently place Michelle onto an empty bed. Without looking up, she asked briskly, "Potions mishap? Defense against the dark arts? Why is he unconscious?" "Neither, madam," Kyle replied quietly. "It happened during charms class. Michelle cast a lighting charm, and that was it. Professor Flitwick said he must have overused his magic. Yes, clearly he's drained." "Wait, what did you say?" Madame Pomfrey suddenly spun around, staring at Kyle in disbelief. "A lighting charm." Her expression was one of utter incredulity, as though she had just witnessed Dumbledore pole dancing on the astronomy tower. The absurdity of what Kyle had said made her doubt the truth of it. These young wizards are getting more ridiculous by the day, she seemed to think. If they were going to make up a story, at least they could have come up with something believable. Overdraft from a lighting charm? Why not just say Phileas Flitwick had been knocked out by it as well? It's true. The first years from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw all saw it happen, and Professor Flitwick can confirm it, Kyle explained earnestly, giving her a brief account of the incident in the charms classroom. Hearing this, most of Madame Pomfrey's doubts subsided. If both houses had witnessed the event, word would soon spread throughout the school. It wouldn't make sense for Kyle to lie about something so easily exposed, especially when he brought Professor Flitwick's name into it. Still, she turned to look at Michelle with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity, as though he were some rare magical creature. Never before had she seen a young wizard with such poor control over his magic. From Kyle's description, the magnitude of the lighting charm resembled something closer to accidental magic, powerful but entirely unrestrained. Yet, as she examined Michelle earlier, she had found no evidence of accidental magic. His condition seemed to be nothing more than simple magical exhaustion. "It's really an eye-opener," Madame Pomfrey muttered, almost unconsciously. Kyle nodded vigorously in agreement, fully understanding her disbelief. He felt the same way. If casting a charm were like driving a car, Michelle had essentially floored the gas pedal, burning through all the fuel in a matter of seconds, sending the car rocketing off at 200 kilometers per second. It might seem impressive, but it was anything but good. It was fortunate that Michelle had only cast a lighting charm. Kyle shuddered at the thought of what might have happened if it had been incendio. He made a mental note to sit as far away from Michelle as possible in future classes, as far away as possible. The explosive genius who would be joining Hogwarts next year seemed outrageous enough, but now they had a forbidden spell wizard already in their midst. Hogwarts certainly does not raise idle people, Kyle thought. A few minutes later, Dumbledore arrived, having been informed of the incident, and with him was Professor Snape, who had been pulled out of his lesson. Madame Pomfrey guided them to Michelle's bedside, whispered a few words to them, and then stepped aside. Dumbledore leaned in to inspect Michelle, tapping him lightly with his wand here and there as he assessed the situation. After a while, he put his wand away and turned to Kyle. "Good morning, Kyle. You brought him to Madame Pomfrey, correct?" "Yes, Professor," Kyle confirmed with a nod. "You did well," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "I've heard what happened. If you hadn't helped those students who fell, there would be more than just Mr. Michelle lying here." Kyle waved his hands in protest. "It was the right thing to do, Professor, and I wasn't the only one who helped. But you were the first to act," Dumbledore winked. "Many older students and even adult wizards struggle to remain calm in an emergency. You did, and you did a fine job. Your bravery and humility have earned Hufflepuff 20 points. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Snape, who had been inspecting Michelle up until that point, suddenly turned his gaze toward Kyle, as if only just noticing him standing there. Kyle, however, didn't notice Snape's shift in attention. Instead, he looked at Dumbledore and asked, "So, Professor, how is Michelle? Will he be able to continue his lessons?" Dumbledore smiled reassuringly. "Yes, of course. There's a bit of an issue, but it's easily handled. A potion to suppress his magical overload should do the trick. Our potions professor will be able to prepare it in no time." "One day," Snape interjected coldly, stepping closer. "I'll have it ready before tomorrow's potions class for the Hufflepuffs. But before I go, Mr. Chopper, there's something you should remind your friend about." Snape paused, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Tell him to keep his feeble brain and his wand in check. Frequent magical overdrafts can leave a wizard severely weakened, almost like a squib. And I believe you know what that is, don't you?" "I do, Professor," Kyle replied quickly, his tone respectful but uneasy. "Good," Snape said, without further comment. He turned and left the hospital wing without another glance at Kyle. Dumbledore watched him go, then turned back to Kyle. "I think we should leave too. Michelle needs to rest. I suggest you visit him later this afternoon," he said, his usual twinkle in his eye as he guided Kyle toward the door. Dumbledore spoke with Madame Pomfrey for a few more moments before leaving the hospital wing with Kyle. As they walked through the castle, Kyle seized the chance to ask Dumbledore about some issues he'd encountered while practicing magic. Dumbledore, ever patient, answered each of Kyle's questions generously. Since they were headed in different directions, they soon parted ways, and Dumbledore made his way back to the headmaster's office. When he arrived, Snape was already waiting for him. These are the ingredients for the potion, Snape said, drawing out the words as he slapped a long piece of parchment onto Dumbledore's desk. Our deputy headmistress mentioned that it contains a lot of rare ingredients and requires your signature. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow as he picked up the parchment, speaking casually. Minerva is far too conventional at times. I did tell her long ago that she could handle all of this on her own. After all, it's only a simple magic-suppressing potion. How expensive could it really be? As his eyes scanned the list, Dumbledore's expression shifted from indifference to surprise. The list began. Mandragora juice, 50 ounces. Horklump juice, 50 ounces. Antipodean opali eggshells, 5. Irrumpent explosive liquid, 10 ounces. Graphorn horns, 5. Aconite, 100. This was just a partial list. Numerous other ingredients, totaling around 30, were scribbled beneath. After reading through the parchment, Dumbledore could feel a headache coming on. Of the top 6 ingredients listed, only one mandrake root juice was actually required for the potion. The rest had absolutely no relevance. And Antipodean opali eggshells? That was a key component for the strengthening solution? How had Snape slipped that in, thinking no one would notice? And the quantities? 50 ounces of mandrake juice? If that much were brewed into the potion, it could supply the entire school including the faculty for a whole week. Then there were the irrumpent horns. The market generally sold them as a powdered ingredient, but Snape had listed 5 full horns, in their raw, most expensive form. The cost of such an order would be astronomical. Dumbledore blinked, his brow furrowing. What on earth is going on? Is Snape trying to run an entire potion market through the school budget now? At this point, Dumbledore fully understood why Snape had come directly to him for a signature. With such an outrageous list of ingredients, there was no way Professor McGonagall would have approved it, or perhaps Snape hadn't even bothered going to her, knowing she would reject it outright. Severus. Dumbledore deliberated for a moment, deciding to give Snape the benefit of the doubt. He tentatively asked, "Are these really all the ingredients needed for the magic-suppressing potion?" Snape nodded, his expression calm. "Yes, Headmaster." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "And what about the Antipodean opali eggshells?" Snape's tone remained neutral. "A new recipe I'm experimenting with. But the quantity seems excessive." "Forgive me, Headmaster," Snape responded matter-of-factly. "It's been quite some time since I brewed a magic-suppressing potion. Minor miscalculations are to be expected, so I need to ensure we have sufficient ingredients." Seeing no immediate reason to argue further, Dumbledore sighed and picked up a scarlet quill, signing the parchment with a couple of swift strokes. "Very well. There seems to be no reason for me to object." Snape's eyebrows lifted slightly, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. "Mr. McKell will surely appreciate your generosity, Headmaster." With the parchment full of extravagant ingredients now in his possession, Snape could hardly contain his eagerness. He was more than ready to prepare the potion, or perhaps, as Dumbledore suspected, replenish his private stores. Just as he was about to leave, Dumbledore spoke again, his tone seemingly casual. "Severus, what do you think of young Kyle?" "Kyle?" Snape's smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of mockery. "Is there yet another scheme in the works, great Headmaster Dumbledore?" No, Severus, you've misunderstood." Dumbledore smiled mildly. "It's just the natural curiosity of a headmaster who sees promise in an outstanding student. You needn't answer if you don't wish to." Dumbledore then casually grabbed a cockroach-shaped candy from his desk and popped it into his mouth. He held out one to Snape, adding playfully, "Care for one? They're quite delicious." Snape recoiled slightly, his face twisting with disgust. "No, thank you." He could never comprehend Dumbledore's peculiar taste for such bizarre sweets, especially when there were so many more palatable options in the wizarding world. The candy looked even more revolting than flobberworm slime. Unperturbed by Snape's reaction, Dumbledore continued, as if speaking to himself, "Kind, brave, honest, unflappable in a crisis. Hogwarts hasn't seen such an exceptional first year in quite some time. I remember his mother, Diana, was also in Slytherin. She was only a year ahead of you, if I recall." "Shut up." Snape's face twisted in sudden fury, his eyes darkening. "Never mention that name in front of me again, never." His last words were practically shouted, causing the portraits of past headmasters to grumble in irritation. They chastised Snape for his outburst, scolding him for his disrespect toward the current headmaster. But Snape ignored them completely. If he had no qualms about yelling at Dumbledore, he certainly wasn't going to worry about the opinions of a few paintings. He only called them headmasters out of courtesy. To him, without that respect, they were just pieces of canvas, no more useful than paper to wipe a cauldron. Dumbledore, unfazed by Snape's outburst or the chattering portraits, sighed softly. "I didn't expect that, after all this time, you would still hold on to those memories. But Severus, I still believe you were in the wrong. Diana was a wonderful girl, with a good heart. If you hadn't used that word to insult Chris, she wouldn't have hounded you in the common room day after day." Bang! A deafening door slam cut Dumbledore off mid-sentence. The noise startled Fawkes, the phoenix, from her nap, prompting her to flap her wings in displeasure at Snape's retreating figure. Pfft! A rotund portrait of a past headmaster suddenly let out a chuckle, unable to hold back. But when Dumbledore cast a playful glance in his direction, the painted figure quickly covered his mouth and scampered off to another frame, clearly embarrassed. Dumbledore, shaking his head slightly, soothed the ruffled portrait and muttered to himself, "Really, the older I get, the more I seem to enjoy reminiscing about the past. Humph, hypocrite, came a sneering voice from the wall. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, a former headmaster with a goatee, glared at Dumbledore. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You intended to provoke him. All Snape wanted was a little extra potion ingredients. What's the big deal? Back in my day as headmaster, this sort of thing was routine. But you wait. Dumbledore, what are you doing? I'll stop, don't come over here. On the other side of things, since it was already the end of the lesson when Kyle left the school hospital, he decided not to return to Charms class and headed directly to the library instead. Dumbledore had recommended 2 books to him earlier, suggesting that they would be highly beneficial for mastering basic charms, perfect for a young wizard just starting out. Kyle was eager to borrow them and get reading. The library was on the 2nd floor, easy to find as all it took was climbing a set of stairs. 2 books? Absolutely not. Madam Pants, the stern librarian, greeted Kyle with a disapproving look, her feather duster in hand. Unless you have a professor's note, you may only borrow 1 book at a time. Kyle didn't dwell on it and quickly responded, if it's just 1 book, then I'll take Gadding with Ghouls. What he hadn't anticipated was Madam Pants' reaction. At the mention of Gadding with Ghouls, her expression immediately twisted into one of pure disgust, as though Kyle had just uttered a curse word. Another Lockhart book, she muttered under her breath. Madam Pants harbored a strong dislike for Gilderoy Lockhart, or more specifically, his writing style. She found it excessively self-centered and pandering. Though many biographies were written in a similar vein, Lockhart's works in particular left her unsettled. There was something off about the narrative flow in his books. Details seemed to be missing, making parts of the story feel incoherent. It wasn't enough to ruin the reading experience for most, but it left her feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Her already poor impression of Lockhart's books now seemed to extend to Kyle. After a brief silence, her expression stern, she announced, Gadding with Ghouls has been checked out. If you register for it now, you might be able to borrow it, in about 2 years. 2 years, never mind, Kyle said with a shrug. What about the Troubadour in the Wind? Madam Pants' demeanor softened noticeably at this request. We have that, she said, her tone far more pleasant. She instructed Kyle to wait and headed toward a nearby shelf. As she disappeared among the rows of books, Kyle couldn't help but observe the infamous librarian with curiosity. Madam Pants was a thin, elderly woman with a vulture-like appearance, as though she had been malnourished. The young wizards quietly reading nearby seemed terrified of her, not daring to make the slightest sound as she passed. One unfortunate student, too nervous to control himself, let out a sneeze and was promptly expelled from the library for it. Kyle smirked to himself. It was no wonder people rumored that she and Filch were a perfect match. They were both sticklers for rules and seemed to share a mutual disdain for students. Before long, Madam Pants returned, handing Kyle a thick, hardcover book along with a note. It must be returned within a week, she warned in her stern voice. If it's overdue, or if there's any damage to the book, you will never be able to borrow anything from this library again. I'll remember that, Kyle promised, tucking the book under his arm and heading out. Since there was only one morning class for first years, Kyle decided to head straight back to the Hufflepuff common room after leaving the library. He was eager to find a quiet, comfortable spot to dive into the book he just borrowed. But the moment he stepped through the barrel door, he was surrounded by a crowd of his fellow Hufflepuff first years. Nearly all of them had gathered in the common room, anxiously awaiting Kyle's return. What's up, Kyle? Ryan rushed over first, concern etched on his face. Is Mikkel okay? We tried to visit him in the hospital, but Madame Pomfrey threw us out as soon as we got there. The other young wizards nodded in agreement. Even though they had all suffered from the accident in Charms class, their concern for Mikkel's well-being was evident. This was typical of Hufflepuff, loyal and always looking out for one another. Don't worry, Kyle reassured them, smiling as he patted Ryan on the shoulder. Professor Dumbledore has already seen him. He'll be discharged tomorrow after taking some medicine. That's a relief, Ryan said, visibly relaxing. After a moment of thought, he added, has Mikkel woken up yet? Has he said what he'd like to eat? We can't take him anything now, but we could prepare it in advance so he'll have it when he's discharged. He'd love that. The idea quickly gained approval from the rest of the group. Generously, they began offering up their most treasured treats. I've got some candied raspberries. I can bring nougat. How about some cookies? My mum made them herself, they're delicious. I think he'd like some licorice, another suggested. For a moment, Kyle was deeply moved by the overwhelming sense of camaraderie among his classmates. With their eager eyes on him, he lowered his voice and said, Mikkel didn't mention what he wanted to eat, but I don't think snacks are what he needs most right now. What he really wants is to keep up with his studies. Keep up with his studies. Ryan scratched his head, clearly puzzled by Kyle's words. Exactly, Kyle replied seriously. You all saw what happened in Charms class. Mikkel was falling behind and got impatient, which led to the accident, right? Ryan nodded slowly. Though he hadn't fully understood how the blinding flash occurred, he did recall that Mikkel had struggled with the spell. Kyle's reasoning seemed solid enough. That's right, Kyle continued. Mikkel's really competitive. There's no way he'd want to miss 2 lessons. So, here's what we need to do. In this afternoon's Transfiguration class and tomorrow morning's History of Magic, we need to pay close attention, write down everything the professor says, and compile it into detailed notes for Mikkel. I'm sure he'll be moved to tears. A hush fell over the Hufflepuff common room. The young badgers looked at one another, then back at Kyle, unsure of what to say. The idea that anyone might prefer study notes over snacks was hard to believe. But after considering Kyle's argument, they realized they couldn't find any flaws in his logic. It was structured, logical, and entirely plausible. Maybe Mikkel really does love his studies that much, they thought to themselves, gradually convincing themselves that Kyle was right. Soon, volunteers stepped forward to take on the task of note-taking. Some offered to take notes in Transfiguration, while others would handle history of magic. A few took on the responsibility of organizing the notes into a comprehensive format for Mikkel. The few students who didn't manage to grab a task but were eager to help huddled together and began brainstorming. After some discussion, they realized there was one important thing Kyle had overlooked: homework. At Hogwarts, homework was a crucial part of every subject, and they knew Mikkel wouldn't want to fall behind on that either. So they decided to make sure Mikkel received all the homework assignments from each class. Not only that, but they also resolved to inform their professors that Mikkel, despite being in the hospital, was still dedicated to his studies. They would proudly tell the teachers that Mikkel was an exemplary Hufflepuff who wouldn't let his hospitalization stop him from completing his homework. In a corner of the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric watched in disbelief as the enthusiastic first years hung on every word. He couldn't understand what was wrong with them this year. Could they really not tell that Kyle was just spouting nonsense? And yet, they were so cooperative. This is Hufflepuff, not Ravenclaw, he thought, shaking his head. Cedric had no idea what anyone else was thinking, but if he ended up in the hospital wing, the last thing he would want would be class notes or Merlin forbid homework. Especially not homework. Goodness, treating homework as a gift. Could any normal wizard even think of such a thing? Even Voldemort wouldn't be that cruel, Cedric mused. His conscience nagged at him, telling him he should expose Kyle and save the innocent Mikkel from this madness. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Because, in a way, Kyle's ridiculous claims made the Hufflepuff badgers pay more attention in class. And that, Cedric had to admit, was definitely a good thing. He wrestled with his decision for what felt like forever. In his 12 years, he had never faced such a tough choice. On one hand was his conscience, and on the other was his responsibility as a senior student. He didn't want to give up either, so he found himself caught in a frustrating loop, torn between the two. Not far from Cedric sat Kunna, equally bewildered but for different reasons. She was the only other freshman who had remained clear-headed through Kyle's absurdity. Unlike Cedric, Kunna's thoughts were much simpler. Whatever happens, I need to stay away from Kyle, she resolved firmly. Kunna promised herself that once she got the special rat tonic, she would steer clear of him at all costs. Even if she couldn't transfer to another house, she would make sure to avoid any possible encounters. And I'll definitely sit as far from Kyle as I can during class. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the little badgers, brimming with a sense of mission, were still deep in discussion, planning their next steps. Kyle, having successfully planted his idea, quietly slipped out of the group. Now that their focus had shifted to what they should do next, he was no longer the center of attention. He found a sofa away from the crowd and sat down, flipping open the Troubadour in the Wind. It was a book published 50 years ago, chronicling the adventures of a wandering poet and the various troubles he encountered on his travels. The style reminded Kyle of Lockhart's work, but this book focused less on the poet himself and more on the things he saw along the way. It also contained many charms unique to different regions, which Kyle found refreshing. He reluctantly closed the book when Cedric came over to call him to lunch. "What are you reading?" Cedric asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "I called you a few times, but you didn't respond." "The Troubadour in the Wind," Kyle replied, handing Cedric the book. "Dumbledore recommended it. It's a really interesting biography. The headmaster recommended it." Cedric's eyes lit up, immediately expressing his desire to read it too. "No problem," Kyle said, thinking for a moment, "but I've only just started, so you'll have to wait a few days. Or, you could check the library to see if they have another copy." "No need," Cedric returned the book and shook his head. "Just let me know when you're done, and I'll borrow it then." From his experience with the school library, Cedric knew they rarely had multiple copies of the same biography. Going to check would likely be a waste of time, and besides, he wasn't in a rush to read it. Waiting a few more days didn't matter to him. After leaving the Hufflepuff common room, the two quickly made their way to the Great Hall. By now, the morning's big news about a Hufflepuff blowing up the Charms classroom had already spread throughout Hogwarts. In the hall, almost every group of students seemed to be buzzing with excitement, talking about the incident. "Hey, look who's here," came a voice as Kyle and Cedric entered. Before Kyle could react, Fred and George blocked his path, having clearly been waiting for him. "I knew Hogwarts wouldn't stay peaceful with you around," Fred grinned, grabbing Kyle by the shoulders. "Tell us, how did you manage to blow up the classroom?" George chimed in, "Yeah, we heard even Professor Flitwick limped out of there." "Blowing up a professor in your first lesson?" Fred and George exchanged glances before declaring in unison, "Kyle, you're definitely going down in school history." Their voices weren't loud, but they still caught the attention of nearby students, who began gathering around, curious about the commotion. Kyle sighed, feeling a bit helpless. First of all, the lighting charm can't blow up a classroom. That's just common sense. Professor Flitwick hurt his leg because he tripped and fell. Secondly, the wizard who caused all of this is in the hospital wing, and it has nothing to do with me. If you keep spreading this, I'm writing to Mrs. Weasley. Not you? The twins blinked, clearly surprised. Of course not. Why would you even think that? Kyle gestured to Cedric beside him. If you don't believe me, ask Cedric. I can confirm. Cedric nodded firmly. It really wasn't Kyle. There you go, Kyle said, pushing Fred and George aside. Where did you even hear this? It's completely unreliable. We got it from some Ravenclaw first years, Fred shrugged. They said you sent your classmates to the hospital wing. Kyle was exasperated. I was helping. Dumbledore even gave me 20 extra points. Did they say anything else, or was that it? I don't know, George shrugged back, nonchalantly. That's all we caught when we walked past. Kyle shook his head, unable to believe what he was hearing. Unbelievable. I'm done with you too, he muttered, taking a deep breath. He'd initially thought Ravenclaw students had a knack for twisting the truth, but Fred and George were on a whole other level. When you're asking for information, he said, glaring at them, at least listen to the end. Who hears just half a story and thinks they've got the whole picture? Luckily, Fred and George had come to him directly instead of spreading the half-baked rumor. If they had, his reputation would have been in ruins by now. Kyle sighed dramatically and clapped them both on the shoulders. You two are wasting your talents at Hogwarts. Honestly, you should go work for the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter would love you. Rita Skeeter? The reporter from the Daily Prophet. Fred asked with a puzzled expression. What does she have to do with this? George added with a grin, and we're not interested in her anyway. She's doomed to unrequited love. That's a real shame, Kyle replied, not wanting to continue the conversation. After a quick, half-hearted exchange of words, he walked between the two of them. Lunch was already underway, and all Kyle wanted was to sit down and enjoy his tender steak and pumpkin juice instead of standing awkwardly in the doorway of the Great Hall. However, Fred and George had other plans. They followed him all the way to the Hufflepuff table. Even though there's no solid proof, Fred said as he sat down next to Kyle, pushing Cedric aside, I can't shake the feeling that the charm classroom exploded because you were there. He took a large gulp of pumpkin juice before continuing, why else would everything be fine before, and then boom, the moment you show up, the classroom blows up? You must have influenced it. Kyle nearly choked on his own pumpkin juice, feeling the weight of Fred's insinuation. What did I do? He'd been helping the whole time. Did he really have to take the blame for this? Without saying a word, Kyle turned and gave Fred the finger. But Fred, pretending not to notice, carried on. It's a pity you're not in Gryffindor. We already checked, George added, laughing. Gryffindor's first lesson was potions. If you were there, and the first years cooperated, Snape would probably be the one in the hospital. Yeah, such a shame, Fred lamented, putting down his glass. If you could have managed to send Snape to the hospital, you'd be a hero not just of Gryffindor, but of all Hogwarts. Fred was so lost in his excitement that he didn't even notice Cedric subtly tugging at his robes from the side, trying to get him to stop. His body shook with glee, completely unaware of Cedric's attempts to calm him down. Seriously, Kyle, I still think you belong in Gryffindor. Hufflepuff doesn't suit you. You might be right, Fred, but... Kyle cleared his throat and flashed a smile. Why do you think the Gryffindor first years would cooperate with me against Professor Snape? From what I can tell, Gryffindor students are all very polite and respectful. The headmaster's kind, and surely Gryffindors wouldn't be so unruly. What nonsense are you spouting, Kyle? Honest, rule-following kids don't get sorted into Gryffindor, Fred said, momentarily taken aback. Then, raising an eyebrow, he added, oh right, that's true, we do love taking risks. So, Mr. Weasley, is this why you're not eating at your own house table? An icy, emotionless voice came from behind them. Fred and George's smiles vanished instantly as they turned their heads with great difficulty. Professor McGonagall? When did you? Fred forced a smile, one that looked even more pitiful than if he were crying. I think you might have misunderstood something. I can explain. There's no need, Mr. Weasley. I understand perfectly, and there's no misunderstanding, Professor McGonagall said, her expression calm as always. You should count yourself lucky that it's me standing here and not Professor Snape. Her tone remained steady as she continued, for your lack of respect towards a professor, Gryffindor will lose 10 points each. Fred and George let out a collective sigh of relief. It could have been worse. After all, it was only the start of the school year, and Gryffindor still had plenty of time to make up the points. Losing 20 points wasn't too bad, manageable, at least. And, Professor McGonagall continued, giving the twins a sharp look, in light of your poor performance at the sorting ceremony, you will both be confined to your rooms every night for the next week. It was as if Fred and George had been struck by lightning. The sorting ceremony? They had thought that was ancient history, a forgotten event. Losing points? That was nothing to them. But confinement? Especially for an entire week? That meant no night walking for 7 long days. The two were already sinking into despair. Professor, please, Fred and George looked at McGonagall with pitiful expressions, hoping for a shred of mercy. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall remained unmoved. Her voice remained steady and firm. Detention begins at 11 p.m. You will report to Mr. Filch, who will escort you to the trophy room. There, you will find an album listing all the names and accomplishments of Gryffindor's most outstanding students since the house was founded. The twins exchanged horrified glances, sensing what was coming next. You will transcribe the entire book, she continued, by hand, until it is complete. No magic, no auto-answer quills. You will write every word yourselves. Professor McGonagall then pointed toward the Gryffindor table. Now, Mr. Weasley, hurry back to your seats. Fred and George, utterly defeated, slumped their heads and trudged back to their table, their faces full of despair. Kyle, watching their misery, barely managed to hold back his laughter until they were out of earshot. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he turned to Professor McGonagall with a polite smile. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. I'm glad to see you. For the first time, McGonagall's stern voice softened a little. Good afternoon, Mr. Chopper. Kyle, please, he corrected her with a grin. Have you had lunch yet, Professor? If not, you should join us here. Cedric, realizing what Kyle was doing, quickly moved over, making space at the table. Professor McGonagall's expression softened further. I would love to, but I've already eaten. She usually avoided dining in the Great Hall with the students, either arriving before mealtimes or eating in her office to maintain her authoritative image. That's a pity, Kyle sighed dramatically, and the other Hufflepuffs immediately chimed in, showing similarly disappointed expressions, as if they had all been looking forward to sharing a meal with Professor McGonagall. Everyone remained polite and well-behaved. Professor McGonagall looked around at the Hufflepuff table, comparing it to the chaos happening over at the Gryffindor table next door. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Why are all the well-behaved students in the other houses? She wondered. Especially Kyle and Cedric, even if they were in Gryffindor, things would be so much better. Professor McGonagall didn't linger for long and soon left the Great Hall to return to her office. But as soon as she was out the door, the Hufflepuff Badgers couldn't hold it in any longer. The previously quiet table erupted into laughter, transforming into something more akin to a bustling food market. Small groups of students gathered, mimicking the pitiful expressions Fred and George had worn just moments earlier, slapping the table as they laughed uncontrollably. Even Kunna, normally shy and reserved, couldn't suppress her amusement, her small shoulders shaking as she laughed quietly to herself. Kyle watched in disbelief. Good grief, they're all acting pros, he thought. The next time someone tries to tell me that Hufflepuff students are all honest and straightforward, I'll make sure to give them a slap to wake them up. Of course, he excluded himself from that judgment. After lunch, the students began leaving the Great Hall in small groups, but Kyle found himself stopped again at the door. This time, it wasn't Fred or George, it was a familiar-looking Asian girl. Hello, I'm Cho-Chang from Ravenclaw. Can I have a moment of your time? She asked politely, extending her hand. Kyle Chopper, Kyle responded, shaking her hand. Out of habit, he glanced at Cedric, who stood nearby but didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. Cedric simply introduced himself, then stepped aside to wait for Kyle, much like when they had encountered the Weasley twins earlier. Of course, Cedric and Cho-Chang didn't seem to know each other yet after all. Cho-Chang was only 11, and Kyle couldn't imagine Cedric being interested in her at this age. Azkaban doesn't have age restrictions, after all, he thought with a wry smile. Shaking off the thought, Kyle turned back to Cho-Chang. What can I do for you? I'd like to copy your map, Cho said, her tone straightforward. I can pay you for it. Map. Kyle raised an eyebrow and glanced at Cedric, silently asking for his opinion. Cedric, who clearly hadn't mastered the art of nonverbal communication, simply shrugged, indicating that the map wasn't his concern and Kyle could do as he pleased. Typical good student, Kyle thought, inwardly scoffing at Cedric's uneducated ways. But his expression remained unchanged. No need to pay, Kyle said, pulling the map from his robes and handing it to Cho. You helped Ryan and Mikkel earlier, and they're my roommates. Consider this a small token of appreciation. So they're your roommates, Cho remarked, recalling the 2 first years she'd helped earlier. As she accepted the map, she couldn't help but smile. I have to admit, your roommates are unique. They somehow managed to miss every single correct staircase. She laughed lightly, covering her mouth. I watched them for 5 minutes, and they just kept going in circles on the wrong staircases. Not once did they pick the right one. Kyle flushed slightly, embarrassed for his roommates. He hesitated to keep the conversation going, so instead, he awkwardly pointed to the map. Well, most of the routes on here are connected to the Hufflepuff common room. I'm not sure how useful it'll be for Ravenclaw. That's all right, Cho said, shaking her head. As long as I know where the classrooms are, it'll be easier to figure out the route from Ravenclaw Tower. Geminio, she pulled out her wand and, though her movements were a bit clumsy, cast the spell, successfully creating a copy of the map. Phew, thank goodness. I thought I was going to make a fool of myself, she said with a touch of smugness as she handed the original map back to Kyle. I kept failing when I practiced before, so I didn't think it would work this time. Knowing you might embarrass yourself, but still going for it? Kyle mused. Are Ravenclaw students always this competitive? If Ryan had been here, well, he didn't need to be. Ryan had been pestering Kyle since dinner about wanting a map replica instead of copying it by hand. See, that's the difference, Kyle thought. Ravenclaw seemed to embrace challenges, while many Hufflepuffs took a more straightforward approach. Before Kyle had arrived, Cedric had been the only standout in Hufflepuff, the one everyone could look up to. Kyle suspected Professor Sprout had made some kind of deal with the Sorting Hat last year to bolster Hufflepuff's ranks. Perhaps it was paid in herbs. But speaking of Cedric, Kyle glanced at Cho, who was glowing with satisfaction now that she had the map. Casually, he asked, do you Ravenclaws have similar maps? Cho thought for a moment. Maybe, but I've never seen one. Same here, Kyle said, deliberately glancing to the side. Cedric gave me this one. So, do any other Ravenclaws need a map like this? Cho caught on quickly, her eyes narrowing as she tentatively asked, are you thinking of selling them? Yeah, I was considering it, Kyle said, getting straight to the point. What do you think? Is it feasible? It's definitely feasible, but you'll have to keep the price low, Cho said, holding up her hands. 10 sickles, max. If it's more than that even by a Canute I won't buy it, and I bet the other first years would feel the same. That's fine. 10 sickles it is, Kyle said, shrugging. It doesn't take much effort, so why not make a little pocket money? Then you need to hurry, Cho advised. The map will only be useful to Ravenclaws for about a week at the start of the year. The longer you wait, the less it'll be worth. If you wait until tomorrow, it might only go for 9 sickles. That's fair, Kyle said with a grin. He extended his hand to Cho. Interested in joining in? I'll provide the map, you handle the publicity and the transactions, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Cho seemed a little surprised at the offer, but quickly recovered. She shook Kyle's hand and said, of course, I'm interested. She did some quick mental calculations. There were 16 new students in Ravenclaw, and excluding herself, that left 15. Even if only a third of them bought the map, she'd still walk away with 25 sickles. For a first year, that was a considerable amount of money, and it wasn't something she was about to pass up. Plus, it was easy work, just a few conversations and running around. Kyle nodded. Great, it's a deal. You take care of Ravenclaw. No problem, Cho agreed. I'll head back now. There should be quite a few first years in the common room at this time. Cho, eager to earn her pocket money, quickly said her goodbyes to Kyle and Cedric and hurried back to Ravenclaw Tower. Kyle, are you sure this is okay? Cedric whispered as soon as Cho left, finally breaking his silence. He had been standing there, listening to everything. I mean, do Ravenclaw first years really pay for maps? Who knows? Kyle shrugged casually, but we've got nothing better to do, so why not try? Though Kyle played it off, he was confident this plan would work. Hogwarts had no road signs, and new students had to find their way around by either figuring it out themselves or asking older students, which often led to them getting lost on a daily basis. A map could save them a lot of hassle, and at just 10 sickles less than a galleon it was affordable for most. Kyle thought about first years from Muggle families. They would usually have around 6 galleons left after buying their school supplies, so 10 sickles for a map, especially one that showed the tricky moving staircases, would be a worthwhile trade for many. Of course, there would always be exceptions like a certain red-haired freshman who, in the future, might balk at the cost. Oh, by the way, this is for you, Kyle said, tossing the map to Cedric as they walked back to the dormitory. You're in charge of making copies from now on. Cedric blinked in confusion. Me? Why? Nonsense, you gave it to me, so of course you should get a share. Cho handles sales, and we'll split the other half between us. Kyle continued matter-of-factly, besides, I've just started school. I'm not that skilled with the doubling charm yet. If I mess up and sell a faulty copy, I'll get an earful. So, it's best you handle it. We don't want anyone thinking Hufflepuffs are shady business people, do we? Well, okay, Cedric agreed after a moment's thought, realizing Kyle had a point. There was no harm in taking on the task, and it seemed fair enough. Great, then it's settled, Kyle grinned. I'll tell Cho to come to you directly. Let's meet in the Great Hall this afternoon. With a meaningful look, Kyle turned and headed toward his dormitory, leaving Cedric standing there, deep in thought. The more Cedric considered it, the more something seemed off. Cho would handle the sales, and Cedric would make the maps, but what was Kyle doing? Apart from those tasks, there didn't seem to be much else to handle. Wait a second, Cedric realized. When Kyle said we have nothing better to do, did he mean we as in me? Cedric fell into contemplation, while Kyle headed back to the dormitory, took a refreshing nap, and showed up at the Transfiguration classroom just in time for the afternoon lesson. To avoid another incident, and spare himself the embarrassment of Cho witnessing it again, Kyle made sure to bring Ryan along, despite Ryan's insistence that with a map, he wouldn't get lost. Transfiguration was once again with Ravenclaw, and because they arrived early, only a few students were scattered around the classroom, none of them Hufflepuffs, of course. Kyle didn't even need to look, he just knew. At the front of the room, perched on the teacher's desk, sat a beautiful tabby cat. Kyle instinctively reached into his robe pocket and felt the packet of dried fish he had stashed away. Feeding Professor McGonagall was an achievement he had always wanted to unlock. He had even prepared for it, bringing the dried fish in advance, much like how he used to move the rubbish bins in Diagon Alley. There was no reward, but it felt good, a small, personal sense of accomplishment. Trash cans could be moved anytime, but there was only one chance to feed Professor McGonagall when she appeared in her animagus form during the first Transfiguration lesson of the year. And Kyle, as a first year, could play innocent after all. How was he supposed to know that Professor McGonagall could turn into a cat? As for the dried fish in his pocket, well, that had been prepared for Mrs. Norris to thank her for guiding him to the hospital wing yesterday. Everything was set, just waiting for the right moment. The classroom was still too empty, and if Kyle approached the tabby cat now, it would be too obvious. Professor McGonagall would easily catch on. He needed to wait for the room to fill up, and Kyle was patient. He knew this was his only shot at pulling off his little plan. He sent Ryan into the classroom first, giving some excuse to linger by the door. It worked out perfectly when Cho appeared around the corner, waving enthusiastically. Kyle, I knew you'd be here, she called. Ryan didn't think much of it and said, I'll save you a seat, before disappearing into the classroom. Panting a little from her rush, Cho beamed as she reached Kyle. You have no idea how well things are going? I showed the map to the other first years, and in just 1 hour, 12 of them already want to buy it. Kyle, unsurprised by the success, responded calmly, not bad. You've worked hard. It wasn't hard at all, Cho said, still catching her breath. She looked Kyle up and down before asking, did you bring the map? I promised I'd have it after class. Cedric has it, Kyle explained, shrugging slightly. He's the second-year boy I was with at lunch. He was worried we couldn't guarantee the quality of the map, so he volunteered to make the copies for us. You can find him in the Great Hall after class. He's top of his year and really good with doubling charms. Cedric, Cho said, thinking back. Right, you mentioned he gave you the original map. Kyle nodded. Exactly. He really is a good guy, Cho remarked, but then she paused, frowning as something occurred to her. In that case, I don't think I should take half. We should split the profits 3 ways. If you insist, you can talk to him after class, Kyle said with a helpless shrug. I'm fine with my share. I already told Cedric we should split it evenly, but he refused, saying he only did a little. I couldn't convince him, but maybe you'll have better luck. All right, I'll try, Cho said with determination. In her mind, since she was part of the project, the profits had to be shared equally. Kyle chuckled. Good luck with that? Cho looked at him suspiciously. Why do I feel like there's something strange about your smile? Is there? Kyle asked, trying to look innocent. Maybe I'm just excited about the transfiguration class. We should head in before we're late. Kyle's serious tone was enough to divert Cho's attention, and she nodded. You're right, let's go. As a group of Ravenclaw witches entered the shape-shifting classroom, Kyle hurried after them, blending in naturally as they made their way to the front. By the time they reached the second row, only a small witch stood between Kyle and the front of the room, just a step away from his goal. Kyle's hand, hidden in his pocket, was clenched tightly around a bag of dried fish. He was nervous, but on the outside, he managed to appear carefree. However, just as he was about to pull out the fish to unlock his plan, he noticed something unsettling. The Ravenclaw witch in front of him seemed to have the same idea. Because she was ahead of him, Kyle could clearly see a green object slowly emerging from her pocket. A cat toy? Oh no, someone else beat me to it. Kyle's thoughts went dark, and his body went numb. He didn't even need to think it over. Once the little witch revealed the cat toy, Professor McGonagall would instantly transform back into her human form. All of Kyle's careful planning had been for nothing. Damn it! Why did I overthink everything? Why didn't I just act sooner? Kyle angrily stamped his foot, wishing he could use a time turner to go back 5 minutes and give himself a good slap. But it was too late for regrets. With a sigh, Kyle moved to the left and took a seat in the front row, as if that had been his intention all along. Meanwhile, the witch who had unwittingly foiled Kyle's plan reached the front of the class, her hand fully out of her pocket. But just as she was about to pull out the toy, the tabby cat perched on the lectern smiled. With a light tap of her hind legs on the table, the cat transformed back into Professor McGonagall in the blink of an eye. Miss Liana, it's kind of you to want to play with animals, but as a witch, it's more important to maintain sharp insight, Professor McGonagall said, suddenly appearing beside the student. With a gentle pat on Liana's shoulder, she pushed the hand holding the cat toy back into the girl's pocket. PR Professor McGonagall, the young witch stammered, clearly shaken. It's me. If you look closely, you'll notice the lines around the cat's eyes match the square frames of my glasses, Professor McGonagall said dryly. Now, please return to your seat. The lesson is about to begin. There were no points deducted, nor was there a harsh rebuke. In Professor McGonagall's eyes, Liana's actions were no more disruptive than any other behavior she had come to expect from first-year students. She had been at Hogwarts for many years, and her tradition of demonstrating her animagus transformation in the first lesson had been ongoing for 7 or 8 of them. Over that time, she had seen countless students like Liana, those who tried to tease the cat, feed it, or even pet it. None of them ever succeeded. After all, McGonagall's reputation as a master of transfiguration wasn't earned easily. Without real skill, how could she have maintained this tradition for so long? And besides, cats are naturally quicker than wizards. If she were to be caught off guard by these first years, she'd be too embarrassed to keep teaching at Hogwarts. After Liana was helped to her feet by her Ravenclaw classmates, Professor McGonagall deftly waved her wand and cast a simple healing charm to calm her down. Calm your mind. The charm worked instantly. Liana stopped trembling, and the color returned to her face. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I didn't realize it was you. See that it doesn't happen again, Professor McGonagall replied before turning and heading back to the podium. As she passed the first row, she cast a deliberate glance at Kyle. She had suspected that he, like Liana, had been planning to test her animagus form. But she quickly noted that Kyle hadn't reacted with surprise after she had transformed back. It seemed he had recognized her animagus form from the start and had simply wanted to sit in the front row. Indeed, she should never have trusted Weasley's gossip. Kyle was clearly a bright and studious boy. Back at the podium, Professor McGonagall surveyed the young wizards before her and said sternly, Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous of the spells you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my classroom will be asked to leave and never allowed back in. I have warned you. The moment Professor McGonagall spoke, the entire classroom fell into silence. Meanwhile, Kyle's heart, which had been anxiously waiting for the worst, finally settled. He had escaped. Thanks to Liana, if not for her, it would have been him publicly facing humiliation. Kyle resolved that after class, he would go and talk to Cho. Whether or not Liana wanted to buy the map, he would make one and give it to her. He couldn't let a kind person be discouraged. The relief of surviving the disaster made Kyle take notes more cheerfully, and the dull Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration now sounded far more pleasant. However, unlike him, Kanna, who was also sitting in the front row, was now on edge. She couldn't understand how she ended up next to Kyle when she had already taken her seat at the front. Didn't the first-year student he came with sit in the back row? Could it really be a coincidence that they were sitting together? But no, that didn't make sense. She distinctly remembered they were roommates. If she hadn't known that, she would never have chosen to sit in the front row, given her personality. But now, here she was, sitting in the front row, and Kyle was right beside her. The worst possible situation. Kanna was so lost in thought that she was mechanically scribbling notes without even realizing she had written a string of meaningless words ages ago. At the lectern, Professor McGonagall continued to talk about the precautions of transfiguration, unaware that the two students right under her nose were entirely distracted. All right, that covers the basic laws of transfiguration. Everyone must remember these, they are the foundation of everything you will learn in this subject, she said, glancing at the students with a final reminder. Transfiguration is a rigorous discipline. When you wave your wand, you must focus with absolute precision, like this. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the lectern transformed into a pig. It looked like any ordinary pig, able to run, jump, and squeal with all the proper features. When it noticed that everyone was staring, it let out a startled squeal. The demonstration left the first-year students completely awestruck. Especially those new to magic, they could hardly believe that such a lifelike creature could have been conjured from a simple table. Every student's eyes were now glued to Professor McGonagall, eager to begin learning. It was clear that the new students wouldn't be learning how to transform living creatures in their first lesson. Professor McGonagall used a single match to demonstrate that it would take considerable time to move from turning simple objects into animals. Despite their best efforts, the young wizards waved their wands with all their might, but the matches in front of them stubbornly refused to change. Sometimes, that's just how it is. Others can make it look easy, but when it's your turn, everything goes wrong. And that other was undoubtedly Professor McGonagall. Careful, it's supposed to turn into a needle, not a silver wand, Professor McGonagall instructed, walking up and down the classroom aisles, constantly correcting their mistakes. As time passed, half the lesson slipped by, and yet the matches remained unchanged, still ordinary matchsticks. No one had succeeded in turning them into needles. The Hufflepuff students had managed to turn their matches into lumps of charcoal, but this wasn't good enough for Professor McGonagall, and they lost a point for destroying the teaching aid. Ravenclaw, being the resourceful lot, tried a different approach. Seeing little progress, they altered their strategy. Rather than trying to transform the matches into needles, they changed the color of the matchsticks or sharpened one end in an attempt to fool the professor. Some even went so far as to bring their own needles, claiming they had completed the transfiguration. But, of course, Professor McGonagall saw through all of these attempts and promptly deducted 20 points from Ravenclaw for cheating. As Professor McGonagall glanced around the room, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There didn't seem to be many exceptionally talented students in this year's class. The only one who had made any progress was. Her eyes drifted to the front row. There sat Kyle, resting his chin on one hand while lazily waving his wand with the other. To her surprise, the matches in front of him were actually changing. Though they hadn't fully transformed into needles, they were halfway there, quite literally. Kyle had conjured a needle, but only half of it. The transformation wasn't in a fixed position, either. Sometimes the needle would appear at the top of the matchstick, sometimes at the bottom, and sometimes it seemed stuck right in the middle. How to describe this? Was it a needle? What exactly was it? Professor McGonagall was momentarily stunned. She had witnessed students fail an entire lesson and seen others succeed flawlessly. But this? She had never seen anyone fail so successfully. Still, Kyle had managed to conjure a needle, which was more than any of the others could claim at this point. Thus, the lesson continued until, finally, just before the end, one young wizard succeeded in turning their match into a needle. Look, Professor McGonagall, someone from Hufflepuff has succeeded, cried an excited voice from the front row, drawing the attention of all the students. Professor McGonagall turned toward the sound and, to her surprise, smiled. What she hadn't expected was that the first student to succeed wasn't Kyle, whom she had been keeping an eye on, but Kanna Prince, the quiet Hufflepuff sitting next to him. Kanna was a low-profile student, rarely noticed by others, but today she had beaten everyone else. Still slightly surprised, Professor McGonagall quickly regained her composure. She picked up the shiny silver needle that Kanna had conjured and held it up for the class to see. Look, everyone, Miss Prince has succeeded. As a reward for being the first, Hufflepuff will earn 3 extra points. The room broke into applause, especially from the Hufflepuff students. They weren't just pleased about the points but genuinely happy for Kanna. All eyes were now on the shy young witch, who had never been the center of attention before. Her face turned bright red, and a faint puff of white smoke seemed to rise from her head. She desperately wished she could disappear. As soon as the class ended, Kanna dashed out of the room, clutching her textbooks tightly. Kanna was filled with regret. She knew sitting so close to Kyle would bring her nothing but trouble. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have switched seats earlier, even if it meant risking a scolding from Professor McGonagall. On the other side, the innocent Kyle had no idea he had unknowingly taken the blame for Kanna's discomfort. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, Cho came over and invited him to join her in the auditorium to meet Cedric. Sorry, I just remembered I have something to do soon. Could you go on your own? Kyle said, gesturing toward Ryan, who was approaching. We planned to visit Mikkel together. If we're late, Madame Pomfrey will kick us out. All right then, Cho replied, a little disappointed but understanding. After all, visiting a sick friend was more important than looking at a map. She had already met Cedric and was impressed. He was the second best looking boy she had ever seen at Hogwarts. The first? Well, that was Kyle. Not wanting to waste time, Cho bid Kyle farewell and headed straight to the auditorium. Kyle watched her disappear around the corner of the corridor and had the nagging feeling he'd forgotten something important. What was it? He couldn't quite recall at that moment. Just then, Ryan arrived, looking slightly irritated. Kyle, I saved you a seat, but you went and sat in the front row. What gives? Hearing Ryan's words, Kyle's mind flashed back to the nerve-wracking scene before class, and suddenly, he remembered what he'd forgotten. He hadn't told Cho about giving the map to Liana. What a mess. Never mind, I'll just tell her next time, he thought. Kyle sighed and replied, sorry, Ryan. I got caught up in something and didn't notice. I'll sit with you next time for sure. That's not what I meant, Ryan waved dismissively. I'm just surprised you were brave enough to sit in the front row. I heard from some upperclassmen that the first row in Transfiguration is practically always empty. No one dares to sit that close to Professor McGonagall during her lessons. You've got guts. Haha, yeah, Kyle chuckled nervously. If he'd had any choice, he wouldn't have sat there either. Oblivious to Kyle's discomfort, Ryan continued, so, should we head back to the dormitory now, or wait for the others? Wait for them? Kyle glanced around and realized that all the Ravenclaw students had already left. Only the two of them remained from Hufflepuff. Where is everyone? Kyle asked, puzzled. They stayed in the classroom to review their notes, Ryan replied casually. Oh, and they reminded Professor McGonagall not to forget Mikkel's homework. Seriously? You guys are something else. Kyle's eye twitched slightly, but after a moment of thought, he said, forget it. Let's just head back to the dorms. He had originally planned to take Ryan to the hospital wing, but now he thought it was best to skip that plan. A few minutes later, in the classroom, Professor McGonagall saw off the last of the Hufflepuff first years with a look of relief. She hadn't encountered such diligent students in a long time. Even after class, they stayed to review their notes, helping each other fill in the gaps and even requesting homework on their own. Now, this is what a student should be like, she thought approvingly. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, Professor McGonagall began collecting the matchsticks that had been used as teaching aids. It was only then that she noticed Kyle's match had also successfully transformed into a shiny silver needle. He must have been inspired by Kanna Prince. Professor McGonagall didn't dwell on it, but she was pleased. Two students in the same house showing promise in Transfiguration? That was something to be proud of. Kyle didn't know what Cedric and Cho had talked about in the hall earlier, but he returned to the Hufflepuff common room with a smile on his face. As he sat down to read, a bulging bag suddenly dropped onto the open pages of his book. What the? Kyle exclaimed, startled, before turning to see Cedric grinning widely. What's gotten into you? Why are you smiling like that? This is way faster than picking up money, Cedric said, squeezing onto the sofa beside Kyle. Guess how much we made from selling the maps in Ravenclaw? 52 sickles, each. Although Cedric phrased it as a question, he didn't wait for an answer and continued excitedly, a few sheets of parchment, 5 newts worth of materials, and a couple of simple incantations, and we made so much money. Wait a minute. Kyle, confused by Cedric's enthusiasm, interrupted. Shouldn't there only be 40 sickles? And what's this about parchment? Well, here's what happened, Cedric explained, settling in. I went to the Ravenclaw Tower at noon and adjusted the routes to better suit their needs. Cho saw the revised map and suggested raising the price a bit, so that's how we ended up with 52 sickles instead of 40. As for the parchment, it's a little trick with the doubling charm. For stuff like notes or maps, you can skip duplicating the complex parts of the parchment itself and just copy the content. It makes the spell easier to cast, and the replicas last longer. After hearing this, Kyle understood why they'd earned 12 more sickles than expected. The quality of the map had been improved, so naturally, the price had gone up. However, he thought using parchment was a bit excessive. In his view, those maps would probably become obsolete in about a month, so Cedric had really gone the extra mile. Fortunately, parchment wasn't expensive, costing less than 2 sickles overall, which was nothing compared to the profit. Plus, Cedric had paid for it himself, which Kyle appreciated the most. Kyle stashed away his share of the sickles and casually asked, by the way, what's your impression of Cho? Cho. Cedric thought for a moment before responding, I think she's a very smart witch, has integrity and a good personality. She seems like she'd be a good friend. That's it. Kyle frowned. Well, big-hearted and generous. Cedric ventured, trying again. Forget it, don't say any more, Kyle sighed, rubbing his forehead. It might be a bit early to expect much, but Cedric's first impression of Cho being that she was upright wasn't what he anticipated. Who describes a girl as upright? This is exhausting. Kyle closed his book and stood up, heading towards the common room corridor. Going somewhere? Cedric asked. I'm going to feed the cat, Kyle replied. All right, Cedric muttered, already distracted as he counted his earnings. Haha, who knew I'd be making pocket money? I'll have to write to Dad and tell him the news. As Kyle walked into the wooden corridor, he felt a moment of silent sympathy for the ministry staff. Mr. Diggory had something new to brag about, and Kyle just hoped they'd get used to hearing about Cedric's latest achievement soon. Leaving the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle deliberately made a lot of noise as he walked down the corridor. He had a promise to keep. Since he'd told Mrs. Norris he would bring her a small dried fish, he wasn't going to back out now. Plus, there was the lingering disappointment of the failed Professor McGonagall feeding project. Kyle had tried to convince himself it was a ridiculous plan from the start, but after hoping for so long, the letdown still stung. No matter. He was determined to feed the cat today even if Dumbledore himself showed up. It wouldn't stop him. Mrs. Norris might not be a tabby like McGonagall's animagus form, but at least she was a cat, and that was good enough for Kyle. Within 3 minutes of Kyle's purposeful ruckus, Mrs. Norris appeared, as expected, with Filch trailing behind her. Aha, caught you, Filch said with a sinister smile. The little wizard making noise in the hallway. I'm going to ground you. Sorry, Mr. Filch, but I think you're mistaken, Kyle replied calmly. School Rule 22 clearly states that making noise in the hallway outside of curfew hours only results in a verbal warning. Only after 3 offenses do you get detention. I know the rules. I don't need a student to remind me. Filch snapped, his face darkening. Reciting rules won't save you if you deliberately break them. I'll be watching you, and you better not slip up, or I'll catch you. That day will never come, Kyle said with a smile. And by the way, Mr. Filch, the reason I was making noise is because I was looking for Mrs. Norris. Hogwarts is so big, and this is the quickest way to find her. What do you want with my cat? Filch's eyes narrowed suspiciously. I warn you, if you try anything, I'll make sure you pay. You've misunderstood, Kyle explained. I just wanted to thank her. My roommate had an accident this morning, and Mrs. Norris led me to the hospital wing. This is my way of showing gratitude. With that, Kyle pulled out a small bag of dried fish and offered one to Mrs. Norris. Unfortunately, she didn't even glance at it. Filch sneered. Don't bother, she only eats what I give her. Then you feed her, Kyle said, handing Filch the bag. It's just regular dried fish, but feel free to ask a professor to check it if you're worried. No need, we don't want it, Filch replied coldly. Don't be so quick to refuse, Kyle said casually. It's a small thank you gift, and this isn't just any dried fish. It's dried long-whiskered barracuda, top quality stuff. A bag like this costs 10 galleons and is hard to come by. It's considered one of the best cat foods in the wizarding world. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. Filch hesitated. If it had been ordinary dried fish, he wouldn't have even considered it. But long-whiskered barracuda? Kyle wasn't exaggerating, it was indeed premium cat food, and Filch had once thought about giving Mrs. Norris some for Christmas. But he hadn't been able to buy it, not because of the cost, but because it was always out of stock in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. No matter how much money he had saved, he simply couldn't find it. Filch carefully sniffed the dried fish in his hand, checking for anything unusual. After a moment, he looked up at Kyle. You'd better not be lying to me. Poisoning the caretaker's cat would be no small matter, Kyle said calmly. I'm only a first year, and I don't want to get expelled so soon. Filch considered this and realized Kyle was right. If anything happened to Mrs. Norris, the consequences for Kyle would be severe. Fine. This time, I'll pretend I didn't see you, Filch muttered. Thank you, Kyle said, walking past them. As he passed Mrs. Norris, he tossed the dried fish in his hand toward her. Oh, and you can keep this, too. This time, Mrs. Norris didn't refuse. After receiving a slight nod from Filch, she quickly snatched up the dried fish and devoured it in 2 or 3 bites. The next day, Kyle joined the new Gryffindor students on their way to the 2nd floor of the Castle for History of Magic. To say the class was dull would be an understatement, and Kyle spent most of the time dozing off. He couldn't believe a lesson could be this boring. Professor Cuthbert Binns, the ghost who taught the class, didn't seem to care much about keeping the students engaged. There were no quizzes or discussions. After gliding through the wall, his milky white form began reading monotonously from a textbook in a single, droning tone. 10 minutes in, Kyle had had enough. It felt like a swarm of bees was buzzing relentlessly in his ears, making it impossible to focus on what Professor Binns was saying. He glanced around to see how everyone else was holding up. The Gryffindors had completely surrendered. They were slumped over their desks, drooling, grinding their teeth, and even muttering in their sleep. The Hufflepuffs, on the other hand, were doing slightly better. Some, driven by a sense of duty, likely instilled by Mikkel, tried valiantly to stay awake and take notes on every name and date mentioned. But soon, even they succumbed to the sheer boredom of the class. One by one, they rolled up their parchments and joined the rest in slumber. If there was a class more dreaded by the students than History of Magic, it was potions. In the afternoon, Kyle and his classmates faced the torturous potions lesson, notorious for being ruled by the severe and biased Professor Snape. While History of Magic might have been excruciatingly boring, at least the students could nap without consequence. Potions, however, was an entirely different beast. Snape's blatant favoritism toward Slytherin made the class unbearable for everyone else. Gryffindor, in particular, bore the brunt of his unfairness. While other houses were merely overlooked when it came to earning points, Gryffindor students had points deducted for the smallest infractions, whether it was taking notes too slowly, failing to read during class, or even reading the wrong book. It was no wonder that Gryffindor always had the lowest house points by the end of each year, a fact that had fueled Fred and George's desire to send Snape to the hospital wing. That afternoon, Hufflepuff had their first potions class, paired with Slytherin. After repeated warnings from the prefects, the young Hufflepuffs made sure to leave their common room early and arrived at the underground potions classroom a full 10 minutes ahead of time. Well, all of them except for Kyle. Kyle had been summoned to the hospital wing by none other than Dumbledore. "Kyle, you're finally here," Mikkel exclaimed as soon as he saw him, looking as if Kyle was his long-awaited savior. "You've come to pick me up, right? Please tell me you're here to get me out of this place." Mikkel was clearly desperate. "You have no idea what I've been through," he continued, his eyes wide with indignation. "This place is a nightmare. That nurse practically strapped me to the bed, wouldn't let me move, and refused to give me any snacks. Then this greasy-haired man came in and forced me to drink some weird potion. I didn't want to, but he used his wand to make me swallow it. Ugh, it tasted worse than, well, worse than shit." Kyle looked from Madame Pomfrey, whose chest was heaving in anger, to Snape, who was standing in the doorway on the verge of losing his temper. He realized, with no small amount of regret, that he had severely underestimated Mikkel. In front of Madame Pomfrey, Mikkel had insulted the hospital, claiming it was no place for humans, and had just referred to Snape as an oily freak. Kyle couldn't help but wonder if the Sorting Hat had been drunk when it sorted Mikkel. Someone this bold seemed more suited for Gryffindor. Without a second thought, Kyle let his instincts take over. He shut up, bowed his head, and quietly shuffled over to Dumbledore, trying to make himself as small and invisible as possible. "Who is Kyle?" "Just a quiet, obedient student passing by." The atmosphere in the hospital wing immediately turned frigid. Mikkel, however, remained blissfully unaware of the tension and continued rambling about his unpleasant experiences. It wasn't until he turned to grab some water that he finally noticed Madame Pomfrey standing there with a strained, forced smile. "Yah!" Mikkel screeched, diving under the covers and pretending to be dead. "Ahem, this weather, terribly cold for September," Dumbledore said, rubbing his arms, breaking the icy tension. He turned to Kyle with a calm smile and said, "As you can see, Mr. Derek has taken the magic-suppressing potion and will soon be ready to leave the hospital. Afterward, I'll ask Professor Sprout to help him learn to better control his magic. But Kyle, the professor's time is limited. The help of his friends will be even more important." "I understand, Professor Dumbledore," Kyle responded seriously. "I promise what happened in Charms class won't happen again." Kyle didn't need to be told twice. Mikkel was his roommate, practically like a brother to him. There was no way he'd stand by and let Mikkel risk becoming a squib from magical exhaustion. Hogwarts didn't need a second caretaker. "Don't look so grim, Kyle," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. "Our potions professor may seem severe, but he's more than capable. As long as Mr. Derek takes his magic-suppressing potion regularly, magical exhaustion won't be an issue. Though," Dumbledore added with a smile, "you might want to stock up on candy for him. I recommend cockroach clusters." Kyle remained silent, his attention drawn to Snape, whose scowl had deepened at Dumbledore's last remark. "All right, take Mr. Derek back," Dumbledore continued. "You should get to class as well, don't be late." "Wait a moment, Headmaster," Madame Pomfrey interrupted. "This young wizard's treatment isn't finished yet. It'll only take a little while longer." Dumbledore hesitated. "But," I said, "it's not over yet," Madame Pomfrey said, smiling but firm. "It's just a quick checkup. Don't worry, they won't be late for class." Dumbledore nodded quickly, saying, "I'll leave it in your capable hands, Poppy," before striding out of the hospital wing. Snape followed, muttering a snort as he passed. Kyle wished he could leave too, but since he had to take Mikkel back, he retreated to the corridor to wait. As he stood outside, he suddenly heard a loud, desperate wail from inside the hospital. "I don't want to drink this. Ugh. It's even worse than that blue potion. Ugh. Help. Ugh." Kyle winced at Mikkel's cries of protest. His heart ached for his friend, but there was nothing he could do. If even Dumbledore had fled the scene, what could a mere first year like him do? Resigned, Kyle quietly closed the door of the infirmary. The corridor instantly fell silent. Well, at least it's peaceful now. When the door to the hospital wing finally opened again, it marked Mikkel's official discharge. He had at last fulfilled his wish to escape, but his current state left much to be desired. His footsteps were unsteady, and he was constantly retching, looking far from well. Kyle, standing nearby, had never thought it possible for a person's face to turn blue, but here was Mikkel, proving him wrong. Even the boldest portraits in Hogwarts hadn't dared to paint their subjects in such a shade. Mikkel's entire head was blue, his forehead, nose, lips, and even his hair and teeth shared the same alarming color. From a distance, he resembled a large, blue dandelion. "Kyle," Mikkel croaked, extending a shaky hand. "What are you smiling about? Help me up?" "Nothing, just thinking about something happy," Kyle replied, stepping forward to assist Mikkel while making a conscious effort to avoid looking at his face. "I added 20 points to Hufflepuff yesterday. That is something to be happy about, Mikkel nodded, deciding not to ask any further questions. He wasn't in the mood for conversation. Whatever Madame Pomfrey had poured down his throat had left a burning sensation, and his voice felt raw. They began the slow walk toward the underground potions classroom. As they crossed the courtyard by the pendulum clock, Mikkel's blue complexion gradually faded, returning to a more normal hue. Although his appearance wasn't fully restored, the dim lighting of the castle masked most of it. Kyle realized that Madame Pomfrey hadn't intended for Mikkel to embarrass himself too badly in public. Despite their steady pace, Mikkel's sluggish walking meant that by the time they reached the classroom, they were late. Snape had just finished calling roll when his eyes landed on them standing at the doorway. Late to your first lesson? Are the new students this year also incompetent? Snape's voice dripped with disdain. 10 points from Hufflepuff. Mikkel's eyes widened in recognition as he stared at Snape. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Huh? You're the one who..." But before Mikkel could finish, Kyle reacted quickly, delivering a swift nudge to his back, cutting him off mid-sentence. A catastrophe was narrowly avoided. Kyle seized the moment. "Sorry, Professor Snape, it won't happen again." Snape's cold gaze lingered on them. "Humph, if there is a second time, it won't be as simple as deducting 10 points. Now, why are you still standing there? Get to your seats." 5 more points from Hufflepuff. Not wanting to risk Mikkel saying anything else that might get them into even more trouble, Kyle hurriedly pulled him to an empty table at the back of the room. Snape returned his focus to the class, his voice softening into a more ominous tone. "Potions is a profound and important subject. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. Nor do I expect you to understand the miraculous transformations that occur when common ingredients are slowly elevated into something greater." He continued, his voice almost gentle now. "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Snape's words cast a heavy silence over the room. The Slytherins, heads held high, sat straighter, eager to prove they were not among the fools Snape referenced. In stark contrast, the Hufflepuffs exchanged uneasy glances, afraid to meet their professor's eyes. Mikkel, in particular, looked like he wished he could disappear beneath the table. His face, although no longer blue, had paled considerably. But there was no avoiding it. What was coming, and they could only brace themselves for Snape's inevitable scrutiny. "Mr. Derek." Snape's sharp voice suddenly rang out. "For the preparation of a boil cure potion, do you add the stewed horned slugs or the porcupine quills first?" Mikkel stared up at Snape, his face blank. "Boil cure potion?" he carefully ventured. "The porcupine quills, Professor." "Tisk," Snape scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "If you had even glanced at your textbook before the start of term, you would know that the first ingredient for a boil cure potion is powdered snake fangs, not porcupine quills. How dare you come late with such an appalling lack of preparation?" Hufflepuff loses another point. A chorus of scribbling immediately filled the room as students scrambled to take notes. "Open your books to page 1. Snape commanded, returning to the podium. "Today, we will be learning how to brew a basic boil cure potion. Although it is simple enough that anyone with the intelligence of a troll should manage it, I remind you to be cautious unless you wish to cover yourself in painful boils." He continued, "The ingredients for this potion are in the storage cupboard. Work in pairs." "Oh, wait." Snape paused, his eyes narrowing as he approached Mikkel again. "Given your current state, Mr. Derek, and for the safety of everyone else, I believe it's best if you sit this one out." Snape removed the cauldron from Mikkel's desk, sneering slightly. "No need for you to wave your wand around incompetently today." Then, turning to Kyle, Snape ordered, "You team up with Miss Prince. And don't bother Derek while he's reading." In the crowd, Kana looked up in disbelief. Her face went blank as she watched Kyle make his way over to her. She had been so busy trying to avoid Kyle earlier that she ended up sitting alone, while everyone else had already formed pairs. Now, there was nowhere left to hide. "Maybe I could switch places with someone else?" Kana thought, eyeing her roommate behind her. Just as she was about to suggest switching, Snape's voice cut through the air once more from the lectern. "What are you waiting for? Shall I brew the potion for you?" Snape snapped angrily, causing the entire class to bustle into action. With no choice left, Kana sighed and resigned herself to her situation. She watched her roommate rush to the cupboard to gather ingredients while she stayed at the table, already grinding the snake fangs that had been left in front of her. Earlier, when Snape had passed by her desk, he had casually placed a small bag of ingredients on it. Curiously, there were 3 times more than she needed, meaning Kana didn't have to go to the cupboard like the others. Kyle had never expected Kana to be so skilled at potion making. Every step, from boiling the nettle solution to grinding the snake's teeth, was executed with precision. He found himself unable to contribute much and sat idly by, watching the cauldron with growing boredom. Unlike the other young wizards who were flustered and rushing around, Kyle appeared to be on a break. There really wasn't much for him to help with, as potions, like many other classes, involved more waiting than practical work. Most of the time, they simply waited for the potions to brew, much like preparing a soup. 10 minutes of preparation followed by 2 hours of simmering. That was assuming everything went smoothly, of course. For some students, creating a basic nettle infusion could turn into a drawn-out struggle. Take the 2 Slytherin first years on their left, for example. They had already gone to fetch nettles from the storage cupboard 7 times, which earned them several disapproving glares from Professor Snape. Kyle watched as one of them stood up to go to the cupboard again. Great, 8 times. Flatta, Walker, use your brains for once, Snape finally snapped, his cold gaze fixed on them. If you don't produce a proper yellow-green solution this time, I'll put your heads in the cauldron. The 2 Slytherin students were dumbstruck, especially the unlucky one heading back to get more nettles. He looked like he was walking to his doom. After glaring at them, Snape dramatically swept his robes aside and moved on to another pair of unfortunate students. What is this? Licorice syrup. Pour it out and start over, he barked. It's not yellow enough, pour it out and start again. Pour it out. Snape prowled around the classroom like a menacing bat, leaving a trail of misery in his wake. Wherever he went, there were cries of anguish. The repeated instructions to pour it away and start over had everyone on edge, making them more cautious with their potions. Yet, Kyle remained unfazed. He kept his focus on the cauldron, waiting for the solution to shift from yellow-green to pale yellow before reducing the flame to its lowest setting. At the same time, Kanna successfully added the ground snake tooth powder to the mixture. A sweet but unpleasant odor soon wafted from the cauldron. Perfect, Kyle said with a nod, turning the heat back up. Now came the long wait once more. Kyle glanced over at Kanna, curiosity getting the better of him. Did you brew potions before coming to school? No, Kanna replied, taken aback. She shook her head. Why do you ask? You seem really talented in potions, Kyle remarked. Usually, when first-year students start brewing, it's a disaster. Sometimes, the cauldrons even explode. That's impossible, Kanna said skeptically. Kyle didn't press the matter, merely gesturing for her to look around. Kanna, puzzled, glanced up and finally noticed the chaotic state of the potions classroom. Young witches and wizards were darting between cauldrons and storage cabinets, their once tidy robes now torn and disheveled. Some even had smoke rising from their hair. If someone were to walk in at that moment, they might think a exploding charm had gone off. Thick, multicolored smoke drifted above many of the cauldrons, slowly merging into a strange gray-brown cloud near the ceiling. The air was filled with a peculiar odor, part rotten eggs, part burning wool. Kanna only needed a second or two of breathing it in before her stomach began to churn. She muttered to herself, how is this possible? Potions are so simple. Her gaze shifted toward the Slytherin side of the room. They were all purebloods, and with Snape as their head of house, surely they'd be fine. Just as she thought that, she witnessed something unforgettable. The cauldron at the table next to hers exploded. No, not the cauldron itself, the potion inside it did. Without warning, the liquid began to foam violently and expand at an alarming rate, filling the cauldron within moments. But that wasn't the worst part. In the next second, foam erupted from the cauldron, shooting straight up and hitting the ceiling with force. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Flatta, Walker, you 2 idiots. Snape's furious voice rang out, though he didn't immediately punish the 2 culprits. His professor's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly drew his wand to contain the bubbling disaster. Turjo, scour Jiffy. Under Snape's charm, the cauldron and foam were quickly cleaned up. After confirming that no students had been harmed, Snape stormed over to the 2 Slytherin first years. He didn't bother scolding them or deducting points. Instead, he grabbed them by their collars and unceremoniously threw them out of the potions classroom. Get out and find Filch. Detention, he roared. The room fell into an eerie silence as everyone immediately shut their mouths, making sure not to draw any further attention to themselves. The tension was palpable. Kyle, having little to do, decided to look busy by preparing ingredients in advance. Although this particular step wasn't in magical drafts and potions, Snape required them to make a long slit along the side of the porcupine quills, and the slugs had to be boiled beforehand. The exact reason was never explained, but when Ryan had been bold enough to ask, he was docked 3 points for his curiosity. Since then, no one else had dared to question the instructions. Kyle took out a bag of ingredients and selected a porcupine quill that looked suitable. Wanting to pass the time, he cut it extremely slowly, taking over 10 minutes to slice through a quill that was less than 30 centimeters long. His obvious attempt at dragging things out, however, didn't go unnoticed. Snape appeared silently beside him, like a shadow, picking up one of the quills from Kyle's table. He examined the uneven cut before sneering. I recall instructing you to cut a straight line. What is this? A dried flobberworm caterpillar? Or do you simply not understand what straight line means? Kyle blinked, caught off guard. He glanced at Snape, then down at the porcupine quill in his hand, which he hadn't yet finished cutting. It looked fine to him. Had he forgotten what he'd done? Or maybe Snape had deliberately picked up someone else's quill just to find a reason to scold him. That didn't seem likely, though. While Snape had a reputation for being ruthless when it came to deducting points, this level of pettiness seemed out of character, especially considering Kyle's last name wasn't Potter. Before Kyle could say anything, Kanna, who had been standing next to him, timidly raised her hand. Her voice wavered, on the verge of tears. Professor, I cut that one, she admitted shakily. It doesn't matter who it is, Miss Prince. Snape's expression remained unchanged as he frowned. Irregular cut marks might improve the effect in some potions, but this is just a Boyle's potion. Doing it here is a complete waste of time. However, given your serious attitude, 5 points to Hufflepuff. The entire class froze in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. Some Hufflepuff students even patted their ears, as if doubting their own hearing. It was only halfway through the lesson, but everyone had already witnessed firsthand the infamous cruelty of the potions professor. As the prefects had warned, in Snape's class, the only students who earned extra points were the Slytherins. The other houses merely hoped to escape without losing any. Take the two Slytherins who had nearly blown up the classroom earlier. While Snape had furiously assigned them detention in the dungeon, he hadn't deducted a single point from their house. And yet, here they were, hearing him award points to Cunna, a Hufflepuff. Snape actually gave her 5 points? The shock was palpable. This incident would surely become the talk of the entire school. If Hufflepuff was stunned, Slytherin was outright indignant. The Slytherins exchanged resentful glances, almost on the verge of crying out in frustration. Why? They wondered. They were the ones who typically earned extra points. Why should a Hufflepuff benefit now? Their head of house had changed. He hadn't been like this before. But Snape, indifferent to the turmoil around him, simply placed the porcupine quill back on the table. Don't do anything like this again, he said coolly. Yes, yes. Professor, Cunna mumbled meekly. Snape nodded before turning his gaze toward Kyle. His expression twisted into one of instant disgust. Look at the others, and then look at you. It's taken you this long to cut a single quill, and you can't even manage that properly. What a waste of time. 5 points from Hufflepuff. Kyle was left speechless. What just happened? Who did I offend? He had been cutting slowly, sure, but 5 points deducted for that? Where's the justice in this school? Is there any humanity left? Snape's blatant double standards were maddening, and it seemed that no one at Hogwarts would intervene. Even the other students in the classroom didn't seem too concerned about Kyle's plight. Most let out a collective sigh of relief, while the Slytherins hugged each other in joy. He's back. This was the Snape they knew. The professor who had just awarded points to Cunna had to have been some sort of imposter. Maybe, just maybe, Professor Dumbledore himself hadn't wanted Slytherin to win the House Cup for the 6th year in a row and had secretly controlled Snape with the Imperious Curse. That damned old honeybee. The Slytherins comforted themselves with this thought. After that, Snape rarely ventured near Kyle's workbench again. It wasn't until the end of class that he began his usual inspection of the potions brewed by the students. As expected, Kyle and Cunna's Boil Cure potion was a resounding success. Pink smoke gently wafted from their cauldron, and even Snape, with his famously critical eye, couldn't find a single flaw. 5 points to Hufflepuff, Snape muttered, glancing at Kyle with disdain before walking away. Though he had quickly reclaimed those 5 points earlier in class, the fact that Snape had awarded points to Hufflepuff twice in one lesson caused a stir at Hogwarts. By dinner, the news had spread like wildfire, and once again, Cunna became the topic of conversation. This time, it wasn't just a few first years gossiping about the remarkable events in Transfiguration class. Nearly the entire school was buzzing with curiosity. Who was this first-year witch who had managed to catch Snape's attention in such a dramatic way? As Kyle sat down to dinner, Fred and George Weasley risked attention by sneaking over to the Hufflepuff table, looking far worse for wear. Dark circles under their eyes, they struggled to hold their cutlery steady, their hands shaking as they attempted to cut into their pork chops. Thank goodness, Kyle, you've finally come out of that cursed common room, Fred greeted him, looking exhausted. Kyle took in the twins' haggard appearances with concern. What's wrong with you two? You're young, but you still need to be careful. If you keep going at this pace, your bodies won't hold up. George groaned. You have no idea how bad this detention was. Do you know how thick that book was? It was 15 inches tall, taller than a wand, and McGonagall wants us to copy the entire thing in a week. I swear she's trying to kill us. Fred gave his brother a pat on the shoulder. At least, until we finish copying that wretched book, McGonagall won't let us die of exhaustion. Kyle wisely chose not to ask what might happen after they finished the task. Suddenly, George slapped his forehead. Oh, right, you distracted me. I almost forgot why we came over. He scanned the Hufflepuff table. So, who's the hero named Cunna? Introduce us, I'm waiting for her autograph. Fred nodded eagerly. Yeah. A Hufflepuff who can actually score 10 points from Snape is practically a miracle. George grinned. Dumbledore should give her a special contribution award for curing Snape's bias. That's a far greater achievement than anything written in that stupid book. Kyle shook his head with a shrug. If you're looking for Cunna, you'll be disappointed. She didn't come to the Great Hall for dinner today. George raised his eyebrows in surprise. She's not eating. Not in the hall, Kyle explained, giving him a strange look. Don't forget, our common room is next to the kitchen. She can get whatever she wants whenever she feels like it. Oh, right. George said, slapping his forehead again. How could I forget that? There's so much swirling around in my head right now it's messing with my brain. Fred sighed, shaking his head. Guess we're not getting any autographs today. Shame we've got detention again tonight. Waiting in the kitchen would have been a good idea otherwise. Kyle opened his mouth to suggest that Cunna probably wouldn't want to give them autographs anyway, but he thought better of it and stayed quiet. With their hopes dashed, Fred and George quickly stuffed a few more bites of food into their mouths before heading out. On their way, they filled their pockets with baked potatoes, muttering something about needing them after their grueling detention. Kyle, puzzled, asked why they didn't just go to the kitchen later for something warm. Fred shot him a pained look. 2 in the morning, he said mournfully, it'll be a miracle if we can even walk back to the dormitory alive. The third day of Hogwarts was likely the most anticipated day of the year for new Hufflepuff students. Not only was it a Friday, but it also featured the classes they were most excited about. In the morning, they had herbology with Professor Sprout, and in the afternoon, defense against the dark arts and flying lessons. Early that morning, the students gathered outside the greenhouse along with Gryffindor. "Good morning, students, and welcome to herbology class," greeted Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor. She was a short, gray-haired witch, and because she spent most of her time in the greenhouse tending to the plants, her clothes were always covered in dust. Compared to the high-ranking headmaster, Professor Sprout looked more like a humble gardener. But she didn't mind. Standing at the entrance to the greenhouse, she carefully surveyed the young wizards before her. "Before we enter the greenhouse, I need to tell you something very important. First of all, the plants grown in the greenhouse are all magical and often dangerous. Even the common Dittany has sharp thorns, so do not touch any plants without my permission. Also, once inside, no loud noises or shouting. I've recently received some new plants that are still acclimating to their environment. Loud sounds might upset them. Do you all understand?" "Yes," everyone replied in unison. "Very good," Professor Sprout nodded. Once inside, she arranged everyone on the left side of the greenhouse, leaving the right side completely empty. In fact, even without her doing so, none of the students would have ventured over there. "Professor, what are those things?" a first-year Gryffindor asked, his face pale with fear as he stared at the strange yellow plants on the opposite side. By Merlin's beard? It was the first time he had seen cabbages with sharp teeth, and their mouths were nearly as big as his head. Just thinking about getting bitten made him shuffle further back. "Chomping cabbages," Professor Sprout said with a casual air. "You'd best keep your distance. But don't be too nervous. They might look frightening, but they're well behaved as long as you don't provoke them. And in a few days, they'll be moved to a larger greenhouse, so you won't see them next time you come to class. All right, let's get started." She clapped her hands. "Turn to page 1 in your books. Today, we'll be learning about Dittany. Does anyone know what Dittany is?" If you ignored the terrifying chomping cabbages, the herbology class was practically perfect. Professor Sprout's deep knowledge of magical plants, combined with her clear explanations and real-life examples, made it easy for the students to learn. By the end of the lesson, nearly everyone could answer her questions flawlessly, which pleased Professor Sprout immensely. She awarded 3 points to each house and handed out fresh Dittany leaves to all the students. Dittany leaves, as Kyle knew, were like the magical world's version of a band-aid. He'd used them many times before, and they worked wonders. After cleaning a wound and applying the leaf, the injury would usually heal by the next day. Of course, Dittany leaves were only suitable for minor cuts and scrapes from daily life. For more serious injuries, Dittany essential oil was required. After class, everyone walked out of the greenhouse together. Mikkel spotted Kyle in the crowd and quickly ran up to him, curiosity shining in his eyes. "What were you picking up just now?" Mikkel asked. "What do you mean?" Kyle looked at him suspiciously. "I was just loosening the soil for the Dittany." "I saw everything," Mikkel said firmly. "You ran across the room when Professor Sprout turned around to get a shovel, and you picked something up from under those flower pots." "Oh, that," Kyle said, realizing what Mikkel was talking about. "It's nothing. The professor dropped a bag of fertilizer, so I went to pick it up." "A bag of fertilizer?" Mikkel looked at him skeptically, clearly not convinced. The bag had looked small and light, not at all like something that would have fallen so far. It didn't even seem round enough to roll. "Well, maybe I accidentally kicked it over. I was pretty shocked when I found it," Kyle replied with an exaggerated look of fear. "Those chomping cabbages are terrifying. Honestly, if I wasn't worried about losing points from Professor Sprout, I wouldn't have gone near them." "Is that so?" Mikkel's doubts began to fade as he listened to Kyle. Nodding, he said, "Those chomping cabbages do look scary. I definitely wouldn't have gone over there if I were you." "Who's to say?" Kyle shrugged. "By the way, did Professor Sprout mention when she'd teach you to control your magic?" "Well, she told me to meet her on Saturday and Sunday mornings," Mikkel said, his voice tinged with frustration. "It's the first weekend at Hogwarts, and I've got to go to class." "There's nothing you can do about it," Kyle said, giving him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "You can't keep taking the magic-suppressing potion." At the mention of the potion, Mikkel shuddered and quickly shook his head. "You're right, I'd rather give up weekends forever than drink that stuff again." "Exactly." When they reached the castle, Kyle told Mikkel and Ryan to head back to their dormitory without him. Claiming he was going to the library, he instead made his way straight to the 8th floor. There, he found the tapestry depicting a troll beating up Barnabas the Barmy, the wizard who had foolishly tried to teach 6 trolls how to dance ballet. Judging by the artwork, the trolls had certainly given him a rough time. Satisfied he was in the right place, Kyle took a deep breath and walked back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times, mentally repeating, "I need a greenhouse for farming." On his third pass, a circular archway appeared on the wall across from the tapestry. Without hesitation, Kyle grabbed the brass handle and pushed open the door. A wave of earthy fragrance greeted him, and though he had been prepared for what might lie ahead, the sight still took his breath away. The room was enormous, almost as big as the Great Hall, with rich soil beneath his feet and a bright sun overhead. Kyle figured it was all some kind of charm. Curious, he whispered, "I need rain." Immediately, a downpour began inside the room, yet the rain fell only on the soil. The magical water seemed to avoid Kyle entirely, leaving him completely dry. "This is incredible," Kyle said, truly amazed. It was, without a doubt, the room of requirement. Using it for storage? What a waste. It felt like finding a long-lost toy. Kyle was having the time of his life in the room of requirement, experimenting with its magic. With just a flick of his fingers, he turned the gentle rain into a fierce blizzard, and with another flick, he conjured hailstones the size of eggs. The power to alter his surroundings with a wave of his hand was exhilarating. After indulging in the magical weather changes for a while, Kyle suddenly remembered he had actual work to do. Reluctantly, he changed the room back to a sunny, serene atmosphere. Never mind, there'll be plenty of time for this later, he thought. Squatting down on the ground, Kyle carefully pulled 2 fava bean-sized seeds out of his pocket, handling them as if they were made of glass. They were incredibly precious, and, more importantly, they weren't even his. They had come from the herbology class, where he had picked them up. Really, he had just picked them up. Earlier that day, during herbology, a Gryffindor student had been so excited after successfully answering one of Professor Sprout's questions that he accidentally flung the shovel he was holding straight at the chomping cabbage on the other side of the classroom. Predictably, the cabbage had reduced the shovel to a mangled piece of metal in seconds, and the student had been docked a point for his blunder. That would have been the end of it, but Kyle noticed something curious. After spitting out the remains of the destroyed shovel, the chomping cabbage had spat out 2 small seeds. Professor Sprout, busy fetching another shovel at the time, hadn't seen a thing. As a good Hufflepuff, Kyle naturally wanted to help his head of house, so he'd picked the seeds up for her. But, distracted by the lesson on Diagon, he had completely forgotten about them, until now. Kyle dug 2 small holes in the soil, just the right size for the seeds, and gently placed them inside. After covering them with a thin layer of soil, he stood up and nodded, feeling satisfied with his work. Very good, he muttered to himself. I'll keep them here for now, and I'll take them to Professor Sprout next time we have class. After leaving the room of requirement, Kyle returned to the common room before heading to the defense against the dark arts class with the other Hufflepuff first years for their afternoon lesson. The atmosphere on the way to the classroom was charged with excitement. It was hard to tell whether they were more eager about the lesson itself or curious about the legendary one-year professor. The defense against the dark arts classroom, located on the 2nd floor, greeted them with a surprise. When they pushed open the door, they noticed that all the desks had been pushed to the walls, leaving the room feeling oddly empty. One-year Professor Oren, their teacher, was already present, standing behind the lectern and fiddling with a cage that was partially covered. Kyle, upon seeing the setup, was a little surprised. He hadn't expected their defense against the dark arts professor to be a realist like Lupin, preparing practical lessons from day one. Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Oren greeted them warmly once everyone had gathered inside. Put away your books. We won't need them not just for today, but for every lesson in the future. That single sentence won the favor of many young wizards. What could be more delightful than not needing to bring books to class, and not having to bring them to any class? Professor Oren had managed to do both. This professor must be great, one of the students exclaimed. He's definitely going to get re-elected. I hope you're right, Mr. Borg, Professor Oren replied with a smile, but sadly, I can't give Gryffindor extra points for that. He continued, in my opinion, theoretical knowledge is the easiest part of this course, and you can learn that on your own, so there's no need to waste valuable class time on it. Instead, I'd rather focus on teaching you how to protect yourself in dangerous situations, whether it's from dark magic or a dangerous magical creature. Either could cost you your life. The room grew a little tense, as the seriousness of the subject settled in. Sensing this, Professor Oren added, but it's too early for you to learn about dark magic, and the headmaster wouldn't allow it anyway. So we'll start with something simpler, magical creatures. With that, Professor Oren gently nudged the cage, and a low buzzing noise came from inside. The cloth covering it began to tremble, as though whatever was inside might burst out at any moment. Some of the students standing closest to the cage instinctively backed away, startled. Don't worry, Professor Oren said reassuringly. This little guy may be dangerous, but as long as I'm here, you won't be harmed. Just stay calm and pay close attention to every word I say. With that, he removed the cloth, revealing the creature inside, a tiny, blue insect, about an inch in size. The buzzing noise came from its rapidly flapping wings, which were situated on top of its head, making it look like it was wearing a little bamboo dragonfly. As it hovered in place, its body rotated slightly, giving it a rather cute appearance. Katie Bell couldn't help but laugh. Professor, it doesn't seem as dangerous as you said. To her, it was hard to believe this tiny creature posed any real threat. It was so small, she figured she wouldn't even need a wand to swat it away. Really? Professor Oren raised an eyebrow, smiling. I hope you'll feel the same way later, Miss Bell. He turned to the rest of the class. Now, does anyone know what it is? The first person to name it will earn 5 points for their house. In the midst of the murmuring crowd, Mikkel caught a faint whisper, like the name of the creature. Motivated by the chance for bonus points, he blurted out, Billywig. Excellent, Mr. Mikkel. Professor Oren said, clearly pleased. 5 points for Hufflepuff. That's right, this is a Billywig, a level XXX magical creature, Professor Oren explained. Take a close look. It has a long, thin stinger at the base of its body. Anyone stung by a Billywig will feel dizzy at first, and then they'll begin to float. If someone is stung multiple times, they may even float uncontrollably for several days. He turned back to Katie Bell. Now, Miss Bell, do you still think it's not dangerous? Katie shrugged, saying nothing, but the skeptical look on her face made it clear she wasn't entirely convinced. At this point, another student eagerly asked, "So, Professor, is this lesson going to be about how to deal with this billywig?" "Not quite," Professor Oren replied with a smile. "First, you need to learn the proper spells for dealing with it. I won't let you face any magical creatures in combat until I'm sure you're ready. The charm to deal with a billywig is very simple, but it requires your full concentration. You must be completely focused when reciting the charm, clear about your goal, and not careless in the slightest. You should know that billywigs fly very fast, and they won't give you a second chance to cast the charm." After carefully explaining the key points, Professor Oren continued, "Let's not practice with our wands just yet. Repeat after me, Relatio." "Relatio," the young witches and wizards echoed in unison. "Very good," said Professor Oren, clearly satisfied. "Now, we'll test the effectiveness of your charm." He instructed the class to line up and take turns casting the charm on the billywig inside the cage. Kanna was the first in line, though she hadn't started there. Originally in the middle of the group, she had been nudged to the front by the enthusiastic Gryffindors surrounding her. Ever since Professor Oren had called out her name, the Gryffindors had been whispering, curious as to what made this small witch so special. How had she managed to win over someone like Snape? "A brave girl," Professor Oren smiled warmly. "I remember your name is Kanna, correct?" "Yes, Professor," she replied. With 2 previous experiences under her belt, Kanna felt more prepared than before. Though still nervous, she was now capable of holding a normal conversation, and instead of her instinct being to flee, her first thought was to answer the professor's question. "Don't be afraid, it's just a simple spell," Professor Oren encouraged patiently. "Remember what I told you, focus, concentrate. You can do it. Believe in yourself." Kanna took a deep breath, closed her eyes briefly, and thrust her wand forward with all her strength. "Relatio," she shouted. There was a loud swish as the air seemed to part with the force of her spell. Professor Oren instinctively took a small step back, impressed. The power behind her casting was enough that, had anyone been close enough, no charm would have been necessary to deal with the billywig. It would have been taken out by sheer force. Fortunately, the result was what mattered. As the spell ended, the billywig in the cage collapsed to the ground. "Not bad, Hufflepuff." 1 point, Professor Oren praised, already preparing a second cage. The day before, out of inexperience, he had only brought 3 billywigs to the Ravenclaw and Slytherin classes. He had assumed that would be enough, but he was wrong. Sometimes the first billywig hadn't even recovered before the third one had fallen. And each time, the students would stare at him expectantly, leading to some rather awkward moments. Today, however, he had come better prepared, bringing 10 billywigs, enough to ensure there wouldn't be a repeat of yesterday's embarrassment. "Next up, Santos," Professor Oren called. Santos stepped forward nervously, raised his wand, and attempted the charm. "Relatio," he muttered. Nothing happened. The billywig inside the cage continued to spin merrily in circles. "Relax, don't be so tense," Professor Oren said gently, walking over to him. "You need to pronounce the incantation clearly. The last sound was too soft. Try again." Santos nodded, took a deep breath, and raised his wand once more. "Relatio." This time, the spell worked. "Very good. Next," Professor Oren said, switching out the cage once again. With 2 successful attempts in a row, the other students felt their confidence grow. They eagerly awaited their turn. However, their newfound confidence led some to become careless. As their turns came, a few completely forgot the instructions and, without even aiming at the cage, simply shouted the charm. The result? The billywig remained unharmed, but the cages fell apart instead. Professor Oren, now forced to be on high alert, had to constantly repair the cages, casting the mending charm over and over. But soon, he realized he had underestimated just how chaotic things could get. Near the back of the line, a Gryffindor student, unable to see past the taller students in front of him, muttered the charm under his breath, practicing in advance. He wanted to be ready to impress everyone when his turn came, but in his excitement, he forgot that he was still holding his wand. Over by the lectern, Professor Oren, in the middle of repairing yet another cage, suddenly felt his legs give way as he collapsed to the floor. If it had just been a simple fall, it wouldn't have been much of a problem. After all, Professor Oren was a strong adult wizard, and at worst, he would have grazed himself an injury easily remedied with a quick Ditani band-aid. The real issue, however, was that his mending charm had been interrupted. A billywig escaped from the broken cage, buzzing furiously toward the students in front of it. For a long time now, the billywig had harbored resentment. It had been made to feel weak and powerless since yesterday. Now, it was ready for revenge. Chaos ensued. Some of the young witches and wizards panicked and began running around the classroom, while others raised their wands, shouting desperately, "Relatio! Relatio!" A dozen charms flew through the air, not quite hitting the billywig, but effectively stopping it from advancing. The young wizards, now more excited than ever, acted as if they'd stumbled upon a thrilling new challenge. With their wands raised high, they prepared to target the billywig again, eager to repeat their near success. "Stop right there!" Professor Oren, still on the ground, suddenly shouted, his voice full of frustration. As the billywig buzzed over his head, he whipped out his wand and bellowed, "Petrificus totalis." The spell hit its mark, and the billywig stiffened in midair before tumbling to the floor. Professor Oren reached out just in time to catch it. With some effort, he placed the immobilized creature back into its cage and slowly stood up, wincing as he rubbed his aching back. No wonder they say being the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is a thankless task, he thought bitterly. It really is a pain in the ass. Gritting his teeth, Professor Oren turned to the class, his concern evident despite the obvious pain. Are you all right? Did anyone get stung? No, Professor, the students responded in unison, shaking their heads. That's good, he sighed in relief, using his wand to fix the damaged podium. Now, let's continue with the lesson. But, except for the one in first place, put your wands away. The students, though slightly disappointed, followed his command without protest. Having witnessed the professor's anger moments before, none of them dared to test his patience again. The last thing anyone wanted was for that petrification spell to be directed at them. With that understanding in place, the lesson progressed much more smoothly. Almost everyone succeeded on their next try, and the pace picked up significantly. However, Professor Oren didn't appear any more relaxed. In fact, he seemed even more on edge. When the class finally ended, Professor Oren left without assigning any homework, walking out of the classroom as fast as he could, not even sparing a backward glance. The lesson had utterly drained him, and he wasn't keen on staying a moment longer than necessary. Once back in his office, Oren closed the curtains and sank into his chair with a sigh of relief. He took a well-deserved sip of his black tea, savoring the peace at last. Finally, he thought, it's over. There had been a few close calls, but nothing catastrophic had happened, and all 10 billywigs were wait. Oren's eyes widened. Something's not right. He quickly set down his teacup and counted the cages on his desk. 9. He counted again, twice. Still 9. There's one missing? His eyes darted to one of the cages, which had a fist-sized hole in its side. By Merlin's beard. Oren muttered in disbelief. Panic rising, he hurried back to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, frantically searching for the missing billywig. But there was no sign of it. It must have been hit by one of those overexcited students' spells, he realized grimly. His gaze shifted to the open window at the far end of the room. Oren groaned, rubbing his temples. 50 galleons, gone. What happened in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class spread like wildfire, but to everyone's surprise, it didn't stir much interest. Normally, a freshman injuring a professor would be the talk of the school for days. For instance, people were still gossiping about the mishap during the first day of Charms class. But when it came to Defense Against the Dark Arts, not so much. To put it in perspective, their previous professor had been a dark wizard with powers so well concealed that he was only discovered and taken away by aurors during a lesson. The professor before that was obsessed with potions, constantly experimenting with bizarre concoctions. In one infamous class, he presented his latest creation, the all-knowing potion, boasting that it could rival the love potion and solve all problems with just one sip. And then, there was no then. He drank it in front of everyone, and he's still lying in St. Mungo's hospital. Compared to those incidents, Professor Oren's little mishap barely seemed worth mentioning. And so, the first weekend at Hogwarts arrived quietly. Kyle, having enjoyed a lazy morning, slept until nearly 9 o'clock, only to be awakened by Cedric pounding on his door. What do you want to wake me up so early for? Kyle groaned after washing up and flopping onto a sofa in the common room, stretching comfortably. Early. Cedric raised an eyebrow in disbelief, handing him a warm pie fresh from the kitchen. Lunch will be served soon. Kyle took a bite of the pie, savoring the taste of beef, potatoes, and onions. It was delicious. While Kyle ate, Cedric continued, the Quidditch tryouts start today, and I'm heading over to try out. What about you? Want to come along? We can totally win the Quidditch Cup this year. I'll pass, Kyle replied, shaking his head. First-year students aren't allowed on the school team. It's a rule. Kyle had abandoned the idea of joining the Quidditch team after flying class the previous day. Since his mother Diana had forbidden him from buying a broom during his first year, he'd be stuck using one of the school's ancient brooms, and that just didn't sit well with him. The school brooms were terribly outdated, lacking even the most essential functions. For example, the crucial lifting charm, which was engraved on broom handles after the 1930 Quidditch World Cup final, a match that lasted 7 days. Following that ordeal, 11 players were forced into early retirement for the same reason. The addition of the lifting charm became a necessity after that, but the school's brooms clearly predated 1930. Riding those old brooms occasionally was fine, but relying on them long-term? That could seriously affect the physical and mental well-being of young wizards. Kyle simply couldn't accept that. As for Cedric, Kyle patted Cedric on the shoulder and said seriously, if you make the team, I suggest you save up for a new broom. Cedric nodded. Yeah, the school brooms are way too slow, but if I make the team, my dad could probably get me a clean sweep. That should work, Kyle agreed. The Clean Sweep 7 was about a decade old, but it had all the necessary features and was still a solid choice for the school team. Oh, by the way, Cedric added, pulling out 2 maps, I've finished the Gryffindor and Slytherin maps. What's our next step? Should we advertise ourselves, or look for partners? Let's find partners, Kyle said after thinking for a moment. If we advertise ourselves, it'll take too long and won't be efficient. That's what I was thinking, Cedric nodded. We could ask the Weasley twins from Gryffindor for help. They'd probably be up for it. But what about Slytherin? Do you know anyone there? Kyle shook his head. Coincidentally, Slytherin was the house he knew the least about, and he'd had very few interactions with any of its students. That's a problem, Cedric sighed. I don't know anyone either. Having recently earned his first bit of gold, Cedric was in an excellent mood and didn't want to lose Slytherin as a potential market. He had even gone out of his way to make the Slytherin map extra special, using high-quality parchment and adding a gold border to appeal to their taste. Naturally, the price for this map would be a little higher quality came at a cost, after all. The only issue now was how to sell them. If they relied solely on themselves, two Hufflepuffs, it was unlikely they'd make many sales in Slytherin. Worse yet, if Snape found out about their little business venture, he would likely confiscate the maps and deduct points from Hufflepuff. After thinking it over, they concluded they'd need a middleman. They discussed the matter for a while but didn't come up with a solid solution. Cedric suggested asking the Weasley twins if they knew anyone in Slytherin. Kyle was skeptical, but since they didn't have any better ideas, it was worth a shot. When it was close to 10 o'clock, the two left the Hufflepuff common room together. Cedric headed off to the Quidditch pitch for the tryouts, while Kyle made his way to the library to return a book. He had finished reading The Troubadour in the Wind the night before and was planning to borrow something new. As they parted near the Great Hall, Kyle smiled and said, "Good luck with the Quidditch tryouts. Hope you make the team." "Don't worry," Cedric replied with confidence, flashing a thumbs up. "I've got this." And with that, they went their separate ways. In the library, Madame Pants carefully inspected the book Kyle returned, ensuring it was in pristine condition before handing him the new one he had requested. "The usual rules apply, you know them," she said in her strict, no-nonsense tone. "Of course, no damaging the books," Kyle replied with a chuckle. "I know." "Good," she responded, satisfied. After receiving the book, a detailed explanation of magical plants in Asia, Kyle decided not to head straight back to the dormitory. Instead, he found a quiet spot in the library to read. The book, focused on herbal medicine, was a detailed reference on various magical plants native to Asia. Kyle scanned the pages quickly, searching for something specific. Soon, he found what he was looking for. Chinese chomping cabbage, an extremely dangerous and aggressive plant, was first discovered. He pulled out a piece of parchment and, using the doubling charm, neatly copied down the relevant information. Satisfied with his notes, Kyle packed up his things and left the library. However, rather than returning the book immediately, Kyle decided to hold onto it for a little while longer. He figured it might come in handy again, especially if Professor Sprout introduced any new plant species in class. It would be a hassle to have to borrow the book again later. Cedric's performance at the Quidditch tryouts had been outstanding. He managed to catch the golden snitch in just 5 minutes, securing his position as the new seeker for Hufflepuff. After that, his entire afternoon was spent on the Quidditch pitch, as he joined his first training session with the team. Kyle only had a brief moment to catch up with him during lunch. "Fred and George don't know anyone from Slytherin either, but they said they'd help think of something," Cedric said through a mouthful of steak. "We're going to talk it over this afternoon. Want to come?" Kyle began to reply, but before he could say anything, a commanding voice echoed from the far end of the Hufflepuff table. "Hurry up, Cedric, we need to start training." "Yes, Captain," Cedric called back. In a rush, Cedric struggled to swallow his mouthful of steak, then quickly gulped down a large glass of pumpkin juice. He turned to Kyle with a grin. "I'll head off to train first. This year's Quidditch Cup is definitely going to Hufflepuff." And with that, Cedric sprinted off toward the Quidditch pitch, clearly excited for the training session ahead. "Humph." Kyle shrugged, not feeling particularly envious. What's so special about being on the school team? He thought. Not only did they have to train on weekends, but they couldn't even enjoy a proper meal. Meanwhile, Kyle had plenty of time to savor his lunch in peace. Knocking on the table, Kyle ordered himself a glass of lemonade to cleanse his palate and enjoyed the rest of his meal at his own pace. Later that afternoon, Kyle left the castle, carrying the parchment he had copied from the library. Growing chomping cabbage turned out to be much more complicated than he had initially imagined. The plant was notoriously picky about its environment and climate, and only a few skilled herbology masters had ever managed to successfully transplant it outside its native habitat. Fortunately, the Room of Requirement could solve most of these issues. Kyle's only real challenge now was dealing with the fertilizer. According to a detailed explanation of magical plants in Asia, chomping cabbage took 50 days to germinate in the wild and required 2 to 3 years to reach maturity. Kyle didn't have that kind of patience, so his plan was to speed up the growth of the seeds. After leaving the castle, Kyle walked across the meadow and made his way to a small wooden cabin near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The cabin looked weathered, its roof and walls a patchwork of different shades of brown, evidence of many repairs over the years. A crossbow and a pair of large rubber boots hung by the door. Kyle stepped up to the door and knocked. "Who is it?" "Oh, silly Hagrid, stand back, you'll scare the others," came a familiar voice, followed by a low growl. The wooden door creaked open just a crack, revealing Hagrid's bearded face. "Little wizard, what are you doing here?" Hagrid asked with a stern expression. "First-year students aren't allowed near the Forbidden Forest. Go on, back to the castle with you." He was about to close the door when Kyle quickly spoke up. "Hagrid, it's me. Remember? We met before." "Huh." Hagrid paused and squinted at Kyle, taking a closer look. As he studied the boy, his expression softened. The more he looked, the more familiar Kyle seemed to him. "I remember." Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, clapping his hands together. You're that little troublemaker from the Chopper family. Thanks to you, Sabin doesn't even recognize its own name anymore. That's because it doesn't like it, Hagrid, Kyle replied seriously. You really should ask owls for their opinion when naming them. Well, I can't argue with that, Hagrid admitted, looking a little flustered. Then, in a more hurried tone, he asked, so, what brings you here? Instead of answering directly, Kyle glanced around and asked, can we talk inside? No, Hagrid quickly replied, growing even more nervous as he leaned against the door. I mean, it's just that my place is a bit of a mess right now, and, well, Fang doesn't like strangers. I'm afraid he might scare you. Oh, who's Fang? Kyle asked, intrigued. He's my hunting dog, Hagrid explained. Bigger than you are. Really tall, you know. Kyle raised his eyebrows, then shrugged. Okay, forget it. I just wanted to ask if there are any mooncalves in the Forbidden Forest. Hearing the mention of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's expression shifted to one of alarm. First years are absolutely not allowed in the Forbidden Forest? It's dangerous in there, and if I catch you sneaking in, I'll have to tell Professor Sprout. Relax, Hagrid, Kyle said calmly. I'm not planning to go into the Forbidden Forest. That's why I came to ask you instead. Really? Hagrid still seemed skeptical. Of course. I just planted a couple of new magical plants and need some fertilizer for them, Kyle explained. That's why you're asking about mooncalves, Hagrid said, visibly relaxing. He squeezed his large frame through the doorway and quickly shut the door behind him. Hagrid led Kyle over to his pumpkin patch, where he picked up a metal bucket from the corner. Here, help yourself, he said, offering the bucket full of mooncalf droppings silver, ping-pong ball-sized spheres. There were probably 200 or 300 of them inside. Kyle, however, frowned as he inspected them. The color was off, they were too dark, indicating they were at least a month old. Do you have any fresh ones? Kyle asked. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm not sure, but we can check. Come with me. They walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest for a short while before Hagrid stopped and told Kyle to wait while he ventured inside alone. Kyle agreed but silently memorized the route and surroundings, just in case. Since mooncalves weren't particularly dangerous and didn't live deep in the forest, Hagrid returned within 10 minutes, holding a small bag. Here you go, Hagrid said, handing Kyle the bag. Since mooncalves usually stomp their droppings into the ground at sunrise, this is all I could gather. If you need more, you should send me an owl next time, and I'll collect them for you. Kyle weighed the bag in his hands. It held about 7 or 8 fresh droppings. It wasn't much, but it would suffice. Thank you, Hagrid, Kyle said, smiling. Don't mention it, Hagrid replied, scratching his head a little sheepishly. Just, try not to go renaming any more owls. That was just an accident. When they arrived back at Hagrid's cabin, Kyle once again casually suggested they go inside, but Hagrid quickly blocked the door. There's really nothing to see in there, Kyle, Hagrid insisted, his eyes darting nervously. You'd best head back to the castle. Kyle glanced at him and nearly laughed. Hagrid's poor attempt at deception made it obvious something was going on inside the cabin. All right, I'll head back then, Kyle said, turning to leave. As he walked away, he called over his shoulder, by the way, Hagrid, just a friendly reminder, you really shouldn't keep a 3-headed dog inside a house. What 3-headed dog? I've never owned Fluffy. Hagrid burst out, sounding agitated, as if someone had pressed the accelerator on his temper. Even the roots of his beard seemed to tremble. Pointing at Kyle, Hagrid jumped up and down in a fluster, exclaiming, how can you go around slandering someone's good name for no reason? Oh, Kyle said, as if a sudden realization dawned on him, so his name is Fluffy. That's not a bad name, actually. Hagrid's expression froze for a moment before he quickly denied it. I didn't say anything. You must have heard wrong. He was clearly rattled and didn't dare admit the truth. Out of everyone at Hogwarts, Kyle was the last person Hagrid wanted to discover Fluffy's existence, even more so than Dumbledore. The reason was simple. Kyle's father, Chris, worked as the deputy director of the Magical Creatures Management and Control Department Beast Division. His office was in charge of regulating magical creatures of unknown origin, like Fluffy. If Kyle sent word home about the 3-headed dog, Fluffy would certainly be confiscated, and Hagrid had no idea what would happen to him after that. Worse still, Hagrid himself might end up in Azkaban. The thought of Fluffy being taken away, possibly killed, combined with the terrifying prospect of Azkaban, made cold sweat break out on Hagrid's forehead. No, I absolutely can't admit it, he resolved, trying to remain calm. Hagrid put on what he thought was a stern, intimidating face, hoping to scare Kyle away. Given his towering height of over 3 meters, his burly frame alone could be quite menacing. Unfortunately, his darting eyes and the obvious sweat dripping from his brow undermined the effect. Kyle had to suppress a laugh. If it weren't for Hagrid's nerves, maybe I'd believe him, he thought. All right, I must have heard wrong, and obviously, you don't have a 3-headed dog, Kyle said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Let's just consider this a bit of trivia. Goodbye, Hagrid. He turned to walk away, but after a few steps, he stopped, glanced over his shoulder, and said, oh, by the way, if your puppy starts showing signs of loss of appetite, irritability, or depression, don't worry. Just let him roam the Forbidden Forest for a bit. That should do the trick. Kyle's words hit Hagrid like a ton of bricks, and though Kyle didn't push the subject further, Hagrid's face paled. Still, Kyle wasn't in a hurry. He could always meet Fluffy next year when the creature would be locked up on the 4th floor. And then, he could observe the beast as much as he liked, maybe even pull a hair or two for good measure. He could knit a sock with it, for all he cared. Leaving the edge of the forbidden forest behind, Kyle leisurely strolled across the grassy grounds toward the castle. As he neared the gate, he spotted a familiar figure darting by, crouching low among the bushes. Curious, Kyle wandered over to see who it was. "Kanna, what are you doing here?" Kyle asked, puzzled. "Who?" Kanna jumped at the sudden sound of Kyle's voice, clearly startled. It took her a few moments to compose herself. I am looking for something," she mumbled, glancing up briefly at Kyle before returning to her search through the bushes. Kyle observed her for a moment before taking out his wand. "You won't find anything this way. Let me help you." Kanna, realizing what he was about to do, quickly shook her head. "No, it's not going to work. I dropped a galleon. The Oxio spell won't work on it." Kyle nodded in understanding. Magical currency, whether it was a galleon, sickle, or canute, was all imbued with an anti-theft charm, preventing them from being summoned by magic. It was a basic protective measure. With a sigh, Kyle put away his wand and knelt down to help her sift through the undergrowth. Kanna hesitated, clearly not wanting to inconvenience him, but after a moment of deliberation, she whispered, "Thank you." "Don't mention it," Kyle replied casually. "We're friends, after all. How much did you lose, anyway?" 20, Kanna whispered quietly. Kyle paused, thinking he had misheard. "How many?" 20, Kanna repeated, her voice soft. "Maybe even more. I've been losing galleons since the start of term, and these are the last of them." Kyle stared at her, at a loss for words. 20 galleons? That was no small sum. If he had lost that much money, he would have been ready to tear the whole school apart looking for it. With a sigh, he lowered his head and continued combing through the bushes, muttering under his breath about the absurdity of losing so much money at once. The undergrowth in front of the castle was dense, and it took the two of them more than an hour to search through it. But the result was disappointing. Not only had they not found a galleon, they hadn't even come across a canute. Kyle stood up, rubbing his back, and asked, "Are you sure it fell here?" I don't know," Kanna said after a moment of hesitation. "It was still here before herbology class yesterday, but this morning it was suddenly gone. Could it have fallen during flying lessons?" Kyle mused for a moment before suggesting, "Have you checked near the Quidditch pitch?" "I checked this morning," Kanna replied. "There's nothing at the Quidditch pitch or in the castle. If it's not here, then the only place left is the greenhouse." "The greenhouse? There's nothing there," Kyle said decisively. He was completely certain. No one else had been around, and as for the greenhouse, Kyle was 100% sure that there hadn't been a trace of anyone there either. The floor had been spotless. He had checked thoroughly at the time. "How about we check the other side?" Kyle suggested. "Maybe we missed something earlier." "No need," Kanna shook her head. She hadn't found any of the galleons she'd dropped in the past, and she figured it would be the same this time. In truth, how often did someone recover their galleons after dropping them? All right, Kyle didn't press the matter. In his mind, families like Kanna's, purebloods who could afford to wear such exquisite robes, probably never worried about running out of galleons. 20 or 30 galleons seemed like nothing to someone like her. Brushing the dust from his robes, he asked casually, "Need me to lend you some until your owl arrives?" Kanna's eyes flickered slightly, and after a brief pause, she said, "It's fine. Galleons aren't really necessary at Hogwarts. I'll just head to Gringotts after the holidays. I just need the rat tonic in the meantime. Can I pay you after Christmas?" Kyle paused mid-motion as he brushed off his robes, glanced at Kanna, and said, "Don't worry about it. You can pay me next year if you like." After making sure his robes were clean, the two of them began walking back toward the castle. On the way, Kyle asked curiously, "By the way, where's your rat? I don't see you carrying it." "Pocky." Kanna broke into a rare smile at the mention of her pet. "It's playing with Delina's hamster in the dormitory." "What's a field mouse doing playing with a hamster?" Kyle said with a mocking sneer. "I have a friend, Percy Weasley from Gryffindor, who also has a field mouse. I'll introduce them to each other later. By the way, is your Pocky male or a female?" Kanna blushed slightly but whispered in response, "Female, she's female." "Perfect," Kyle said, his eyes lighting up mischievously. "Percy's Scabbers is a male. How about we pair them up and have a litter of baby mice next year?" Kyle was not someone who liked to waste time. Once he had an idea, he acted on it immediately. Without further ado, he told Kanna to head back to the dorms while he made his way straight to Gryffindor Tower. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Percy wasn't in the dormitory. After asking around, no one seemed to know where he had gone. With no leads, Kyle had no choice but to set the matter aside for the time being. It seemed Scabbers wouldn't be as lucky as he'd hoped. When Kyle returned to the Hufflepuff common room, he found Kanna curled up on a sofa in the corner, clutching her pet rat nervously. Across the room, perched on the windowsill, a large owl was staring at her menacingly, occasionally clicking its beak. Rattan, the owl, had never seen such a fat, shiny mouse before. To its hungry eyes, Pocky looked like the perfect snack, plump and gleaming. However, Rattan knew that this mouse belonged to the little witch and was definitely off limits, so it was content to simply observe. The problem was that Kanna had no idea what the owl was thinking. When Kyle entered the room, he saw her pale and tense, gripping the hem of her shirt in sweaty hands. Oddly enough, she hadn't even been this nervous when she realized her galleons were missing earlier. It wasn't until Kyle distracted Rattan with a piece of murtlap jerky that Kunna finally began to regain some color. As the owl's attention shifted to the jerky, Kyle walked over and shrugged. I couldn't find Percy. He's not in Gryffindor Tower. Kunna responded, not giving it much thought. In her eyes, all field mice were rather ugly, and she doubted Pocky would be interested in scabbers. After all, her pet spent most of its time playing with a hamster, so it didn't seem likely. Besides, Kyle had rushed off so quickly earlier that she hadn't had a chance to refuse his idea in the first place. As far as she was concerned, the current situation was ideal. She returned Pocky to her dormitory, and when she came back out, she seemed much more at ease. She even gave Rattan a defiant grin. The owl flapped its wings and flew out the window, throwing her a disdainful glance as if she were an idiot before it left. This, of course, made Kunna furious. Why are you mad at it? Kyle asked with a faint chuckle, shaking his head. He then pulled out 10 galleons and set them on the table. I don't want it. Kunna immediately shook her head, rejecting the offer firmly. Thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need it. But Christmas is still a long way off, Kyle pointed out, frowning slightly. Even if you don't need to worry about food, what about parchment and ink? Those cost galleons too, and you can't avoid buying them. Or did you bring enough with you when term started? At Hogwarts, parchment and ink were used up quickly. The supplies listed on the acceptance letter barely lasted a month, and students usually ask their prefects to bring more back from Hogsmeade. While not expensive, parchment still cost a few sickles, and no one was going to give it away for free. Kunna fell silent. Kyle's words had clearly reminded her that even at Hogwarts, money was necessary. However, despite the logic, she shook her head again and said, I'll figure it out. Kyle tried to reason with her, pointing out the practicalities, but Kunna remained surprisingly stubborn on the matter. She refused all his offers except the rat tonic, even declining the parchment he tried to give her. You're really nice to that rat, Kyle remarked, rubbing his forehead thoughtfully. Then, almost out of the blue, he asked, by the way, do you know any of the Slytherin first years? Kunna paused to think. I think so. A few years ago, I met Roll and Yaxley at a banquet. They're in Slytherin, and they're first years as well. But I don't know if they'd remember me. I haven't been to that kind of event in a long time. That's fine, just knowing who they are is enough, Kyle said, considering something. Kunna, do you want to make your own galleons? Make my own galleons? Kunna blinked, still processing what he'd said. Yes, earn them yourself, just like adults do, Kyle explained, tapping his finger on the table. I know a way you can do that here at Hogwarts. It might be a bit challenging, but the profit is high. Once you're done, you won't have to worry about parchment, ink, or anything else. You could even buy yourself plenty of snacks. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Kunna didn't reply immediately, but her interest was clearly piqued. She had considered helping other students with their homework in exchange for parchment and ink, but that felt wrong, like cheating, and she feared the professors might catch on. Kyle's offer presented an alternative, and she was tempted to hear more. Seeing her interest, Kyle continued, not wasting time. Do you remember the map Cedric gave you yesterday? Kunna nodded. Yes, I remember. After the flying lesson the previous day, Cedric, a second-year student, had handed out maps of Hogwarts. Kunna recalled it clearly. She had also heard that Ravenclaw had their own version of the maps, but those had to be bought. Well, that's what this is about, Kyle said, pulling out the gold-trimmed map Cedric had given him and placing it on the table. This is the Slytherin version. The only thing we're missing is someone to sell them. Do you want to try? 5 galleons each, and we split the profit 50-50. 5 galleons. Kunna looked at Kyle in shock, her expression mirroring the one she had just given Rattan. How could these maps be worth 5 galleons? That's way too much. No one would buy them. Ravenclaw's only cost a few sickles, she whispered, still in disbelief. Those are just ordinary maps. This is a limited edition from the Golden Triangle, Kyle said, raising an eyebrow. We used top-quality materials and craftsmanship. These were handmade, and it took 3 whole days to make just 10 of them. Not a single one more. Think about it, out of the hundreds of students at Hogwarts, only 10 people can own this exclusive map. It's a status symbol. Isn't that worth 5 galleons? Kunna felt a bit overwhelmed, but Kyle's explanation did make it seem like the maps were worth the steep price. After thinking for a moment, she asked, but it's already been 3 days since classes started. Will anyone still need these maps? Don't worry about that, Kyle replied confidently. Hogwarts isn't just about classrooms. There's the library, the hospital wing, the professors' offices. And don't forget, the staircases in the main building keep changing. Who knows where they'll be tomorrow? You might end up on a path you've never taken before. Standing around trying to figure it out wastes time, but walking around blindly can get you lost, and that means you'll be late. That's where these maps come in handy, especially since they show the patterns of how most of the stairs move. Kyle leaned back, his voice full of certainty. Trust me, someone will definitely buy it. Kunna wasn't entirely sure why she had agreed to Kyle's plan. Maybe it was because she really did need some galleons, or perhaps it was the way Kyle had framed it, a chance to prove to everyone that she could handle things on her own, that she had the ability to survive. Whatever the reason, she had found herself reluctantly agreeing. After dinner, the three of them, Kyle, Cedric, and Kunna, gathered around a table in the common room to go over their strategy for the next day. Anyway, Gryffindor has the Weasley twins helping them, so they're covered. The main focus is Slytherin, Kyle said, turning his attention to Kunna. Tomorrow, find an opportunity to bump into that role. What's her name? Kunna, quietly attentive, whispered, Roll and Yaxley. Right, those two. Kyle nodded. Try to casually run into them and say hello. Kyle thought for a moment before continuing. The first floor corridor would be ideal. Both Hufflepuff and Slytherin use it to get to the Great Hall, so it's easy to make it look like a coincidence. Just find an excuse to walk with them. Kunna nodded, her expression serious as she scribbled down notes. Once she finished writing, Kyle went on, I'll be ahead, talking to Cedric, complaining about how difficult it is to find my way around the castle and how easy it is to get lost. Cedric will pull out the regular map to show me. At that point, you step in. Show some disdain for our map and pull out the limited edition. Disdain. Kunna put down her quill and tried a few unimpressive facial expressions, which made Kyle rethink that part of the plan. Forget the disdain, he said with a sigh. Just pull out the map and casually mention that it's a limited edition and that there are only 10 of them available. Got it? Make sure to remember that line. And if they ask for more details, Kyle added, tell them you have connections that can get you these maps. Offer to help them out as a friend if they're interested. Okay, Kunna said, repeating the instructions silently to herself to commit them to memory. At that moment, Cedric chimed in, curiosity getting the better of him. What if they don't ask? Kyle shrugged casually. Then we sell to someone else. The whole idea of turning regular goods into exclusive, limited edition items had been Kyle's brainchild, and he knew it would appeal to pureblood families. Adding Kunna to the equation only made the plan more convincing. Roll and Yaxley, being purebloods themselves, would likely show off the maps if they got them, making them ideal spokespersons for the product. And if they didn't bite, they'd just revert to the original plan, release the limited edition maps and let word spread. Soon enough, the Slytherins would come looking for them. The only risk is attracting a professor's attention, Kyle explained. The maps aren't exactly dangerous, but selling them for 5 galleons each is bound to get noticed. If it gets too much attention, it might get banned before we can sell them all. So we do it quietly, he continued. Once we have the galleons, it doesn't matter if we get caught. The worst they'll do is dock some points. Cedric, hearing this, was almost in awe. Can it really work like that? Kyle grinned. Of course. Cedric had always understood that pureblood families loved distinguishing themselves from ordinary students. That was why he had gone through the effort of tracing the maps with gold edges. His original plan had been to sell them for just 1 galleon, but Kyle's idea of multiplying the price by 5 had suddenly given the maps a whole new allure. Even if the Slytherin first years figured out they didn't need the map itself, they wouldn't care. What they truly craved was the prestige of owning a limited edition. It wasn't that purebloods were gullible, they were just rich and enjoyed having something different, something special. Cedric himself had always wanted to replace his Flooper quill with a nicer one, not because it was any more practical than an ordinary quill, but because it was more beautiful, more eye-catching. Besides, it could write an extra 2 lines before needing to be dipped in ink again. Cedric smacked his lips thoughtfully and asked, Kyle, are you sure there are only 10? Yeah, just 10, Kyle nodded confidently. He had done his homework, asking around. Although there were 13 Slytherin first years, not all of them came from wealthy pureblood families, so 10 seemed like the perfect number. Those who didn't manage to buy one would have a solid excuse to justify why they missed out. With that confirmed, Cedric and Kyle shifted the conversation to that afternoon's Quidditch tryouts. As expected, Fred and George Weasley had joined the Gryffindor team as beaters. Additionally, a second-year witch named Alicia Spinnet had secured a spot as a reserve player. This year's Gryffindor team is going to be tough to beat, Cedric said, his expression serious. Their lineup is just too strong. I've seen Alicia train, and she's on par with our chaser, Matt Brinton. Plus, there's Oliver Wood, the best keeper in Hogwarts right now. His save rate is the highest among the 4 keepers. It'll be hard for us to get past him. Really? Kyle responded nonchalantly. Then I guess you'll have to cheer up. Kyle's lack of interest didn't go unnoticed, but Cedric didn't dwell on it. As a first year without a broom, Kyle wasn't part of the team, so he wasn't as invested. He could only be a spectator, cheering from the stands. Cedric continued discussing Slytherin's team, this time focusing on the brooms. The Slytherins had 5 Nimbus 1700s, which gave them a significant edge on the field. When the topic shifted to Ravenclaw, Cedric paused briefly before moving on without much comment. We have to give our best in every match going forward, without any mistakes, Cedric said, his tone growing more determined. Nobody wants to end the semester in 3rd place. That's why Harris has increased our group training sessions from 3 times a week to 5. His voice grew louder with passion, but Kunna, who sat nearby, seemed entirely unaffected. She stared at the parchment in front of her, lost in thought. The idea of having to approach someone tomorrow made her so nervous that she hadn't absorbed a single word Cedric had said. In fact, during the planning session earlier, Kunna had thought about quitting countless times. Each time, though, just as the word quit reached the tip of her tongue, a quiet voice inside her urged her not to speak it. She didn't understand why, but in the end, she chose to listen to that voice. Before long, Kyle and Cedric yawned and decided to head back to their dormitory for the night, leaving Kunna alone in the common room. She continued flipping through the parchment, still deep in her thoughts about the upcoming day. The next day, at the same time, in the same Hufflepuff common room, Kyle, Cedric, and Kunna sat together again. Only this time, there was a pile of golden galleons on the table in front of them. 1, 2, 3. No need to count. Kyle glanced at Cedric, raising an eyebrow. Exactly 60 galleons. That much. Cedric's mouth hung open, his whole body feeling dizzy, as if he were in a dream. In fact, it really did feel like a dream. Today's plan had gone surprisingly well. Kunna had been so nervous that she'd completely forgotten the specific process and, like a salesperson, pulled out the map as soon as they met. No, even a salesperson would at least say hello and make small talk, not jump straight to the point like Kunna did. This left Kyle and Cedric standing there, unsure if they should continue with the performance. But soon enough, they had their answer. Roll and Yaxley's reaction was just as unexpected. Without even waiting for Kunna to speak, they eagerly asked where she got the map as soon as they noticed its gold border. After learning that only 10 copies had been made, they dropped their previous haughty demeanor and eagerly struck up a conversation with her. They took Kunna's arm, laughing and reminiscing about the banquet from a few years ago, acting like they'd been best friends forever. Kunna just went along with it, stumbling her way through the whole interaction. By the time she made it back to the Hufflepuff table, she had 10 galleons in her hand. She had only a vague memory of when she received the galleons. It might have been while they were in the corridor, or maybe at the entrance to the Great Hall. Roll and Yaxley were great conversationalists. On the way, they had seamlessly shifted the topic from the feast to the complex structure of Hogwarts Castle and, just as naturally, had asked Kunna if she could help them get a map. After she agreed, the conversation smoothly returned to the original topic without any awkwardness. Though Kunna's goal aligned with theirs and the two sides were mutually benefiting, Kyle had to admit that Slytherins did possess a unique knack for socializing. At the table, the first thing Kyle said to Kunna was, "Remember to stay away from Slytherin in the future, or you won't even know when you've been sold out." Cedric, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. To avoid further trouble, after lunch, 2 gold-edged maps were handed over to Roll and Yaxley. After their publicity, it took less than 2 hours to sell all 9 remaining maps, leaving only the sample in Kunna's hand. Some of the smaller houses even requested their family crests be printed on the maps. Kyle initially resisted, but they offered so much money that he couldn't refuse. The price doubled. Who could resist? And that's how they ended up with 60 galleons. Sharing the spoils, sharing the galleons. With everyone watching expectantly, Kyle pushed half of the galleons in front of Kunna. As agreed, we'll split it equally. No, you've counted it wrong. Kunna shook her head, counted 10 galleons from the pile, and placed them back. Then she looked at Kyle, puzzled. 3 people should split it equally, so it should be 20 galleons. Are you that bad at arithmetic? Kyle opened his mouth, but a lump formed in his chest. Just let it go. As long as she's happy, Cedric said, laughing so hard he nearly passed out. Kyle, bad at arithmetic? Cedric could laugh about that for the entire school year. Kyle grumpily shoved the 20 galleons over to her. He couldn't understand how Cedric, who'd always been so kind, had become like this. Good grief, does he not even have the decency to gloat behind my back? Cedric, completely unfazed by Kyle's bad mood, picked up one of the galleons and rubbed it between his hands. So many galleons, I can buy 10 Flooperquill pens with this. Flooperquill pens. Kyle frowned. What's so special about those? And why are they so expensive? They're pretty, Cedric said matter-of-factly. I've had my eye on the yellow one for a while. That color really suits Hufflepuff. Kyle thought of something, and his lips curled up before he quickly suppressed the smile. He replied calmly, then you should buy a few more, so you can switch them out in the future. No, just one for now, Cedric said after a moment of thought. The rest will go to my father. Hearing this, Kyle couldn't help but glance at him. Just as he was about to say something, Cedric continued, maybe if he's happy, he'll upgrade the broom he got me from the Clean Sweep 7 to the Nimbus 1700. Kyle swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. The Nimbus 1700 was 200 galleons more expensive than the Clean Sweep 7. 20 galleons to 200? Cedric's hopes were wildly optimistic. But then again, knowing Mr. Diggory's personality, once he learned that Cedric had made the academy team and earned a full 20 galleons, he might just get him that Nimbus after all. Kyle's eyes lit up as a sudden idea crossed his mind, but it was too late to act on it now. He'd have to wait until tomorrow. After dividing up the galleons, Cedric went to the kitchen and returned with biscuits, desserts, and other snacks, along with a large pot of pumpkin juice. The 3 of them decided to have a small celebration in the common room. Kyle lifted his glass of pumpkin juice and was just about to take a sip when he noticed Kunna across from him. She was pulling out 7 or 8 small bags and putting 2 galleons into each one. Seeing Kyle's confused look, Kunna explained, I'm afraid I'll lose them again, so it's better to keep them separate. Cedric, astonished, asked, Kunna, you lost galleons? Kunna nodded and briefly explained what had happened. After hearing her explanation, Cedric smiled and thought carefully. There shouldn't be any on the Quidditch pitch. After every flying lesson, Madam Hooch inspects the pitch, so if anyone dropped something, it would be found quickly. And when I was training yesterday, no one mentioned finding 20 galleons. How about this tomorrow? I'll ask around to see if anyone's seen them. It's okay, I don't mind anymore, Kanna said, pointing to the small pile of bags in front of her, her eyebrows curving as she smiled. These will last me a long time. You're just going to lose 20 galleons and not care. Cedric didn't respond, but somehow, the pumpkin juice in his hand suddenly tasted like bitter lemonade. Selling the map had undoubtedly been a success. The young wizards were thrilled, the professors were pleased because no one was late to class anymore, and Kyle and his friends had made a tidy sum. If anyone was unhappy, it was probably Filch. Ever since Fred and George became wealthy, the smell of dung bombs often filled the corridors. Filch was furious and determined to catch the twins in the act, following them around all day. But Fred and George always found clever ways to lose him, leaving him more frustrated than ever. Meanwhile, Cho and Kanna got to know Kyle better through all of this, especially Kanna. She no longer hid from Kyle in class, and her social anxiety seemed to have improved. Now, when she earned extra points from a professor, she could even manage a thank you, just like everyone else. Hogwarts' first-year curriculum remained relatively light, with usually only 3 classes a day. But if you counted the homework, it was a different story. The young wizards had to spend all their spare time in the library just to finish the feet-long essays assigned to them. And they had to be careful not to increase the font size. Anyone who tried that trick learned a harsh lesson. The last student who attempted it not only lost 5 points, courtesy of Professor McGonagall, but also saw his workload doubled, earning him a black eye from the resulting sleepless nights. In the end, McGonagall cancelled the punishment out of fear that the student might collapse from exhaustion, but since then, no one dared to play that game again. Well, almost no one. While homework was a nightmare for most students, it was a breeze for Kyle. To him, writing essays was easy. And since there was no plagiarism check for first years, he could write almost anything. He would borrow a few sentences from relevant books, add in a few more for good measure, and then summarize everything neatly. In less than 20 minutes, he would have a polished essay, earning praise from professors for his extensive reading. Except for one professor. In potions class, Professor Snape, who preferred not to be named, seemed to grow more displeased with Kyle by the day. Snape always found reasons to deduct points from him. Kyle could do nothing about it, so he tried to avoid Snape as much as possible. After each point deduction, he would buy a bottle of Sleekiezy's hair potion, planning to one day send an entire case to Snape anonymously. On Halloween, Kyle was sitting in the library as usual, engrossed in a book. It wasn't until dinner was about to start that he brought the unfinished book, The Great Duel Masters, to Madame Pants. How many days this time? Madame Pants muttered without looking up. One day, Kyle replied. She murmured. Madame Pants remembered Kyle well, since he borrowed books frequently. After a brief note of his name and the time, she handed the book over. Since it was Halloween, the Great Hall had been decorated with colorful adornments earlier that day. Pumpkins carved into all sorts of shapes floated above the hall, creating a festive atmosphere. 1,000 bats flapped against the walls and ceiling, and a large cloud of them hovered over the dining tables. When Kyle entered, it was still early, but the hall was buzzing with excitement. Nearly half the students had gathered around the Gryffindor table, where Fred and George were putting on a show. Each wearing a pumpkin head, they imitated the signature move of the headless hunt, drawing laughter from the crowd. Even the professors didn't stop them, enjoying the spectacle as much as the students. Dumbledore, always in good spirits, even pulled out sweets and tried to trade them with the other professors. Unfortunately for him, no one seemed interested. Even the ever-polite Professor Sprout declined the cockroach clusters he offered with a smile. You were in the library again. Cedric poked his head over as Kyle sat down at the Hufflepuff table. Books on duels, what are you reading that for? Charms homework, Kyle replied, handing the book to Cedric. I need to make up for the points I lost in potions class. Professor Flitwick loves to see practical applications of basic spells. Cedric, aware that Snape had been targeting Kyle recently, gave him a sympathetic look. So, did you learn anything useful? Forget it, Kyle sighed. Obviously, no wizard would use the unlocking charm in a duel. Cedric bit his lip to keep from laughing out loud. He had thought Kyle might have used something like the floating charm in class, but the unlocking charm? That was just too much. Even first-year students knew better than to try that in a duel. His mouth tightened further, trying to suppress the laughter. Kyle shot him a suspicious look, sensing that Cedric was probably thinking something rude. But before he could say anything, an owl landed nearby, extending its talon and dropping a note onto Kyle's tray. For me. Kyle muttered, opening the note curiously. The handwriting was messy, but he could still make out the words. Dear Kyle Chopper, I've collected some mooncalf manure. If you have time, could you come by on Friday? I don't think you have class that afternoon. Hagrid. Kyle blinked, surprised. He hadn't expected Hagrid to invite him to his cabin. Still holding the note, he stared blankly ahead. By this time, Cedric had stopped laughing and asked curiously, who sent you a letter? Hagrid, Kyle said. Cedric thought for a moment. Keeper of keys in the Forbidden Forest. Yes, Kyle confirmed. What does he want with you? Did you know him before? The letter says he's collected some mooncalf manure, Kyle explained. I visited him once when I needed fertilizer for a couple of ornamental plants I was growing. Can I come with you? Cedric asked, intrigued. I've always been curious about his place. Sure, why not? Kyle shrugged. It's no big deal. He took out the quill he always carried and scribbled on the back of the note, "Okay, I'll come by tomorrow afternoon with my friend." He fed the owl a few nuts and watched it fly away. After that, the dinner began. Since it was Halloween, the feast was more elaborate than usual. There was a whole aromatic roast beef leg, pumpkin pie, caramel apples, and a variety of sweets. Kyle scanned the selection and was relieved to see there were no cockroach clusters. Thankfully, the headmaster's peculiar tastes hadn't reached the kitchen yet. After the Halloween feast, the little wizards, full and happy, made their way back to their dormitories in groups. Once the students were gone, the professors also departed one by one. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked calmly at Snape, who stood before him with a grim expression. "Severus, what can I do for you?" Dumbledore asked, his voice gentle. "It's still about what happened 2 weeks ago, Dumbledore," Snape said, his face emotionless as he placed a gold-framed map on the headmaster's desk. "That Kyle Chopper selling maps at school. There should have been results by now. So, that's what this is about," Dumbledore responded, taking a measured sip of his black tea. "May I hear your thoughts? People like him, who blatantly ignore school rules, should be expelled." Snape burst out, his tone sharp. "That's not a very good joke, Severus," Dumbledore said, shaking his head slightly. "You know that Hogwarts school rules do not prohibit students from selling items on campus. And, as far as I understand, this particular map was originally sold by misprints to Slyther. That's abetting." Snape interrupted, his voice rising in frustration. "I investigated. Kyle gave her all the maps." His voice grew so loud that even the surrounding portraits, which had been pretending to sleep, couldn't ignore the outburst. One portrait, depicting a big-nosed wizard, angrily chimed in. "Watch your tone, young man. This is the headmaster's office." Snape, however, paid the portrait no mind and pressed on. "I should have insisted that Kunna be transferred to Slytherin instead of listening to you and leaving her in Hufflepuff. I think it's for the best," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. "Don't you think Kunna's former personality was a bit too withdrawn? As the last descendant of the prince family in the wizarding world, that's not a good thing. And, Severus, you can't protect her forever." Snape was silent for a moment, his jaw tightening before he impatiently changed the subject. "We're discussing Kyle Chopper here. If he's bold enough to sell a map for 5 galleons today, what's next? Robbing Gringotts tomorrow? Even if he can't be expelled, there must be some form of punishment." Dumbledore considered this, swirling his tea thoughtfully. "You have a point. 5 galleons is a bit steep for a first year. But tell you what, I'll speak to the students myself. If they feel they've been cheated, I'll take appropriate action." Snape fell silent once again. In truth, he had already asked around when he confiscated the map, and Roll's response at the time had been, "Cheated? Professor, you're joking. It's only 5 galleons. What's the big deal?" Even if Dumbledore went to ask the students, the answer would likely be the same. Snape knew he could easily persuade the Slytherins to change their minds and denounce Kyle in writing. But doing so would be too underhanded, even for him. He was biased, yes, but not shameless. Besides, hiding such manipulation would be difficult. If exposed, it could lead to significant trouble. "Kyle also has problems with his character," Snape suddenly added, his voice sharper. "I've observed that he's talented, but his performance in class is very average. At such a young age, he's already so hypocritical. Aren't you afraid he could become the next Dark Lord?" "I would call that humility, Severus," Dumbledore replied calmly. "It is easy for a person to shine, but much harder to restrain that light. That is a rare and valuable quality." "So," Snape glared at Dumbledore, "you're not going to punish him? Not if he hasn't made a mistake." "Very well." Snape's expression darkened further. With a dramatic swirl of his robes, he turned and stormed out of the headmaster's office. As he left, whether by accident or design, the hem of Snape's robe flicked the portrait of the big-nosed wizard, hitting him squarely on the nose. The wizard shouted after Snape, "Come back and apologize, you impolite Slytherin brat." Snape ignored the outburst, but Phineas Nigellus Black, another portrait nearby, could no longer hold back. He stormed over, grabbing the big-nosed wizard by the collar. "What did you just say about Slytherin?" he demanded. "What, do you want a fight?" the big-nosed wizard retorted angrily, punching Phineas in the face without another word. Phineas, unwilling to back down, quickly engaged him, and the two portraits began wrestling furiously. The other portraits, seeing the commotion, gathered around with snacks, watching the fight with interest. "Stop fighting, you two," one portrait called out. "You're both grown men, why are you pulling his hair? That knight over there, put away your sword." "Oh no, that sir is reaching for his sword. Someone fetch the hunter in the corridor, he still has his axe." The headmaster's office quickly became lively, filled with shouting and laughter. More portraits crowded into their frames to watch, their collective excitement turning the room into quite the spectacle. Behind his desk, Dumbledore cheerfully added sugar to his tea, unfazed by the scene. Fighting portraits were nothing new, it was one of their few forms of entertainment, and as long as no damage was done to the frames or canvases, he saw no reason to intervene. However, the sudden sound of Professor McGonagall's voice outside the door made the portraits freeze in place. "Minister, are you here to see Albus at this hour?" The portraits' ears twitched, and they quickly abandoned their brawl. In a flash, they fled the headmaster's office, with the fat lady and two knights dragging the bruised and battered combatants, Phineas and the knight, away. They couldn't be seen in their current state by the Minister of Magic. It would be a disgrace to Hogwarts. Just then, the door to the headmaster's office swung open. It happened so suddenly, Minerva. There was nothing I could do, came a low voice. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, walked in, a strained smile on his face. Albus, long time no see. How are you? Long time no see, Cornelius, Dumbledore said, rising to embrace him. Would you like a cup of tea? Or perhaps some pumpkin juice? Tea would be great, Fudge replied, still looking a little nervous as he rubbed his bowler hat in his hands and glanced at McGonagall, who stood nearby. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, and a steaming cup of tea appeared on the table. Sugar. Fudge shook his head, sitting down. His unease was palpable, and he kept glancing at McGonagall. Sensing that Fudge wanted to speak privately, McGonagall made her way to the door. Albus, I'll be off then, she said, leaving the office. The moment she left, Fudge leaned in closer. Albus, I can't hide it anymore. Those smuggled magical creatures. As the door closed behind her, Fudge's voice was cut off, but Professor McGonagall could guess the reason for his late-night visit. Cornelius Fudge, like many politicians, had a habit of hiding inconvenient information until it could no longer be suppressed. Only then would he seek out Dumbledore for advice. After Halloween, November arrived, bringing cold weather that made the young wizards even less inclined to get up in the mornings. At 8 o'clock, Kyle, wrapped in a thick robe, yawned as he entered the great hall for breakfast. As usual, Owl swooped into the hall, delivering letters and packages. Among them was a much-anticipated package for Cedric, his new broomstick, a Nimbus 1700, just as he'd hoped. Excellent, Cedric, excellent, an older Hufflepuff player said, slapping Cedric on the shoulder. You're the seeker, and with this Nimbus 1700, the gap between us and Slytherin just got a lot smaller. I've seen their seeker in action honestly, he's little more than a troll who can ride a broomstick. Hufflepuff's first Quidditch match was against Slytherin, and they had been worried about the equipment gap. But with Cedric's new Nimbus 1700, their morale soared. The broom alone might not have been enough, but with Cedric as seeker, it was a different story. In training matches, Cedric had caught the golden snitch in just 5 minutes, coming within seconds of breaking the Hogwarts record for fastest seeker. With a top-class broom and a talented seeker, the Hufflepuff team couldn't see how they could lose. The idea of Slytherin scoring 150 points in 5 minutes was laughable. Kyle was also excited, even though he wasn't part of the team. It would be great if Hufflepuff could win the Quidditch Cup. He glanced admiringly at Cedric's new Nimbus until he felt a sharp tingling in his fingers. An owl had landed in front of him. Sorry, little guy, I didn't notice you, Kyle apologized, quickly feeding the owl a piece of dried murtlap rat meat before taking the letter it had delivered. The letter read, Dear Kyle, I'm sorry it took me so long to write back to you, but I've been incredibly busy lately. I always thought I had already replied, until this morning when I found the unfinished letter in my office. I hope you can forgive me. We received the galleons you sent, and I'm proud of you, my boy. I wasn't as good as you in my first year. By the way, your mother asked me to tell you that she accepted the galleons, but don't even think about a broom. However, she's prepared something else for you, and it should arrive in a few days. I hope you like it. That's all for now. I hope you're enjoying Hogwarts. Your father, Chris. After reading the letter, Kyle's mood deflated. He had suspected his mother wasn't as easy to persuade as Mr. Diggory, but he was still disappointed. And the letter had taken so long he'd sent it in early September, and now, in November, he was finally getting a response. What could Chris have been so busy with that he hadn't been to his office in 2 months? Was Mr. Newt Scamander off traveling again? Before Kyle could ponder further, Cedric slapped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of him. Kyle, check this out. No wonder it took my dad so long to send me the broom. On the front page was a picture of numerous magical creatures, all caged. Next to the image, the bold headline read, The Plight of Magical Creatures. Kyle read the article. According to sources, on September 3rd of this year, the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Elimination of Dark Arts failed to apprehend a group of magical creature smugglers, leading to the escape of a large number of smuggled magical creatures, including 3 highly dangerous XXXXX class beasts. We have yet to understand why the ministry covered up this incident. This was to avoid panic in the wizarding world, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, said this morning. We've recaptured most of the creatures, and no witches or wizards have been harmed. However, the veracity of this statement is in question. Chris Chopper, a spokesperson for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, confirmed in an interview that, with the help of Mr. Newt Scamander, nearly all the creatures including an Antipodean Opali and a Nunda have been safely recaptured. However, the whereabouts of one swooping evil remain unknown. Chopper urged the public to treat the swooping evil as highly dangerous. If spotted, wizards and witches are to flee immediately and send up a red sparks charm. The Beast Division and Aurors will respond as quickly as possible. Kyle's eyes widened as he finished reading. Now he understood why his father had been so busy. From the looks of it, over 50 to 60 magical creatures had been captured, making this one of the largest magical creature smuggling cases in the last 30 years. But that wasn't the point. The point was the Nundu. Kyle couldn't help but wonder how the smugglers had managed to capture such a dangerous creature. Not only is a Nundu incredibly agile, but its breath is lethally poisonous, capable of wiping out entire villages. The Ministry of Magic's description clearly states that under normal circumstances, it would take more than 100 skilled wizards to subdue a Nundo. Even if there was some exaggeration in that claim, it still demonstrated just how dangerous the creature was. For comparison, it only takes 10 wizards to subdue a dragon. Fortunately, it was the swooping evil that got away, Kyle remarked with genuine relief. It wasn't that Kyle underestimated the swooping evil. While it, too, was classified as XXXXX, it had barely reached that level of danger. The Nundo, on the other hand, was rated 5X only because the Ministry of Magic's scale didn't go any higher. The two creatures weren't even in the same league. Cedric and the older students, or anyone with a basic knowledge of magical creatures, nodded in agreement when they heard Kyle's words. They understood the magnitude of the difference between the two. The younger students, however, were far less concerned about the Nundo. Most of them didn't know much about magical creatures, and their focus was on the escaped swooping evil. The phrase highly dangerous printed in the Daily Prophet certainly caught their attention, and it didn't seem like an exaggeration. Luckily, we're at Hogwarts, someone said with relief. With Dumbledore here, we're definitely safe. The others quickly echoed this sentiment. Yes, with Dumbledore at the school, what could possibly go wrong? The mood around the table lightened immediately, and the students started chatting more cheerfully. But the liveliness didn't last long. The realization soon hit them that a dangerous creature was still at large, and their initial confidence in Hogwarts' safety was soon replaced by more pressing concerns. Suddenly, a young wizard stood up, abandoning his breakfast, and sprinted toward the owl shed. His reaction reminded the others of something important: sending letters to their families. Several students jumped to their feet, following suit, and running either to the owl shed or back to their dormitories to fetch parchment and quills. In a matter of moments, the previously bustling Great Hall had emptied, with only a handful of students remaining at the Hufflepuff table. Because of the news in the Daily Prophet, the young wizards were distracted and found it difficult to focus during their lessons. This was especially true for students from Muggle families, who, after quickly gathering as much information as they could about the swooping evil, began to worry intensely about the safety of their loved ones. The swooping evil, after all, was one of the most dangerous creatures in the wizarding world, known to feed on human brains. The thought of it potentially roaming free in a Muggle community made them even more anxious. Even while sitting in class, many kept glancing nervously toward the windows, hoping that an owl would soon bring reassuring replies from home. The professors did their best to comfort the students, slowing down the teaching pace and offering words of reassurance, but there wasn't much else they could do. It wasn't until the second class of the morning that the atmosphere began to improve. "Cheer up, children," Professor Sprout said as she walked into the greenhouse for herbology class. She saw the young witches and wizards looking glum and gave them an encouraging smile. Just now, Mr. Newt Scamander issued a statement confirming that no traces of the swooping evil have been found in either the wizarding or Muggle world. So, it has probably flown to another place, and you don't need to worry about the safety of your families. As she spoke, Professor Sprout took out a collection of briefings she had saved for years and began telling the class about Newt Scamander's many accomplishments. Kyle noticed that some of the briefings were quite old, with the oldest one faded and worn. It detailed Newt's significant contribution to defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald, complete with a photograph of a young and dashing Scamander. The students, after hearing about Scamander's achievements, felt a great sense of relief. If the most renowned expert on magical creatures was confident, then they trusted his word. The fact that Scamander was a close friend of Headmaster Dumbledore made him even more reliable in their eyes. By the time lunch rolled around, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was much livelier. "I can't believe I forgot I had classes this afternoon," Cedric grumbled, disappointed, as he picked up a potato still in its skin. "Looks like I can't go with you to visit Hagrid. What a shame." Second-year students had more homework than first years, and rarely had afternoons off except on weekends or during holidays, so Cedric couldn't join Kyle for the visit. "It's just to get some mooncalf manure. What's so bad about that?" Kyle asked, taking a bite of his bread. "What, are you going to keep ornamental plants too?" "No, I'm more interested in mooncalves," Cedric replied. "I've heard they perform a complicated dance in the moonlight. It sounds amazing, but I've never seen one in real life." "You probably won't get to see the dance," Kyle shrugged. "That only happens at night, and by then it'll be past curfew, unless you're up for a nighttime adventure." "I know," Cedric sighed. "That's why I just want to see a mooncalf, even if it's during the day." "That's still possible," Kyle nodded. "Although mooncalves sleep during the day, they usually stay in caves, and you can still catch a glimpse of them assuming Hagrid keeps them near the edge of the Forbidden Forest." Kyle put down his pumpkin juice and said, "How about this? Let's go right after lunch. We've got over an hour before class, so we should have time." Cedric's eyes lit up. "Really? Is that okay?" "Of course, there's no set time for it." At that moment, Kyle noticed Kunna sitting next to them, showing interest. Casually, he asked, "Do you want to come along?" Kunna hesitated briefly before nodding. Thanks to Professor Sprout's stories about Newt Scamander, Kunna had developed a fascination with magical creatures and was eager to see them up close. After lunch, the three of them headed to Hagrid's cabin by the Forbidden Forest. This time, they didn't bother knocking. When they arrived, they found Hagrid watering his pumpkin patch. After Halloween, the massive pumpkins had disappeared, leaving behind small seedlings. "Go into the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid asked, shaking his head vigorously after hearing Kyle's request. No, no, no. First-year students aren't allowed in there, it's too dangerous. It's fine, Hagrid, Kyle said with a smile. No one knows the Forbidden Forest better than you. Besides, the mooncalves are at the safer edge of the forest, and with you guiding us, we'll be perfectly safe. Even if you say that, I still... By the way, Kyle interrupted smoothly, you know so much about magical creatures. I bet you'll be the next Care of Magical Creatures professor when Professor Ketlaban retires. Me, a professor? No way. I'm not nearly as good as Professor Ketlaban, Hagrid mumbled, looking flustered even through his bushy beard. Cedric noticed Hagrid's discomfort but pressed on gently. We trust you, Hagrid. You know the Forbidden Forest and its creatures better than anyone. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then sighed. All right, but you have to promise to stay close to me and not wander off. If you do, I'll send you back immediately, and you won't be allowed near the Forbidden Forest again. We promise, Professor Hagrid, the three of them said in unison, grinning. Hagrid blushed at the title, but his expression darkened slightly as he muttered, I can't be a professor, don't say that where others might hear. You need to have a little more confidence in yourself, Kyle said seriously, stepping forward to pat Hagrid on the back of his hand. Give it 4 years, and I'm sure you'll be a professor. Impossible, Hagrid shook his head. You don't need to comfort me. Kyle's eyes twinkled as he proposed, how about we make a bet? If you're not a professor in 4 years, I'll arrange for Newt Scamander to let you take care of his dragon for 2 months during the summer holidays. Hagrid froze mid-step, turning toward Kyle with disbelief. Mr. Scamander has a dragon. Yes, Kyle confirmed with a nod. It's been sent back 3 times by the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary because of its terrible temper. It attacks anything that moves after it leaves Newt. After the 3rd time, they refuse to take it back. It can't be released into the wild, so it's kept in a box. Hagrid's eyes widened with excitement. I agree, he said immediately, unable to resist the allure of spending time with a dragon. Who in the wizarding world would refuse to raise a dragon? Hagrid certainly wouldn't. And as for his grumpy disposition, so what? Children are supposed to be a little mischievous, after all. Being sent back by the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary only proves those people are incompetent. Just look at how scrawny they are, like walking twigs. How could they possibly manage to raise a dragon properly? All right, if you become a professor. Kyle began. No problem. Hagrid interrupted before Kyle could finish. With a wave of his hand, he said, I agree to the bet. He didn't even stop to consider whether Kyle could actually convince Newt, or whether Dumbledore would allow a dragon at Hogwarts. He just agreed right away. It almost seemed like Hagrid was worried Kyle might change his mind, as he quickened his pace, leading the 3 of them who had to jog to keep up towards the mooncalf's cave. You lot stay here, don't go any further, Hagrid said seriously, turning back to the group. Mooncalves tire themselves out when they dance, so they need plenty of rest during the day. You've got to be as quiet as possible. Kanna and Cedric nodded quietly, their eyes curiously fixed on the cave entrances that looked like tents. But where was Kyle? The mooncalves didn't interest him, he'd seen them countless times with Newt. His attention had shifted to the wiggon surrounding them. Compared to other places, the wiggon here were tall, thick, and stretched high into the sky. Kyle approached one and knocked on its trunk, which sounded solid and firm. Noticing Kyle's actions, Hagrid whispered an explanation. Because mooncalves stomp their droppings into the ground, wiggon grow really well around them. By the way, this is also a bowtruckle's nest. Kyle glanced up and soon spotted countless little green seedlings scattered throughout the wiggon trees. It was exactly like what Newt had shown him. In that magical suitcase, the bowtruckles and mooncalves were neighbors. Kyle picked up a branch from the ground. Hagrid, can I collect some branches? You can, but what do you need them for? I've got some ideas. When they emerged from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was carrying a large bundle of dead branches in his hands. Kyle had wanted to use the floating charm to help, but Hagrid found that unnecessary and insisted on carrying them himself. Once they exited the forest, Cedric headed back to the castle for his classes, leaving Kyle and Kanna behind. Unlike their previous visit, Hagrid warmly invited the 2 of them to stop by his cabin. As soon as they entered, a big black dog came bounding toward them, tongue hanging out and tail wagging furiously like a fan. Kyle reached down and gave the dog's head a good scratch, nearly rolling his eyes in pleasure. It felt great. All right, Fang, come here, Hagrid called, placing a grayish pot on the floor. Fang immediately rushed over, diving into the pot with excitement. Hagrid patted his head and said, eat slowly, there's more if you need it. As they chatted, Kyle glanced around the cabin. The space was small, consisting of a single room. A hem hung from the ceiling, along with a pheasant, and a brazier with a copper kettle sat boiling water. In one corner was a large bed covered with ragged quilting. The room looked rather shabby, inconspicuous at best. But Kyle noticed something else. The hem was made from Tibo warthog, and the rope used to hang it appeared to be a shiny, white silk likely from an acromantula spider. And the cushion they were sitting on? It was made from unicorn hair. Though not entirely tail hair, it was still an impressively luxurious cushion, the most expensive one Kyle had ever sat on. Once Hagrid sat down, Kyle introduced them. This is Kanna, and the one who just left is Cedric. They're both Hufflepuffs like me, but Cedric's a second year. Hello, Hagrid greeted Kanna warmly. He then handed both her and Kyle a piece of rock cake from the plate next to him. You must be hungry. Try some of my cooking. Kanna picked up the rock cake, only to feel its unexpected weight, as though she were holding a brick. She blinked, wisely choosing not to take a bite. Kyle refrained from eating as well, but he cleverly asked Hagrid for another piece, saying he would share it with Cedric later. Hagrid, delighted by this, generously handed Kyle the entire plate of rock cakes and encouraged him to come back for more anytime. Kyle, of course, didn't want them, so he took only 2 and stuffed them into his pocket. He wasn't planning on eating them either, even if they tasted decent. Without a giant's teeth, they were practically inedible. However, they might prove useful for self-defense. Lately, Snape had been pushing him to his limit, and Kyle felt on the verge of a breakdown. If worse came to worst, the rock cakes would make an excellent tool for self-preservation. He could always claim he offered Professor Snape a rock cake, but Snape had simply failed to catch it. After handing back the plate, Hagrid looked at Kyle, an awkward expression on his face. Well, I've got this dog, but he's been a bit sluggish lately, not eating much. What do you think could be wrong? Kyle instinctively glanced at Fang, who was eagerly devouring his second bowl of food. Lacking energy? No appetite? It couldn't be Fang, so Kyle looked back at Hagrid, puzzled. Hagrid quickly clarified. Not Fang, the other dog. Oh, Kyle realized Hagrid was talking about the 3-headed dog. Kyle looked around the cabin but didn't see any sign of the creature. Didn't I tell you before? Kyle said, turning back to Hagrid. You just need to let him loose in the Forbidden Forest. I did, but it didn't work, Hagrid replied, sounding a bit frustrated. He perked up while he was out there, but as soon as I brought him back to the cabin, he became sluggish again. Kyle was momentarily speechless. Hagrid's unique way of thinking never failed to amaze him. Did he really believe he was just walking a regular dog and then bringing it back here? Hagrid, the 3-headed dog, Kyle began. Just one head? Just one head. Hagrid interrupted, denying it frantically. Kyle took a deep breath, ignoring Hagrid's protests, and continued. The 3-headed dog is a large magical creature that naturally prefers open, spacious environments. If they're kept in a small, low-ceiling space for too long, they start to feel depressed. It's not small in here, Hagrid muttered defensively. Well, it's fine for you, Kyle explained patiently. But within a year, a 3-headed dog can grow to 3 meters tall, and its body can stretch over 5 meters in length. By then, it'll barely be able to turn around in here. Kanna was completely dumbfounded during the entire exchange between Kyle and Hagrid. Who am I? What am I doing here? And what on earth are they talking about? She wondered. Weren't they just talking about a dog with no appetite? Now they're mentioning a 3-headed dog? What even is that? A dog with 3 heads? But there's no such creature in this house. Kyle, Kanna quickly interrupted while Hagrid was deep in thought. What were you talking about just now? But Kyle didn't answer her directly. Instead, he turned to Hagrid and motioned with his head. Come on, don't hide it. I'm not a professional veterinarian, I need to see it for myself. I didn't, Hagrid started to protest, but after a moment of hesitation and remembering the sorry state of his furry friend, he sighed in defeat. All right, but you can't tell anyone. Of course, Kyle nodded. I swear on Cedric's character. Hagrid, too wrapped up in his own thoughts, didn't quite catch what Kyle said and stood up to leave the room. But Kanna heard it loud and clear. Why did you swear on Cedric's character? She asked, confused. Don't worry about the details, Kyle replied with a dismissive wave. If I had one, I would have sworn on mine. Kanna fell silent and moved aside, not sure what to make of that. Hagrid returned shortly afterward, and it was clear the place where he had hidden Fluffy wasn't far from the cabin. Once back inside, Hagrid hurriedly drew the curtains and lifted the moleskin coat draped over his arm, revealing Fluffy, the infamous 3-headed dog, tucked beneath it. Fluffy was now almost as big as a cow. Realizing he'd been brought into the cramped room again, he quickly lowered his heads and lay flat on the floor, trying to make himself as small as possible. Kanna was utterly shocked. She had never imagined Hagrid would actually bring out a dog with 3 heads, and it was so ugly. The 3-headed dog, like many large magical creatures, was not what one might call cute. Fluffy's giant mouth, packed with sharp teeth, took up nearly half of each head. His nose was wrinkled up, with folds of flesh that resembled a washboard. Does the 3-headed dog have Sharpay blood or something? Kyle mused, scratching his head. He wasn't entirely sure. He had never seen one before, and even Newt's magical suitcase didn't have everything. In fact, even in Greece, the 3-headed dog was an exceptionally rare magical creature, almost as rare as a basilisk. Kyle figured that whoever sold Fluffy to Hagrid must have been an outsider. What luck, Kyle said to himself, reaching out to stroke Fluffy's rather unattractive head. The fur was stiff, feeling almost like a well-worn shoe brush left out in the elements, definitely not as pleasant as Fang's soft coat. Fluffy, ever the feisty one, didn't appreciate the gesture. Realizing one of his heads was being petted, he opened his mouth and tried to bite Kyle's hand. Kyle dodged quickly and gently patted the middle head. Don't be naughty, I'll give you a treat later. At this, Fluffy calmed down instantly and responded with a couple of soft woofs. How about some Murtlap dried rat meat? Kyle suggested after a moment's thought. It's tougher than beef, and I bet you'll like it. Woof, came Fluffy's response. 30. Kyle frowned. No way, that's too much. I only have 9. You 3 can split it. Kyle was busy haggling with Fluffy when Hagrid, who had been observing the whole exchange, nearly jumped out of his skin in disbelief. Looking from Kyle to Fluffy, he asked, "Did Mr. Scamander teach you that as well?" Kyle just smiled and didn't answer. In the wizarding world, many knew that Kyle had a knack for communicating with magical creatures, but the explanation given to the public was simple: Mr. Scamander taught him. Since Newt had never denied this, most people accepted it as the truth. After all, as the greatest magi-zoologist of the century, Newt Scamander was expected to know some tricks that others didn't. However, only a select few knew the real story: the Weasleys, Newt himself, and Dumbledore. But Hagrid certainly wasn't one of them. "By Merlin's beard," Hagrid said, looking at Kyle with awe and a hint of envy. "It seems Mr. Scamander thinks very highly of you. I begged him for ages, but he never agreed to teach me how to talk to magical creatures." "These are just little tricks, Hagrid," Kyle replied, smiling as he fed some dried murtlap meat to Fluffy. "Besides, you already understand what Fluffy's saying, even if you don't speak his language." "Yes, I do," Hagrid said proudly. "I always know what Fluffy wants, and he knows me too. He was a real handful when he was little, but if I sing, he always falls right asleep." To demonstrate, Hagrid began singing softly while gently patting Fluffy. Kyle could hear Fluffy's thoughts loud and clear. It's starting again, my head is killing me. Just sleep, it'll be over soon. Go to sleep, now." As Hagrid sang, all three of Fluffy's heads gradually drooped, and within moments, they were snoring loudly. Their synchronized, well-practiced slumber made Kyle feel almost sorry for the poor creature. "See, he's asleep," Hagrid said, beaming with satisfaction. Kyle laughed awkwardly, glancing at Hagrid's happy face. After a moment of thought, he decided against revealing what Fluffy had actually been thinking and shifted the conversation back to a more pressing issue. "He's getting really big now, Hagrid," Kyle said, stroking one of Fluffy's heads. "You must have noticed he's been in a low mood ever since we brought him into this room. You need to let him loose in the Forbidden Forest as soon as possible." "I know," Hagrid sighed, looking troubled. "But I'm just not comfortable with it. Fluffy's still so young. What if something happens to him without me around?" Kyle raised an eyebrow. He had a strong suspicion that Hagrid should be more concerned about the well-being of the other creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid hesitated for a moment before continuing, his eyes darting around the room. "And if I put him in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore might see him. What if he decides to send Fluffy away? Then put him deeper into the Forbidden Forest," Kyle suggested. "Don't forget, this is a delicate time. The Ministry's Aurors are tracking down every unknown magical creature. It's better if Dumbledore finds Fluffy than them." "But he's not one of those creatures," Hagrid protested, his face flushed with excitement. "I checked thoroughly. The Greek who sold him to me wasn't in any of the photos the Ministry released." "The Aurors won't care about that," Kyle said calmly. "What they'll care about is the fact that you happened to purchase an unknown three-headed dog right before that group was arrested. That's enough to make them suspicious." Kyle and Kunna returned to the castle shortly after leaving Hagrid's hut. Once they were gone, Hagrid sat alone, pondering until evening. In the end, he decided to follow Kyle's advice and release Fluffy into the Forbidden Forest that very night. Although reluctant, he knew there was no other choice. First and foremost, it would make Fluffy happier. And if Fluffy was happy, Hagrid would be too. Kyle had made a valid point: the situation was tense. Just earlier, Professor Oren from Defense Against the Dark Arts had complained to Hagrid while gathering materials in the Forbidden Forest. The professor had been frustrated that, due to the day's daily profit report, the Ministry of Magic had deployed most of their best teams to track down any magical creatures with uncertain origins, to show they were handling the matter seriously. This crackdown made it nearly impossible for Oren to buy the supplies he needed. Instead, he was forced to catch them himself in the forest. Hagrid chuckled, remembering how Oren had cursed Fudge as an idiot in his frustration. At the time, it had seemed amusing, but now Hagrid regretted not joining in the cursing. The truth was, Hagrid had bought Fluffy in a pub, and there had been quite a few witnesses. Even though they didn't know what exactly he had purchased, if any of them were caught, they might try to save themselves by reporting that Hagrid had been buying magical creatures. After all, for those people, a correct guess could help them avoid punishment, and a wrong one wouldn't hurt them. So, for Fluffy's safety and to avoid causing Dumbledore any unnecessary trouble, Hagrid had no choice but to release Fluffy. Surely, those Aurors wouldn't dare search the Forbidden Forest, right? But if they did, Hagrid wasn't too concerned. After all, the forest's depths were home to werewolves and manticores, so what was one more three-headed dog? Meanwhile, back at the castle, Kyle was sitting in a corner of the common room, sorting through the bundle of wiggentrae branches he'd collected. Kunna watched curiously as he worked. "I was going to ask you," she said, eyeing the branches. "Why are you messing with those dead sticks when there are plenty of branches in the kitchen that you could just grab anytime? These aren't just ordinary branches. They're from wiggen trees," Kyle explained. "Wiggen trees are magical rowan trees. Anyone touching their trunks is protected from attacks by dark creatures." Kunna blinked. She knew that much, but what did that have to do with the branches? After all, branches and trunks weren't the same thing. Kyle, noticing her confusion, sighed. Never mind, you'll understand later." He picked out a particularly straight stick and set it aside. Then, as if the thought just occurred to him, he asked, "By the way, how did you know there are branches in the kitchen? Have you eaten there?" The kitchen was located close to the common room, and Kyle had been there a few times. However, every time he approached the door, he was promptly swarmed by house elves. The kitchen stove was farther inside, and the only way to fully see it was to sit at one of the long tables. Considering how enthusiastic the house elves were, Kyle mused, it was impossible to visit the kitchen without getting roped into a meal. And halfway through, they'd probably try to serve you an entire cow? I'm not. Don't say things like that. Kanna's face suddenly turned beet red as she stammered. I was just curious and went to take a look in the kitchen. I see, Kyle replied nonchalantly, focusing on sorting the wiggentree branches. By the time he finished, he realized Kanna had quietly returned to the dormitory, leaving him as the only one still in the common room. Remembering that tomorrow was the weekend, Kyle decided to pack up and head to bed early. He had no intention of staying up late. After all, the next day was important for Hufflepuff. The Quidditch tournament was starting, and their first match was against Slytherin. The next morning, the Hufflepuff students were up bright and early, energized for the big game. After breakfast, they donned their uniforms and grabbed the cheer flags they'd made, heading to the Quidditch pitch to support their team. Kyle was supposed to join them, but after finishing breakfast, a plump ghost suddenly floated toward him. Hello, Kyle. I hope I'm not interrupting your breakfast, greeted the fat friar. Hello, friar, Kyle replied politely. Care to watch the Quidditch match with us? Hufflepuff has a good chance of winning this year. I prefer gobstones, I'm afraid, the friar said with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, Hogwarts cancelled that game decades ago. Oh, I see. Sorry to hear that, Kyle said quickly, not wanting to make the ghost feel bad. I hope I haven't ruined your day. Of course not, my boy, the friar smiled warmly. The best part about being a ghost is that nothing ever really goes wrong. But speaking of things, I'm afraid you'll have to delay your plans to watch the game. Dumbledore wants to see you in his office 8th floor. The password is Butterfinger. Dumbledore wants to see me. Kyle was caught off guard. Curiosity piqued, he asked, do you know why the headmaster wants to see me, friar? I'm just the messenger. The fat friar shook his head with a gentle smile. All right, I'll go now. Thanks, friar. After saying goodbye, Kyle immediately made his way to the 8th floor. It wasn't every day the headmaster requested a meeting, and Kyle wondered what it could be about. Hopefully, he wouldn't miss the Quidditch match. Thanks to his familiarity with the castle's layout, Kyle quickly found the ugly stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. Butterfinger, Kyle said aloud. With a jump, the gargoyle moved aside, and the wall behind it split open to reveal a set of revolving stairs, slowly ascending like an escalator. Kyle stepped on and rode the stairs up to a large oak door with a griffin-shaped knocker. He hesitated for a moment before giving the door a gentle tap. The griffin knocker came to life, flapping its wings as the door slowly opened. Kyle stepped into the headmaster's office and couldn't help but look around with wide-eyed curiosity. The room was spacious and circular, filled with odd, fascinating little noises. Various strange silver devices cluttered the desk, spinning and emitting wisps of smoke, their purposes entirely unknown to Kyle, but he was certain none of them were mere humidifiers. Along the wall stood a stone basin engraved with mysterious symbols, and next to it was a colossal mirror. The mirror towered to the ceiling, framed in gleaming gold, with two claw-shaped feet supporting it on the ground. The Mirror of Erised, a legendary alchemical artifact, had the power to reveal a person's deepest desires. Whatever their heart most longed for would appear before them when they stood in front of it. It was a mesmerizing and magical object. Is this some kind of mirror of the mind? Kyle mused, resisting the temptation to take a peek. He deliberately looked away, knowing the allure could be overwhelming. It seems you recognize the Mirror of Erised. Dumbledore's gentle voice came from behind Kyle. The headmaster had appeared without Kyle noticing. I'm glad you were able to resist its temptations. This is something many adult wizards find difficult to do. People often waste away in front of it, entranced by their own visions, sometimes even driven to madness. I just don't want to add to my worries, headmaster, Kyle replied with a chuckle as he turned around. I'm quite content with my life as it is. A very wise choice, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. He stepped closer to the mirror, his fingers brushing the ornate golden frame. I must admit, you've already surpassed me in this regard. Even I find it hard to resist looking at the mirror from time to time. Curious, Kyle asked, so, what do you see when you look in the mirror, headmaster? The true meaning of magic? Or perhaps a deeper, more profound theory? Dumbledore smiled warmly, his eyes twinkling. You've made me blush, Kyle. I'm afraid I'm not as great as you imagine. What I see is myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Kyle raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Dumbledore winked. There are never enough socks, you see. Christmas comes and goes, and I haven't received a single pair in ages. People always insist on giving me books. Kyle couldn't help but suspect that Dumbledore might be dropping a subtle hint, especially since Christmas was only 2 months away. As Kyle briefly considered whether he should take the hint and give socks as a gift, Dumbledore had already returned to his desk. He summoned a cup of black tea for himself and a plate of sweets appeared alongside. Would you like something to drink, Kyle? Dumbledore offered. Lemonade, please, Kyle replied. With a nod, a large glass of lemonade materialized on the table. Kyle took a sip and found that it tasted exactly like normal lemonade, nothing extraordinary, despite being in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was leisurely sipping his tea, showing no urgency to speak. The room was quiet, the portraits of previous headmasters hanging on the walls softly snoring in their frames. Occasionally, one would half open an eye and sneak a glance at Kyle, but they remained silent. The atmosphere was becoming a bit uncomfortable for Kyle, who wasn't used to the quiet stillness. Just then, the whistle of the Quidditch match echoed faintly from outside the window, signaling the start of the game. Finally gathering his thoughts, Kyle asked, "Headmaster, what can I do for you?" Look at me," Dumbledore laughed softly, patting his forehead. "I've been so distracted by my tea that I almost forgot the reason I asked you here." Dumbledore stood up and motioned for Kyle to follow him. They moved to a tall, gilded perch behind the door, where a magnificent fiery red bird was perched. It was Fawkes, the headmaster's phoenix. "The phoenix has been sulking with me for a while now," Dumbledore said, looking rather distressed. "But I can't figure out what the problem is. Could you ask him for me? Is that so?" Kyle turned to Fawkes, who had already heard what Dumbledore said. The majestic bird glanced briefly at Kyle, then shot a displeased look at Dumbledore, chirping in clear frustration. Kyle nodded knowingly. "No wonder you're so upset. What did it say?" Dumbledore asked, intrigued. Despite his remarkable linguistic abilities, including mastering the languages of snakes and goblins, Phoenix speak remained elusive, especially since Fawkes, when irritated, seemed to speak with an accent that made it even more difficult to understand. With some discretion, Kyle responded, "Headmaster, Fawkes says he doesn't want you putting cockroach clusters in its food anymore." Dumbledore blinked, clearly surprised. "I always thought it'd enjoy those." Fawkes immediately turned its back to Dumbledore in anger, making it very clear that it did not appreciate the misunderstanding. It was a phoenix, after all, not a chicken. Worms were the furthest thing from its preferred diet. Realizing his error, Dumbledore quickly began apologizing, but Fawkes continued to snub him, turning away every time Dumbledore tried to speak, even covering its head with its wings as if to block out its owner's words. In the end, it was Kyle who managed to calm the fiery bird down. He offered Fawkes a leaf of dittany and a bluebell, which Fawkes swallowed in 2 quick bites, finally appeased. For the record, Kyle hadn't snatched the bluebell from the common room. It had been his reward for helping Professor Sprout clean the greenhouse. Watching it disappear into Fawkes' beak so quickly left Kyle feeling a bit dejected. He hadn't even gotten the chance to warm himself with it. "I knew I could count on you," Dumbledore said, patting Kyle's shoulder happily. "If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to calm it down for quite some time." "It's nothing, Headmaster," Kyle replied, though his smile was a bit weak. "Is there anything else? If not, I'd really like to go watch the Quidditch match." Kyle touched his moleskin pouch, feeling a bit uneasy about staying much longer. If Fawkes got upset again, he didn't have any more herbs to offer, and as a first year, he wasn't exactly stocked up on such things. Besides, Fawkes wasn't his phoenix, better to let Dumbledore handle it from here on out. "There is one small matter," Dumbledore said, turning to retrieve a potion bottle from a drawer. "This is a magic-suppressing potion for Mikkel. I was going to have Madame Pomfrey deliver it, but I suspect he's avoiding the infirmary. So I thought, since you're here, you could take it to him." Kyle accepted the bottle, but couldn't help asking, hasn't Mikkel learned to control his magic yet? "It's not easy," Dumbledore replied after a thoughtful pause. "But Pomona says he's making good progress. By the time he reaches his 2nd year, he likely won't need the potion anymore." Kyle nodded in understanding. "Remember," Dumbledore added, "this potion is important for Mikkel, even if it's not the most pleasant tasting. Make sure he drinks it, don't let him just toss it away." "Don't worry, Headmaster," Kyle smiled, "Mikkel's my roommate. I'll make sure he drinks it." "That's reassuring to hear." Dumbledore raised his cup of black tea. "Now, go enjoy the match. It should still be going on." When Kyle emerged from the headmaster's office, he was holding a feather along with the magic-suppressing potion. It was a warm phoenix tail feather, a gift from Fawkes. The phoenix had plucked it off right in front of Kyle's eyes as if sensing his departure. Kyle hadn't just broken even, he had profited, trading a simple bluebell for a fresh phoenix tail feather. What a generous phoenix, he thought. After leaving the 8th floor, Kyle hurried towards the Quidditch pitch. But upon arriving, he was greeted by a group of young Hufflepuffs carrying Cedric and rushing towards the hospital wing, all while cursing angrily. "The shameless scum from Slytherin. Rude and dirty, they don't deserve to play Quidditch. Slytherin should be disqualified." Cedric, being carried by the young badgers, clutched his head with one hand while holding his right leg with the other, his face twisted in pain. Seeing this, Kyle quickly followed. From their heated conversation, it wasn't hard to guess that Cedric had been injured and that the Slytherin players were responsible. Spotting Ryan and Mikkel in the crowd, Kyle rushed over, patting one of them on the shoulder. "What happened on the pitch?" he asked. Ryan, startled, turned around in surprise. "Kyle, where have you been? Why are you only just getting here?" "The headmaster called for me, so I went to his office," Kyle replied briefly, before asking again, "Never mind me, how's Cedric?" At this, Ryan's face flushed with anger. "It's those shameless Slytherins again. You don't know, Cedric was about to catch the snitch just a little more and we would have won. But then the Slytherin captain took advantage of Cedric focusing on the snitch and punched him in the head, knocking him clean off his broom." "Yes," Mikkel added, equally outraged. "And do you know what that git said to Madam Hooch? He actually claimed he thought Cedric's head was a quaffle. That rude, stupid, underdeveloped gorilla doesn't deserve to play in a tournament like this. He should be sent off." Mikkel fumed. "It's not football, Mikkel," Ryan reminded him. "You can't send someone off in Quidditch." Mikkel jutted his chin out stubbornly. "But it's still unfair to just give Hufflepuff a free shot. As Ryan and Mikkel went back and forth in their outrage, Kyle quickly pieced together what had happened. Just as he had suspected, Slytherin had resorted to dirty tactics after realizing they couldn't win the game fairly. Soon, the group arrived at the hospital wing. By Merlin's beard? What on earth happened? Madame Pomfrey was furious. A broken nose and a complete break of the right leg. I don't understand why Hogwarts organizes such dangerous games. Every year someone is brought in, every single year. She wasted no time in mending Cedric's leg, casting her healing spells with practiced precision. Once his leg was set, she sent everyone else away, but kept Kyle behind. With other patients to attend to, she couldn't watch over Cedric herself, and since she vaguely remembered Kyle, the responsibility fell to him. As she closed the door, she muttered under her breath, complaining about the dangers of Quidditch and the incompetence of the teachers who allowed it. Kyle sat down by Cedric's bedside and poured him a glass of water. "How are you feeling?" "My leg still hurts a bit," Cedric admitted, shifting slightly in bed, "but it's already much better." There was never any doubt about Madame Pomfrey's skill. If it had been Cedric's arm instead of his leg, he would likely have been discharged already. It's a pity about the game, though. We were 30 points ahead. Cedric sighed in frustration as he sank back into his pillow. "If only I'd paid more attention to what was happening around me." "It's okay, it's just one game," Kyle reassured him. "Winning or losing isn't important. Besides, it's practically Slytherin tradition to foul during the match. Even if you dodged them this time, they'd come after you again. And if you keep avoiding them, you'll never be able to catch the golden snitch." "You're right," Cedric admitted, scratching his head in frustration. "But what about the rest of the games?" Hufflepuff and Slytherin would face each other more than once during the season, and Cedric had no desire to end up in the hospital wing 3 more times. "Don't worry," Kyle said after a moment's thought. "You just focus on getting better, and leave the rest to me." "Wait, are you joining the Quidditch team?" Cedric asked in surprise. "What position would you play, beater?" Kyle snorted. "You're thinking too much. Once the competition has started, it's impossible for me to join, even if I wanted to, unless someone withdraws voluntarily." Hogwarts rules on Quidditch were clear. Each house had only one opportunity to recruit new players, and it was limited to the second week of the school year. In reality, the captains often selected their teams by the end of the first week and submitted the names to Madame Hooch at the beginning of the second. This gave new players time to train with the team before the matches began, and saved the professors any hassle. After that, no substitutions were allowed unless a player left school, dropped out, or could no longer play for medical reasons. And Madame Hooch was firm on this. "Then what did you mean by taking care of it? Wait, you're not thinking of going after Slytherin, are you?" Cedric's expression turned serious as he realized what Kyle might be implying. "Don't do anything that breaks school rules. I just broke a leg, it's not that serious. And you're only a first year. Most of the Slytherin players are third years or older. They'd be happy to take you on, and Professor Snape won't." "Hey, hold on a minute," Kyle interrupted, raising an eyebrow. "What's all this talk about first years and third years? You don't think I'm planning to duel them, do you?" Cedric froze. "Aren't you?" "You wish," Kyle replied, giving him a disgusted look. "I think Madame Pomfrey should check your head again." In the hospital wing, Cedric and Kyle locked eyes, an awkward silence filling the air. It was Cedric who felt the weight of the moment more. If he weren't lying in bed, he might have tried to dig a hole right there to escape the embarrassment. "I'm glad that's not the case," Cedric muttered, turning his head to the side in an attempt to appear calm. Kyle cleared his throat, his tone suddenly serious. "Cedric, why on earth would you want to duel them? We're Hufflepuffs, the most honest and model students at Hogwarts. That kind of thinking is dangerous." He leaned in slightly. "Think of Professor Sprout, how disappointed she'd be if she found out you'd become so impulsive, reckless, and disobedient." I haven't thought about it." Cedric shot back, annoyed. The truth was, when he was brought to the hospital wing, he'd overheard some of the others talking about confronting the Slytherins for a proper one-on-one fight. Quite a few were fired up about it. At the time, his head and leg had hurt too much for him to protest, and he had been too out of it to stop them. Now, as Kyle spoke, he'd assumed his friend was thinking the same way. "You don't need to explain," Kyle said, not even glancing at him, his voice calm and reflective. "I understand. You were seriously hurt, and it's only natural to say something rash when you're emotional. Just be more cautious next time. Here, have a chocolate frog." Before the young Badgers left the hospital wing, they had left some snacks, mostly treats they'd brought to enjoy during the game. Kyle picked up a chocolate frog, unwrapped it, and handed it over. "I'm telling you, I didn't think like that." "You wait a second." Cedric paused mid-sentence, suddenly noticing the card in Kyle's hand. "What are you holding?" Kyle calmly slid his hand into his pocket. "Just an ordinary card. Nicholas Flamel. I don't have him yet." "No," Cedric said, sitting up straighter. "That's not Nicholas Flamel, it's Agrippa." Though he'd only caught a glimpse, Cedric had seen the golden sheen of the card, something that made it unmistakable. The Chocolate Frog Company had commissioned a renowned alchemist to create a unique protection for this rare card. It was a failsafe against people using doubling charms to duplicate it or Oxio to steal it. The protection charm was far superior to the one on galleons. There was only one card in the entire Chocolate Frog set that used this enchantment: Cornelius Agrippa, the rarest of them all. Realizing this, Cedric immediately reached out. "Give it back? That was my chocolate frog, so the card inside is naturally mine too." Kyle, seeing he'd been caught, stopped pretending. But I'm the one who opened it? If it had been yours, you'd have gotten a Dumbledore at best. It doesn't matter who opened it. The card is Cornelius Agrippa, and it's mine. Cedric retorted, getting increasingly frustrated. I just need this one to complete my collection. Kyle clutched his pocket defensively. I need this one too. Just like on the train, they were back to staring each other down, the tension in the air thick. But this time, Kyle clearly had the upper hand. He shot Cedric a defiant look, then walked toward the door of the hospital wing, opened it, and stepped outside. But then he came back in. Out again. Then in once more. Cedric was at his wit's end, staring incredulously as Kyle teased him. He couldn't believe his friend would stoop so low as to taunt a patient with a broken leg. Okay, no more jokes. Seeing Cedric practically gasping for breath from frustration, Kyle walked back to his bedside and pulled the Agrippa card from his pocket. I really can't give it to you. I need it, Kyle said, his expression unusually serious. I have to admit, Slytherin is really lucky. I was wondering what to do next, and then this card showed up right on time. Slytherin. Cedric put down the shoe he'd been holding threateningly and gave Kyle a puzzled look. What does your plan have to do with this card? Kyle nodded gravely. This is Agrippa, Cedric muttered, his face filled with longing and worry. If I could get my hands on an Agrippa, I'd be willing to fall off my broom a few more times. Kyle shot him a look of disdain. It's just a card. Look at you, completely hopeless. This isn't about a card. We're talking about venting your frustration. On a small scale, sure, but on a larger scale, it could decide whether Hufflepuff wins the Quidditch Cup. Now tell me what's more important, an Agrippa card or the Quidditch Cup? Cedric paused, Kyle's words sinking in. That's true, he mumbled, feeling torn between his collection and his house's victory. Exactly, Kyle declared, sensing he was making headway. But Cedric couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Kyle was acting way too serious for his usual self. The more Cedric thought about it, the more convinced he became that Kyle was pulling one over on him, that the Agrippa card had nothing to do with Kyle's so-called plan. Why don't you just let me have the Agrippa, even for just one night? Cedric suggested cautiously. That way, I can at least say I had him once. I'll give it back to you tomorrow when I'm discharged, or we could carry out the plan together. Kyle shook his head, standing tall as though he were preparing for battle. No, leave the dirty work to me, he said with exaggerated bravado, patting his chest. Your task right now is to rest and heal properly. Cedric just stared, deadpan. He was sure now Kyle was definitely fooling him. Narrowing his eyes, Cedric bent down to pick up his shoes again, intending to confront Kyle. But by the time he looked back up, Kyle had already darted out of the hospital wing, quick as lightning. Cedric fumed, watching as Kyle made his escape. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey appeared, carrying a tray. What are you doing with your shoes? She asked, frowning at him. Your bones need time to heal properly. You'll be staying here overnight. I'm sorry, madam, Cedric mumbled, forcing a smile as he sheepishly put his shoes back down. Madame Pomfrey sighed, shaking her head as she began rebandaging Cedric's leg. Honestly, young wizards these days are so unreliable. She finished up and then reached over, placing something on his bed. I found this by your bedside. Remember to keep your belongings tidy. Cedric's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in surprise. He looked down at the card Madame Pomfrey had placed in front of him. It was a bearded old man, gazing kindly at him from the card. Cedric's heart, which had been burning with excitement moments earlier, sank like a stone as he read the description. Nicholas Flamel, widely regarded as the most famous living alchemist, is known for his contributions to Kyle. Cedric growled, gritting his teeth as he glared at the hospital wing's entrance. He desperately wanted to leap out of bed, track Kyle down, and give him a well-deserved punch. But one glance at Madame Pomfrey bustling nearby quickly put an end to that thought. Resigned, Cedric sighed heavily and reached for the 2 remaining chocolate frogs. Maybe there was still hope of finding another Agrippa. He unwrapped them with growing anticipation, but a minute later, he sighed again. 2 Dumbledores stared back at him. Defeated, he slipped the cards under his pillow. Don't worry, Cedric's fine. Madame Pomfrey said he'll be discharged tomorrow morning, Kyle announced as soon as they returned to the Hufflepuff common room. The young Badgers, who had been anxiously waiting ever since leaving the hospital wing, perked up at the news. Even the Quidditch players, who had arrived earlier but were clearly disheartened, looked a bit relieved. Seeker Cedric's injury had been a huge blow to team morale. Although a substitute had taken over the chaser position, they still lost the match, 60-220, a crushing 160-point gap. At least Cedric's condition wasn't too serious, which was a small comfort. Beater Jazzer, a 7th-year student, exhaled in relief. If that's the case, he'll be back in time for practice tomorrow afternoon. Jazzer, who was in his final year, had one goal before graduating, winning the Quidditch Cup for Hufflepuff. Damn it. Captain Harris slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. This can't just be left like this. Yes, we can't let this slide, someone chimed in angrily. Slytherin hit our Seeker so blatantly, they're showing they don't respect you as captain, and I can't stand it. Captain, another voice spoke up quietly, I heard some of the Slytherin players are going to Hogsmeade tomorrow. Maybe we could. Shut it, Henry, Harris interrupted sharply, turning to glare at him. Remember, no one lays a hand on any Slytherin players. I'll deal with this. Kyle, who wasn't far away, glanced back at Harris after hearing what he said. The captain is still sharp. Kyle thought. We really can't afford to openly cause trouble with Slytherin right now. At the moment, Hufflepuff's house points were only about 10 points behind Slytherin's, a very narrow gap. If Snape got the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to dock Hufflepuff 100 points. And while losing that many points wouldn't normally bother Hufflepuff, there was a real fear that they wouldn't get the satisfaction of hitting back, and they'd still lose the points. That would be truly frustrating. The chance of that happening wasn't small either. Kyle suspected that a certain professor was keeping a close watch on them and might even be the one who leaked the news about the Slytherin players heading to Hogsmeade Village. Shaking his head, Kyle stopped paying attention to the conversation. He called Mikkel and Ryan over, and the three of them returned to the dormitory together. Kyle, what was so important that you couldn't say it outside? Mikkel asked, a bit reluctant as he'd been discussing Quidditch with the others when Kyle called him back to the dorm. He glanced at the Wimburn Wasps poster on Kyle's bed and sighed. I've just started to realize how interesting Quidditch actually is. Too bad first years can't join the team. But I'm definitely signing up next year. What about you guys? Want to come along? Mikkel closed his eyes, already imagining himself soaring across the Quidditch pitch on his broomstick. He envisioned catching the golden snitch, with the crowd roaring his name in deafening cheers. It was a wonderful feeling. Wake up first, sleep later. An indifferent voice snapped him out of his daydream. Quidditch can wait until next year. You have more important things to take care of right now. Kyle waited until Mikkel opened his eyes before reaching over and handing him a blue bottle of potion. Time to take your medicine, buddy. Mikkel's smile instantly vanished when he saw the magic-suppressing potion. No way, I just took it the other day. Mikkel protested firmly. 60 days ago, Kyle corrected him. You know you're supposed to take it every 2 months. It's been 2 months already? That fast? Mikkel still couldn't believe it. The foul taste of the potion was so unforgettable, it felt like he had just taken it yesterday. Hey, did you forget? Ryan whispered from the side. Halloween was just a few days ago. Hearing this, Mikkel quickly snapped back to reality. Right, it was just Halloween, he thought. So, 2 months really had passed. Okay, fine, you're right, Mikkel admitted, his eyes darting around. But I've got stuff to do later. Just leave it on the table, and I'll drink it when I get back tonight. Okay, don't forget, Kyle said as he placed the potion on the table. Mikkel let out an audible sigh of relief. Don't worry, I won't. I'm heading to the library to finish my homework. See you tonight. As Mikkel turned to leave, Kyle quietly drew his wand. Incarcerus. Thick ropes shot from the tip of Kyle's wand, binding Mikkel tightly. What are you doing? What are you doing? Mikkel struggled frantically, but it was no use. He could only watch helplessly as Kyle approached with the potion in hand. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Mikkel pleaded. Don't blame me. I'm upset about this too, Kyle said sincerely as he knelt down beside him. But I have a job to do. Dumbledore gave me the task, and I have to see it through. I'm fine, really. Mikkel insisted, trying to salvage the situation. Professor Sprout said I've improved a lot. There's no way I'll have accidents like before. That was the levitation charm, and we've all learned the floating charm by now, Kyle reminded him. Then I don't need a wand. Mikkel cried out, still struggling. I can do it without a wand, right? Kyle shook his head. Doing charm class without a wand is like playing Quidditch without a broom. Kyle gave Ryan a subtle signal, and Ryan immediately caught on. Rolling up his sleeves, he stepped forward. Together, the two of them managed to get the magic-suppressing potion down Mikkel's throat without spilling a single drop. Ryan, holding the now empty bottle, asked curiously, what exactly is this stuff? Magic-suppressing potion. It's pretty rare, Kyle explained. Rare? Ryan asked. Yeah, Kyle replied, pausing to think. Let me put it this way, if you weren't at Hogwarts, you'd need at least 50 galleons to get your hands on a potion like this. And that would be for the lowest quality version. 50 galleons. Ryan gasped. His wand had only cost 7 galleons, and this one potion was worth 7 wands? Yep. But the one you just saw was made by Professor Snape himself, Kyle continued. A potion brewed by a master like him would sell for double that in Diagon Alley, around 100 galleons. Even Mikkel, who had been lying on the floor pretending to be a limp fish, suddenly sat up when he heard that number. He had just swallowed something worth 100 galleons? Mikkel smacked his lips, trying to catch the sweet aftertaste. It was evening in an empty classroom at Hogwarts. The flickering light of an oil lamp cast the shadows of the 3 figures present obliquely onto the wall. I'm glad you came to us, Kyle, but we can't do this, Fred said, lowering his head and hiding his face from the light. We've known each other for years, but this is the first time you've asked for our help since you got to Hogwarts, he continued. I can't even remember the last time we had dinner together. Last Wednesday, Kyle, sitting across from him, paused briefly to think. You tried to sell my homework to the Gryffindor first years. My friend, you were very firm in your refusal, George chimed in indifferently. You have no idea how heartbroken we were when we had to walk away. I just didn't need detention from Professor McGonagall, Kyle replied. Selling homework in bulk? You two will come up with anything. Do you really think Professor McGonagall wouldn't notice something like that? She's not Ron, you know. Ahem, well, maybe you're right, Fred said, looking up at Kyle. But why aren't you worried about getting caught by McGonagall today? It's not that difficult. You could have done this yourself, or asked someone in Hufflepuff for help, right? We're being watched closely by Snape, Kyle explained. Oh, I see. So you're coming to us for the dirty work, George sighed. You've found your place in Hufflepuff. You like it there, the professors and students like you. Honestly, you probably don't even need us anymore, and you've never even called us seniors. Enough with the dramatics. Are you in or out? Kyle's patience was running thin. Mr. Weasley, I'm going to count to 3. If you don't answer, I'll go find someone else. 1. George, look, he's even threatening us. Yeah, Fred, we're so scared. 2. I think you can count faster. Kyle didn't bother responding. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden card, waving it in front of Fred and George's faces. 3. We'll do it. Fred and George exclaimed simultaneously, suddenly appearing on either side of Kyle, grinning broadly. Kyle, that card you were holding, was that Agrippa? Fred asked eagerly. Kyle nodded. Fred leaned in, his voice full of anticipation. Can I see it again? Just for a second. Kyle, smirking, pulled out the rare card once more and waved it in front of them. Their eyes widened with awe, following the card's every movement as Kyle swung it back and forth. After about 10 seconds of teasing them, Kyle tucked the card away. See this, Agrippa? After we finish the job, you're going to give it to us. George interrupted, eyes wide with excitement. You wish, Kyle said flatly. I'll lend it to you for 10 minutes after the job's done. 10 days. Fred countered, frowning. 9 minutes, Kyle shot back. No way. A week at the very least, George jumped in. 5 minutes. 1 day, that's our final offer, the twins said in unison. Deal. Kyle extended his hand, and the 3 of them high-fived. The agreement was sealed, and now it was time to iron out the details. Actually, we weren't planning on saying no, Fred said with a grin, patting Kyle on the shoulder. We're always happy to do anything to make Slytherin's life difficult. But you'll have to provide the props, George added. That thing needs to be custom-made, and it's very expensive. We can't afford it. Of course. I've already got it ready. Kyle pulled out a stack of gold galleons and placed them on the table. There should be enough for the 2 items. It's 20 galleons in total. More than enough, Fred said, picking up the galleons and rubbing them in his hands. He had never seen so much money before. Though he knew Kyle had made a fortune from selling the map a while back, seeing all these galleons stacked together was a whole different experience. Selling maps makes that kind of money? Kyle, George glanced at the pile of gold in front of him, seeming like he wanted to say something more. Kyle looked at him, puzzled. Never mind, we'll talk about it later, George said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. If it's 20 galleons, Zonkos will definitely be able to deliver what you want on time. Kyle didn't seem too concerned, and after discussing a few more specific details with them, he prepared to leave. I can't wait, Fred said excitedly. Slytherin really messed up this time by messing with you. Kyle glanced at him and reminded, don't say anything. What do I have to do with it? I don't know anything. Ha, cunning chopper. Ha, stupid Weasley. After parting ways with Fred and George, Kyle didn't head back to the Hufflepuff common room right away. Instead, he wandered aimlessly along the third-floor corridors of the castle. He needed to find a particular ghost. The Fat Friar had mentioned someone who liked to linger near the defense against the dark arts classroom. But after 10 minutes of wandering, Kyle hadn't found anyone. Just as he was about to head back and try again in the morning, a balloon filled with liquid suddenly flew toward the back of his head. Kyle tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding it. The balloon hit the ground with a splat, releasing an unpleasant smell. Ho ho ho, pesky first-year brats, wandering around at night instead of sleeping. Tisk tisk tisk, naughty, you'll get caught, came a voice. A small figure appeared in midair, a dwarf with evil black eyes and a wide grin, his legs crossed as he floated. In his hands, he clutched 2 more balloons. Should I tell Filch, you big idiot and brat? That was so much fun. Kyle stood still, watching him with interest. Are you Peeves? For a moment, doubt flashed in Peeves' small black eyes, but it quickly turned into anger. The little brat didn't even run away. Clearly, he's looking down on me. How dare he? Yes, I am the great Peeves. Peeves hurled the 2 remaining balloons at Kyle. I'll tell Filch about your nighttime wanderings, and he'll lock you up, he said with exaggerated seriousness. I'm going to tell him, for your own good, okay. Kyle flicked his wand, easily deflecting the balloons aside. Unfazed, he replied, I agree with you, but it's still 5 minutes before curfew, so it's not technically a nighttime stroll. Besides, I came here specifically to see you. Come to see me on purpose. Peeves was taken aback. It was rare for any student to willingly seek him out. Yes, Kyle said, lowering his voice as he looked around. I have an idea. I'm not sure if you're interested in getting involved. The following evening, to celebrate Cedric's discharge from the hospital, the Hufflepuff Quidditch team threw him a small party in the common room after their training session. Cedric was doing well, which was excellent news for the team, and their captain, Harris, had even managed to bring back some butterbeer from Hogsmeade Village to share with everyone. Mainly, though, he wanted a drink for himself. As captain, Harris was under tremendous pressure. Ever since the first round of matches, he had been losing hair by the handful. The competition was fierce. Gryffindor had a top-tier team, with hardly any weaknesses. Slytherin, well-equipped and notorious for bending the rules, made them a nightmare to play against. And Ravenclaw, though often underestimated, was a strong, well-balanced team. For Hufflepuff, Cedric, their talented seeker, was almost their only hope of winning the championship. Harris lifted his butterbeer and clinked glasses with Cedric. Don't worry, it won't happen again. I'm going to assign one of the beaters to protect you. Next time Slytherin tries anything dirty, that beater's bat will land on their face first. Cedric frowned, clearly not thrilled with the idea. There were only 2 beaters on the team, and if one of them was assigned to protect him, it would leave the chasers at a disadvantage. If the other team built up too big of a lead, even catching the golden snitch might not be enough to win. After mulling it over, Cedric decided the plan wasn't worth the risk. He explained his concerns to Harris. Don't worry about that, Harris replied, after thinking it over. This is just a preliminary plan. We can tweak it during our training sessions. Cedric tried several more times to convince Harris to drop the idea, but no matter how well he argued, Harris always responded with the same line, "We'll talk about it after the training match." Realizing that Harris wasn't going to budge, Cedric gave up for now. Fine, he thought, we'll see what happens after the training match. Kyle, who wasn't part of the team, also attended the feast but didn't have to worry about any of the tactical discussions. Instead, he simply focused on enjoying the food. He was tempted to try some butterbeer, but before he could reach for a mug, an older student stopped him, reminding him that under 5th years weren't allowed to drink. That put a damper on Kyle's excitement, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Even Cedric, the guest of honor, was drinking pumpkin juice instead. Once the feast ended, everyone headed back to their dormitories. The following days unfolded like any other. Kyle attended classes, ate meals, and spent time in the library doing his homework, just like the rest of the young wizards. It was as if the party and all the earlier drama had never happened. Even Fred and George, notorious for their pranks, seemed to have calmed down a bit. They had only lost Gryffindor 10 points in the past few days, much to Professor McGonagall's delight. She had stopped being as strict with them, and the atmosphere in the school seemed more relaxed. This peace lasted until mid-November, when the second Quidditch match of the season arrived. It was a weekend, and early that morning, a rumor began to spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Have you heard? There's a new broom on the Gryffindor team. In the Great Hall, a Slytherin first year eagerly shared what he had just overheard. A new broom. Seven Rosier, the 7th-year Slytherin team captain, scowled as he heard the news. His team was set to face Gryffindor in the afternoon, and the idea of Gryffindor getting an advantage from a new broom just before the match wasn't sitting well with him. But the news got worse. I heard it's not just any broom. It's the Nimbus 2000, and it hasn't even been released yet. Nimbus 2000, someone gasped in disbelief. That's impossible. My uncle works in the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry of Magic, and even he can't get his hands on a Nimbus 2000. How would the Gryffindors get one? At this, another student chimed in. I heard Bill Weasley brought it back from Egypt. Apparently, he did Nimbus Racing Broom Company a huge favor once. Damn Weasley, someone muttered, slamming their fist on the table. What does this mean for the match? The Nimbus 2000's performance has to be miles ahead of the Nimbus 1700 we're using. The Slytherin who had first spoken stood up abruptly. I'm going to write to my uncle and see if he can get us a Nimbus 2000 too. Will it arrive in time? Another student asked, sounding skeptical. It should be fine, he replied. Next to them, the Slytherin team members wore dark, brooding expressions after hearing the news, their meals left unfinished. Rosier, their captain, was especially furious. He slammed his fist on the table, knocking his plate over in frustration. Damn it, why now of all times, he growled. Slytherin and Gryffindor had been bitter rivals for as long as anyone could remember, and Rosier couldn't bear the thought of losing to Gryffindor in a match, especially not like this. Don't panic just yet, one of his teammates said, trying to sound calm. The news hasn't been confirmed. The Nimbus 2000 isn't some toy they can just hand out to anyone. Besides, this came out of nowhere, it could just be a rumor to throw us off. Wow. Before he could finish, a collective gasp rose from the Great Hall. Heads turned toward the entrance. Look, what's that? As if mocking Rosier's words, 6 long-eared owls swooped in, carrying an elongated package and landing right on the Gryffindor table. From the shape of the package, it was unmistakable a broomstick. Even though it was tightly wrapped, everyone could tell that it was longer than a Nimbus 1700, and its design was unlike any of the brooms currently available on the market. The Weasley twins eagerly grabbed the package, grinning from ear to ear, and began talking excitedly with their teammates. Though it was difficult to hear what they were saying from across the hall, the excitement on the Gryffindor side was palpable. Their Quidditch players exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement and maybe even a hint of smugness. Rosier's face twisted into a grimace as he watched them, feeling as though their excitement was a direct taunt aimed at him and his team. His frustration boiled over, and, with no food left on his own plate to flip in anger, he instead knocked over the plate of a nearby first year who was unfortunate enough to be sitting next to him. Everyone, go find out what's going on, Rosier ordered through clenched teeth. We need to know if that broom is really the Nimbus 2000. And what if it is? Someone asked nervously. Then write home and get one for yourself. Rosier snapped, his temper flaring. What are you waiting for? Go. The Slytherin team members scattered at his command. Other Slytherins in the hall, noticing the tension, quietly slipped out as well. No one wanted to stick around and risk being the next target of Rosier's foul mood. Compared to the distracted Slytherins, the atmosphere on the Gryffindor side was much more cheerful, and their laughter grew even louder after watching Rosier storm out of the auditorium. George, is this the Nimbus 2000? After the Slytherins had all left, a boy with dark skin and long hair couldn't wait to get to the twins, urging, "What are we waiting for? Show us." His words were immediately echoed by others. "Yeah, open it up and show us." By Merlin's beard? This has to be the best broomstick ever. Even the professional teams probably don't have Nimbus 2000s. But despite the crowd's urging, Fred and George didn't seem in any hurry to open the package. George glanced sideways with a look of disgust and said, "Hey, Lee Jordan, I'm Fred. Don't you recognize us yet?" "Sorry, Fred, can I see?" "No, I'm Fred." Next to him, the real Fred hooked an arm around George's shoulder and said, "Seriously? You fell for such a simple trick? I'm starting to question whether you're really our best friend." Poor Lee Jordan looked completely lost. He stared at the two identical faces next to him, unable to find any difference between them. They were practically duplicates. "Okay, Fred, George, I'm sorry," Lee Jordan sighed, shaking his head before taking a deep breath. "Whoever you are, can I please just have a quick look at the Nimbus 2000? Please." Under normal circumstances, Lee would have pointed a finger in the twins' faces, mocking their silly sense of humor and throwing in some colorful slang to insult them. But this time, he didn't. He even apologized, bowing slightly. He really had no choice. As a massive Quidditch fan, the temptation of seeing a brand new broomstick, one not even released yet, was far too great. He wouldn't be able to sleep at night if he didn't get a glimpse. "What Nimbus 2000? Fred gave him a puzzled look. "I don't know what you're talking about. The broom we use is obviously the old Clean Sweep 5. "I get it, you're trying to keep it secret," Lee Jordan said, glancing around before lowering his voice. "But now that the Slytherins are gone, we're all on our own. It's fine, just a quick peek." Fred and George remained silent. "Why don't we head back to the common room?" someone suggested. "It'll be safer to look there." "You can't do this," objected some small witches and wizards from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. "We want to see it too." But no one really paid attention to their protests. The Gryffindors crowded around the twins and rushed out of the auditorium. However, when they reached the portrait of the fat lady, they realized Fred and George had disappeared. "They must have snuck away while we were upstairs," Lee Jordan said, feeling deeply aggrieved. "Can you believe it? They turned on their own people." By noon, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table was still heavy. All morning, they had scoured Hogwarts, but there wasn't a single trace of Fred or George. It was as if the two had vanished into thin air. Additionally, those who had sent letters home didn't have any luck either. Some of the more temperamental parents had even scolded them in their replies, telling them to focus on their studies and stop daydreaming about impractical things. Rosier was one of them. "Nimbus 2000? I've got a Nimbus 2100 if you want it." He crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball and was about to toss it aside when he suddenly reconsidered, lowering his hand and angrily asking, "Still no news?" The students around him exchanged glances, but no one spoke a word. Useless. Just as Rosier was about to flip over his plate in frustration, a Slytherin player came rushing over. "Captain, I found something out." Marcus Flint grinned, revealing a row of large teeth. "When I passed by the Quidditch pitch, I saw the Gryffindor team there. They must have been trying to secretly test the performance of their broomsticks while we were eating in the Great Hall." Rosier looked up. Sure enough, none of the Gryffindor team members were in the Great Hall. "Captain, should we go take a look?" Marcus asked cautiously. "Let's go." Without hesitation, Rosier led the group towards the Quidditch pitch. As Marcus had said, the Gryffindor team was indeed there, but instead of training or testing their broomsticks, they were fighting? More precisely, the Weasley twins were fighting each other, while the rest of the team struggled to break them apart. Seeing this, Marcus exclaimed in excitement, "Internal conflict in Gryffindor." With the match scheduled for the afternoon, internal discord among their rivals was great news for Slytherin. Rosier also noticed that the package delivered by Owl in the morning was placed near the passage, and there wasn't anyone around guarding it. A minute later, the Slytherins left the Quidditch pitch, huddled closely together, shielding someone in the center of their group. They didn't return to the Great Hall to continue eating, nor did they go back to their common room. Instead, they found an empty classroom and quickly slipped inside. Once the door was shut behind them, they spread out, revealing the person in the middle, Rosier, holding a long, slender package tightly in his arms. "Captain, are you sure it's okay to hide here?" Marcus asked nervously. "I still think it's safer to put it in the common room." Before he could finish, Rosier silenced him with a sharp kick. He wasn't planning on stealing the broom for himself, he simply wanted to keep it hidden before the match to ensure Gryffindor couldn't use it. What sense would it make to store it in the common room, where anyone might accidentally spill the secret? If word got out that a Slytherin had swiped a broom, Professor Snape would never forgive him. Rosier scanned the room. The thick layer of dust on all the desks made it clear that the space hadn't been used in ages. "This'll do," he said, nodding. "Make sure you hide it well." But no one moved. The group just stood there, staring at the person holding the package. After an uncomfortable silence, someone finally spoke up. "Why don't we open it and take a look? What if it's not even a broom inside? We'll have wasted our time." The others nodded in agreement. No, we can't open it, Rosier decided, snatching the package from the boy's hands and setting it aside. He knew Gryffindors too well to fall for their tricks. If the rumor about the broomstick was fake, the package probably contained something unpleasant. It was safer to leave it untouched. Ho ho ho, clever boy, came a sing-song voice from outside the window. The group turned to see Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, floating just outside, his face twisted in a gleeful grin. Get lost, Peeves. Rosier snapped. Rude boy, you'll pay for that. Peeves sneered, his eyes narrowing. Without warning, he smashed the window and lobbed a balloon filled with some strange liquid into the room. The balloon didn't hit anyone, but landed perfectly on the package. For reasons unknown, whether it was the liquid or some other force, the package began to swell rapidly, like it was filling with air. I knew it, damn Peeves. Rosier cursed under his breath, already turning toward the door. But when he grabbed the handle, the door wouldn't budge. It was jammed shut, trapping them all inside. Desperate, Rosier pulled out his wand. Bombar. Boom. Before he could cast his spell, the package erupted with a deafening explosion. A foul, noxious stench instantly filled the room, making everyone gag. The smell was so overwhelming that even Peeves, still hovering outside the shattered window, cackled as he drifted away, leaving the Slytherins stuck in the stinking mess. Since it was only halfway through lunch, many students were still in the Great Hall, chatting with friends and enjoying the delicious pork cutlets and roast potatoes. But suddenly, an overpowering stench began to waft in from outside. The young wizards sitting closest to the doors were the first to suffer, nearly gagging as the smell hit them. Some of them barely managed to avoid vomiting onto their plates. Ugh! Who threw a dung bomb in the corridor? A Gryffindor with a prefect badge yelled out, his voice carrying across the hall. His shout served as a warning for the others sitting deeper inside. Moments later, they too caught a whiff of the foul odor. The entire hall erupted into chaos. Students abandoned their meals and scrambled to leave the hall, rushing outside in a desperate bid for fresh air. But once they were outside, they realized the stench was even stronger. Still, there was no turning back now. Gritting their teeth, they hurried toward their respective common rooms, trying to escape the pervasive smell. Amid the confusion, Percy Weasley noticed something odd. His twin brothers, Fred and George, were conspicuously absent. Fred, George, it has to be you. Percy muttered to himself, convinced he had figured out who was behind the chaos. Determined, he pushed through the crowd and made his way toward the Gryffindor common room, fuming with anger. I must write to Mom. My dear brother, what are you planning to tell Mom? Percy stopped in his tracks. Rounding the corner in front of him were two identical figures, blocking his path. George chuckled. Before you write that letter, can you tell us what exactly happened in the Great Hall? We were only gone for a moment, and now it's so lively. Don't pretend like you don't know what you've done, Percy snapped, his face red with frustration. Throwing dung bombs around the castle? You've affected nearly every student, and Gryffindor's sure to lose loads of points because of this. Wait, Percy, Fred interrupted, equally angry. Even if you are our favorite brother, you can't go around slandering us like that. Exactly, George added with a serious nod. We were at the Quidditch pitch the entire time. How could we have thrown dung bombs in the castle? Don't try to make excuses, Percy began, but Fred cut him off. You can ask anyone, Percy. Every member of the Quidditch team can vouch for us, Fred insisted. George sighed, looking disappointed. Percy, I can't believe you'd slander your own brothers just to take credit for something we didn't do. I'll definitely be writing to Mum about this, Fred added as they both turned to leave. Percy watched them walk away, doubt creeping into his mind. Had he been wrong? Could Fred and George really have been innocent? He scratched his head, anxiety building at the thought that they might tell on him to their mother. He wanted to catch up with them and apologize, but he couldn't muster the courage, so he just stood there, wringing his hands nervously. Meanwhile, Fred and George had barely contained their laughter until they were safely out of sight. Once they were sure Percy couldn't see them, they burst out laughing. Fred took a deep breath, savoring the memory. No wonder that special dung bomb cost 20 galleons. The smell was absolutely unmatched. Actually, it was 19 galleons and 10 sickles, George corrected with a grin. And don't forget about the large bag of exploding balloons. Oh, right, sorry. But I still don't get why Kyle wanted those balloons. They pop at the slightest touch. They're probably the weakest prank prop out there. Who knows? George shrugged. Maybe he has something else in mind for them. The two continued walking, blending seamlessly into the chaotic crowd. On their way, they spotted Kyle, and the three of them exchanged knowing glances without saying a word. A silent agreement passed between them to stay quiet about their involvement. By the time Kyle returned to the common room, a large group had already gathered inside. It was the Slytherin Quidditch team. Rosier and Marcus Flint, a senior, said, lounging on a sofa. They were fooling around with dung bombs in an empty classroom on the second floor. The door blew off, and Peeves saw everything. He started shouting in the corridor, drawing a crowd. Now Rosier and the others have been dragged to Professor Snape's office by Filch. But they're claiming to be the victims. Most of the students believed this explanation. After all, Rosier was a 7th year, and even though he was known for causing trouble, it seemed highly unlikely that he'd lock himself in an abandoned classroom just to mess around with dung bombs. But it didn't really matter to them. Harris, sitting nearby, took a satisfied sip of pumpkin juice and said with a smirk, serves them right. Someone in the crowd voiced a concern. Do you think Professor Snape might suspect us? So what if he does? Harris replied nonchalantly. We didn't do anything. Besides, our conflict with Rosier and his lot was a week ago. Gryffindor is far more suspicious right now. It's definitely Gryffindor, Rosier said shakily, standing in the corner of the potions office. Marcus and the others had already been taken away by Filch to be confined to their rooms, but Rosier had been left behind. He stood there, his face black and blue from bruises, looking utterly miserable. Getting hit in the face with dung bombs was one thing, but he was also freezing. When Filch had dragged him to the office, Professor Snape had sprayed him down 3 times with plain water, refusing to let him use any drying charms. It was the only way to keep the stench from becoming bearable in the confined space of the potions office. Unfortunately for Rosier, the office was located near the dungeon cells, which were naturally cold. And since it was still November, the wind cutting through the stone halls made it even worse. In no time, a thin layer of ice had formed on his soaked clothes, making the freezing sensation all the more unbearable. You don't need to tell me that, Snape replied icily, casting him a sharp look. What I can't fathom is how you could be so idiotic as to activate the Nimbus 2000. Have you lent your brain to a troll? Professor, I didn't mean to turn it on, Rosier stammered, his teeth chattering from the cold. I was trying to hide it, but I didn't realize Peeves was there. Rosier quickly explained the entire sequence of events, conveniently omitting some minor details and making himself out to be a responsible Slytherin captain, only concerned with protecting the honor of his house. Snape listened silently, his expression unreadable. When Rosier finished, he was met with the same cold stare. Is what you said true? Snape asked, his voice dripping with skepticism. It's all true, Professor. I guarantee it, Rosier answered firmly, trying his best to sound convincing. Snape gave a slow, measured nod. Very well. You're not entirely brainless. He tossed a small bottle of potion at Rosier, who caught it with trembling hands. Now get out and find Filch, Snape ordered without looking at him. Rosier felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had just been handed a great mercy. He immediately uncorked the bottle and gulped down its contents. The moment the purple potion hit his throat, his face contorted into a grimace, turning an even more unpleasant shade of green. He doubled over, coughing violently as the foul taste overwhelmed him. To be honest, it wasn't much better than the dung bombs he'd just been hit with. Before the afternoon Quidditch match was set to begin, Professor Snape approached Madame Hooch, requesting a postponement on the grounds that the physical and mental health of his house's players had been affected. Madame Hooch, already aware of the chaos that had unfolded at noon, didn't question his request. Without further discussion, she agreed and began preparations to have Ravenclaw replace Slytherin in the match. However, Snape wasn't done. Madame Hooch, I don't think Gryffindor is fit to compete today either, he added, glancing toward the Gryffindor team. There's something urgent I need to discuss with the Weasleys. Madame Hooch frowned in frustration. Can't it wait until after the match? If both teams were replaced, it would throw the entire tournament into disarray, making the rescheduling process a nightmare. It's urgent, Snape replied, his voice unwavering. As a full professor and head of Slytherin, Snape had enough authority to intervene, and Madame Hooch reluctantly agreed. All right, but let's hope this doesn't happen again, she warned him. Rescheduling matches is a serious inconvenience. Snape, with his usual cool tone, replied, Believe me, I don't want this to happen either, but I can't fathom what they were thinking. With that, he strode toward the Gryffindor team and, without hesitation, pulled Fred and George away. Charlie Weasley quickly stepped forward, trying to intervene, but Snape shut him down immediately. Disobeying a professor? 10 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, Snape said coldly. If you don't step aside, I'll dock 20 next time. Charlie clenched his fists, his face turning red with anger. The veins in his arms bulged as he considered arguing further, but after taking a deep breath, he grudgingly stepped aside. Professor Snape, he said tersely, take care. Snape, his grip on his wand slightly loosening, gave a derisive snort before leading Fred and George away from the Quidditch pitch. As he did, Charlie cursed under his breath, his frustration boiling over. Without wasting another moment, he stormed off, heading straight for Professor McGonagall's office. The Slytherins had gone too far this time, not only setting them up but also throwing around insults. But in Charlie's mind, Gryffindor had a trump card, their deputy headmistress, McGonagall, who outranked Snape. He'd make sure she heard about this. Meanwhile, Snape led Fred and George back to the castle, taking them straight to the potions office. But the twins, far from nervous, seemed more amused than anything, taking in the surroundings with curious eyes. The office was unimpressive. It felt cramped, with old-fashioned desks and creaky floorboards. If it weren't for the shelves of potion ingredients lining the walls, the room might have been mistaken for a second-hand furniture shop. Compared to Professor McGonagall's elegant office, Snape's workspace was disappointingly ordinary. Professor Snape, what can we do for you? Fred asked, breaking the silence. Snape didn't answer immediately, his voice slow and deliberate as he finally spoke. What's the story with the package you received this morning? We don't know, Professor, George replied smoothly, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and placing it on the nearby table. There was no signature. We assumed the owl delivered it to us by mistake. Fred nodded in agreement. We searched for the rightful owner, but we couldn't find them. We were actually about to hand it over to Professor McGonagall when it disappeared. George leaned forward slightly. Professor, do you happen to know who stole the package? He placed deliberate emphasis on the word stole, pausing for effect. But Snape, unfazed, ignored the bait and continued his interrogation. So, you didn't purchase the package yourselves? Snape asked, his voice sharp. Don't try to fool me. I know it came from Zonko's. I'll be heading to Hogsmeade later to ask around. Fred remained calm, his expression unchanged. That's your prerogative, Professor. George added with a polite smile, but if you happen to find out who stole the package, we'd appreciate you letting us know. After all, it was lost while in our possession, and we'll have a hard time explaining that to the owner if they come asking for it. Snape's eye twitched ever so slightly at George's not-so-subtle dig, but once again, he pretended not to notice, maintaining his cold demeanor. Weasley, you. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. Professor McGonagall entered from outside. Severus, I heard you took Fred and George with you, Professor McGonagall said, lips pursed and expression serious. Did they do something wrong? We didn't, Professor McGonagall. Fred protested loudly. George quickly followed. Professor Snape asked us about the package. Professor McGonagall paused, thinking for a moment. Is it the one you told me about earlier? The one without a signature? Yes, that's the one, Fred replied. But it's gone, and we suspect someone may have stolen it. Stolen? At Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into an even tighter line. If I find out who it was, I'll deduct 200 points. Ahem. Snape coughed twice, interrupting. Actually, it belonged to one of our Slytherin students. He brought it to me after he found it. Professor McGonagall looked momentarily surprised. From your house? Yes, from our house, Snape confirmed, his face taking on a slight greenish tint as he gritted his teeth. I called the Weasleys here just to confirm the situation. I see. Professor McGonagall's face softened somewhat, though she still appeared displeased. You could have explained this at the pitch. Why did you have to interrupt the match? Snape remained silent, cursing Rosier inwardly for his foolishness. After that, Professor McGonagall left, taking Fred and George with her. Snape didn't stop them. In fact, he had never really suspected the Weasleys. The style didn't match. He had only wanted to gather some information from them and maybe dock 30 or 50 points to lighten his mood. He hadn't expected McGonagall to show up so quickly, and Fred and George had been well prepared, turning the situation into a theft right in front of her. He couldn't even dispute it. After all, it was the truth. If the Slytherins hadn't stolen the package, the rest of the incident wouldn't have occurred. Rosier, that idiot is practically related to a troll. Snape cursed in his mind once more. Still, the whole exchange left Snape more certain that the Weasleys had nothing to do with the theft, or at the very least, they weren't the masterminds. The Weasleys just weren't clever enough for something like this. As he stood there, lost in thought, a sly, hypocritical face suddenly flashed in his mind, replacing the honest and trustworthy image he'd first considered. Kyle Chopper. Snape muttered to himself. Even though, by all accounts, Kyle had nothing to do with the situation, not even remotely, Snape's instincts screamed otherwise. He was sure Kyle wasn't entirely innocent. Yes, it was intuition and it had nothing to do with Kyle corrupting Kunna. Mr. Chopper, why didn't you grind the lionfish spines into a powder before adding them to the cauldron, as the book instructs? Snape's voice was sharp, dripping with condescension as he stared at Kyle during potions class. Do you think you're some sort of potions genius, tampering with the textbook? Because of your arrogance, Hufflepuff will lose 5 points. Kyle glanced up at the blackboard. Written in large, clear letters were the instructions. Lionfish spines are not ground, but boiled in boiling water for 5 minutes, then cut into sections. The words were huge, unmistakable, and written by Snape himself. How could this possibly be considered tampering with the textbook? Professor. Kyle took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. That's what it says on your blackboard. Oh, then I made a mistake, Snape replied coolly, waving his wand with a detached air and erasing the sentence from the blackboard. Does that mean I'm always right? What about your judgment? If I told you to add your own heart tendon, would you do it? Snape sneered, his tone biting. Because you have no mind of your own, Hufflepuff lose 3 more points. Until the end of class, Kyle's hand remained clenched around the rock cake in his pocket, torn between the temptation to throw it at Snape's back and keeping it there. Although Snape had been deducting points for no good reason for as long as Kyle could remember, today had crossed the line. Snape had stooped to new lows, even going as far as to lose face just to dock points. How could he write something on the board himself and then erase it with his own hands? This level of manipulation was truly eye-opening for Kyle. Of course, the effect was immediate. In just one class, Kyle had lost over 30 points. Since starting at Hogwarts, no other class had ever deducted that many points from him. Afterward, the other young Hufflepuffs came over to console him, even Kunna, who kindly offered him a licorice sweet. Kyle glanced at it but chose to ignore it. During dinner, word of what had happened in potions class spread, and Fred and George Weasley made their way over to Kyle. They patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. It's okay, mate, Snape's always docking points from us too. It's nothing new, Fred said, trying to reassure him. Yes, poof. I mean, you just have to let it go, George added, his words meant to comfort, but the smirks on their faces betrayed them. It was clear they had come to laugh at the situation more than to sympathize. Just as Kyle was about to brush them off, Fred leaned in closer and whispered, "Come on, stop dwelling on the bad stuff. Let me show you something cool." He glanced around cautiously before pulling a square piece of parchment from his pocket. Remember the other day when I said I wanted to show you something? Well, this is it. George leaned in too, his voice low. A magical object. Bet you won't guess what it is. Could it be? Kyle raised an eyebrow, pretending to think deeply before saying, parchment that automatically writes homework. The twins' previously smug expressions faltered, their faces suddenly stiff. If only, Fred said, his eyes lighting up at the thought. I really wish it was. But the actual function is still pretty amazing, George continued. It's a map of Hogwarts. But not just any map, you can't buy one like this. It's called the Marauder's Map, Fred explained as he took out his wand and tapped the parchment gently. I solemnly swear. Instantly, thin lines of ink spread across the parchment like a spider's web, connecting and stretching to the edges. Large green letters appeared at the top. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. Kyle took the parchment from Fred and examined it. The famed Marauder's Map displayed Hogwarts Castle in intricate detail, far beyond that of any ordinary map. It was almost like a miniature of the entire castle. Every painting, carpet, and vase was marked on the map. But what stood out most were the numerous tiny black dots moving about on the map, each labeled with a name in small print. Kyle spotted Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, and he also saw Filch and Peeves darting through the corridors from the 5th to the 6th floor. However, in more crowded areas like the Great Hall, the map was less helpful. There were so many names overlapping that it was hard to make anything out. Kyle also noticed that some secret passageways seemed to be missing. For instance, the location of the Whomping Willow was blank, with no markings at all. He handed the map back to Fred and asked, "How did you get it?" "We were in first year," Fred began, his eyes narrowing with nostalgia, young, carefree, innocent. "For some trivial thing, Filch dragged us into his office and threatened to." George added. "Detention," Fred interjected. "Tear us apart," George continued dramatically. "And while we were there, we happened to notice one of his filing cabinet drawers labeled confiscated items highly dangerous." Fred suddenly chuckled. "Kyle, what would you have done?" Kyle thought for a moment. "I'd have lured Peeves there with a bunch of dung bombs or pepper imps and used the chaos to grab whatever was in the drawer." Fred and George stared at him, speechless for a long moment. Finally, Fred shook his head and said, "Kyle, you deserve to lose 30 points from Snape." "Really, you do. Don't remind me of that." Kyle glared at him. "So, this map is what you took from that drawer?" "Yep," George replied, smacking his lips. "We didn't have your nerve, so we just took this." "But how did you know how to use it?" Kyle asked, flipping through the parchment. "It's not written anywhere." "Ah, that's thanks to Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs," Fred sighed. "Those 4 were geniuses when it came to pranks. They hid the password in various corners of the castle," George added. "If you find all the clues, you can piece it together." "Unfortunately, we've been searching for a year now," Fred said, looking disappointed. "But we still haven't found the full password." "They hid the password in various corners of the castle," George added. "If you find all the clues, you can piece it together. So we can only use the map 5 times a day, and only for half an hour each time," George added with a smile. "It's a big task, and we're prepared to spend the next 3 years completing it." "And if you don't find it in 3 years?" Kyle asked. "Then we don't deserve it," George shrugged. "And we'll pass it on to a new owner." "Really?" Kyle said with a hint of amusement. "So, you're showing it to me to recruit me into your quest for clues?" "No, Kyle," Fred said, shaking his head. "The password is a test from the Marauders, and we have to solve it on our own." "Then what's this about?" Kyle asked. "Simple," the twins said in unison, grinning widely. "We're going on a night tour." "I can't believe it, Kyle," Cedric said, his voice filled with dismay, as he stood near the barrel at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room late at night. "You actually agreed to go on a nighttime tour with the Weasley brothers." "I've thought about it, and they're right," Kyle replied, rummaging through his moleskin pouch without looking up. "I really need to do something fun to cheer myself up." "But you can't go on a nighttime tour," Cedric said, clearly distressed. "That's against the rules. If you get caught, you'll not only lose points, but you'll also be put in detention." "You're only a first year, Kyle, you can't start breaking school rules like this." Cedric's concern was evident. He spoke earnestly, as if he truly feared that Kyle might be led down the wrong path by Fred and George. "Don't worry, Cedric. With the Marauder's Map, no one can catch us," Kyle said confidently, finally finding what he was looking for in the pouch. He glanced up at Cedric and added with a smirk, "Besides, before lecturing me, take a look around. This is the castle corridor, not the common room. You're part of this night tour too." I don't want to go on a night tour," Cedric protested, sticking his neck out. "I'm just coming along to keep an eye on you, to stop you from breaking more rules." Kyle raised an eyebrow and snorted, "As you wish. We'll turn back now and forget about going to the Forbidden Forest to watch the mooncalves dance." Well, Cedric's resolve wavered. His eyes darted, suddenly a little unfocused, as he mumbled, "No, that's not what I meant. I just want to." "You want to go to the Forbidden Forest, don't you?" Kyle interrupted bluntly, pointing at Kunna, who stood silently beside them. "You should learn from her. If you want to go, just wait quietly. Say one more word, and I won't take you." Cedric chuckled awkwardly, immediately silencing himself. Earlier in the Great Hall, although Kyle and the Weasley twins had spoken in hushed tones, Cedric and Cunna, who had been seated nearby, had inevitably overheard part of their conversation. When Kyle snuck out of the dormitory later that night, he had turned around to find two pairs of eyes fixed on him in the moonlight. The sight startled him, sending a shiver down his spine. Any sleepiness he had left vanished, replaced by cold sweat. The two figures, of course, were Cedric and Cunna, and their intentions were clear. They wanted to join him on his adventure to the Forbidden Forest. And so, the scene that was unfolding now had come to pass. After Cedric finally quieted down, Kyle pulled a bundle of long, striped items from his pouch and handed them over. Pick one. Cedric squinted at the bundle in Kyle's hands. Something about it seemed familiar. When he looked more closely, he realized they were scarves from the other three houses: Gryffindor's scarlet and gold, Slytherin's silver and green, and Ravenclaw's grey and blue. There were about a dozen scarves in total, so tightly bound together that at first glance, one could mistake them for a log. Confused, Cedric blurted out, "Kyle, why are you giving me this? I already have my own scarf." "These aren't for warmth," Kyle replied, still focused on his pouch. "They're just in case. If you get spotted, toss it on the ground as you run." Cedric and Cunna exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. When they didn't move for a while, Kyle simply took two silver-green scarves and draped them around their necks, matching the one he wore himself. Properly equipped, the trio left the kitchen corridor and made their way to the agreed meeting spot, the entrance of a hut near the Great Hall, where the first-year students would wait. It was a place rarely noticed by anyone, save for the occasional pile of branches, and even Filch seldom patrolled the area. When they arrived, Fred and George were already there. "Wow, look who's here," George said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "The golden boy Cedric, and the warrior who conquered Snape, Cunna." Fred joined in, grinning widely. "I didn't realize our nighttime patrol team was so luxurious. This is really, wait." His eyes suddenly widened as he noticed something unusual. "Why are you all wearing Slytherin scarves?" Kyle sighed and explained the plan once more. "What a genius idea." Fred and George were clearly impressed. "Do you have more?" Fred asked eagerly. "Get us one, quick." Kyle shrugged and handed them two more silver-green scarves. All of them were Slytherin, purely out of convenience, definitely not because Snape had been particularly hard on him recently. The twins donned their scarves immediately. Fred admired his new look and asked curiously, "Kyle, I don't remember you ever leaving Hogwarts. Where did you get these?" "My mum sent them," Kyle said casually. Along with the scarves, there was also a master key and an invisibility cloak with a disillusionment charm cast on it. "I'm not sure why she sent them, but it turned out to be perfect timing." Kyle said this lightly, but he didn't notice the astonished looks on the twins' faces, their eyes practically glowing red with envy. "A master key?" Fred breathed in disbelief. "An invisibility cloak." George swallowed, then said earnestly, "Mrs. Chopper is simply the greatest mother in the world." "Agreed," Fred added, nodding solemnly. "Her deeds and thoughts deserve to be written down and put in a book, placed in the most prominent spot in flourish and blots. And in the school library too. If that day ever comes, I swear I'll buy it," George vowed. "Even if it bankrupts me. And put it in the kitchen. Or in Mum's room. If that day ever comes." Kyle grinned, shaking his head. "You'll probably end up hung up and beaten by Mrs. Weasley." "No," Fred replied seriously. "Mum would never hang us up and beat us. She just twists our ears," George laughed. "I think she's trying to twist them off so she won't get our names wrong anymore. Though, to be fair, she's never mixed them up." As Kyle and the twins bantered and laughed, Cedric and Cunna stood frozen, nervous and stiff. They were far too anxious to join in, terrified that Filch might appear out of nowhere and drag them off to the professor's office. Noticing their discomfort, Fred unfurled the Marauders map with a flourish. "Don't worry, we've been watching the map the whole time." He pointed at the parchment. "Filch and Mrs. Norris are on the 5th floor. As long as we don't make too much noise, they won't. Oh no, the cat's coming down." On the map, the name Mrs. Norris was speeding towards them. George reacted quickly, pulling out his wand and aiming it at a nearby tapestry. Revelio. The tapestry split down the middle, revealing a hidden passage. "Quick, get in there," Fred urged, his voice hushed but urgent. "We've got to move before that cat gets here." Without hesitation, the group hurried into the secret passage. George, the last to enter, slipped through just as the tapestry closed back up, restoring the corridor to its original appearance. A second later, Mrs. Norris arrived. She sniffed around the now empty hallway, lingering in confusion for a moment before eventually wandering off, leaving the corridor as silent as before. The secret passage seemed designed for night owls, its exit tucked away behind some bushes near the Quidditch pitch, just a short distance from the castle. Once everyone had emerged, Fred and George took the lead, walking a few steps ahead before turning around and spreading their arms wide. "Welcome to Hogwarts at night," Fred declared with a grin. "This feels completely different from the daytime." "Enjoy it," George added. Cedric and Cunna, both a little excited, exchanged glances. This nighttime adventure was entirely new for them. The sense of novelty filled them with a mixture of thrill and nervousness. Kyle, on the other hand, wasn't feeling particularly emotional about it, but it was still his first time seeing Hogwarts under the night sky. Curiosity got the better of him, and he began to take in the surroundings. Hogwarts at night was serenely quiet. The stars twinkled above, casting a gentle glow that felt like little night lights scattered across the sky, illuminating the castle's silhouette. The scene was both beautiful and dreamlike, exuding a sense of calm and peace that was different from the bustling energy of the day. They stood there for a moment, taking it all in, until Fred reminded them that they had business to attend to. The group then began heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, they made a wide detour, purposely avoiding Hagrid's hut. Fang, despite his timid nature, was still a trained hunting dog with sharp senses. If they wandered too close, he might notice them, and the last thing they wanted was for Hagrid to drag them all back to the castle. After safely passing Hagrid's cabin, the group found themselves in front of a vast expanse of woodland. With Kyle's guidance, they soon came upon a lush Wiggentree, the home of the Mooncalves. As luck would have it, the Mooncalves were already emerging from their lair. These shy magical creatures looked up at the night sky, their long necks extended, with their large, round heads contrasting comically with their slender, spindly legs. They almost resembled mini alpacas, and their awkward proportions made them oddly endearing. Under the moonlight, the Mooncalves began to raise their front legs, while their slightly thicker hind legs swayed in a quirky, irregular rhythm. The Mooncalves are dancing, Cedric whispered excitedly. I've only seen this in books before, but seeing it in person is so much better. Keep it down, Kyle whispered back, or they'll notice us and stop. Mooncalves were notoriously shy, and if they became aware of people watching, they'd retreat back into their nests. But Cedric was right, the live performance was far more captivating than any pictures from a textbook. Of course, that wasn't a surprise. Kyle silently mused that Newt Scamander, though an expert in magical creatures, probably wasn't much of a photographer. His passion lay in studying the creatures, not capturing perfect shots. The Mooncalves continued their dance, and as they warmed up, their movements became more complex and mesmerizing. With each graceful step, tiny silver-white lights began to appear on the ground behind them, trailing their movements. These glowing specks multiplied and gradually spread across the ground, creating what looked like a shimmering stage beneath the Mooncalves' feet. The silver-white stage twinkled under the moonlight, elevating the Mooncalves' dance to an almost ethereal level. So beautiful, Kanna's eyes sparkled with wonder as she watched in awe. Ahem. Kyle debated for a moment before leaning in and whispering to her that silver stuff is actually their feces. The stars in Kanna's eyes vanished almost instantly. She turned to Kyle in disbelief. It's true, Kyle said nonchalantly. If you don't believe me, check Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. It's written in there. Kanna. After learning that the Mooncalves danced on their own droppings, she knew there was no going back. The graceful, mesmerizing dance she had just witnessed lost all its charm in an instant. Kanna felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Why did Kyle have to tell her this now? Couldn't he have waited until after they'd finished watching? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned around and punched Kyle in the arm. Fred and George, standing nearby, felt similarly. They each gave Kyle a punch, muttering for him to shut up when he should. Only Cedric seemed less bothered, likely because he already knew this little fact. Seeing that he'd upset everyone, Kyle quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I was wrong. But it didn't work. The group continued to glare at him, even Cedric. Realizing he had to salvage the situation somehow, Kyle changed his approach. Alright, how about this? That stuff is silver, and so is sickles. You know what that means? If you're quick, you could probably gather 5 in one night. Fred and George gasped, and instead of scolding Kyle further, they huddled together to do some quick calculations. 5 sickles a night, that's 35 a week, and their minds raced. They couldn't keep up with the sums, but they knew it was a lot of money. And with 6 more years at Hogwarts ahead of them, the possibilities seemed endless. Even if they split the profits with Kyle and the others, they could open their own joke shop before graduation. Tears welled up in the twins' eyes, and they embraced each other, nearly jumping with joy at the thought that their dream was within reach. From then on, they ignored everything else and stared intently at the Mooncalves, waiting for the silver droppings to stop multiplying before springing into action. The Mooncalves, startled by the sudden enthusiasm, bolted for their burrows. Fred and George, undeterred, quickly began gathering the droppings. Fred even waved at Kyle and the others to join them, perhaps thinking they were moving too slowly. However, Kyle and Cedric remained where they were, and though Kanna hesitated, she was eventually dragged along by Kyle. Aren't you going to tell them the truth? Cedric, ever the honest one, looked conflicted. Mooncalf droppings were valuable, yes, but only when fresh. Unlike more common magical substances, they couldn't just be sold anywhere. A stable sales channel and customers were needed for such goods, and Fred and George weren't exactly in a position to transport the droppings beyond Hogwarts grounds. Besides, this was Hogwarts. Both Hagrid's pumpkin patch and Professor Sprout's greenhouse needed plenty of fertilizer. They almost certainly weren't purchasing it from elsewhere. What truth? I have no idea what you're talking about, Kyle replied innocently. Everything I said was true. That stuff really is expensive. Cedric pressed his lips together, casting a sympathetic glance at the twins, who remained blissfully unaware of the complexities. A while later, Kyle began to feel sleepy. He walked over to Fred and George, who were still enthusiastically shoveling, and despite their protests, he and Cedric forcibly dragged them out of the Forbidden Forest. As they neared the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Fred and George finally gave in and stopped resisting, though they still had plenty of energy left to grumble about Kyle's extravagance. There's still loads left. We've wasted at least a galleon, Fred muttered, holding the hem of his robe like a makeshift pouch, filled to the brim with silver sand. George, similarly dressed, stood next to him, making them look like a pair of overgrown kangaroos. Kyle, on the other hand, didn't respond much, only mumbling something under his breath. He was running low on energy, and the late hour was catching up with him. The initial excitement of watching the Mooncalves dance had worn off, and now fatigue was setting in. All he could think about was getting back to the dormitory and sinking into a warm, comfortable bed for a good night's sleep. As the group reached the forest's edge, the sound of barking and heavy footsteps echoed from a short distance away. Hagrid? Everyone froze, immediately dropping to the ground. Kyle swiftly pulled out his invisibility cloak. Though the cloak was a bit small for 5 people and couldn't cover them entirely, the dense underbrush of the Forbidden Forest helped conceal them further. The footsteps drew closer, and soon Hagrid's enormous figure came into view. Kyle clutched the cloak tightly, lying flat on his stomach, barely daring to breathe. "Who's there? Show yourself," Hagrid called out, his dim oil lamp casting a flickering glow around him. "I can see you." Behind Hagrid trailed Fang, the large black hound. The dog lowered its head and began sniffing the ground, inching closer to their hiding spot. Everyone's hearts pounded in their chests, and they instinctively covered their mouths to avoid making any noise. Fang crept nearer, until he was less than a meter away. Kyle could make out the dog's small black eyes and the drool dripping from its mouth. "Did you catch a scent, boy?" Hagrid asked, noticing Fang's unusual behavior. He moved closer with the lantern, his voice growing more forceful. "I don't know who you are, but this is Hogwarts, not a place for sneaking around. Get out before I lose my patience. If I catch you, you'll be in trouble." For a tense moment, it seemed like Fang would expose them. But after Hagrid's warning, the hound hesitated, then abruptly turned and trotted off deeper into the forest. Hagrid followed closely behind, walking right past where Kyle and the others lay hidden. They waited, breath held, until the sound of Hagrid's footsteps faded completely. Finally, they exhaled and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily with relief. "That was close," Cedric exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "By Merlin's beard, I could have touched Hagrid's boot? He nearly stepped on my hand." "Oh, gross," Fred cried, getting to his feet and inspecting his hand with a look of disgust. "I think I touched the dog's drool." "You should be grateful it was only drool," George said, still rattled. Hagrid looked terrifying. If he'd caught you, it wouldn't have been just detention. He shuddered as he spoke, recalling the intimidating sight of an angry Hagrid. It was the first time George had seen him so furious, and the memory still sent a chill down his spine. "Thanks to you too," Kyle said, giving Fred and George an appreciative pat on the shoulder. If they hadn't brought along all that mooncalf dung to throw off Fang's sense of smell, they wouldn't have escaped so easily. After this close call, none of them dared to linger. With Hagrid still in the Forbidden Forest, they quickly gathered themselves and hurried back toward the castle. When they reached the exit of the secret passage, the group paused. Rather than rush inside, they pulled out the Marauder's map and checked to make sure Filch wasn't lurking on the first floor. Once the coast was clear, they slipped through the passage one by one and returned to the castle. Since their routes back to their dormitories were different, they parted ways shortly after emerging from the passage. The recent encounter with Hagrid had left everyone a bit shaken, and they were all on edge as they made their way back. Cedric felt his heart racing and couldn't help but ask, "Kyle, you don't think we'll get caught, do you?" "Don't worry, if we get caught, we'll just split up," Kyle whispered. "That way, he won't know who to chase." "But," Kanna's voice trembled. "I'm slow, what should I do?" Kyle paused for a moment, considering. "That's true, that is a problem. How about this, if we get caught, you run upstairs." "Running upstairs won't get us caught," Kanna asked, puzzled. "No, running upstairs isn't safe," Kyle shook his head, then explained, "but Filch will chase after you, and Cedric and I will use the chance to run back to the common room." Kanna's eyes gradually dulled, then quickly flashed with anger. Kyle, oblivious to the shift in her mood, continued muttering, "Catching one while two escape sounds like a good deal to me." Kanna gritted her teeth. "Then why am I the one who has to get caught?" "Well, it's simple," Kyle replied after a brief moment of thought. "If someone's going to get caught, why not you?" For some reason, Kanna suddenly felt oddly calm. Without a word, she pulled out her wand, eyeing Kyle's back as if searching for the perfect spot to jab him. The most notable feature of a serpentine wand is its toughness. According to Ollivander, in extreme situations, it could even serve as a melee weapon. Kyle felt a sudden chill creeping up his spine and instinctively quickened his pace. Luckily, no mishaps occurred, and the three of them returned to the common room without any trouble. Of course, that had been expected. Kyle had checked the Marauder's map at the entrance to the secret passage and noticed that all the professors were asleep in their quarters. Filch, who was on his night patrol, was on the 8th floor. The distance from the Great Hall to the Hufflepuff common room wasn't far, and if you walked quickly, it would only take a few minutes. There wasn't enough time for Filch to catch up. So, Cedric and Kanna's worries during their trek back had been entirely unnecessary. "Good night, see you tomorrow," Kyle yawned as he headed to the dormitory. Originally, he had planned to stop by the kitchen for a snack when they got back, but as soon as he stepped into the common room, he couldn't fight it anymore. His eyelids grew heavy, his head felt light, and all he wanted was a good night's sleep. Good night. For some time now, Kyle had become increasingly fascinated with nighttime activities that nurtured both body and soul. In recent weeks, he'd been sneaking out nearly every night, even more frequently than Fred and George, likely due to the twins' recent misadventure. The pile of mooncalf dung the twins had painstakingly gathered had, unsurprisingly, found no takers. No one in the wizarding world wanted it. The shops in Diagon Alley refused to touch it, but the twins weren't about to give up so easily. Finally, for reasons known only to them, they tried to offload it at a steep discount to Professor Sprout by bringing it to the greenhouse. Predictably, their nighttime escapade was discovered, and the consequences were severe. Professor Sprout only needed one look to figure out the source of the droppings. With such a large quantity, it could only have come from the Forbidden Forest. And, of course, she knew well the time required to collect it. Being caught sneaking into the Forbidden Forest at night was bad enough, but flaunting it in front of her was unthinkable. This blatant provocation was too much for even the usually mild-mannered Professor Sprout. She promptly marched them to Professor McGonagall's office. Despite their best efforts to claim they'd found the droppings near Hagrid's pumpkin patch, no one bought their story. Hagrid had been busy with other matters and hadn't tended the patch in weeks. Disappointed and angry, Professor McGonagall punished them by assigning a week's worth of bathroom cleaning. Filch even voiced his desire to move his office next to Gryffindor Tower to keep an eye on them. However, this all worked in Kyle's favor. Once Mikkel and Ryan were asleep, Kyle slipped out of bed and crept out of the common room. As usual, he wrapped his silver-green scarf around himself, drew his wand, and tapped it lightly to his forehead. Disillusionment, he whispered. A chill washed over him, spreading from his head down to his toes, as if he'd been doused with ice water. His body took on the color of the wall behind him, a result of the disillusionment charm. Kyle had been practicing this spell since his last venture into the Forbidden Forest. While he owned an invisibility cloak, it had limitations. Move too quickly, and your feet might stick out. The disillusionment charm, by comparison, was more reliable, though mastering it had taken him 3 days. His body's coloring wasn't as seamless as it should have been, but Hogwarts Castle was so dark at night that the imperfection barely mattered. Once fully prepared, Kyle made his way with ease to the library door on the 2nd floor. This was his latest nighttime haunt. He loved reading, but certain books weren't suitable for daylight. They were best savored in secret, alone, under the cover of darkness. The library doors were shut, with a heavy brass lock between them. Kyle took out his master key and unlocked it with a single twist. He pushed one of the doors open just enough to slip inside. The library at night was dark and eerie. Lumos, Kyle murmured, holding his wand aloft as he navigated past the rows of shelves to the back of the library, where he stopped before a sign. Restricted section, it read, and Kyle couldn't help but feel the allure of the forbidden books before him. He carefully stepped over the cord that marked the section boundary and illuminated the titles with his wand. Kyle was selective about his choices, determined to avoid any risks. Anything with a picture on the cover, whether portraits, magical creatures, or various symbols, was out. Books without covers were also avoided, as were thick, oversized, or suspiciously marked ones. Anything too old was a no-go. He didn't want to damage fragile pages and risk leaving irreparable traces. He wandered through the restricted section for a while before finally reaching the 6th row of shelves. From the top, he pulled down a thin black book with gold letters, their intricate design worn with age. Kyle could just make out the last 2 words, explore. This one would do. As he'd done on previous visits, Kyle sat cross-legged on the floor, opened the book, and began reading. Compared to the general collection, the content here was much denser and more obscure. Whenever he came across something he couldn't understand, he'd take out his quick-writing quill and transcribe it carefully. While this method was slower and more tedious than using a doubling charm, it was also safer. Who knew what kinds of strange protections or curses were hidden in these books? Best to be cautious and avoid casting any spells on them at all. By the time Kyle left the library, 2 hours had passed. On his way back, he unexpectedly encountered Peeves, but thanks to the disillusionment charm, Peeves didn't notice him. The next morning, Kyle had planned to sleep until 8:50, but his 2 roommates had other ideas. At 7:30, they yanked him out of bed. Wake up, Kyle, wake up. Ignoring Kyle's groggy protests, they each grabbed an arm and hauled him to the window. Look, it's snowing, Mikkel exclaimed, throwing the window open. A gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes hit Kyle square in the face. Hiss, Kyle shivered, instantly wide awake. Rubbing his face, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he'd seen this scene somewhere before. Come on, let's go outside and see it, Mikkel urged excitedly. This is the first snow at Hogwarts. Kyle shook his head, declining. What's so exciting about snow? He thought. I'd rather catch up on sleep. He had stayed up late the previous night, and it wasn't even the weekend. He didn't want to feel sleepy during classes. But Mikkel and Ryan wouldn't take no for an answer. They kept pressing him to wash up and get dressed, making it clear they weren't leaving without him. This is our first snow since arriving at Hogwarts, it's special, Mikkel insisted. Sleeping now is a waste of time, and you can catch up on sleep in History of Magic later. Kyle sighed. True, the first class of the day is History of Magic. With that thought, he relented, got dressed, and followed them out of the dormitory. Overnight, the snow had piled up more than a foot deep. By the time they reached the open area outside Hogwarts Castle, it was already bustling with people. Among them, Kyle spotted Fred and George, surrounded by a few Gryffindors, building a snow lion in the middle of the courtyard. At least, it was supposed to be a lion. In reality, it looked more like a very peculiar flobberworm caterpillar attempting yoga. Kyle, come build a yeti with us. Fred and George called out enthusiastically, inviting Kyle to join their snowy creation. But Kyle declined without hesitation. Their artistry was on another level abstract, with free-flowing lines that gave their work a mysterious, avant-garde charm. Kyle thought, I'm just an ordinary guy with average skills. How could I contribute to such a masterpiece? No, he didn't deserve to be part of it. A bit further on, a group of young Hufflepuffs had gathered around the Black Lake, marveling at the way the heavy snowfall had caused it to freeze over. They were debating whether to drill a hole in the ice to catch a few fish, dreaming of a fresh stargazy pie. Nearby, other students were engaged in a spirited snowball fight. Kyle spotted an older Gryffindor student slyly stuffing a stone into a snowball, intending to aim it at a Slytherin. Unfortunately, his aim was a little off. The special snowball traced an arc through the air and nearly struck Professor Oren, who happened to be passing by. Young man, you must take more care during a snowball fight, Professor Oren said calmly, flicking the snowball aside with his wand, and avoid mixing in stones. I'll let you off without deducting any points this time, but don't let it happen again. The Gryffindor nodded emphatically, relieved. The students had a fantastic time, everyone, that is, except Filch. He was visibly irritated. The young wizards didn't seem to care much about polishing their shoes, leaving muddy footprints everywhere as they tramped back into the castle. This oversight significantly increased Filch's workload. Eventually, he set up a chair by the castle entrance and wouldn't let anyone inside until they polished their shoes. Later that morning, in History of Magic, Kyle managed to fall asleep within 30 seconds, achieving a quality of rest far better than he'd gotten in the dormitory. Had Kana not nudged him at the end of class, Kyle reckoned he'd have slept until noon. Half the students are dozing off, Kana remarked, rubbing her slightly reddened eyes, as if she'd just woken up herself. Why can't the school just hire a new History of Magic professor? Probably because Professor Binns doesn't need a salary, Kyle shrugged. For that reason alone, his position is irreplaceable. Not to mention, Professor Binns worked year-round. Unlike other professors who were often called away by personal matters, his attendance was impeccable. Besides, the History of Magic exam was notoriously straightforward. As long as you read the textbook before the test, and exceeds expectations, grade was nearly guaranteed. Neither the school board nor Dumbledore himself would likely ever agree to replace such a perfectly reliable instructor. That stingy old bee, Kyle scoffed, expressing his disdain for Dumbledore's relentless exploitation of senior faculty. As December arrived, the weather grew colder, but the students' spirits only seemed to rise. It was a complete transformation from their drowsy mood the previous month. Christmas break was around the corner, and they were eagerly counting down the days to 2 full weeks of freedom. In such an atmosphere, focusing in class became nearly impossible, and they spent more time daydreaming than listening. Initially, the professors tried to rein them in with point deductions, hoping it would keep them in line, but it had little effect. The students would shape up for a few minutes, only to drift off into distracted reverie shortly after. Realizing this, most professors eventually gave up. They were used to this pre-holiday restlessness every year. It was the same. Since they weren't teaching anything new in these last few classes, they turned a blind eye to minor lapses, so long as they didn't go too far. Well, all except for 2 professors, of course. Professor Binns, entirely indifferent to Christmas, continued his History of Magic lecture in his usual monotone, recounting the invention of the self-stirring cauldron as if it were a tragic ballad. The self-stirring cauldron, he intoned, enchanted to stir potions on its own, was invented by Gaspard Shingleton in the late 20th century. For this reason. The other was Professor Snape. He didn't care why students were unfocused, and unlike his colleagues, he had no leniency to offer. Any non-Slytherin caught not paying attention lost 3 points immediately. Thanks to his vigilant efforts, Slytherin's house points surged ahead, nearly 100 points higher than second-place Ravenclaw by the day before break. Professor Snape was very pleased with the result. Slytherin's 6-year winning streak looked secure. The evening before the holiday began, Kyle ran into a somewhat frazzled Hagrid in the Great Hall. This was the first time Kyle had seen him since that late-night escapade in the Forbidden Forest. Out of guilt, he and his friends had been avoiding Hagrid for the past month. But now that they were face to face, Kyle couldn't ignore him. Hagrid, how have you been? Kyle called, waving. Hagrid looked down at him with a distracted smile. Kyle, hello there. Sorry, can't stop to chat. I've got loads left to prepare by Merlin's beard. I nearly forgot Hogwarts is on holiday tomorrow. Seems like Halloween was just the other day. Even as he spoke, Hagrid didn't slow his pace, striding toward the castle in a rush. Kyle had to jog to keep up. Need a hand? Kyle offered. Well, if you're not too busy, Hagrid thought for a moment. Could you fetch some mistletoe for the decorations? The feast's about to start, and I'm worried I won't get everything done in time. Of course, Kyle agreed, and together, they made their way to Hagrid's cabin by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Outside the cabin stood 2 massive fir trees, each with a trunk around 60 to 70 centimeters wide, along with a small pile of holly and mistletoe. Just grab some of that holly and mistletoe, and I'll take care of the rest, Hagrid instructed, bending down to hoist the 2 fir trees. Kyle could see the strain on Hagrid's face as he struggled to lift them both. His cheeks flushed from the effort. It was clear even for him that lifting both trees at once was a challenge. Just then, Hagrid heard a voice behind him. Wingardium Leviosa. Suddenly, the weight of the trees vanished. Startled, Hagrid turned to see Kyle, wand outstretched, casting the levitation charm. Blimey, impressive bit of charm work. Hagrid exclaimed. Oh, it's nothing, really, Kyle shrugged modestly. Anyone can do it. Really? Hagrid blinked, puzzled. Back in his school days, things weren't like this. Could it be that today's Hogwarts students were all this capable? With Kyle's help, Hagrid managed to bring the final Christmas trees to the Great Hall just before dinner. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were already waiting. Hagrid, there you are, these must be the last two. Oh. Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up as he noticed Kyle beside Hagrid, wand in hand. Excellent levitation charm, Mr. Chopper. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Realizing Kyle's spell had made the task much easier for Hagrid, Professor Flitwick smiled at him. If the final exam were on the floating charm, he said with a wink, I'd give you an O right now. Flitwick raised his own wand, smoothly guiding the 2 fir trees into their designated spots. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall wove the mistletoe into a hanging garland, filling the last empty space on the wall. Minutes later, students began flooding into the hall, and the festive Christmas dinner commenced. At the Hufflepuff table, Cedric glanced at Kyle in surprise. You're not going home for Christmas? Kyle nodded. Yeah, no one's at home right now, so it wouldn't make much sense to go back. I might as well stay at Hogwarts. Chris was traveling the world with Lord Newt, helping return captured magical creatures to their natural habitats. His mother Diana, from the Department of Mysteries, had recently written to him, saying she wouldn't be home for Christmas but had already sent his presents. With both of them away, Kyle felt there wasn't much point in going home. At Hogwarts, he'd at least have things to keep him busy. He could check in on Fluffy or water the 2 ornamental plants he'd been tending to. Why don't you come to my house? Cedric suggested. My dad would really like to meet you. Kyle shook his head with a polite smile. Maybe next time. I've already promised Hagrid I'd help him look after his animals over the holidays. Cedric looked a little disappointed. Kyle, however, was secretly relieved. The idea of meeting Mr. Diggory, let alone spending 2 weeks with him, was a bit much. Just the thought made Kyle's head spin. He figured it was enough that his mother had to deal with Mr. Diggory alone. To shift the conversation, Kyle turned to Kanna, who was sitting nearby. What about you? Are you going home for the holidays? Kanna simply shook her head, not saying a word. Kyle took the hint and didn't press further. With the semester over after the Christmas feast, students began boarding the train back to King's Cross Station. Mikkel and Ryan had also gone home, leaving Kyle alone in the dormitory. The once lively common room was now far quieter, a solitude Kyle found rather pleasant. He sat on one of the sofas near the fire, roasting a potato in its skin, surrounded by some flat bread, mushrooms, and thinly sliced beef. When he'd gone to the kitchen for ingredients, the house elves had offered to help, but Kyle had refused. The enjoyment was in the process, eating was secondary. After patiently waiting for the potato to blacken slightly, Kyle took it off the skewer. Once it cooled, he peeled the skin and took a bite. The potato was sweet and soft, though he discovered the center was still a bit raw. Using a spoon, he scooped out the undercooked part and tossed it toward a mouse not far away. Kyle, Kanna glared at him. Don't give Pocky that strange stuff. It's just a potato. What's strange about that? Kyle shrugged. Besides, who doesn't like potatoes? But as if deliberately mocking him, Pocky the mouse sniffed the undercooked potato and turned away, not even tempted to try it. Good grief, a picky mouse, Kyle muttered, a bit embarrassed. You should try starving it for a few meals, he suggested to Kanna. Kanna ignored him, taking Pocky and leaving the common room. Since it was holiday break and Filch's cat wouldn't be lurking about, she figured it was a good time to let her pet explore the castle freely. After all, it had been cooped up in the dormitory for ages. With Kanna gone, Kyle was the only one left in the common room. Feeling a bit restless, he finished his food, then decided to head up to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Over the past 3 months, Kyle had transformed the room into a miniature greenhouse. Alongside chomping cabbage, he had cultivated dittany, rue, belladonna, mistletoe, sneezewort, and even a beautiful golden-banded hydrangea. The first 3 were common magical plants, and he had easily procured their seeds from Hogsmeade. The golden-banded hydrangea, however, had been a little trickier to obtain. One night, he couldn't resist and snipped a tiny branch from the lush golden hydrangea plant in the Hufflepuff common room. It had been a mere inch long, and he doubted anyone would miss it. To his surprise, the cutting had taken root and was now growing steadily, albeit still small. Kyle was satisfied. As long as it survived, it would flourish. He went straight to the center of the room, where his chomping cabbage plants had grown significantly. In just 3 months, they had shot up from seeds to the size of a bludger, each with a mouth lined with 2 rows of sharp teeth that looked strong enough to snap anything unfortunate enough to get too close. Kyle loosened the soil around the plants, shooing away a billywig that had been buzzing around his head. Busy right now, go play over there, he told it. A few days ago, he'd rescued the little billywig from Mrs. Norris, who had nearly turned it into lunch. It still had a faint scar from where the cat had grabbed it. After Kyle treated the wound with dittany, the little creature had started following him everywhere. Thankfully, it was well behaved, and at Kyle's words, it fluttered off to a corner of the room where it could explore in peace. The room's spaciousness and the lack of that leaping, lurking cat seemed to be a paradise for the little creature. Once Kyle finished with the chomping cabbage, he looked around the room. Although he had quite a few Didani and rue seeds left, he thought it would be a waste to fill this remarkable space with only the more common magical plants. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he gazed at the large empty area he'd purposely left on one side of the room. If he remembered correctly, they'd soon be learning about Devil's Snare in herbology class. The next morning, Kyle awoke to find a small mountain of presents at the foot of his bed. Most were snacks, chocolates, and sweets, and there were quite a few more than he'd expected. Being a good student really does have its perks, Kyle murmured, setting the snacks aside and eagerly moving on to the rest. Hagrid's gift was the largest, resembling a small wooden barrel wrapped in thick brown paper. Could it be a mooncalf? He wondered with a mix of hope and dread as he carefully unwrapped it. Thankfully, it wasn't. Hagrid had given him a lady's mantle, the barrel serving as a makeshift planter filled with soil. Fresh dew on its leaves suggested Hagrid had just dug it up in the Forbidden Forest. In return, Kyle had gifted Hagrid a model of the dragon used during the Tri-Wizard tournament, a little figurine that could fly low, spit fire, and even move around. He was sure Hagrid would love it. Cedric's gift was a signed copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, with signatures from the Chudley cannons. Kyle took one look at the team's signature and promptly set it aside with a grimace. Not my team, he thought with mild disdain. Cedric, on the other hand, would likely be thrilled with Kyle's gift to him, his prized, autographed bat from the Wimburn Wasps. He had even sent a special request to Mrs. Weasley, asking her to mail it for him. Mrs. Weasley had sent a reply scolding him for not coming home over the holiday and promising a good telling off come summer. Kyle wasn't worried. A handmade apron and a stellar report card would ensure she forgave him without a fuss. Kanna had knitted him a pair of wool mittens, each bearing his initials, and her knitting skill was surprisingly refined. They fit perfectly and would go well with the sweater Mrs. Weasley had given him. For Kanna, he'd picked out a handbag enchanted with an anti-theft charm, practical and stylish. Fred's gift was a bottle of disappearing ink, and George's was a collection of chocolate frog cards, neatly stored in a transparent card holder. For them, Kyle had chosen Elementary Alchemy, a textbook from Beauxbaton's alchemy course, hoping it would aid them in their recent experiments with playful inventions. His roommates hadn't forgotten him either. Mikkel gifted him a finely crafted gold brooch, while Ryan presented him with a wizard chess set. To his surprise, Kyle also found a present from a professor. Professor Flitwick had given him 2 thick notebooks filled with meticulous notes from Flitwick's own 1st through 3rd years, detailing his understanding of charms, a treasure for any magic student. Kyle felt a twinge of guilt, as he'd only gifted Professor Flitwick a simple amulet carved from mountain ash. In fact, he'd given small presents to every professor. Professor McGonagall received a golden snitch hat ornament, Professor Sprout, a tool maintenance kit, Professor Oren, an elegant walking stick, and Professor Binns, a humorous newspaper clipping titled Europe's Top 3 Wizarding Academies, Professor Perks. For Headmaster Dumbledore, he'd chosen 100 ways to knit woolen socks. And then, of course, there was Professor Snape. Kyle had felt it necessary to show his appreciation for Snape's recent attention, so he had sent him a crate of Sleekyazzy's hair potion. He hadn't signed the gift and had gone through some effort to ensure it was anonymous, using a school owl to send it to the owl post office in Diagon Alley, which would then deliver it to Snape's quarters. Though the process had been a bit complex, Kyle was sure it was well worth it. He could just imagine how deeply moved Professor Snape would be by such a thoughtful gesture. After carefully storing Professor Flitwick's notes, Kyle opened the last present, which was from Diana. Inside was a silver ring adorned with a crescent moon, and beneath it lay a short note. This magical item allows you to apparate up to 3 times. If you ever find yourself in danger, just channel a bit of magic into it, focus on your intended destination, and it will take you there. Note, it cannot be used within Hogwarts Castle, but it will work beyond the castle gates. If you don't want to take the train home over the holiday, you could use it for that, too. I hope you like the gift, dear. Merry Christmas. Is this an upgraded version of a portkaya? Kyle slipped the ring onto his finger, and it automatically adjusted to fit snugly against his skin. He flexed his fingers and found it entirely comfortable, without a trace of tightness. Kyle was delighted with the gift. He'd long wanted to learn apparition, but since he was still too young, neither Chris nor Newt had been willing to teach him. This ring was easily the best Christmas present he'd received in his 11 years. If only it had more uses, though just 3. 30 would be much better. After tidying up his dorm room, Kyle made his way to the common room, where he spotted Kanna standing on tiptoe, rummaging around in a large planter. What are you looking for? Need some help? Kyle asked. No, I found it, Kanna replied, pulling a dirty cloth bag out of the planter. Turning to Kyle, she added, thanks for the Christmas present. I really needed it. Kyle watched as she retrieved 2 galleons from the bag and then tucked them back into a small clutch. He frowned, puzzled. Have you been losing galleons lately? He asked. No, Kanna said, shaking her head. But I lost 2 sickles yesterday afternoon. Isn't that basically the same thing? Kyle frowned. Where's your roommate? Has she gone home? Yeah, they all went home. I'm the only one left in the dorm now, Kanna said, a bit giddy. But they did send me a gift, some hair clips from the Muggle world. They're so pretty. Kyle rubbed his forehead. He was about to respond when Kanna dashed back to her dorm. When she returned, she held a small wooden box in her hands. Look, aren't they beautiful? Kanna said, handing the box to Kyle. Inside were 7 or 8 colorful hair clips, each with a unique and distinctly Muggle style, unlike anything seen in the wizarding world. Kyle, however, wasn't particularly interested. He gave them a quick look and was about to hand the box back to Kunna when something caught his eye, a tiny bottle nestled beneath the hair clips. Curious, he reached in and moved one of the clips aside. What is this? Kyle's hand jerked, and he almost dropped the box. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he quickly set the box down on the wooden table beside him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Kyle reached out and gingerly picked up the small bottle. The bottles were about the size of a thumb, each filled with a golden potion that shimmered like molten gold. After a moment of careful observation, Kyle became certain the bottle contained Felix Felicis. Felix Felicis, also known as the liquid luck, was arguably the most complex potion in the wizarding world. The rare ingredients were only part of the challenge. It took half a year to brew, with each step requiring painstaking precision. Any slip up, and you'd have to start all over again. Each vial was worth a fortune. Where did you get this? Kyle asked, turning toward her. Professor Snape gave it to me for Christmas, Kunna replied, a bit unsure. Why, don't you have one? Hearing this, Kyle's heart sank with a twinge of envy. Snape hadn't even given him an empty bottle, let alone Felix Felicis. He swallowed his jealousy and, with a slightly complicated expression, asked, did you know Professor Snape before? Kunna shook her head at first, then nodded slightly. I've heard my mother mention his name before, but I hadn't met him before coming to Hogwarts. Kyle studied Kunna thoughtfully. Prince? When Snape first gave Kunna extra points, Kyle had felt something was off. He'd assumed they simply knew each other, so he hadn't thought much more of it. But now, it seemed he had misjudged. If they merely knew each other, even as friends, Snape would hardly gift Kunna something as valuable as Felix Felicis. Malfoy never received such treatment. This hinted at a deeper connection to the name Prince. Kyle pondered this for a moment, feeling he'd heard the surname somewhere before. It was so familiar, but he couldn't place it. The only thing that came to mind was Princeton University, which had no relation to the wizarding world at all. After thinking on it for a while, Kyle gave up. He held up the small glass bottle and asked, do you know what this is? Cold medicine. Kunna guessed uncertainly. Kyle shook his head and decided to be direct. No, it's Felix Felicis. Pfft, Kyle, you're still half asleep. For some reason, Kunna burst into laughter. It might look like Felix Felicis, but I don't even know Professor Snape. Why would he give me something so precious? It's impossible. Why not? Kyle said, giving the bottle a gentle shake. Is there any other potion that looks as much like liquid gold as Felix Felicis? Kunna shook her head again. Professor Snape is a potions master. It wouldn't be hard for him to change the color of a potion. Maybe it's a Christmas prank, and this really is cold medicine. Kyle tried to explain further, but Kunna found a reason to disagree each time, until eventually even Kyle began to doubt himself. He could understand Kunna's reaction. If he'd found this bottle among his own presents, he'd have trouble believing it was Felix Felicis too. He'd likely think Snape had brewed some unusual poison, dressed it up to resemble Felix Felicis just to trick him. In the end, it seemed that Kunna was convinced, deep down, that the potion was Felix Felicis even as she kept finding reasons to argue otherwise. Somehow, it made sense. So Kyle let it go and didn't press the matter further. Determining whether the bottle held Felix Felicis or not was actually quite straightforward, or at least convincing Kunna of it could be. All Kyle needed was to uncover the connection between the surnames Snape and Prince. But first, it was probably best if he held on to the bottle. Kunna had a tendency to lose things, and this bottle might be next in line. If it really was Felix Felicis, she'd regret losing it. He glanced over at Kunna and asked, can I hold on to this for now? Kunna clapped her hands indifferently. Sure, you can have it. Kyle shook his head quickly. Forget it. You'd end up crying and regretting it. Just kidding. He wasn't the kind to actually take advantage of a situation like this. He was just a tad less scrupulous than most people. I won't cry. Kunna wrinkled her nose in defiance, sounding annoyed with Kyle's comment. If I say you can keep it, then you can. I won't regret it, and I definitely won't ask for it back, even if you try to return it. Kyle shrugged nonchalantly. If he had a recording device, he'd have captured her words for later. He'd play it back in the common room on repeat when the timing was just right. After leaving the common room, Kyle headed to the library and stayed there until noon. The Christmas feast was lavish, with tables piled high with plump turkeys, mounds of roast meat and potatoes, platters of little sausages, buttered peas, and, oddly enough, stacks of pancakes. Scattered every few feet along the tables were magical holiday crackers in vibrant colors, a festive staple, like the Christmas tree itself. Kyle picked up one of the crackers in front of him and gave it a pull. With a loud pop, a lacy, tassel-adorned lady's hat drifted down in front of him. He glanced around, then casually slipped the hat into his moleskin pouch. Next year's Christmas gift for Professor Snape, sorted. Kyle continued to pull on several more crackers. Each explosive crack felt like a small burst of joy, with no worry of accidental injury, making it all the more fun. By the time the feast truly began, he had a small mountain of items piled next to him. There were 6 hats of various styles, 2 sets of wizard chess, 3 rubber wands, a collection of odd trinkets, and cockroach clusters. To be honest, Kyle wasn't sure if the cockroach clusters were real or not, so he kept them sealed in a clear box, well away from his other items. The house elves had, as always, worked culinary magic. Eyeing the enormous turkey, Kyle carved off a little drumstick, then used some stuffing and sausages to make himself a festive pizza. After the turkey, the Christmas pudding arrived, which held a small surprise of its own. Kunna's pudding came wrapped with a glint of silver sequins. Kyle eagerly sliced into his own pudding, only to find a hint of yellow inside. He put down his knife. No more cutting, it was mango sauce inside, and he didn't want it spilling everywhere. In the afternoon, Kyle made his way to Hagrid's cabin. "Kyle, what are you doing here?" Hagrid greeted him warmly, handing over a plate of rock cakes. "Thanks for the gift. I like it a lot." On the small table in the cabin, the models of the dragons were displayed carefully, and Hagrid had even set up a little fence around the table, as if worried they might fall. It was clear he was quite fond of them. Kyle shook his head, declining the rock cake. "Hagrid, I don't think I can eat another bite right now." "Right, I reckon you're already stuffed with turkey and sausages," Hagrid chuckled, taking a bite of one of his rock cakes. "So, what brings you here?" "I'll tell you now, though, I'm not taking you to the Forbidden Forest." "I'm not here for the Forbidden Forest," Kyle replied. "I just wanted to ask if you know wizards with the surname of Prince." "Prince?" Hagrid repeated, scratching his head as if the name rang a bell. He paused, then gave his head a tap. "Sorry, Kyle. I've had a bit of a cold these past few days, my head's all fuzzy. Can't seem to remember much of anything right now." Suddenly, he brightened. "Oh, right. Poppy asked me to go see her in the hospital wing after the feast." He stood up in a hurry. "Sorry, Kyle, I've got to go now. I'll send you an owl if I remember anything." "All right," Kyle replied, a bit disappointed, as he followed Hagrid out of the cabin. It seemed he'd have to wait until the holidays were over and write to Chris to see if he knew anything about the surname Prince. Kyle wasn't planning on asking any other professors. Aside from Hagrid, he suspected Professor McGonagall and the others wouldn't share anything on this topic. If Prince really had some connection to Snape, they'd likely stay tight-lipped. Back in the castle, with little else to do, Kyle headed to the library and resumed reading the hardcover book he'd borrowed earlier that morning. It was a biography of a legendary duel master whose life was nothing short of astonishing. According to the book, he had never lost a duel since his first, and held the record for 200 consecutive wins, including 11 straight dueling championships. To this day, no one had broken his record, not even Professor Flitwick, who'd once managed a streak of 115 consecutive wins in his youth. However, despite the impressive subject matter, the biography itself left much to be desired. Complex aspects of magical theory, which should have been explained step by step, were glossed over in a few brief sentences. It felt like trying to solve a math problem where, instead of showing the steps, the author simply handed over the answer without any explanation. The book's vague language extended to the master's dueling advice. Though it claimed to offer helpful tips, the guidance was frustratingly ambiguous. For moving targets, lightly twist your wrist at the right moment when casting a spell. To extend the spell's range, tilt the wand slightly upward, but not too high, or it will go off course. Just follow your instinct. If you feel lost in a duel, ask your wand, it will guide you on the next move. Appropriate means finding the right timing. Trust your instincts, Kyle pondered, replaying the vague words over and over in his head. Though the phrases made his head spin, he was determined not to give up. Instead, he pushed himself to grasp what the author might be implying. With renewed focus, he practiced repeatedly in the room of requirement, hoping to make sense of the cryptic advice. This was, by far, the most time-consuming part of his training. Sometimes, Kyle would spend an entire day or even longer trying to understand a single ambiguous sentence. Despite the book's thinness, it took him until the end of the holiday to finish it. The day before classes resumed, Kyle headed to the library to return the book. Madame Pans took it from him, checked its condition, and set it aside, satisfied. As Kyle turned to browse the shelves for another book, a cool voice interrupted him from behind. "I'd suggest you stop borrowing these kinds of biographies." "What?" Kyle spun around, puzzled. Madame Pans sat at her desk, expressionless as she flipped through the pages of the book he'd returned. "This book's content isn't particularly complex, yet you've been reading it for 2 whole weeks. Clearly, it's not the right choice for you." Kyle was taken aback. This was the first time he'd seen Madame Pans go out of her way to address a student, especially about a topic outside her usual library responsibilities. Regaining his composure, he asked, "Are you saying my foundation is weak?" "No, your foundational knowledge in magic is strong. Judging by the books you've borrowed, you're already ahead of many third years," she replied, her gaze steady. "But understanding the life and techniques of a legendary wizard requires both experience and depth of knowledge." Kyle bit his lip, realizing he had no real counter-argument. He was only in his first year, and aside from his knowledge of magical creatures, his practical experience was admittedly limited. "If you truly want to learn something useful, don't waste your time on biographies like this one." Madame Pans gestured toward a nearby shelf. "I recommend you look over there." Kyle nodded and, without hesitation, headed toward the indicated shelf. If Madame Pans had gone to such lengths to guide him, it was probably worth a look. Besides, he hadn't decided on his next book yet. Who knew what he might find? He soon found that taking her advice had been a good decision. 5 minutes later, he returned to the counter with a thick tome entitled The Changing of Charms, Origins. Madame Pance's expression shifted subtly before returning to her usual neutral demeanor. After recording the loan, Kyle decided to bring the book back to his dormitory to read later. Today was the last day of the holiday, and he still had a few things to do. His first stop was the Room of Requirement. As soon as he entered, a group of soft, furry creatures crowded around him. 5 mooncalves gazed up at him, their big, round eyes fixed on him. Kyle petted each one in turn and asked, "It's daytime, why aren't you sleeping?" One of the mooncalves tilted its head and let out a soft coo. "Oh, you're afraid someone might come, so you don't dare sleep." Kyle chuckled. "Don't worry, no one comes here except me." Reassured by his words, the mooncalves returned to the little cave Kyle had created for them in the Room of Requirement. Gazing at the 5 mooncalves, Kyle's mind drifted back to the events of last night. He'd been practicing charms in the Room of Requirement, and time had slipped away unnoticed. By the time he left, it was already late, and feeling a bit frustrated by the slow progress and repetitive motions, he decided to take a walk before bed to clear his mind. Exiting the castle through the tapestry-covered secret passage on the first floor, he initially intended to stroll over to the Quidditch pitch. But, lost in thought, he wandered in the wrong direction without even noticing. When he finally looked up, he realized he'd somehow ended up near the mooncalves' den. Perhaps this was meant to be, he thought. Since he was already there, it made no sense to leave empty-handed. These were the same mooncalves he'd carefully snared from the Forbidden Forest before, so catching them again wouldn't be difficult. Mooncalves, gentle and magical creatures, had been wary of Kyle at first, retreating into their burrows upon seeing him. But when Kyle began to dance awkwardly in the moonlight, they couldn't resist their curiosity and started poking their heads out, one by one. Seeing this, Kyle only wriggled around more enthusiastically. He'd learned this technique from Newt, and while he wasn't nearly as skilled, his imitation of the mooncalves' dance was convincing enough to earn their trust. Kyle was only a beginner at this, so his performance was passable at best. If Newt had been the one dancing, he would have charmed a whole herd of female mooncalves. It was almost ridiculous how talented he was. But Kyle had to admit, this kind of dancing was embarrassingly silly, which was exactly why he'd waited until it was late and there was no one else around. Otherwise, he would never have done it. Absolutely never. After dancing for a short while, Kyle saw the mooncalves warming up to him, coming out of their burrows, one after the other. He offered them some herb leaves and gently coaxed them. Maybe because they were used to Hagrid, the mooncalves in the Forbidden Forest were far less skittish. Once Kyle promised them all the Diagon leaves they could eat, the 5 little gourmands trotted over, unable to resist. Kyle had originally intended to take just 2, but as he looked at their big, shiny eyes, he felt it would be wrong to leave any of them behind. In the end, he simply decided to take them all. After all, it was just a bit more herb leaves, he could handle that. The whole process went surprisingly smoothly. With a few whispered reminders, the mooncalves kept quiet and followed him obediently out of the Forbidden Forest. The real challenge, however, was getting them back into the Room of Requirement. Kyle's invisibility cloak was only big enough to cover one mooncalf at a time, so he had to lead them in one by one through the tapestry's secret passage. By the time he'd delivered the last mooncalf, dawn was approaching, and his legs felt like jelly. He sank to the floor for a moment, catching his breath. But it had all been worth it. With 5 mooncalves in tow, the problem of fertilizer for his plants was solved. Kyle took a moment to observe the 5 little creatures. Although they seemed slightly nervous, that was to be expected. As long as they didn't start pining to return to the forest, they'd likely settle in just fine. After leaving the Room of Requirement, Kyle headed to the kitchen to pack some food for Hagrid, who still hadn't shaken off his cold and looked worn out. "I brought you some scones and sausages," Kyle said, setting the food on a shelf. "Thanks, Kyle," Hagrid replied gratefully. He lifted a brass kettle to pour Kyle a cup of water but spilled about half of it, a little frown crossing his face. "Never had a cold before," he muttered, handing Kyle the cup. "Yesterday, Poppy gave me a huge bucket of potion to drink, and it tasted awful." "Nothing you can do about that, it's all part of being sick," Kyle replied, taking a sip. "How are you feeling? Any better?" "Worse," Hagrid said, shaking his head. Yesterday, he'd only felt slightly dizzy, but after drinking the potion, he felt achy all over and had barely any energy left. It was clear that this state was getting to him. Kyle, looking at him in confusion, asked, "Didn't Madame Pomfrey give you a pepper-up potion?" Pepper-up potion was the go-to cold remedy in the hospital wing. He remembered Cedric and Ryan taking it when they had colds a while back. Though it made white smoke come out of their ears, it kept them alert and strong enough to keep up with classes. "Pepper-up potion? No, that's not what she gave me," Hagrid said after a pause. "Poppy said it wouldn't work right for me. She gave me some other sort of magical potion, but I don't know what it was." Realization dawned on Kyle. Of course, with Hagrid's massive build, a standard pepper-up potion or any regular cold remedy wouldn't work effectively. As he thought this over, a curious idea came to mind, and he glanced again at Hagrid. The dazed, sluggish way he looked reminded Kyle of something he'd seen about a year ago. An erumpent in Newt's case had caught a cold, and after Newt gave it a specialized potion, the creature had displayed a similar groggy state. Kyle pressed his lips together thoughtfully. He had the distinct feeling he'd stumbled upon something quite remarkable. The train arrived as scheduled, pulling into Hogwarts just before dinner. The castle was lively once more. As soon as Fred and George returned, they tracked down Kyle. Why didn't you tell us you weren't going home for the holidays? Fred demanded, fists clenched. Mum took her anger out on us when she didn't see you. She thought we were bullying you, George added, his expression sour. She didn't even look at us kindly the whole holiday. Do you have any idea how we spent the past 2 weeks? Fred continued, his voice growing more indignant. On Christmas Day, even Ron got to have turkey and sausage, but George and I had to make do with dry sandwiches. This is all your fault. With mock-serious faces, the twins cornered Kyle, their expressions implying, you're not leaving until you explain yourself. I told you before break, Kyle said, raising his hands defensively. It was the day before we left school. You two were on the 5th floor corridor, looking at a suit of armor. The day before we left school. Fred echoed. The 5th floor. George repeated, their faces showing a sudden flicker of guilt. They recalled that they'd indeed been on the 5th floor just before break and they had run into Kyle there. But at that moment, they'd been more focused on the password clue for the Marauders map they'd discovered behind the armor and hadn't given Kyle's words much attention. The two exchanged a glance, as if silently reaching an agreement. It's still your fault, you could have written. Yeah, 2 weeks of sandwiches can't be forgotten that easily. Faced with the threat of 2 second-year students, the not-so-formidable Kyle had no choice but to verbally agree to a series of one-sided agreements to avoid any potential campus bullying. Remember what you promised, Kyle, Fred said with a grin. You're going to be our technical support for the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products. And provide storage, George added. We need a safe place to keep it over the holidays somewhere Mum won't find it. Of course, I'd be happy to help, Kyle replied with a smile. I'll even help you work on the products. And as for the storage, how about my room? Mrs. Weasley will never think to check there. Perfect, Fred and George nodded approvingly, relaxing their hold on him. If you ever try to double-cross us, Fred warned with mock menace, you won't like the consequences. With that, the twins simultaneously held up a thumb and made a mock slashing motion across their necks before heading off. Once they'd left, Kyle casually made his way to the Hufflepuff table, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. How was your holiday? Cedric asked as Kyle sat down. Not bad, Kyle replied, glancing at Cedric. No early mornings, no homework, just reading, gardening, petting animals, that sort of thing. Basically, the life I've always dreamed of. Cedric sighed a little enviously. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone home. My dad promised to take me to France over the holidays, but he's been so busy, working overtime almost every day. He's barely even home for 5 hours at a time. Kyle was surprised to hear this. It didn't add up, hadn't Chris and Newt successfully handled the smuggled magical creatures? And he hadn't heard of anything major happening in the wizarding world recently. In fact, the front page of the Daily Prophet had recently featured only trivial things like that spat between Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy at the Ministry of Magic. In a time of relative calm, Mr. Diggory should have had time off unless there was some kind of emergency involving magical creatures. And if there had been such an incident, surely the Daily Prophet would have reported it. Cedric noticed Kyle's confusion and, after a quick glance around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, leaned in and whispered, it's about the swooping evil. My dad's been searching for signs of it. Swooping evil, Kyle frowned, whispering back, didn't that thing leave already? No, the ministry is lying, Cedric said. Dad had a few drinks on Christmas Day and, thinking I was one of his workmates, let slip quite a few things. He said the ministry never actually found any evidence of the swooping evil's departure. Kyle shook his head. But that's not what Newt said. He'd believe Newt over anyone else on matters involving magical creatures. Newt was the last person who would lie about something like that. The only conceivable reason Newt might withhold information would be if it were a serious threat to the safety of the wizarding world. And even if pressured, neither Fudge nor Dumbledore would likely ask Newt to withhold the truth. Well, at least Dumbledore wouldn't. Fudge, that might be a different story. Unless, of course, Fudge happened to be Dumbledore's own son. I asked about that too, Cedric said. My father told me Mr. Scamander's exact words were, we didn't find any swooping evil, it's probably hiding, but the ministry only gave the Daily Prophet the first half of the quote and left out the second half. Huh. Kyle raised an eyebrow. To avoid panic. Yes, to avoid panic, Cedric replied with a shrug. They even found a way to get rid of Mr. Chris and Mr. Scamander, who had both always opposed this kind of thing. Kyle rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His earlier doubts were starting to make sense now. No wonder he'd felt something off about Chris's mission this time around. So that was the issue. After all, if it was just about transporting a few magical creatures, why would Chris and Newt both need to go? Sure, handling creatures like the Nundu or the Antipodean Opali would be tough for most wizards, but for those two? It seemed excessive. But what about the other creatures? The simple ones, that could be released in any secluded forest or handed off to a couple of hired hunters for transport. Yet, somehow, it had to be Chris and Newt handling them. Think about it, a deputy director from the British Ministry of Magic and a renowned magical creatures expert traveling halfway across the world, just to return an ordinary boatruckle to its home? That was absurd. Under normal circumstances, not even a boatruckle belonging to Grindelwald himself would get such treatment. After considering this, Kyle asked, so did your father actually find the swooping evil? No, Cedric shook his head. He and the others have been searching for over a month without finding a single clue. But Minister Fudge keeps pushing them and even lost his temper recently. What a jerk. Though Cedric usually maintained a polite demeanor, he only mouthed the last word silently, demonstrating all the restraint expected of an exemplary young wizard. However, his lip movements were distinct enough that Kyle could tell Cedric was expressing his opinions about Fudge's family line in some rather colorful language. After indulging in that small rebellion, Cedric felt a bit better. He cast a quick glance at the staff table and said, "Anyway, never mind all that. Have you noticed that Professor Snape seems especially irritated today?" "Really?" Kyle picked up a chicken leg, not even looking up. "Maybe it's just your imagination. He's mad every day." "True, but..." Cedric glanced again toward the staff table. "I still think he's even worse than usual." On the stage, Snape indeed looked as if he'd drunk the wrong potion, his expression dark as a storm cloud. His eyes swept ominously across the 4 tables, narrowing slightly as if in search of some wrongdoing. Suddenly, as if sensing Cedric's gaze, Snape turned sharply toward the Hufflepuff table, causing Cedric to drop his head immediately. Meanwhile, Kyle calmly continued to eat his chicken leg, occasionally chatting with Mikkel, who was seated on his other side. After dinner, everyone headed back to their common rooms. On the way, Cedric was still puzzling over the evening's events. "Why was Professor Snape so angry, I wonder?" he muttered, rubbing his chin. "Could someone have broken into his storage room over the holidays?" It was widely known at Hogwarts that Snape kept a private storage room stocked with extremely rare potion ingredients. Rumor had it that even the carpet was made of dragon skin and that just blindly grabbing anything from the shelves could earn a small fortune in galleons at Diagon Alley. Judging by Snape's mood earlier, if his storage room really had been raided, he must have lost something significant. "Don't overthink it," Kyle said, pulling out his wand and tapping a barrel near the common room door. "Maybe he just got a Christmas gift he didn't like." Cedric gave him a sideways glance, eyebrows slightly raised. That miser never satisfied with anything he gets. The passage opened, and they stepped into the Hufflepuff common room, which, despite being only a little past dinner, was already packed with people huddled over wooden tables, furiously working through their holiday assignments. Not only were the tables crowded, but the floor was practically covered with students, more arriving every few minutes. The entire room was overflowing, leaving barely any space to stand. Kyle blinked in surprise. Was this some kind of Hufflepuff group tradition? Wouldn't it be odd if he didn't join in? But he'd already finished his homework ages ago, and he couldn't very well redo it. "Don't look so surprised, it was like this last year, too," Cedric said, patting Kyle's arm. "Our prefect always tells us that holiday time is too precious to waste on homework." Cedric's prefect, ironically, was himself among the homework army, hunched over a desk in the corner, scribbling madly. He'd had a desk to himself earlier but had just relinquished it to a couple of desperate first years. Serves him right for being prefect, Kyle thought. If the common room was this packed, the library must be absolutely bursting. Carefully sidestepping scattered parchments and inkpots on the floor, Kyle made his way toward the dormitory entrance. Just as he was about to push open the door, Cedric's voice stopped him. "Kyle," Cedric called, standing in front of the second-year dormitory door and looking at him from a distance. "I really liked the Christmas present you gave me. Yours was pretty great too," Kyle replied, grinning. The two exchanged a long look before breaking into matching polite, standard-issue fake smiles. The first class after the holiday break was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Unfortunately, Hufflepuff had already lost 20 points within the first 5 minutes. Clearly, their one pen, one light, one night, one miracle approach to last-minute homework had not paid off. Even Kyle had lost 2 points thanks to lending his homework to Mikkel and Ryan, who'd copied it word for word, including his name. "If you lend them your homework again, I'll deduct 20 points from you." Professor McGonagall glared at Kyle before returning to the podium. "The holidays are over, so it's time to pull yourselves together," she said. "Today we'll be learning how to turn a mouse into a snuff box. This is one of the most important skills you'll need this year, and I'll warn you now, it will definitely be on the final exam. Don't say I didn't tell you." The mention of finals made everyone sit up straighter. Students leaned in, taking detailed notes. Grades were everything at Hogwarts, and some like Fred and George were allowed a full, carefree summer so long as they managed 2 on their report cards. For students from Muggle families, grades were even more critical since their parents only understood traditional report cards. A poor performance would be hard to explain. After class, Professor McGonagall kept behind everyone who hadn't finished their homework, while the rest hurriedly left. They had homework to catch up on for other subjects, and time was tight. Kyle had wanted to go to the library before lunch, but when he arrived, it was packed. The common room wasn't any better, leaving him no choice but to settle in the Great Hall to wait for lunch. For lunch, Kyle chose pancakes and pork chops, a combination he rather liked, but he'd barely taken a couple of bites when Mikkel and Ryan appeared. "Kyle, about your charms homework." No borrowing." Kyle took another bite of his pancakes and shot them a look. "I don't want to be lectured by Professor Flitwick too. Come on, it won't happen again," Mikkel promised, raising a hand as if making an oath. "We were just really tired last night, but we'll revise it before handing it in today." Kyle was doubtful. Last night, he'd lent them all his assignments, but they'd only managed to copy his Transfiguration homework. And when they'd come back to the dormitory, they'd been wide awake, playing wizard's chess with enthusiasm until Kyle eventually fell asleep. Given that, how could he trust them again? There was no way he was making the same mistake twice. Besides, there were less than 2 hours until Charms class, and even if they copied it, they'd only have time to change their names. Revising likely meant nothing more than that. After lunch, Mikkel and Ryan still wouldn't give up and continued to shadow him. Finally, Kyle spotted an opportunity and cast a disillusionment charm, slipping away unseen. Watching his friends wander off in search of him, Kyle felt immense gratitude for mastering the spell. Forget Avada Kedavra or Expelliarmus Invisibility was truly the ultimate charm. Once Mikkel and Ryan turned the corner, Kyle considered his options. The dormitory was a no-go, so he made his way to the Charms classroom instead. After all, he only needed somewhere quiet to read, and any empty space would do. Plus, unlike other places, the Charms classroom was guaranteed to be safe. When there wasn't a lesson scheduled, Mikkel and Ryan would never think to look there. A good professor needs to know what their students are thinking and how to keep them engaged. Professor McGonagall was particularly skilled at this. Just a mention of the final exam, and the students instantly forgot their holiday mindset, snapping back to focus on their studies. As her colleague, Professor Flitwick was equally perceptive. Today, we will learn the softening charm, he announced from atop a stack of books, his voice high and cheerful. As the name suggests, this charm can instantly soften hard objects. It's very practical and widely used by adult wizards. For example, in Quidditch, which I know many of you love, the softening charm often cushions players who fall off their broomsticks. The students perked up at the mention of Quidditch. You can also use it in duels, Professor Flitwick continued. Softening the ground can throw your opponent off balance, giving you an opening to strike. With a twinkle in his eye, he added, back when I competed in dueling tournaments, I used this very charm to make my opponent surrender. And that year, I won the championship. The room buzzed with excitement. Quidditch and daring duels had captivated the students. Professor, you won the dueling competition, asked Katie Bell from Gryffindor, raising her hand. She looked doubtful. After all, Professor Flitwick was barely as tall as she was. Oh, that was long ago, Professor Flitwick chuckled, but yes, I won, and not just once. Anyone interested can read more in Dueling Champions of the 20th Century. It's in our library. Wow, murmured the students. They had never imagined that their gentle, unassuming charms professor was such a powerful duelist. Professor, please teach us, one Gryffindor exclaimed eagerly. Don't worry, I will, Professor Flitwick replied with a grin. This is a practical charm, and it's often on the final exam, so pay close attention. Yes, Professor Flitwick, came the enthusiastic reply. For the rest of the class, the students practiced with unprecedented focus, eager to master the softening charm under Professor Flitwick's watchful guidance. Each one seemed to envision themselves as the next dueling champion, squaring off against the stone in front of them as if it were a real opponent. By the end of the lesson, they reluctantly set down their stones and filed out of the classroom, still talking animatedly. Kyle, who hadn't rushed out like the others, lingered to ask Professor Flitwick some questions about a library book he'd been reading. I read this book years ago, and it taught me a great deal, Professor Flitwick said, his fingers brushing the cover with a nostalgic smile. Then he carefully answered each of Kyle's questions. When Kyle finished, he closed the book and said, "Thank you, Professor Flitwick. That's all for now. I haven't gotten through the rest of it yet." "No rush," Professor Flitwick said warmly. "A good book is best enjoyed slowly. And if you have more questions, you're always welcome to visit me in my office on the 8th floor. Oh, and thank you for the Christmas gift. I haven't received a Rowan amulet with a dueling badge engraved on it in 30 years, it brought back many fond memories. I'm glad you liked it." With a final farewell, Kyle left the charms classroom. Little did he know, his two roommates were lurking around the corner, watching and waiting. "Mikkel, are you sure Kyle's coming this way?" Ryan whispered, peeking out cautiously. "It's been ages, maybe he's already left." "He'll come," Mikkel insisted. "Our next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, and this is the only way to the 2nd floor. Trust me, he'll be here." "But," Ryan started, only for Mikkel to cut him off. "Stop worrying. Just be patient if you want his help with homework." Ryan glanced nervously down the hall. Professor Flitwick just left and he locked the door. In sudden panic, Mikkel bolted to the charms classroom, pulling the door open to find it completely empty. Mikkel's eyes widened. What on earth? He scratched his head. This corridor is the only way to the 2nd floor. How did Kyle leave without us seeing him? He glanced at the wall opposite and muttered, "Ryan, do you think Kyle can walk through walls?" The final class of the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and it didn't disappoint. Professor Oren, though still new to teaching, had quickly become one of the most popular instructors. On the first day back, he had brought a cage full of Cornish pixies to the classroom and encouraged the students to use any charm they'd learned to handle the mischievous creatures. With no restrictions on spells, the young Hufflepuffs couldn't contain their excitement. It felt like a friendly duel, and they eagerly took turns practicing their spells, relishing the chance to feel like master duelists. Although most of their spells went wide, under Professor Oren's watchful eye, the pixies couldn't cause any harm, even as they screeched and flailed in midair, furious at being contained. The pixies' helpless outrage only added to the laughter filling the room. To the students' delight, Professor Oren hadn't even checked their homework, making him a hero in their eyes. By the time the class ended, Hufflepuff students were practically singing his praises. After all, with more than half of them yet to complete their assignments, they'd just avoided losing valuable house points. On the contrary, Hufflepuff managed to earn at least 30 points simply from enthusiastic participation, leaving the students in high spirits. For Kyle, however, the points situation had lost some of its thrill. Despite the minor boost from defense against the dark arts, Hufflepuff still remained in an awkward position in the house rankings. They were solidly in third, trailing Ravenclaw by nearly 100 points and holding a comfortable 100-point lead over Gryffindor in last place. Moving up seemed unlikely, and dropping down didn't seem probable either. Professor Oren hadn't just skipped marking the new students' assignments, he'd bypassed grading for all year levels. Overnight, this decision transformed him into Hogwarts' most beloved professor, hands down. He might actually break the curse and become the first defense against the dark arts professor to return next year, almost 50 years later. Jordan Lee, a well-known Quidditch enthusiast and second-year Gryffindor, declared openly in the Great Hall, "If someone as brilliant as Professor Oren can't break the curse, then there's no hope for the course. Might as well cancel it." His sentiment was quickly echoed by both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. But, naturally, where there's support, there's opposition. Just as Jordan Lee was voicing his opinions, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the Ravenclaw table. "Tisk, are you really that thrilled just because you don't have to do homework?" A moderately handsome Ravenclaw student shot Jordan a disdainful look. "In my opinion, this decision is unbelievably irresponsible, a complete dereliction of duty. We've already discussed it, and we're going to file a complaint with Headmaster Dumbledore about it." "What did you say?" The Gryffindors turned to him with expressions darkening. After all, at Hogwarts, a professor who skips marking holiday homework is as rare as a troll performing ballet. Now that they'd finally encountered one, not only did these Ravenclaw nerds fail to appreciate him, they were even planning to report him. Unacceptable. Nearly growling, the Gryffindors stood, one of them calling out, "Want to repeat what you just said?" "I know who you are, Ravenclaw's Roger Davies," Jordan said, hands in his pockets, looking down his nose at the other boy. "You're the one who mocked us in Charms class a while back. You're pretty bold. Better watch yourself walking around at night." Seeing their own housemate being threatened so blatantly, the Ravenclaws couldn't stay silent. "Roger, don't be intimidated," said a senior student with a prefect badge on his chest, stepping forward and sneering at Jordan. "Gryffindor, you trying to pick a fight?" "Oh, prefect, you shouldn't say that," Fred chimed in, waggling a finger. "My friend here was just concerned that your first years might trip and fall." "How did that turn into wanting a fight?" "Oh, I get it," George added, grinning. "You're going to tell Professor McGonagall we tried to start a fight, hoping she'll dock our house points, right?" Fred raised an eyebrow. "And that way, you'll edge closer to winning the house cup. And no one will stop you from reporting Professor Oren, either," Jordan said, picking up where they left off. As expected from Ravenclaw, always full of clever schemes, he added, voice dripping with mock admiration. Hearing the three of them carry on in unison, the prefect's face turned green. The house cup. As if the Gryffindors had any standing to brag about with their dismal 2-digit house points. "We're not going to the professors," the Ravenclaw prefect said, exhaling deeply. "What I mean is, the path to Hogwarts is smooth enough, Roger won't trip. But if anyone were to try something malicious, we won't sit idly by." His words rallied the Ravenclaws. "Yay, we're not afraid of Gryffindor. Come on, who's going to tell the professors who is the true crop here?" "Roger, don't worry. With head boy Edward here, they won't be able to do anything." With his housemates backing him, Roger Davies felt a surge of confidence, holding Jordan Lee's gaze without flinching. The tension between the two groups thickened by the second. "Kyle, what do you think?" Cedric asked, looking a bit concerned from the Hufflepuff table. "Do you think they'll actually end up fighting?" Kyle, unbothered, took a hearty bite of steak and shrugged. "Nah, it's just talk. As long as they're not completely out of their minds, they're not going to fight." It was a classic Hogwarts scene. Gryffindor and Slytherin bickered daily, yet they rarely actually came to blows. Besides, Ravenclaw wasn't about to jeopardize its standing as the second best house, and Gryffindor wasn't going to let Slytherin profit from a needless fight. Trash talking was probably as far as this would go. As for anything more underhanded, like plotting against each other, Kyle thought it unlikely. Unless someone wanted detention, neither side would risk doing something so brazenly obvious. The entire castle knew about the tension between the two houses. Anything too blatant would have them caught in no time. Of course, this logic held true for Ravenclaw. If it had been Slytherin in the mix, that might have been a different story. "What is going on here?" Professor McGonagall suddenly swept into the hall, lips pursed as she scanned the group at the center of the commotion, her gaze sharp. "I do hope none of you are fighting, gentlemen. Because if you are..." "Of course not, Professor McGonagall," Fred quickly answered, stepping forward with a perfectly innocent look. "We were just having a friendly discussion about Quidditch." "Yes," George added, nodding eagerly. "We were all just saying what a shame it was that Ireland lost to Canada this year." Jordan Lee, who'd been slower on the uptake, caught on only after George gave him a swift kick. "Right? But Ireland will definitely win the championship in 4 years. Roger Davies snorted, apparently unable to resist, and shot back, "That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Everyone knows the Bulgarian team is the strongest. Ireland can't even hold a candle to them." "Oh, and what exactly did your Bulgarian team achieve this year?" Fred retorted, raising an eyebrow. With a grin, George chimed in with a mocking tone, Fred, have you forgotten? They didn't even make it to the semifinals. Roger's neck craned, his voice rising as he defended his team. That's only because their seeker is weak. If they'd just replace him, Bulgaria would easily be the best team in the world. Kyle couldn't help but smirk slightly, noticing that Roger seemed even more worked up now than before. The whole standoff fizzled out in an oddly amusing way. Professor McGonagall, satisfied that no rules had actually been broken, simply gave them a stern reminder not to cause a ruckus in the Great Hall. Then, with a brief glance in Kyle's direction, she added, Mr. Chopper, Dumbledore would like to see you. If you're finished eating, could you please head to the headmaster's office? Yes, Professor McGonagall. Kyle swallowed the last bite of his steak and followed her out. Just as they stepped into the corridor, he heard her mutter under her breath, honestly, everyone knows Scotland is the strongest team. Professor McGonagall left Kyle at the 8th floor entrance, right by the dripping stone gargoyle, and helped him with the password before departing. Sherbet Lemon. The headmaster's office looked exactly as Kyle remembered. Fawkes lay peacefully on his perch, and upon seeing Kyle, he raised his head slightly, as if in a casual greeting. Kyle took out a handful of Dittany leaves, a small gift, and placed them near Fawkes's shelf. Dumbledore, unlike last time, was present sitting in his chair, smiling warmly, with a familiar bottle set on the table in front of him. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair and handing Kyle the bottle of magic-suppressing potion on the table. You know, just like last time. Of course, Headmaster, Kyle nodded, taking the bottle. I'll deliver it to Mikkel right away. Well, there's no rush. If you're not busy, would you like to keep an old man company for a chat? Seeing Kyle hesitate, Dumbledore added, Don't be nervous, just a casual chat, like when you were at Newt's place. I'm just a little surprised, Kyle admitted, scratching his head. But, Headmaster, I only have Dittany leaves on me. I really don't have anything else. Fawkes has a forgiving nature. He won't stay angry forever. Dumbledore's face froze momentarily, but he quickly returned to his usual self. I received your Christmas gift, he said, gesturing for a fresh glass of lemonade to appear for Kyle. I finished reading it that very day, and I've reread it many times since. It's truly fascinating. At first, Kyle thought Dumbledore was simply being polite, but the next moment he realized he'd been mistaken. Dumbledore reached into a drawer and took out not one, but 2 pairs of woolen socks. One pair was red with gold trim, while the other was a smaller, blue-pink pair. Both were embroidered with a large letter A. Surprised, Kyle looked up and asked without thinking, Did you knit these? Yes, Dumbledore replied, clearly pleased. I'm actually rather good at knitting socks. Managed to get it right on the first try. Kyle opened his mouth to reply but found himself at a loss for words. What was going on in the wizarding world? The Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Grand Sorcerer, and First Class Order of Merlin, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and the world's most powerful white wizard, Dumbledore, proudly showing off his hand-knit socks. Judging by the delighted expression on Dumbledore's face, he was genuinely proud of his handiwork. You knit very well, Headmaster, Kyle managed to say. Thank you. Dumbledore put away the 2 pairs of woolen socks and then, with a sudden sigh, said, I think the one regret I have this year is that I didn't get you a Christmas present. It's truly disappointing. Kyle waved his hands quickly, wanting to assure Dumbledore he'd never expected a gift. But then again, as the model student he was, Kyle didn't want Dumbledore to be weighed down by guilt. Seeing an elderly wizard, especially one as revered as Dumbledore, tormented by a feeling of guilt was more than Kyle's heart could bear. Why don't I just ask for a gift myself? Kyle thought, running his hand along his chin. It felt a bit shameless, but he didn't mind suffering a little embarrassment for the headmaster's sake. His eyes drifted around the office and landed on a dusty mirror in the corner, something that didn't look valuable. Or perhaps the rough stone basin beside it would work just as well. It was just a decoration anyway, so choosing something cheap and replaceable seemed perfect. I'm really being considerate, he thought. Kyle made no effort to hide his appraisal. Nearby, Dumbledore seemed to pick up on his thoughts, his mouth twitching slightly. Just then, Kyle turned to him. Headmaster, perhaps you could give you a glass of lemonade? Certainly, Dumbledore said, tapping the table to summon another glass. No, I meant maybe today. Today is indeed a beautiful day. Beautiful day? Kyle glanced at the window, noting that it had been snowing all day and hadn't stopped yet. Before he could respond, Dumbledore looked outside as well and remarked, almost wistfully, I hadn't realized it was already so late. Kyle understood. Though he regretted he couldn't ease Dumbledore's concerns, he replied, I'll be on my way then. Mikkel is waiting for his potion. Would you like to take some snacks with you? Dumbledore opened a drawer, revealing a collection of sweets and candied fruits. Kyle was about to decline, but then noticed the candies were all high-end, including many types he'd never even seen before. I thank you on behalf of Mikkel. By the time Kyle left the headmaster's office, his pockets were stuffed with sweets. The heavy oak door closed behind him. Inside, Snape appeared from the shadows, eyeing the spot where Kyle had been sitting, his gaze narrowing thoughtfully. I'm curious, Severus, Dumbledore remarked, closing the drawer and adding a small golden lock. You specifically asked me to call Kyle here, yet you remained hidden. You dismissed him too early, Snape replied flatly. By our agreement, he should have stayed for at least 30 minutes. Students have things of their own to attend to, Dumbledore said, taking a sip of his tea. Severus, we can't monopolize their time. Oh, is that your view? Snape glanced at the mirror of Arist in the corner before making his way toward the door. Severus, Dumbledore called out, I think you may have a bias against Kyle. Snape halted and turned back. What are you implying? Kyle is a very thoughtful young man, Dumbledore said evenly. As I understand it, he gave gifts to every professor on Christmas, even extending a packet of dried fish to Mrs. Norris, who is not particularly popular. Oh, Snape drawled, narrowing his eyes. And what is your point? I think it's possible he simply overlooked his potions professor for the moment, Dumbledore replied, a small smile playing on his lips. Even I, on occasion, make such simple oversights. It's perfectly normal. You shouldn't hold it against him. Perhaps he didn't forget, Snape retorted, before flinging the door open and leaving without looking back. This time, administering the medicine went surprisingly smoothly. Mikhail took the potion bottle labeled with the correct number and drank it all at once without needing any prompting. From his gradually contorted expression, it was obvious that the potion's taste remained indescribably awful, yet Mikhail didn't let a single drop go to waste. Even after he finished, he smacked his lips a bit and sighed, good medicine. Of course, it would have been more convincing if his expression had been a little less strained. As it was, his face looked almost bruised, his features scrunched together. Paired with his earlier comment, good medicine, anyone unfamiliar with him might have mistaken him for some kind of poison tester. Kyle struggled to understand what was going through Mikhail's mind at that moment. Perhaps it was a blend of both pain and satisfaction. As the weather warmed, the Quidditch season was already halfway through. Gryffindor held the lead with the most wins and points, closely followed by Hufflepuff. Slytherin, however, lagged far behind in third place. Ever since they were showered with dung bombs in the last game, just the sight of a broomstick seemed to make them dry heave. But after the Christmas break, they gradually recovered and had been scoring points like mad in recent matches, fighting to close the gap with the top two. Being Slytherin, though, they weren't about to avoid underhanded tactics in their quest for victory. In a recent game, they even knocked Gryffindor chaser Angelina off her broom. This isn't over, Rosier, Charlie growled as he escorted Angelina off the field. We'll see about this. Rosier merely shot Charlie a mocking look, as if entirely unfazed. That evening, during dinner, more than 20 broomstick-shaped packages were dropped by owls onto the Slytherin table. Rosier's face turned a vivid shade of green on the spot. Gryffindor students, led by Fred and George, loudly urged him to open the packages and enjoy the surprise they'd prepared. The commotion quickly drew Professor Snape's attention. Cloak billowing, he stormed over after learning the details from a Slytherin informant. What dung bomb? I have no idea what you're talking about, Professor, Charlie said innocently. They're just fireworks we had specially made to congratulate the Slytherin team on their well-deserved victory in today's match. Just fireworks. Snape's tone was skeptical. Absolutely. Rosier is a worthy opponent. He won fair and square, so of course, we wanted to congratulate him, Charlie grinned. What, doesn't Rosier like the gift? With his graduation approaching and plans to head off to Romania, Charlie was notably less anxious in the face of Snape than most students. Snape's expression darkened, and he drew his wand, flicking it to open the packages in front of everyone. Sure enough, the packages contained nothing but fireworks. Once unwrapped, the golden red fireworks shot toward the ceiling, where they exploded with a loud bang, spelling out the word victory in blazing letters. Despite finding no dung bombs, Snape docked Gryffindor 10 points for creating a disturbance in the Great Hall and for disrespecting a professor. But Gryffindor took it in stride. With their house points reduced to single digits, they'd all but given up on winning the House Cup that year. They figured they'd need at least 500 points at the term's end to stand a chance, so they collectively decided, might as well party? After all, if they were destined to lose, why not enjoy it? The Gryffindors were starting to see Hogwarts life in a new light, one filled with unexpected freedom and fun. Even Snape's 10-point deduction, which was patently unfair, didn't faze them in the slightest. George, putting on an exaggeratedly earnest expression, even suggested, I think disrespecting a professor is a pretty grave offense. You should really take 30 points from us, Professor. His reasoning was simple, if they couldn't be at the top, they might as well aim for rock bottom. Snape's expression grew even darker. He genuinely wanted to fulfill George's request, but unfortunately, the Gryffindor hourglass held only a thin layer of sand, probably no more than 20 points. He couldn't just drain them all. Professor McGonagall's authority still needed to be respected. Besides, the potion ingredients list required the deputy headmistress's signature, and he had to consider his own private stockroom too. You're right, Mr. Weasley, Snape said, giving George a sinister look. But there's no need to deduct points, a detention will do. He paused, letting the silence settle before continuing. Tonight, you'll report to the potions classroom and clean all the old cauldrons by hand. No wands allowed. Filch will supervise to ensure you don't miss a spot. George's grin froze. He stood there in a daze even after Snape had left the Great Hall. By Merlin's floral socks. Detention? For what? Because he's a professor, Fred said, patting George's shoulder with exaggerated sympathy. Look on the bright side, the night will pass quickly. You'll help me, right? George asked hopefully. Fred fell silent, clearly reluctant. Percy, Charlie. No one answered him. At the prospect of detention, a brotherhood built over more than a decade suddenly seemed rather flimsy. George felt close to tears, as though the world had turned cold and grey. Ahem. Just as George was perfecting his tragic expression, Charlie gave him a disgruntled tap on the head. Oh, knock it off with the dramatics. Don't think I don't know you and Fred have a self-cleaning kit tucked away somewhere. The tears about to fall vanished instantly as George's familiar grin returned, any trace of sorrow or frustration gone. You're no fun, Charlie. As the two most frequent recipients of detentions, Fred and George had come prepared. The self-cleaning kit was a reliable tool they'd devised specifically to deal with scrubbing duties, especially for cauldrons. But really, said Charlie, looking at some torn packaging left behind, that trick of yours was brilliant. I didn't expect Rosier to get so freaked out he'd drop his plate. What was that about? That's a secret, George and Fred chimed in unison, sharing a mischievous wink. Luckily, Charlie wasn't the curious type. Satisfied with knowing that this strategy could rattle Slytherins, he didn't press for details. With the automatic cleaning set in place, Snape's detentions became much easier to handle. That night, George spent just over an hour polishing all the cauldrons in the potions classroom. He did it so skillfully that Filch, who was standing nearby, didn't notice anything unusual, although he did find it a bit odd. He simply assumed that George, with all his detention experience, had gotten exceptionally good at it. Not that Filch was bragging, but he figured he could clean a few cauldrons himself in about half an hour. Satisfied that everything was in order, Filch eventually left with George. The next morning, George made a point of sharing his story with everyone. At the Gryffindor table, he recounted his late-night escapades in the potions classroom, claiming he'd discovered a letter addressed to Snape in one of the abandoned cauldrons, only for Filch to confiscate it. While he never explicitly said it, George's hints were clear. The letter was supposedly a love letter. This bit of innuendo sent the Gryffindor girls into a frenzy. They didn't care if it was true, as long as it was entertaining. Meanwhile, Kyle, over at the Hufflepuff table, was delighted too, though his happiness had nothing to do with Snape gossip. His excitement stemmed from the fact that they had herbology class that day. Professor Sprout had announced at the end of their last lesson that they were wrapping up the study on Rue and would soon begin learning about Devil's Snare. Nothing could be better news. After breakfast, Kyle and the other Hufflepuffs joined the Gryffindors on the way to the greenhouses outside the castle. Why do I get the feeling you're unusually excited? Kanna asked, glancing at Kyle. The book says Devil's Snare is a very dangerous plant. Aren't you worried? It's fine, Kyle quickly hid his grin. Devil's Snare might sound scary, but it's really not that dangerous. If you know how to handle it, it's tamer than a puffskein. Exactly. Just then, Professor Sprout appeared behind them with a smile. Don't mind me, go on, share what you know. Right, Kyle cleared his throat. According to the magical vine plants, Devil's Snare was once very popular, and many witches and wizards kept one or two plants at home. It helped keep underground storerooms free of mice and spiders. But once the Ministry of Magic classified it as dangerous and banned private cultivation, Devil's Snare gradually disappeared from most wizarding households. I couldn't have explained it better myself, Professor Sprout said warmly. 5 points to Hufflepuff. As Kyle mentioned, Devil's Snare isn't as dangerous as its name suggests, but, she paused, her expression growing serious. The key is understanding it. If you're unfamiliar with Devil's Snare, it can indeed become very dangerous, even deadly. The students grew noticeably quiet at this caution, and Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction. Today, they were in Greenhouse 2. Upon entering, they immediately noticed how dark it was. The ceiling and walls were completely covered, with only 2 dim oil lamps providing light. Fortunately, the greenhouse wasn't very large, and once their eyes adjusted, they could make out their surroundings. Compared to Greenhouse 1, the plants here were far stranger. In addition to the Devil's Snare on the table, Kyle noticed puffapods and poisonous plants like poison ivy and belladonna. The only disappointment was the absence of any mandrakes. This is the Devil's Snare, Professor Sprout announced, standing beside a stool and pointing to the sprawling mass of vine-like tendrils at the center of the floor. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? But also very dangerous. Can anyone tell me why? Everyone turned to look at Kyle in perfect unison. Devil's Snare can extend its tendrils like snakes to wrap around anyone nearby, causing injury or even death, Kyle blurted out. Exactly right. 5 more points for Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout replied, gesturing towards the Devil's Snare's roots. Notice that the Devil's Snare here is still quite young. In the dim light, everyone moved in closer, squinting to see what she meant, but nothing about the plant looked particularly young to them. After all, the thing was nearly 2 meters long. To demonstrate, Professor Sprout tossed an empty flower pot towards the Devil's Snare. The moment it hit the ground, the plant's tendrils shot out, ensnaring the pot tightly before crushing it into fragments with a loud pop. The students gasped and instinctively stepped back, eyeing Kyle and Professor Sprout as if they'd just seen ghosts. How could this thing not be dangerous? Pay attention to the color of the tendrils, they're still a light green, Professor Sprout explained calmly as she swept up the remains of the flower pot. Mature Devil's Snare is a dark green, so while getting tangled in it might not kill you, it certainly wouldn't be pleasant. Now, can anyone tell me what should be done to escape from Devil's Snare? Everyone looked at Kyle again. If you get tangled, don't panic, Kyle responded. By relaxing and staying still, the Devil's Snare will eventually loosen its hold. It also hates light and fire, so sometimes just a simple lighting charm can make it release its grip. Hearing this, Mikkel, standing next to him, let out a proud chuckle and puffed out his chest. The lighting charm? He knew it like the back of his hand. Without exaggeration, there was probably no young wizard here more skilled at it than him. Correct. Hufflepuff earns 3 more points. Today, we'll be learning how to fertilize the Devil's Snare, Professor Sprout said, producing a small wooden bucket filled with tools and compost. Handle it gently, and if you get tangled, remember to relax completely. Now, who'd like to go first? For the 3rd time, Kyle felt everyone's gaze fixed on him, including an encouraging one from Professor Sprout. I'll go first, Kyle offered, stepping forward. Take your time, Professor Sprout encouraged. Kyle took the small shovel she handed him and carefully reached for the Devil's Snare's roots. Everyone held their breath as they watched. Kyle's hand remained steady as he managed to avoid every writhing tendril of the Devil's Snare. He dug a small hole near the roots, then, using tweezers, he plucked a silver pellet the size of a soybean from the compost bucket and gently placed it in the hole. Finally, he filled it in and pulled his hand away from the plant. 10 points to Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout announced, her tone pleased. Fertilizing the Devil's Snare was nearly the toughest part of first-year herbology. Kyle, however, found it manageable, simply because he had prior experience. After all, he'd been tending to chomping cabbages for months. The chomping cabbage, especially after its teeth sprouted, was far more dangerous than the Devil's Snare, which only tried to bind you. One wrong move with the cabbage, and Kyle might have ended up in the hospital wing with a glass of Skelgro, or some other healing potion. After surviving those high-stakes encounters, returning to something as straightforward as Devil's Snare felt almost relaxing to him. For the others, though, it was a different story. Coming into contact with the Devil's Snare for the first time left them shrieking as the tendrils coiled around them in tight binds. Some panicked the moment they were entangled, instantly forgetting Professor Sprout's instructions and thrashing instinctively. If not for Professor Sprout's watchful eye, they might have ended up as tightly wrapped as dumplings. Kyle, meanwhile, stayed busy. When Professor Sprout was occupied, he took the initiative to help his classmates untangle themselves from the Devil's Snare. His assistance earned Hufflepuff another 10 points, courtesy of Professor Sprout. Thanks, Kyle, said Ryan, rubbing his arm, which was still sore from the strangling tendrils. When I watched you do it earlier, it looked easy. I had no idea it would be so tough. I can't even get close to the roots. Don't be discouraged, Kyle replied, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Just focus and avoid the tendrils. You'll be fine. I'll give it my best shot, Ryan sighed, adding, but it would have been way easier if Professor Sprout let us use the lighting charm. You're overthinking it, Kyle said with a shake of his head. Using the lighting charm would make the Devil's Snare bloom immediately, defeating the purpose of the lesson. If all they had to do was dig a hole and add fertilizer, even a toddler could manage it, so why dedicate an entire lesson? Just wishful thinking, Ryan muttered before making another cautious attempt. The rest of the class's efforts mirrored Ryan's, with a few notable exceptions. Kana managed to successfully complete the task, becoming the 2nd student to fertilize the Devil's Snare. Her movements weren't as fluid as Kyle's, and she paused often, but overall, she passed on her first try. Then there was Cormac McLagan from Gryffindor. He was slower and only managed to finish halfway through the lesson. By then, the Devil's Snare was clearly fatigued, moving its tendrils sluggishly, which gave the other students more chances to succeed. By the end of class, more than half of the students had managed to fertilize the Devil's Snare, though they were exhausted and drenched in sweat, eager to get back to the castle for a shower. Professor Sprout instructed them to line up in 2 rows. Once everyone was in place, she opened the greenhouse door slowly. Sunlight flooded the greenhouse instantly, and the Devil's Snare in the center, seemingly overwhelmed by the brightness, froze completely. Kyle, who had intentionally lined up at the back of the crowd, seized the opportunity. While Professor Sprout was preoccupied, he quickly pulled out a small pocket knife he had prepared beforehand. In one swift motion, he cut off a tiny piece of the Devil's Snare root and tucked it into his pocket. The sunlight had rendered the Devil's Snare immobile, and even when cut, it remained perfectly still. Kyle left the greenhouse with the rest of the students as if nothing unusual had happened, even giving Professor Sprout a casual wave as he passed by. Goodbye, Professor. Goodbye, Kyle, she replied, smiling and waving back. I remember you have a fondness for plants. How would you like to care for a puffapod? You could take a cutting when you return to class. I'd love that, Professor, Kyle replied, surprised but delighted by the unexpected bonus. After saying his goodbyes, Kyle made his way quickly toward the castle. While he was interested in the puffapod, his priority was to get the Devil's Snare cutting to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. With prompt planting, the resilient vine segment would soon grow into a full Devil's Snare. As he hurried along, a commotion caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a crowd forming near Hagrid's cabin, including many students who had just been in herbology with him. What's going on? Has Hagrid been found out for keeping the 3-headed dog? Kyle muttered to himself, frowning as he decided to head over to investigate. Sure enough, it was just as he had suspected. Hagrid had indeed been discovered keeping the creature, and 3 Ministry of Magic officers, looking very much like hit wizards, were standing at his doorstep, wands pointed at him with clear hostility. We received a report that you acquired a magical creature of unknown origin in September, said one of the officers firmly. Hand it over and come back to the ministry with us. I didn't. Hagrid replied, his face flushed red. The only thing I bought then was some potion to deal with the flesh-eating slugs. But the officer didn't relent. Yet witnesses saw you dealing in magical creatures. That's just rubbish. Hagrid protested, now visibly flustered. And you've already searched my place? There's nothing here but Fang and me. You're not the judge of that, the officer sneered. We're not obligated to just take your word for it. If you're truly innocent, the ministry will clear you. So, what are you afraid of? Or is there something you're hiding? The officer's accusatory tone stirred anger among the students gathered around. Although they didn't know Hagrid very well, many remembered him as the kind giant who had guided them from the train station to the castle on their first day. To them, Hagrid was a part of Hogwarts, and they naturally sided with him. A chorus of boos and shouts filled the air as the students called for the officers to leave. A few clever first years, realizing they couldn't confront the ministry enforcers directly, sprinted towards the castle to seek help. The ministry wizards glanced at one another, noting the unrest around them, and raised their wands simultaneously, as if ready to forcefully remove Hagrid. Just as Kyle was preparing to intervene, another figure stepped forward. "Don't be so glib," came a calm voice from behind the three enforcers. It was Professor Oren, who had quietly arrived on the scene. "Are you really basing your actions here solely on someone's one-sided accusation?" After seeing Oren, the expressions on the hit team members' faces grew much more serious. The appearance of an adult wizard at Hogwarts suggested he was most likely a professor, and that authority held far more weight than students who only knew how to make noise. They couldn't help but regard him warily. Not recognizing the man before them, one of the team members cautiously asked, "Who are you?" "Morris Oren," he introduced himself. "Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts." Defense against the Dark Arts. The hit wizards raised their eyebrows. They knew the position all too well. Since they had turned to this line of work, they'd already arrested 3 or 4 defense against the Dark Arts professors from Hogwarts. It had nearly become a steady source of income for them. So, upon hearing Oren's identity, the 3 of them relaxed slightly. With a businesslike tone, one of them replied, "Professor Oren, we are here by order of the Ministry of Magic to arrest Hagrid, and you have no authority to interfere." "Liar? I haven't heard of the Ministry of Magic issuing any such order." At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, striding over from the castle with a fierce expression, her pursed lips resembling those of a lioness about to roar. "Fudge is still in the headmaster's office, and you won't be taking Hagrid anywhere until he comes out." Professor McGonagall. The 3 officers instinctively straightened up. Despite having graduated years ago, they couldn't suppress the nervousness they felt when faced with Professor McGonagall again. But they didn't want to back down so easily. Fudge seemed particularly invested in this case, and before they'd set out for Hogwarts, he had emphasized repeatedly that the investigation must be thorough, without a trace of negligence. This was a rare chance to impress the minister, and they were determined to handle it just right. When they hadn't found any valuable clues in Hagrid's cabin, they'd decided it might be worth taking Hagrid back for questioning just in case they stumbled upon something useful. Hardened by thoughts of promotion and a pay raise, McGonagall's fierce presence didn't seem quite so daunting anymore. "Professor, you misunderstand. We're just doing our job," the lead officer said smoothly. "It's just a formality. If there's nothing wrong, he'll be back tomorrow. Rules are rules, they apply to everyone. Don't make this difficult." "No, that's not right." A voice suddenly cut through the crowd. "I thought the Ministry of Magic's rules required concrete evidence before taking anyone away." "Who said that?" "Had," the leader, barked angrily. "This doesn't concern you. Back to the castle." "I think I'm the professor of Hogwarts here," Had, McGonagall said, her frown deepening. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I just..." "But the student is correct," she interrupted, continuing, "Where's the evidence that Hagrid's been purchasing magical creatures?" "Someone saw it with their own eyes," Harder replied gruffly. "A baseless accusation." McGonagall's lips tightened even further. "If someone saw it, why didn't you bring that person along? We'll naturally find that person and have them testify after we take Hagrid back," Harder muttered, his gaze shifting uncomfortably. "So you don't even know who this person is?" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but laugh bitterly. With no evidence, just the unverified word of some stranger, they wanted to take Hagrid from Hogwarts? It was, to her, completely unacceptable. If they could take Hagrid today, what would stop them from accusing Professor Snape of researching dark arts tomorrow? Or Dumbledore, the day after that? Hogwarts would end up shut down entirely. The hit wizards knew they were in the wrong but didn't back down a bit. "Professor, it's just a question. We promise we won't. I'm reporting him." At that moment, another voice rose from the crowd. "I saw Professor Snape at the Hogshead pub yesterday. He bought a baby dragon. Maybe you should take him to the ministry as well. Oh, and Headmaster Dumbledore too. He purchased a Lethafold." Had's words caught in his throat, a blow he hadn't anticipated. This turned everything on its head. If he wanted to take Hagrid, he'd have to take Dumbledore too. He was backed into a corner. Had scanned the crowd angrily, trying to locate the speaker. Professor McGonagall's mouth curled into a slight smile as she stepped in front of the students. "I've thought about it, Had, and I think you're absolutely right. The potions classroom is on the first basement floor, and the headmaster's office is on the 8th. Shall I show you the way?" Had's face turned crimson, and he stammered, "Professor McGonagall, I mean, surely you know that a student's words aren't..." "I saw it too," said Professor Oren quietly from the side, adding the final blow to Had's resolve. I see, Had muttered through clenched teeth. We'll come back with more evidence. He wouldn't dare confront Dumbledore. Had knew that if he even tried, he'd be dismissed from the ministry by the next day, probably for something as trivial as stepping through the door with his left foot first. Unwillingly, he began to make his way out of Hogwarts when his gaze landed on the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall, do you mind if we take a look in the Forbidden Forest? Had turned back, grasping at straws. It's vast, it wouldn't be hard to hide a magical creature in there, right? Are you sure? Professor McGonagall's expression shifted, faintly amused. Initially, she had thought they were just here to cause trouble, but now she realized they were here for sheer comedy. Searching for magical creatures of unknown origin in the Forbidden Forest? The absurdity of it bordered on entertainment for the entire wizarding world. Everyone knew the forest was teeming with magical creatures, all of mysterious origin. It was hardly likely they'd find anything groundbreaking. Since when had the ministry's standards for hit wizards dropped so low? Had noticed Professor McGonagall's expression and realized how ridiculous his suggestion had sounded. But with the words already out, he couldn't afford to backtrack without losing face. I'm sure, Professor McGonagall, Had replied, trying to sound calm, and gestured for the other two hit wizards to follow him into the Forbidden Forest. Regardless of what they found or didn't find, they'd at least be able to report back. They couldn't be accused of failing to investigate thoroughly. I remember what's in the Forbidden Forest. Chimera, manticore, and, oh yes, there are werewolves too, aren't there? Professor Oren said nonchalantly. Tisk, risking your life for a few hundred galleons a month. Wait. I just realized, that's my salary. What's a hit wizard's salary again? 70, 80. He shook his head, sighing. Tisk. Sorry, Albus, I didn't think they'd be so rude, Fudge said, fidgeting with his top hat in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. I've spoken to them about it before, but, as you know, the hit wizards have been tied up for months with that swooping evil incident. Sometimes they act impulsively, it's hard to avoid. I understand, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied calmly. But I trust Hagrid. There's certainly no swooping evil involved here. Yes, well, personally, I trust Hagrid too, Fudge replied, glancing away and avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. But you must see my position. He has a record, and we've received reports. The ministry has to investigate, for the safety of the students. I'm not stopping you from investigating, Hagrid, Dumbledore said, crossing his arms and resting his fingers on his chin as he spoke slowly. And even Minerva only intervened when you were about to take Hagrid by force. I assure you, Cornelius, you're welcome to bring your witnesses here to Hogwarts, now or in the future, to question Hagrid. We have an excellent potions master who can easily determine whether he's telling the truth. And if you can't come yourself, send word, and I'll personally bring Hagrid to the ministry for questioning. There's no need for that, Albus, Fudge replied, sounding slightly unnatural. I trust you completely, and the investigation into Hagrid is closed. His room shows no trace of any swooping evil. Thank you for your confidence, Cornelius, Dumbledore said warmly. I didn't expect you to come all the way to Hogwarts in person over this. Oh, it's nothing, Albus, Fudge said, taking a sip of his black tea. It was our mistake to begin with, so I felt I should handle it myself. I only hope Minerva isn't too upset. Speaking of the swooping evil, something else just came to mind. Oh, Dumbledore raised his brows slightly, looking intrigued. It's just that, Fudge absent-mindedly straightened his collar. Recently, someone at the ministry has been using the swooping evil incident to tarnish my reputation, claiming I'm too ineffective. They think my decision to release those magical creatures was a mistake and that I shouldn't have held on to Newt and Chris for so long. Even foreign ministries have sent letters, saying I shouldn't have let Newt visit their countries. Fudge leaned forward. But Albus, I just want to show that I take this seriously. My intentions are good. I understand entirely, Dumbledore nodded. It can be deeply frustrating not to be understood. I knew you'd get it. Fudge sighed, taking another sip of tea. These days, all I hear are complaints, and it's making my work nearly impossible. Had it been otherwise, I'd have sent you a note before the hit wizards came to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's gaze flickered for a moment as he looked at Fudge, but he remained silent. If you were in my shoes, Fudge continued, trying to sound casual, how would you handle this sort of trouble? No one knew the full extent of Fudge and Dumbledore's conversation that day, but many saw Fudge leave Hogwarts with a downcast expression. It was clear he hadn't left pleased. After Fudge's departure, Hagrid caught up with Professor Oren and invited him to share a large barrel of pure malt fire whiskey. As a token of thanks for his support, Hagrid gifted Oren a big bag of rock cake. This kindness resulted in Professor Oren's speech sounding a bit slurred during defense against the dark arts the following day. I was trying out a new charm, Professor Oren explained, and let's just say there was a small hiccup in the process. Just a minor injury, nothing serious. Kyle couldn't help but wonder what kind of charm would make someone lose a tooth. A lunch-banishing charm? Kyle was equally puzzled by Professor McGonagall's behavior in Transfiguration class. She unexpectedly tapped him with her wand while checking homework and then posed a simple question. When Kyle answered correctly, she awarded Hufflepuff an unprecedented 20 points. The sudden reward stirred excitement among the younger students, with some speculating that Professor McGonagall might be trying to rally support for Hufflepuff in their ongoing rivalry with Slytherin for the House Cup. But they soon realized they were mistaken. Professor McGonagall remained her usual self, serious and fair, with no intention of favoring any particular house. That substantial bonus was a one-time occurrence, and by third-year class, she was back to her regular approach, even deducting 10 points from Hufflepuff over an incomplete homework assignment. Only Kyle likely knew the reason behind this. As he stirred up excitement among the younger students, he noticed Professor McGonagall casting deliberate, or perhaps unintentional, glances in his direction. Despite Kyle's efforts to disguise his voice, it seemed only to fool the Ministry of Magic and the younger wizards around him. Professor McGonagall, however, was not so easily deceived. Still, judging by her demeanor, it appeared she didn't intend to pursue the matter. Meanwhile, Kyle had planted Devil's Snare roots in the Room of Requirement, placing them in a corner near the Mooncalf's lair, a completely shaded area. After 2 weeks of meticulous care, the roots, initially just small cuttings, had grown into a new Devil's Snare plant, even sprouting finger-thick tendrils. As soon as Kyle touched the tendrils, they wrapped themselves around his wrist. Still young and tender, the plant's embrace felt like a gentle massage, quite relaxing in its own way. After entertaining himself with the Devil's Snare for a bit, Kyle released it. Nearby, the Mooncalves had settled comfortably into their surroundings, sleeping soundly in their burrows. Both Dittany and Rue were thriving, and if used as feed, there was more than enough to sustain the Mooncalves for several months. Recently, though, Kyle had considered enhancing their diet by introducing bubituber. A whole bubituber, mashed and mixed with Dittany and Rue leaves, rolled into small balls, was a treat the Mooncalves relished. But bubituber wasn't available in Hogsmeade, nor was it easy to source from the school's greenhouse. Kyle would likely have to wait until the holidays to visit Diagon Alley, and to see Newt. The chomping cabbage was also nearing maturity, its rows of teeth as sharp as razors. Kyle tossed it a stone, which the cabbage promptly chewed through as though it were a mere chickpea, making a satisfying crunching sound. Now, Kyle found himself eagerly awaiting the Devil's Snare's full growth so it could interact with the chomping cabbage. The scene he imagined brought a mischievous smile to his face. He. Over the next few weeks, Kyle visited the Room of Requirement almost daily. Besides tending to the new Devil's Snare, he also had to monitor the chomping cabbage. Once fully matured, the cabbages could temporarily free themselves from the soil, moving about using their broad outer leaves. Kyle wasn't too concerned about this. The chomping cabbage preferred the soil and wouldn't stray without provocation. What did worry him, however, was the fact that these mature cabbages could launch their seeds at any moment, with the range depending on their mood. The Room of Requirement wasn't particularly large, so if any of these seeds took root too close to the Mooncalves or the Devil's Snare, it would create a mess. Chomping cabbages were notoriously difficult to transplant, especially in their initial sprouting phase. Even slight environmental changes could make them lash out. Only an expert like Professor Sprout had the skill and experience to transplant these finicky plants successfully. Kyle wasn't quite at that level yet, so he opted for the simplest solution, gathering the seeds before they sprouted and planting them in controlled spots. After over a month of diligent care, by the time the Easter holidays arrived, there were now 5 chomping cabbages in the Room of Requirement, 2 fully matured and 3 newly sprouting. Kyle was relieved to know there were no more rogue seeds, which meant he didn't have to visit the room every single day anymore. Meanwhile, Cedric and the other Hufflepuff Quidditch players had been keeping busy as well. Harris, their captain, was pushing them harder than ever, his enthusiasm unshaken even through the ongoing rains and cold that had followed the last snowstorm. Yet no one on the team complained. If they won their next match against Slytherin, Hufflepuff would surpass Gryffindor in points, taking the lead. After that, they'd only need one more win or simply to avoid being overtaken by another house to clinch the Quidditch Cup and bring it back to Hufflepuff. Driven by this goal, the whole team had become training fanatics, practically ready to eat and sleep on the Quidditch pitch. Of course, Gryffindor was training just as intensely. Slytherin, however, took a more relaxed approach, practicing their usual amount each day but calling it quits at the appointed time. That was no surprise, as they would need to beat Hufflepuff by an improbable 300 points to claim the championship. Such a score was far more feasible against Ravenclaw's scoring-centered team, but not Hufflepuff. During defense against the dark arts the following morning, Kyle thought ahead to tomorrow's game while he jotted down notes on different treatments for werewolf bites. Remember, Professor Oren said sternly from the lectern, a mixture of Dittany and silver powder can seal the wound, but it won't prevent werewolf transformation. If you're not certain you can win against a werewolf, your best option is to run as fast as you can. Use charms to create obstacles and buy yourself time to escape rather than attempting to kill them. And it's a good habit to always have a broomstick with you, it could save your life in a pinch. After emphasizing this, Professor Oren transformed the lectern into a werewolf using a transfiguration spell, then instructed the students to come forward for hands-on practice. While waiting in line, Kanna leaned over to Kyle and whispered, "Do you have any rat poison with you?" Rat poison? Kyle blinked, puzzled. Why, has Pocky fallen out of favor? But even if she has, you don't have to go that far. Just give her to Percy. Scabbers is always on the lookout for a new wife. What are you talking about? I'd never give Pocky away, Kanna said, pushing Kyle in annoyance. I meant a potion for treating sick rats. Pocky's been under the weather lately, with no energy at all. Sick? Kyle frowned. Have you been giving him the mouse tonic regularly? Kanna nodded. Of course. I've given it to him every month on schedule, not missing a single dose. That's strange, Kyle murmured, scratching his head. Did I get the wrong ingredients? The tonic Kyle sold her was no ordinary concoction from Diagon Alley. It was a special elixir Newt had developed for murtlap rats. For a regular field mouse, it was basically a fountain of life. A small bottle each month should have kept Pocky in perfect health for his whole lifespan. Are you certain it's sick? Kyle asked again. Yes, it sneezed last night, Kanna recalled. I think it might have something to do with the heavy rain during the flying lesson the other day. Everyone in our dorm caught a bit of a cold then. Maybe. Kyle noticed the line was getting shorter and pulled Kanna to the back, allowing more time for their conversation. I do know a recipe for a rat remedy, but I'm missing some ingredients, he said, rubbing his fingers as he thought it over. How about this, give Pocky another dose of the rat tonic tonight and see how he is by morning. If it doesn't work, I'll send an owl to Hogsmeade after tomorrow's Quidditch match to pick up the ingredients. He paused, then asked, by the way, have you lost any galleons lately? Sickles and Newt's count too. Not since I got the handbag you gave me, Kanna replied, confused. Why? Oh, nothing, Kyle laughed. I just wanted to be sure you'd be able to cover the cost. Is it expensive? Kanna asked nervously, pulling out the little pink handbag. I only have a dozen galleons left. That's more than enough, Kyle assured her. The ingredients are common, just a few sickles. Kanna sighed in relief. Thank goodness. As they chatted, the line dwindled, and soon it was their turn for practical training. The younger students had limited charms knowledge, so when they faced Professor Oren's werewolf, they barely lasted a few seconds before being captured. Kanna held out longer than most, lasting nearly a full minute before succumbing to the wolf's bite. Then it was Kyle's turn. Instead of fleeing like the others, he pulled out his wand and pointed it toward the classroom door. Oxio broomstick. A few seconds later, an old-fashioned comet broomstick burst through the door. Kyle grabbed it and zipped into the air, evading the werewolf with ease. Correct answer, Professor Oren said. If you'd been paying attention, you might have noticed I left a broom outside the door. Even if you didn't know how to fly, you could have summoned it and used it. With a slight look of disappointment, Professor Oren released the levitation spell on the lectern and announced, 10 points to Hufflepuff. The next morning, before the Quidditch match began, Kyle caught up with Cedric outside the Hufflepuff changing room. Cedric looked noticeably thinner and exhausted compared to just a week ago, but his eyes shone with determination. We're going to win for sure, he said confidently, gripping his Nimbus 1700 before resolutely turning toward the changing room. Kyle could tell Cedric was still a bit nervous, he could tell by the slight limp in his usually steady walk. When Kyle made it to the stands, they were already packed with students. Quidditch matches were some of the most anticipated events at Hogwarts, and today's decisive game was no exception. Kyle squeezed through the crowd to the front row where Mikkel and Ryan had saved him a prime spot. Next to him, Kanna handed him a homemade banner embroidered with a small badger and the words Hufflepuff Forever, crafted with developing solution. The badger stitched on the banner waved its front paws cheerfully. Kyle smiled, charmed it to float in the most visible spot nearby, and propped it up. We're going to win for sure, Mikkel said, his voice bursting with excitement. I can just feel it, Hufflepuff's going to take the Quidditch Cup this year. Of course, Kyle replied, grinning. With intuition like that, maybe you have a future as a seer, Mikkel. Haha, I think so too, Mikkel chuckled. Just then, the teams entered the stadium. Look, here they come, announced a 7th-year student with long blonde hair, holding a microphone charm enhanced for the whole stadium to hear. First to enter is the Slytherin Quidditch team. After suffering a big point loss due to an accident last game, they didn't let it crush them. Instead, under the leadership of their captain, Rosier, they rallied and defeated both Ravenclaw and the top-seeded Gryffindor. Will they manage a miracle and pull off the triple win? We're about to find out. The commentator's voice climbed in excitement. Oh, and here come the Hufflepuffs. The stands burst into cheers as he continued. Leading the team is the captain, Harris. He's an outstanding chaser, holding the record for the most goals scored, and has been instrumental in Hufflepuff's rise. Following him are the beaters, and last but not least, there's Cedric Diggory, their seeker, who strengthened Hufflepuff's only weak spot. The two teams were well matched, and the commentator's excitement was infectious as he leaned out of the commentator's box. Energized by his enthusiasm, the crowd's cheering grew even louder, with yellow and green flags waving like ocean waves across the stands. About 3/4 of the stadium seemed to be cheering for Hufflepuff. Gryffindor students had little interest in supporting Slytherin, and while Ravenclaw's loyalty wasn't as decided, the Hufflepuff team was generally well liked. Harris's sportsmanship and restraint in matches had made a favorable impression on many Ravenclaws, so a majority of the Eagles also joined in supporting Hufflepuff today. Both sides have taken their positions, the game is about to begin. Madam Hooch, mounted on her broomstick, flew to the center of the pitch as the referee. Listen up, I expect everyone to play fairly and honestly. Now, captains, shake hands. Harris and Rosier stepped forward, each giving a firm handshake before promptly returning to their positions. Then, with everyone on their broomsticks, Madam Hooch blew her silver whistle loud and clear. 15 broomsticks shot into the air. The game had begun. The quaffle is first claimed by Harris of Hufflepuff, demonstrating his usual consistency, the commentator called out. Marcus Flint is closing in, trying to intercept. Harris with a fantastic feint, avoids him and heads straight for the Slytherin goalpost. Keeper Black dives, can he hold it? No, he's missed. The quaffle is in, and Harris scores. 10-0, Hufflepuff leads. A wave of cheers erupted. Kanna, in her excitement, squeezed Kyle's arm with surprising force, making him grit his teeth at the unexpected pain. How was it that someone as slender and unassuming as Kanna could have such a strong grip? He rubbed his arm and edged slightly away as her attention returned to the match. On the pitch, the play shifted rapidly. Marcus Flint seized the quaffle, and with the superior speed of their brooms, the Slytherin players surged toward the Hufflepuff goal before Harris and his teammates could catch up. Marcus goes for the shot. No, it's a pass. A brilliant feint. He's fooled everyone, even the Hufflepuff keeper. Rosier scores, and Slytherin evens it up, 10-10. Now, the Slytherin supporters roared in celebration. 2 goals in under a minute, each with an impressive feint, the commentator said, his voice brimming with excitement. Absolutely amazing. This game is fantastic. The match intensified, with both teams keeping the score tight and trading goals. During the first 20 minutes, Hufflepuff managed to maintain a slim 10-point lead despite their best efforts. Meanwhile, the Slytherin players charged around as if possessed. Marcus Flint, in particular, was relentless, even diving at the Hufflepuff keeper when he missed a save, blocking a potential goal with his face. The crowd roared in appreciation, with even the Gryffindors, including Charlie, giving him a thumbs up for his sheer grit. For a moment, whatever dirty tactics Marcus might have used in prior games were forgotten. His commitment was undeniable. But 30 minutes into the game, the tide began to turn. The Slytherin team's speed visibly slowed, and they started to falter, both offensively and defensively. In a matter of minutes, Hufflepuff scored 3 successive goals, widening the lead to 90-50. The game is over, Kyle muttered to himself, observing the shift on the pitch. He could guess what was going on. Maybe it was the commentator's enthusiasm or the fact that Snape had shown up to watch, but for those first 20 minutes, the Slytherin team had given it everything, hoping for a miracle. They played with unrestrained intensity, holding on to their ambition tightly. But once they realized they couldn't outscore Hufflepuff, no matter how hard they pushed, that intense drive seemed to vanish. It became clear to them that their own house wouldn't win the championship, but they were even less willing to see Gryffindor take the cup. Since Slytherin couldn't surpass Hufflepuff's 300 points, they chose to give Hufflepuff an easier win. If Hufflepuff could rack up more goals now, those points might be the very thing to shatter Gryffindor's championship dreams in the final match. That, for Slytherin, was a victory in itself. But Slytherin was subtle. They weren't outright throwing the game, just easing up at critical moments. Most of the younger wizards in the stands didn't catch on. To them, it looked like Slytherin had just run out of steam or hit a streak of bad luck. But a few sharper eyes saw through the act. From the Gryffindor stands, Charlie angrily pounded his fist against the stairs. Curse you, Rosier. I thought they'd learned a bit of integrity. It's rigged. Fred and George yelled, their faces red with frustration. They're throwing the game? Slytherin should be disqualified. Despite their loud protests, their voices were lost amid the thunderous cheers filling the stadium. Only a few students around them could hear their complaints. Realizing that yelling wasn't getting them anywhere, Fred and George exchanged a look and started toward the commentary booth. They couldn't stop the game, but they hoped they could at least get the commentator to expose Slytherin's blatant cheating. As they neared the booth, they were intercepted. Weasley, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall's stern voice halted them. This isn't the place for you. Go back and watch the match. But Professor McGonagall, Fred protested, Slytherin is cheating. They're deliberately throwing points. George chimed in, they're doing this to keep Gryffindor from winning the Quidditch Cup, and you're just going to let it slide. Professor McGonagall paused, her face unreadable. That is only your assumption, Mr. Weasley. There is no evidence to prove they are deliberately losing. But, Fred tried to say more, but Professor McGonagall cut him off firmly. Return to your seats and watch the match. Only the commentator may use the microphone during a Quidditch game, that's the rule. Fred opened his mouth to argue, but George tugged on his robe, sighing. Forget it, Fred, he murmured. Then he looked to Professor McGonagall. We're sorry. We'll go back now. Professor McGonagall simply gave a curt nod. Before they left, the twins threw a last glance at the commentator. They'd spoken loudly enough that he must have heard every word. If only he would say something. They waited for a minute, hoping he'd address Slytherin's underhanded tactics. But he simply kept up his animated commentary, focusing on the action on the pitch, with no indication of changing course. Disheartened, Fred and George made their way back to their seats in silence. They understood now, anyone with the expertise to commentate a Quidditch match would surely recognize the signs of a fixed game. Yet, just like Professor McGonagall, he chose to stay silent. Once Fred and George returned to the Gryffindor stands, Lee Jordan rushed up to them, visibly agitated. What happened? Fred and George shook their heads in unison, frustration clear on their faces. Those Slytherins are despicable, and the commentators too spineless to call it out. How could they let this slide? Lee fumed. I was thinking of trying out for Seeker next year, but now, I've changed my mind. I want to be a commentator. Go for it. Fred and George both clapped a hand on Lee's shoulders, encouraging him. We need to have our own voice up there. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the Hufflepuff players had picked up on Slytherin's unusual strategy. Harris glanced at the opposing goal, a flicker of indecision crossing his face. After a moment's pause, he took a deep breath, his expression steeling with resolve. Under his leadership, the Hufflepuff team adjusted their approach, slowing their pace. They stopped pressing the attack, pulling back to a defensive formation instead. These idiots. Rosier muttered angrily as he launched the quaffle at Hufflepuff's goalpost, only for it to bounce off the rim with a sharp clang. Harris retrieved the ball, casually drifting back down the pitch, and took a relaxed shot at the Slytherin goalpost, missing intentionally. What a shame, the commentator chimed in, barely hiding his amusement. It seems that after such a long game, Hufflepuff has started making mistakes as well. Now it's all down to the Seekers. The first to catch the golden snitch will take the game. Kyle, however, had lost interest in the game's theatrics. He quietly slipped to the last row of the stands and pulled out a piece of parchment from his robe, the Marauders map, which he'd borrowed from Fred and George before the game. Taking out his wand, he tapped it lightly against the parchment and recited, "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good." Unlike Fred and George, who only knew part of the incantation, Kyle had memorized the complete phrase. In fact, Fred and George had already discovered most of the password. If they'd wanted, they could have easily pieced together the entire phrase. But they'd been firm about solving it the proper way, finding each word as it revealed itself. Kyle, though, had no such reservations. As ink spread across the parchment, the Marauders map came to life. Kyle quickly noted down the locations of several secret passages, including one leading to the 8th floor and another connecting to the Honeyduck's cellar, useful information he might need later. Once he had the passage details recorded, Kyle directed his attention to the Hufflepuff common room. Though Quidditch was the most popular sport at Hogwarts, not every student chose to attend the match. In each common room, a handful of students stayed behind. Gryffindor had the fewest, around 5 or 6, while Ravenclaw's common room held over 10. Most were 5th or 7th years, their focus on exams overshadowing any interest in Quidditch. They preferred to spend their time studying in the library or nestled in the common room with their books. Kyle turned his attention to the Hufflepuff common room on the Marauders map. Unlike other areas of Hogwarts, the map displayed the dormitory area in a simpler layout, distinguishing only between the boys' and girls' sections, each separated from the main common room by a thin ink line. He noted down the names of everyone in the Hufflepuff common room, only 6 in total. Satisfied, Kyle considered closing the map and rejoining the game, but something urged him to glance at the underground classroom area. There, he spotted Snape's private storage room. Kyle promised himself that he had no intention of sneaking into Burrow, or take anything, at least, not yet. While Snape's storage room certainly held its share of valuable potions ingredients, Kyle's current interests leaned more toward charms. Nevertheless, since he was already looking, he took a moment to trace the route to Snape's room, marking the entrances and exits of the nearby secret passages purely out of curiosity. "Look!" Cedric's speeding up. A deafening cheer erupted from the stands, jolting Kyle back to reality. He quickly closed the Marauders map and tapped it with his wand. "Mischief managed," he murmured as the ink vanished, leaving the parchment blank. On the Quidditch pitch, Cedric was diving at an incredible speed. "It's the golden snitch," the commentator shouted, his voice rising with excitement. "It's by the Slytherin goalpost, less than 20 feet off the ground." Higgs, Slytherin's seeker, had spotted it too and accelerated, hot on Cedric's trail. The crowd held its breath, watching as the two seekers hurtled toward the snitch, their competitive energy filling the stands with tension. And then, just seconds later, "Cedric's got it," the commentator yelled. "Cedric Diggory, the youngest seeker ever, has caught the golden snitch." The stands exploded with cheers, a sea of yellow flags waving jubilantly in the air. Students screamed and hugged each other in celebration, their voices blending into one triumphant roar. "We won! We won!" The young wizards around Kyle beamed and embraced in excitement. "Thanks to Hufflepuff for a truly splendid Quidditch match," the commentator concluded, his voice filled with admiration. An hour later, Cedric was carried back to the Hufflepuff common room by a jubilant crowd of students, receiving the hero's welcome reserved for Quidditch champions. To Kyle, though, he looked more like a hapless creature being paraded before its fate. Victory celebrations were essential, and that evening, a few older students raided the kitchen, returning with an impressive spread of meatloaf, biscuits, and more. Soon, the common room was brimming with the aroma of the freshly prepared feast. "Kyle, where were you?" Kanna asked, puzzled, as she approached with a large, bone-in steak. "I didn't see you at the end of the game." "I was in the bathroom," Kyle replied. "That's too bad," Kanna whispered. "You missed the best part." Kyle smiled. "Not really. I came back just in time to see Cedric catch the golden snitch." "That's good," Kanna said, grinning before taking a hearty bite of her steak. Kyle looked at her in mild bewilderment. "You're going to bed soon. Are you sure it's okay to eat so much now?" Kanna froze mid-bite, a little embarrassed. She averted her eyes and mumbled, "I didn't eat much at dinner." "Is that so?" Kyle replied, frowning slightly. "Funny, I thought I saw you. Never mind, I must have remembered wrong." Relieved, Kanna quickly excused herself before Kyle could ask anything further. Everyone was in high spirits, though they didn't realize this would be their last carefree evening for a while. Final exams were fast approaching, and the professors seemed intent on preparing them with more homework than ever. Even their wizard chess games were abandoned as each day became a battle to tackle the stacks of blank parchment piling up around them. The Easter holiday, less celebrated than Christmas, saw most students opting to stay on campus. With their heavy workloads, they spent countless hours sighing and yawning in the library, working through endless assignments. On top of the assignments, they also had to memorize the essential content flagged by their professors and practice wand movements for practical exams. The hallways echoed with the constant complaints of weary students. This is impossible. Mikkel groaned halfway through the holiday, throwing down his quill in frustration. Who in Merlin's name discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood? It's too much to remember. Dumbledore, Kyle answered from across the table, not even glancing up. Care to duel him? Not a bad idea, actually. Beat him, and Snape might stop forcing us to memorize everything. Mikkel stared blankly for a moment, then sheepishly picked up his quill again. What was the 12th use of dragon's blood? Oh, right, an oven cleaner. He sighed. Should have just paid attention. Kyle grinned but didn't comment further. An hour later, he finally put down his own quill and closed his well-worn copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. Kyle, are you finished with your homework? Mikkel and Ryan asked, looking at him like hopeful nifflers spotting a galleon. Kyle rolled his shoulders and nodded. Yes, it's all done. Mikkel's eyes lit up. Do you think we could borrow it, just to take a look? After a pause, Kyle nodded, handing over his homework without his usual hesitation. He knew Mikkel and Ryan had already completed a decent portion on their own, about a third, so he wasn't as worried about them copying it word by word. The Easter assignments were unusually heavy, and a bit of help seemed fair. Just remember, don't copy, Kyle cautioned. Don't worry. Mikkel patted his chest confidently. We won't make the same mistake twice. During the second week of the Easter holidays, Kyle settled into a routine. Each morning, he left the Hufflepuff common room right after breakfast and wouldn't return until evening. But instead of heading to the library or the room of requirement, he spent his days in an abandoned classroom on the castle's 3rd floor, working on a secret project. He wasn't alone. Fred and George from Gryffindor, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, as well as Kunna and Cedric joined him. The 6 of them were busy working in the small, dusty classroom. Kyle, can you check this pattern? Did I get it right? Cho asked, setting down her pocket knife and wiping sweat from her brow. Something feels a bit off. Don't worry about small flaws, Kyle said without looking up. No one's going to examine these too closely. As long as it captures the general idea, it'll be fine. He continued working with a knife in his left hand and a branch in his right, a branch from a rowan tree he'd brought back from the Forbidden Forest. Carefully, he stripped off the bark and smoothed the surface before etching a series of irregular lines. Soon, he'd finished an oval wooden pendant, its surface engraved with a pattern of intersecting lines surrounding a carved wand and quill. Nearby, a growing pile of pendants took shape in various shapes: oval, triangular, and square. Fred, looking at his own morning's work, dusted wood chips off himself, squinting critically at his creation. Kyle, are you sure anyone would want to buy these? At Fred's words, everyone else looked up, visibly curious. They'd all been roped into this by Kyle 2 days ago, who had mentioned something about a big opportunity. After the success of their previous venture selling enchanted maps, everyone had been eager to join in without much question. But after 2 days of chopping and carving branches without magic, they were starting to feel a little puzzled. It'll be fine, Kyle assured after a moment's thought. Rowan tree amulets are still quite popular in the wizarding world. Wait, we're making amulets? George asked incredulously. His reaction was understandable. None of them had much experience with woodworking, and the odd shapes they'd carved were, to put it mildly, quirky. Even George couldn't, in good conscience, call these crude creations amulets. What you and Fred made may just look like lumps of wood now, Kyle replied, but they'll look different after Kunna and the others carve the patterns. The group exchanged skeptical looks. Unless these patterns were magical symbols, like ancient runes or something, even 100 carvings wouldn't make these look like proper amulets. By the way, Cedric asked, unable to contain his curiosity, what exactly does this pattern mean? I've never seen it before. It represents success in exams, Kyle explained, or more specifically, passing every exam. Back in 1790, the Wizarding Congress established the Wizarding Examination Authority, and Hogwarts held its first N.E.W.T.S. that same year. Students who passed received letters with this exact symbol on the envelope across quill and wand. That symbol became a good luck charm for exams, and graduating students would draw it on their belongings before exams. But after Professor Marchbanks took over as the Wizarding Examinations Authority, it was removed and replaced with an ordinary envelope. Fred and the others stared at Kyle in disbelief. 1790? That's 200 years ago? How do you know all this? They asked. Read a book, Kyle said with a shrug. If you've read Hogwarts, a history, you wouldn't be so surprised. Read a book, fair enough. Fred and George glanced at each other, then gave Kyle a thumbs up. Hogwarts, a history was so thick it could double as a shield. The idea of actually reading the whole thing seemed absurd. Even Cedric hadn't read it all. But that wasn't the point. After Kyle's explanation, they saw his angle. While these carved bits of rowan wood weren't real amulets, they would undeniably be appealing, especially around exam season. Even Fred and George felt a twinge of interest. If someone had been selling these before last year's final exams, they might have actually bought one themselves. But Kyle, Cho asked, her brow furrowed, can't we just use the doubling charm? It'd be so much easier, like with the maps. We could, but that would put us at a different price point. Kyle shook his finger, explaining, this time, I'm planning 3 product tiers, high-end custom amulets for 10 galleons, handmade ones like we're making now for 2 galleons, and finally, disposable mass-produced amulets for 5 sickles. That's pretty cheap, Cho said, looking a little perplexed. The enchanted map they'd sold was 10 sickles each, and duplicating carvings was even harder than maps. Before Kyle could respond, Cedric seemed to catch on and asked, "How much pocket money do you have left?" Pocket money? Cho thought for a moment. "I spent a lot recently, but I think I still have about a galleon left." Her eyes widened in realization. "Exactly," Kyle said with a grin. "It's the end of the semester, so most people don't have much money left. If the price is too high, they can't afford to buy even if they want one. And this time, our market isn't just first years, we're targeting the whole school, which is many times larger. So 5 sickles is fair, and besides, it's a way to make friends." The others exchanged knowing glances. Kyle had used the same make friends line when they sold the map, yet somehow he managed to make a tidy profit anyway. 5 sickles might make friends, but what about the other price points? Fred and George glanced down at the twigs in their hands, suddenly seeing them as potential galleons in the making. "Oh, and one more thing," Kyle added, as if remembering, "for the ones we make by hand, be sure to engrave the year on the end." Tempted by the lure of galleons, Kyle and the others spent the entire week holed up in a small, stuffy, abandoned classroom. By the end, they'd produced more than 300 exam-passing amulets. Of these, over 100 were meticulously hand-carved by the 6 of them, each one crafted with a steady hand and undiluted concentration. The other 200 were made assembly line style. First, the patterns were carved, and then the doubling charm was used to transfer them onto the rowan branches. The quality of these was admittedly less refined, but they still looked convincingly authentic. After a week of effort, the group had become quite adept at using the doubling charm, a spell not usually taught until the 6th year. "I'll leave the rest up to you," Kyle said, his expression serious, at dinner on the evening before the school year officially began. He looked at the other 5 intently. "You all know the process, so just handle it like you did when you sold the maps." Fred and the others nodded with equally serious expressions. Though they'd done this sort of thing before, this venture was on a much larger scale, covering the whole school, and they were understandably a bit nervous. "Kyle, should we really charge Hufflepuffs, too?" Cedric asked, hesitating. He was, after all, the nice one of the group. Kyle clapped him on the shoulder. "It's a necessity, Cedric," he reassured him, "but we can offer Hufflepuff a special discount. 50%. No, 5%. Kyle replied. After a moment's thought, he added, "But we'll round down a Canute." Cedric's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to protest, but with Kyle firmly holding the reins on pricing, it wouldn't make much difference if he argued. After exchanging a few more words, everyone went off to finalize the plans for the next day. To drum up interest, Fred and George even stayed up late to create a large flyer, which they posted prominently in the Gryffindor common room. "Still stressed about exams? Worried you won't score high enough to pass? No more worries? To help you enjoy a wonderful summer vacation, we proudly present the Exam Passing Amulet." As recorded in Hogwarts, a history, this charm was a favorite at Hogwarts for over a century and was the top-selling product of its time. Even Headmaster Dumbledore wore one for his exams. Interested buyers, please contact Fred or George Weasley, 2nd year. Note, this product is purely symbolic and will not increase the wearer's intelligence nor substitute for exams. Please purchase responsibly. The flyer didn't originally include the last line, but when Kyle found out, he insisted they add it to convey stability and avoid any potential refunds. Fred and George were initially concerned that the disclaimer might deter potential buyers, but after only half a day, they realized they had nothing to worry about. As soon as the first student picked up on the hint in Hogwarts, a reference to the illustration of a wand and quill, students began flooding into the boys' dormitory with sickle and galleon in hand, each one anxious they'd miss out on the exam passing amulet. The dormitory door was pushed open so many times that, by the end, Fred gave up on using the mending charm and simply took it off with a flick of his wand. In Hufflepuff, it was a similar scene, with students crowding Cedric's dormitory. Though no flyers were posted in Slytherin, word spread quickly, and Kunna became their go-to contact. Only Cho, who handled Ravenclaw, had a slightly easier time. Most of the academically focused Ravenclaws were confident in their abilities and felt they didn't need the amulet. One afternoon, a few days later, they gathered in the same old, abandoned classroom. The sawdust and pocket knives that had once littered the floor were gone, replaced by a square table stacked with piles of gleaming gold galleons and silver sickles. Clink. Fred swallowed hard. "How much is here?" "Altogether, 709 galleons, 15 sickles, and 5 newts," Cho announced. "I didn't expect so many people to buy the custom model, so it's a lot more than we anticipated." "More than 700 galleons." George's eyes were glazed over in disbelief. "This has got to be a dream." Fred sighed beside him. "If it is, I hope I never wake up from it." Kyle picked up a gold galleon from the table and laughed. "Well, you better hold on to that thought because there are 7 years of dreams like this waiting for us. Then maybe I'd better wake up fast," Fred chuckled. But as he laughed, his expression suddenly fell. He had just remembered he was a year ahead of Kyle. By the time Kyle was in his 7th year, Fred would already have graduated and wouldn't get any of the profits for that year. The idea of letting hundreds of galleons slip away filled Fred with distress. He looked at Kyle with a pained expression. "Why couldn't you have enrolled a year earlier?" Kyle, feeling slightly uncomfortable under Fred's gaze, stepped aside in mock disgust. "Not my call when I start school, you'd have to take that up with Dumbledore." Actually, it's the book of admittance that decides, Cedric mumbled from the sidelines, so it really has nothing to do with the headmaster. But Fred and George were too busy to hear him, already engrossed in a discussion about ways they might be able to delay their graduation by a year. When they finally left the classroom, each of them had an extra 100 gold galleons jingling in their pockets. The remaining money was entrusted to Kyle as startup capital for their next venture. Kyle gladly agreed. He'd have liked to invest some of the money in the Weasley brothers' joke product ideas, but they were too preoccupied at the moment, focusing on trying to decipher the complete password for the Marauders map. That, he figured, could wait until next year. In the weeks that followed, the professors at Hogwarts noticed a curious trend. Nearly everyone seemed to be wearing a particular style of wooden ornament. The pieces varied. Some were simple, undecorated circles or squares, while others were more intricate, decorated with gold paint and finished with a layer of wax for a polished look. None of them had any magical properties. Normally, the professors would overlook such fads. Every year brought some new craze among the students, as long as it wasn't harmful. But this time was different. Ever since the ornaments gained popularity, they noticed the students seemed more relaxed in class, with an overall improved attitude. To be honest, the professors weren't quite sure if that was a good thing or not. On the 8th floor, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat calmly, sipping his tea sweetened with 3 lumps of sugar, watching with interest as Snape and Professor McGonagall argued. It was entirely coincidental. Professor McGonagall had only come to see Dumbledore about something else, but as soon as she entered the room, she heard Snape shouting about his intent to expel a certain student. It's that Kyle Chopper again. Over the past few days, he's managed to con at least 500 galleons out of other students. I told you then that he ought to be expelled for encouraging his classmates to break the rules with such boldness. After listening for a moment, Professor McGonagall seemed to piece together the situation. She frowned and said, "Severus, we don't expel students for trivial matters like selling a few items." Trivial? Snape raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from Dumbledore to Professor McGonagall. With all due respect, Minerva, he's now attempting to organize students to cheat on exams. Cheat? Are you serious? Professor McGonagall replied incredulously. I've seen those items. They aren't even magical, they're just the most ordinary decorations. So Mr. Chopper was selling fake items. Snape drawled, his tone heavy with implication. Ordinary decorations aren't worth 10 galleons. Selling fake items at Hogwarts to swindle other young wizards is definitely grounds for expulsion. Calm down, Severus. At this point, Dumbledore finished his tea, set down the cup, and pulled out a large piece of parchment, placing it on the table. This is one of their product leaflets, which you may not have seen yet, he said, pointing to the large, bold text at the bottom of the page. They've actually made everything quite clear, so it isn't really deceptive. Snape squinted at the flyer, the flashing words causing his eyes to ache. This product is purely symbolic, please purchase at your discretion. And furthermore, Dumbledore added after a moment's consideration, from what I understand, most of the decorations purchased by students cost 5 sickles, with only a few, well, the more eye-catching ones, priced at 10 galleons. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression twisted, as if he'd just swallowed something foul. So, it was the Slytherins who had bought the ones for 10 galleons. And what about this part? Snape demanded, scowling as he held up the flyer. They mentioned you by name. Isn't that misleading? Well, what they said is technically true, Dumbledore admitted, a slight flush coloring his face. I did wear something similar during my graduation exam, but Professor Marchbanks confiscated it afterward. By Merlin's beard, I always assumed no one remembered that. Snape's face darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. Without another word, he snatched up the flyer and stormed out of the headmaster's office. Bang! The loud slamming of the door startled Fawkes, who had been dozing peacefully, and the phoenix fluttered up onto Dumbledore's shoulder, pecking his beard in irritation. Sorry, Fawkes. Severus didn't mean it, Dumbledore murmured, trying to soothe him. But Fawkes, thoroughly annoyed, kept tugging at his beard. With no other option, Dumbledore pulled out some mandrake leaves from a drawer to calm the phoenix. Then, looking up at Professor McGonagall, who seemed astonished, he said, "Don't look so surprised, Minerva. I was only 17 then, and it's perfectly normal to do things that defy logic at that age. It was an exam in history of magic, Professor Binns's class. You should understand." Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched. She almost laughed, but managed to hold back. All right. Dumbledore smoothly changed the topic. What did you come to see me about? At the mention of business, Professor McGonagall's expression grew a bit more serious. Ahem, here are the entry lists you requested, from June to August last year, she said, placing a small stack of parchments on the table. The ministry sent them to me yesterday when the owl failed to locate you. Thank you, Minerva. I need them now. Dumbledore took the parchments and skimmed through them, then reached for another stack of similar-looking documents from the bookshelf behind him. Curious, Professor McGonagall tried to catch a glimpse of the top page, but her eyesight only let her make out the first few words, Albania, leaving. As Dumbledore began comparing the two sets of lists, Professor McGonagall quietly left the room. With the door clicking shut once more, silence returned to the headmaster's office. The portraits on the walls, who had been feigning sleep, opened their eyes and gathered closer, eagerly discussing the topic at hand. "It's that young wizard, Kyle, again," said a witch. How many times has that name been mentioned in the headmaster's office? At least 3, replied a gaunt old man. That potions professor has been complaining about him every time he's been here lately. Quite the troublesome student. I disagree, said the witch who'd spoken earlier, shaking her head. I've seen the boy in the corridor. He's smart, humble, polite, even greets the portraits. Maybe he's just putting on an act, a caustic voice chimed in. Just like that student back then, all hypocrisy. Enough, Phineas, said a bearded wizard in irritation. This is different, he's a Hufflepuff. True, Phineas Black muttered, wrinkling his nose. He's from that foolish house, probably doesn't have much depth. What did you say about Hufflepuff? The bearded wizard shot back angrily, striding right into Phineas's frame and grabbing him by the collar. Underneath the bearded wizard's original frame, it was clearly noted that he had graduated from Hufflepuff. Let go? Do you want to fight me? Phineas shouted, struggling as he was held by the collar. I've wanted to for ages. With one swift punch, the bearded wizard knocked Phineas to the ground, then stomped on his face. Fool's house, is it? Huh? I'll show you the strength of Hufflepuff today. The other portraits rushed over at the sight, quickly setting up snacks, drinks, and little stools in the front row as they settled in. Watching Phineas get a thrashing had long been their favorite form of entertainment. The headmaster's office couldn't do without Phineas any more than the merpeople of the Black Lake could go without their broomsticks. At that moment, Dumbledore, who had been engrossed in the parchments, finally looked up. He adjusted his glasses, ignored the commotion among the portraits, got up, and walked over to the window, where he stood, staring out into the distance, lost in thought. Detention? Kyle asked innocently, standing in Professor McGonagall's office. But Professor McGonagall, we only sold a few things. We didn't break any school rules. This is at the headmaster's request, Professor McGonagall replied sternly. He believes you should be focusing more on your studies or practicing your wand techniques in preparation for exams, rather than diverting your energy elsewhere. Well, all right, I understand, Kyle sighed, deciding not to argue further. It was only detention, and as long as they weren't being asked to refund anyone, things could have been worse. After leaving McGonagall's office, the 6 students exchanged resigned looks and sighed. Cheer up, everyone, said Fred and George, who were well acquainted with detention and the first to regain their spirits. With Professor McGonagall, it's a blessing she didn't ask for a refund or dock points from us, Fred said with a grin. That's pretty rare. Yeah, George chimed in, clapping Cedric on the shoulder. For you guys, this is a great chance to experience detention for the first time. By Merlin's beard. Fred gasped, feigning shock. George, I just realized apart from us, everyone here is a model student. Indeed, Fred, George replied, squeezing out a pretend tear. Compared to them, we who frequent detention must seem quite out of place. They won't look down on us, will they? Maybe we should go back to studying now, while there's still time. Maybe we can try for more O's on our final exams. That's a bit ambitious, maybe E's will do. The twins' antics, complete with exaggerated expressions, quickly lifted everyone's spirits, and soon the group was laughing. Kyle chuckled. Thanks, but you're overthinking it. Yeah, Cedric added with a shrug, if I could get 100 galleons for every night in detention, I'd make sure to show up in front of Filch on time every evening. Cho and Kunna nodded, both agreeing. Yes, absolutely. MHM. As Cedric had said, for 100 galleons, a little detention was hardly a big deal. Fred's smile faltered briefly before he shot Kyle a mock glare. So that's it, you dared to trick us. Kyle shook his head, grinning. Don't look at it that way. You just didn't catch on quickly enough. He had to admit, though, that he hadn't expected Dumbledore to assign detention over something so minor. It didn't seem like his usual style. After passing the corridor leading away from Professor McGonagall's office, they split up and returned to their respective houses. Later that evening, during dinner, they each received a note from Professor McGonagall. Detention starts at 11 p.m. tonight. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall. When did you end up with detention? Mikkel, sitting next to Kyle, asked with a frown. Maybe Professor McGonagall put the note in the wrong place. To him, Kyle didn't seem the type to break any rules, let alone end up with detention. It was hard to believe. Kyle calmly tucked the note away and said, it wasn't a mistake. The detention note is really mine. Well, Mikkel thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, could it be that you got caught for night wandering, but that was during the Easter holiday, wasn't it? Kyle had been busy until midnight on the last 2 nights of Easter break, working on something before finally returning to the dormitory. Mikkel and Ryan both knew about this. Kyle neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, he gave Mikkel a knowing pat on the shoulder and said, so, remember, don't go night wandering, even during holidays. Mikkel and Ryan exchanged glances, seeming to gain a new understanding of Hogwarts rules. This place is too strict, they thought. That night at 11 o'clock, Kyle, Cedric, and Kunna gathered in the entrance hall, where Filch was already waiting, along with Fred and George Weasley and Cho Chang. Follow me, Filch grumbled, lighting a lamp as he led them out. I expect you'll think twice before breaking any more school rules. He gave them all a sidelong glare. A shame they did away with the good old punishments, suspending you from the ceiling by your wrists for days. Filch's sinister mutterings drained the color from Cho and Kunna's faces, and even Cedric swallowed nervously. But Fred and George barely reacted, even sneaking grins and making faces at the others when Filch wasn't looking. They'd heard this spiel so often it barely registered. Here we are, Filch finally said after a short walk, stopping before a door. He pulled out a key and unlocked it. In you go. You're to clean the trophy room. He shook his head, muttering, I really don't understand what Professor McGonagall was thinking, making all of you clean the trophy room. This punishment is too easy. Hearing that, Cho and Kun-Na relaxed visibly, relieved that it was only cleaning duty. They filed into the room one by one, but when it was Kyle's turn, Filch blocked his way, saying flatly, your punishment isn't here. Leaving Mrs. Norris to keep an eye on the others, Filch guided Kyle back to the foyer and led him outside the castle. They walked in silence across the dark grounds, with Filch uncharacteristically refraining from his usual jibes. As they continued, Kyle realized they were headed toward the Forbidden Forest. Hurry up, Filch, called Hagrid from the doorway of his hut, waving as they approached. We need to get moving. Filch stopped and said to Kyle with a sneer, the Forbidden Forest is dangerous. Stick close to that oaf, or no school rules will save your life. I know, Kyle replied calmly. Pretending not to hear, Filch kept walking until they reached Hagrid, who was fully prepared with his giant crossbow and a quiver of arrows. Fang trotted alongside him. Are you ready, Kyle? Hagrid asked with a warm smile. He's all yours, Filch said coldly. I'll be back at dawn. Let's hope there's something left of him by then. Don't worry about that, Hagrid snapped, giving Filch a dark look. No need for you to come back, I'll see that Kyle makes it safely back to the castle. With a scowl, Filch turned and headed back toward the castle, his lantern swinging as he disappeared into the dark. Finally got rid of him. That old vulture, Hagrid muttered. He adjusted his crossbow and winked at Kyle. It's good to see ya. Well, not that I'm glad you're in detention, but tonight'll go a lot smoother with ya here. Kyle eyed Hagrid's heavy crossbow and fully stocked quiver, asking with a hint of concern, what exactly happened in the Forbidden Forest? An unicorn's cub gone missing, Hagrid replied, his eyes dark with anger. We need to search the forest for any clues. And if I find out who's behind it, believe me, I won't let em off easy. The Forbidden Forest was dark and eerily silent. Moonlight filtered down through the branches above like shattered crystal, scattering silver-white fragments across the fallen leaves below. After walking for a short while, Kyle began to notice that the surroundings felt strangely familiar. Just a few yards away, a group of mooncalves gazed at them with wide, curious eyes, peeking through the trees. At that moment, Hagrid commented, besides the unicorn cub, it seems there are far fewer mooncalves here as well. Kyle's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm expression as he asked casually, are we searching for them tonight, too? No, no need, Hagrid replied, shaking his head. The other mooncalves don't seem to be acting differently. I reckon they've probably just wandered south to the woodlands where the larger herd roams. That's good to know, Kyle murmured, feeling relieved as he followed Hagrid deeper into the forest. Before moving on, he discreetly tossed a handful of dittany leaves near the mooncalves, a small snack to tide them over. Hagrid noticed but was too preoccupied with the missing unicorn to question it, assuming Kyle had simply grown the dittany himself. As they continued their search, Hagrid's expression grew more anxious with each step. Kyle noticed and, after a moment's thought, asked, could another creature have taken the unicorn cub? No way, Hagrid said firmly. Unicorns are fiercely protective of their young, and they're powerful magical creatures. Even a dragon wouldn't be able to snatch a cub without some kind of trickery. They wove through a patch of moss-covered ground, with mushrooms sprouting around their feet, until they came upon a winding stream. Ow! Fang suddenly howled. The loud bark pierced the quiet of the Forbidden Forest, echoing through the trees. Fang, did ya find something? Hagrid hurried over, fitting an arrow into his crossbow and scanning the area with a keen eye. Fang was pawing at a branch nearby, where a small, palm-sized piece of black fabric was snagged. Well done, Fang, well done, Hagrid exclaimed, grabbing the rag. He rubbed it between his fingers, then held it up to his nose, inhaling deeply. It's rough, and there's a distinct smell, Hagrid muttered, almost to himself. This means someone from outside's been in the Forbidden Forest. Isn't it just an ordinary rag? Kyle asked, frowning. No, Hagrid replied confidently. This cloth's made from a special kind o' rattan. It's tough, but uncomfortable to wear. Only certain folks wear this sort of material, orers who go on long assignments, and dragon keepers mostly. That's cause it's durable and can handle rough conditions. This scrap of cloth was their first solid clue. Hagrid encouraged Fang to track the scent, but after sniffing around and circling a bit, Fang simply returned to his original spot, tail drooping. Hagrid's face fell slightly, but he straightened up and nodded for them to keep going. They continued their path along the stream, both carefully scanning the surroundings for further signs of the intruder. Suddenly, a dark shadow flitted through the trees. Who's there? Hagrid shouted, raising his giant crossbow protectively in front of Kyle. Come out, I can see you. A soft neigh echoed through the clearing, accompanied by the sound of hooves. Emerging from the shadows was a creature that was half human, half horse. From the waist up, he had a human torso, with red hair and a beard, while his lower half was that of a reddish-brown horse, with a long red tail. Oh, it's you, Ronan, Hagrid said, relaxing. Are you all right? He stepped forward to shake the centaur's hand. Good evening, Hagrid, Ronan greeted in a low, mournful voice. You almost shot me with an arrow. Had to be sure, Ronan, Hagrid replied, patting the quiver slung over his shoulder. Got a young wizard with me tonight, so I'm just being extra careful. "Ah, this here is Kyle Chopper, one of Hogwarts' students." Then, turning to Kyle, he introduced, "And this is Ronan, a centaur." Kyle's interest waned somewhat upon seeing that the centaur was male, but he nodded politely and said, "Hello." Ronan studied Kyle, then placed an arm around his shoulder, his front legs bending slightly. "Good evening, young one. It's a pleasure to meet you." Kyle felt slightly perplexed. There was something odd about this centaur, he seemed unusually formal. Centaurs were known for their pride, and they rarely showed much regard for strangers, typically offering a brief nod at best. A bow legs bending like this was usually reserved for someone of Dumbledore's stature. "Ronan, I'm glad we ran into you," Hagrid said, putting his crossbow away. "An unicorn's cub has gone missing. Have you seen anything unusual?" Ronan didn't respond right away, his eyes fixed on the night sky. "Don't worry," he finally said. "Mars is behaving as it always do." "Right," Hagrid muttered, glancing up at the sky with little interest. "But Ronan, did you see anything down here? Maybe strangers, or anything out of place?" "You're acting strangely," Ronan observed, looking at Hagrid with mild confusion. "I'm perfectly fine," Hagrid replied, growing a bit impatient. "I just need to know if you saw anything unusual." Ronan paused, then glanced at them both. "Follow me." He led them through a thicket of low-growing bushes. Hagrid and Kyle hurried after him, their steps muffled on the thick forest floor. Soon, they came to a halt before a massive, ancient tree, but Ronan was gone. "Odd, he brought us here and then just vanished," Hagrid murmured, looking around. Centaurs know a lot more than they let on, but they rarely share what they know. Most of the time, they're only interested in whatever's happening up by the moon. Just then, Fang bolted forward, barking at something at the base of the tree. "Found something already?" Hagrid asked, moving quickly to join Fang with Kyle close behind. There, at the tree's base, was a large hollow, almost as if a chunk had been bitten out of the trunk. The edges of the hollow were uneven and showed signs of corrosion. Hagrid knelt beside it, an unsettled look crossing his face. "This is dark magic, no doubt about it." Kyle, unable to see the hollow from his angle, decided to circle around the massive tree. It was nearly 5 meters in diameter, an impressive size even by the standards of the Forbidden Forest. Compared to it, the surrounding plants seemed stunted and starved, dwarfed by its imposing presence. Kyle, who had been searching in vain for clues, returned to the large tree. Just as he was wondering how to get a closer look at the gap, Fang suddenly trotted over and grabbed onto his robe with his mouth. "Cut it out, Fang," Kyle said, patting the dog's head. "This is no time to play." But Fang ignored him, tugging Kyle over to Hagrid, who was crouched nearby. Once they reached him, Fang used his front paws to push aside a layer of fallen leaves, revealing something underneath. 2 rows of footprints were clearly visible in the soil beneath the leaves. "This is..." Kyle took a deep breath. "Hagrid, look, there are footprints here." Hearing Kyle's voice, Hagrid quickly leaned over to look. He saw the same 2 rows of footprints. "Well done, Fang," he praised, petting Fang's head. "But why didn't you tell me sooner?" Fang, looking quite put out, gave Hagrid a reproachful stare and swatted his trousers with his front paws. There, on Hagrid's pant leg, was a damp circle marked by a distinct set of teeth marks. Evidently, Fang had already tried to get his attention, but Hagrid had been too focused on the tree trunk to notice. With no other option, Fang had gone to Kyle for help. "Oh, sorry, Fang. That's my fault," Hagrid said, quickly apologizing. Unlike Fox, it seemed, not every pet's attempts at communication were so obvious. At Hagrid's words, Fang's mood lifted, and he happily lay down, tail thumping the ground. Kyle reached into his pack, took out a piece of murtlap dried rat meat, and offered it to Fang as a reward before crouching down to examine the footprints. The 2 rows of footprints were jumbled, suggesting a fierce struggle had taken place. The prints on the outer edge looked like those of an adult but of normal size. However, the footprints closer to the large tree were different. They were huge, almost twice the size of a regular footprint, and looked just like Hagrid's own. No, these were Hagrid's footprints. Kyle suddenly remembered seeing similar prints in the pumpkin patch, identical in size and with the same tread pattern. He furrowed his brow and said, "Hagrid, were you here before?" "No way," Hagrid replied, certain. "If I'd been here, I'd definitely remember, but I have no memory of this at all." "Then how do you explain this?" Kyle pointed at the oversized footprint. "The pattern on it is exactly like the one on your boot." "What are you talking about?" Hagrid leaned closer, examining the footprint with growing alarm. His eyes widened, and he gasped as if he'd just seen a ghost. "This is impossible. I swear, I've never been here before." Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "Could I have left them just now without realizing?" "Unlikely," Kyle replied, shaking his head. "Footprints just made wouldn't be hidden beneath fallen leaves." And Kyle touched the soil at the edge of the footprints. It was already firm. If these had been made recently, the ground would still be soft. "That's enough for today," Kyle said, standing up. "Let's go back and ask Headmaster Dumbledore. He might know what's going on." Hagrid, who was completely bewildered, only began to regain his senses upon hearing Dumbledore's name. He nodded vigorously. Yes, Dumbledore must know. Kyle drew his wand and used a severing charm to carefully remove the footprints along with the soil around them. He then took a decayed piece of the tree trunk and used a levitation charm to carry both the soil sample and the wood away from the Forbidden Forest. As they made their way back, Hagrid led the way, but his mind was clearly elsewhere, and he seemed a bit distracted. By the way, Hagrid, Kyle asked curiously, how did you know the unicorn's cub was missing? Professor Ketleben told me, Hagrid explained. He was supposed to come this time, but the unicorn who lost the foal was in a terrible mood. He needed to stay with it to keep an eye on the other's unicorns, so he couldn't come. Kyle nodded, understanding at once. Professor Ketleben was a well-known magi-zoologist and one of Newt Scamander's few close friends. Knowing he was involved reassured Kyle. However, unlike Newt, Professor Ketleben was notoriously reckless, a trait that had left him with only one arm and half a leg. Kyle still couldn't fathom why Ketleben had been assigned to Hufflepuff. With his daring spirit, Gryffindor seemed a far better fit. The Sorting Hat must have been a bit off its game that day, he thought. As they continued, they encountered a centaur, but not Ronan this time. Instead, a young centaur with platinum blonde hair appeared. Hagrid, you look distracted, the centaur observed. That's not wise, the Forbidden Forest is dangerous at night. And don't forget you're with a young one. Oh, Firenze, yes, you're right, Hagrid said, patting his own head as if to clear it, then turned to Kyle. Sorry, Kyle, I got a bit lost in thought. No worries, Kyle replied with a smile. I trust the creatures here won't harm us as long as you're with us. Thanks, Hagrid said, returning the smile. A bit distracted, are we? Firenze's gaze focused on Hagrid, his striking blue eyes full of curiosity. Are you in trouble? I'm not sure if it's trouble or not, Hagrid admitted, scratching his head. Firenze, have you seen me around here in the Forbidden Forest recently? Many times, Firenze replied. I see you nearly every week. No, I mean, over there by the big chestnut tree. Hagrid pointed back in the direction they'd come from. Ah, Firenze nodded, glancing up at the sky. Today, Mars is calm. Right. Knew it, Hagrid muttered, sounding mildly frustrated. Couldn't you just say so outright? Oh, never mind. Let's go. As Hagrid moved past Firenze, Kyle gave the centaur a pensive look. Ronan had said something similar earlier. Mars is calm. Was that supposed to be reassuring? Firenze didn't leave immediately but followed them at a distance until they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There, he finally stopped. Just ahead lay the Mooncalf's lair. Watching them dance in the moonlight, Kyle couldn't help but think back to his first late-night adventure, when he'd almost been caught by Hagrid. Wait. Kyle suddenly paused, a thought striking him. If he remembered correctly, Hagrid had also gone into the Forbidden Forest along this same path. Why aren't we moving? Hagrid noticed Kyle had stopped and turned around, asking, did you spot something? Kyle was lost in thought and didn't answer immediately. Hagrid, curious, followed his gaze and soon noticed the Mooncalfs dancing in the distance. Oh, that's what caught your attention, he said, understanding. Yes, their dance really is something special. But well, since it's a rare sight, we can head back to the castle a bit later if you want. Though anxious, Hagrid didn't press Kyle to hurry, seeing how captivated he was. With Hogwarts curfew in place, young wizards were normally forbidden from leaving the common room after 10 p.m., so he figured Kyle didn't often get the chance to see something like this. No, Hagrid, let's stick to business. We should get back quickly. Kyle shook himself out of his thoughts and continued walking toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As he walked past Hagrid, he suddenly asked, by the way, did you come to the Forbidden Forest before Christmas? Before Christmas? Hagrid repeated, puzzled. Why do you ask? It's nothing, Kyle replied. I was just curious. Do you need to come to the Forbidden Forest every day? No, not every day, maybe twice a week, Hagrid said, thinking it over. As for before Christmas, I don't recall anything out of the ordinary. I think it's been the same. No unusual occurrences. Kyle frowned. Like, if you noticed something wrong, would you have come to check on it in the middle of the night? Hagrid shook his head firmly. The Forbidden Forest has been quiet. I only come out at night if I'm collecting Mooncalf droppings or visiting Fluffy. Got it. Kyle gave Hagrid a thoughtful look but said nothing more. The two walked across the dark grounds back to the castle and headed straight for the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. As they climbed the stairs, Hagrid muttered, I hope Dumbledore isn't asleep yet, or we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Don't worry, Kyle reassured him. Elderly people are light sleepers, a little knocking should be enough. When they reached the 2nd floor, they ran into Filch and Mrs. Norris descending the stairs. Filch had clearly been patrolling the trophy room on the 4th floor and looked less than pleased to see them. Why are you back so soon? Filch's face was dark with anger. This is against school rules. Move aside, Filch, Hagrid said impatiently, pushing past him. I've got to see Dumbledore right now, no time for your nonsense. Filch, scrawny and frail compared to Hagrid, was no more trouble than a feather. Red-faced with anger, he momentarily looked as though he might try to grab Hagrid, but quickly reconsidered upon glancing up at the half-giant's towering 3-meter frame. Filch, though thoroughly indignant, felt he was a reasonable man. He stepped back, waving his arms and launching into a lecture about school curfew rules, trying to use his words to shoo Hagrid and Kyle from the castle. In his zeal, he didn't notice his arm hitting the portrait beside him. Thud. Ouch. Who hit me in the face? The portrait awoke, clearly unhappy about being slapped for no reason. His eyes snapped open as he scolded. What do you think you're doing? It's bedtime. Filch muttered an apology, then turned back, only to find that Hagrid had already gone up the stairs and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Stupid oaf. Filch grumbled as he straightened the portrait, which he'd knocked askew, and then stalked off with Mrs. Norris down the opposite stairs. Meanwhile, Hagrid, who had made it past the second floor, couldn't help but mutter, "That cranky old coot. Every time I come to the castle, he makes that cat tail me. I'd like to see what happens if I introduced her to Fang." Kyle shrugged nonchalantly. Truthfully, Fang's timid nature would make him no match for Mrs. Norris. They soon arrived at the gargoyle statue on the 8th floor. Hagrid cleared his throat and said, "Iced lemonade." With the correct password, the statue jumped aside, revealing a staircase behind it. "Dumbledore told me to inform him as soon as I had any news," Hagrid whispered as they ascended the stairs. When they reached the top, Hagrid began knocking, or rather, banging on the door. Despite his best efforts to be gentle, the heavy oak door resounded with loud thumps. Kyle doubted he could make such a sound even if he tried kicking the door. Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, dressed in light pink pajamas covered with a strawberry pattern, sat behind his desk. With a wry smile, he said, "Hagrid, I won't be going to bed anytime soon, so you could try knocking a little softer." "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid said sheepishly. "I'll be more careful next time." "No scolding intended, Hagrid. It's just that I don't have the time to find a new door right now," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Now, what brings you here so late at night?" "Well, we found something really strange in the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid began. "I found my own footprints in a spot where I know I've never been." Kyle stepped forward, setting the soil sample with the footprint and the piece of decayed tree trunk on Dumbledore's desk, then described the discovery in detail. Dumbledore bent over, peering closely at the items on the table. His crooked nose was almost touching the soil as he examined it. Then, he ran his hand thoughtfully over the decaying tree trunk. "So, you found evidence of your presence somewhere beyond your memory," Dumbledore murmured. "A peculiar situation, indeed. But not beyond the realm of possibility. It might only need a small push." Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Do you know what's going on, Professor?" "Not just yet," Dumbledore replied, straightening up and gazing thoughtfully around the room. "I'll need some time to think about it." He turned to Kyle with a gentle smile. "But, Kyle, it's time for you to head back and rest. I hope this time spent in detention proves fruitful." "All right." Though Kyle felt a pang of disappointment at not learning more, he respected Dumbledore's words. He nodded and said, "Well, good night, Headmaster." "Good night, Hagrid." "Good night, Kyle."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.